Chapter 1: The Strongest Rich Consumer System. Bang! I see you don't want to do this anymore. You are so shameless. Now I'm giving you two choices. First, either come to the cocktail party with me tonight, or pack up and get out of here right now. In the sales manager's office of Huafeng building, Li Xiaoyan threw a thick stack of information on the desk and yelled at Yifeng, with foundation falling off her fat face. It's okay for you to leave, but just give me the overdue salary. Yifeng dug his ears and said indifferently. It doesn't matter if I don't do this sales job. I always have to do the hardest and most tiring work in the company. I work overtime until late at night every day, and I haven't received my salary for more than 3 months. I can't make a donkey in the production team like this. What's more, his salary couldn't be paid, and his girlfriend Li Xiaoyan quarreled with him more than once. She even gave him an ultimatum, saying that she would break up with him if he didn't buy her that Chanel bag. Why would I need that little money from you? Go to the finance department. But think carefully, I can give you one last chance. Once you leave this door, you will never regret it. Yifeng turned and left. He didn't want to see this woman for even a moment. He went to the finance department to collect his salary and walked out of Huafeng building. This young man, oh. I dare not look at this, I dare not look at this. As soon as Yifeng walked out of Huafeng building, he was attracted by a burst of noise. He saw a group of people pointing at a Porsche sports car on the side of the road and whispering to each other. The Porsche sports car was swaying rhythmically up and down, and a figure swaying inside the car could be vaguely seen, and from time to time a blushing female voice could be heard. Oh, these young people nowadays really know how to have fun. Yifeng laughed, but he was not in the mood to watch this drama, because he was handsome and in good shape, and won the favor of many female colleagues, including his 268-pound female boss. After Yifeng explicitly refused the drinking party arranged by his female boss Li Xiaoyan became furious and ruthlessly kicked Yifeng out. Help me with the drinking party, and I'll help you if you help me. I can't stand it anymore, I'm afraid I'll become a cake. Yifeng complained in his heart, and felt a chill all over his body when he thought of that fat-faced female boss. Excuse me, please let me go for a moment, thank you. After squeezing through the crowd, Yifeng rode on his electric donkey and prepared to go back to his rental house for a good sleep. He had been working overtime until midnight for the past few days, which had exhausted him physically and mentally. Although he was fired, fortunately, the salary that had been in arrears for more than 3 months was paid. At this moment, the door of the Porsche opened, and a yellow-haired man walked out. Then a girl in a white dress got out from the other side. She ignored the eyes of the people around her, and pulled the yellow-haired man's arm and said delicately, Brother Dao, you've hurt me. The blonde man laughed and patted the girl's perky breasts. Then he put his arm around her slender waist, glanced at the crowd around him, and like a victorious lion, he strode towards the mall with the girl in his arm. Yifeng took a casual glance and was instantly petrified. He looked at the two people who had just got off the car in disbelief, clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes were filled with flames of anger. That girl was none other than his girlfriend, Li Xiaoyan. Stop right there, you bastard. Yifeng, who was extremely angry, jumped up from his electric scooter, rushed towards Li Xiaoyan and the others, and knocked the yellow-haired man to the ground with one punch. You, why are you here? What are you doing? Seeing Yifeng suddenly appear, Li Xiaoyan's face was full of panic. Shouldn't Yifeng be running around for business at this time? Why was he here? You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? I think you don't want to live anymore. Blood gushed out of the yellow-haired man's mouth and nose, and he was shouting incoherently. Who is he? Yifeng ignored the man who fell to the ground and asked Li Xiaoyan coldly. He could never have imagined that the innocent-looking girl in front of him would do such a thing in public. He is, forget it, since you have seen it, let's be frank, he is my boyfriend, Huang Dao, a rich second generation with a net worth of tens of millions. Now you beat my boyfriend, we will call the police to hold you accountable. Li Xiaoyan said this righteously, completely different from the Li Xiaoyan who usually called Feng brother all the time. Ha! You're great, Li Xiaoyan. I've known you for so long, but I didn't know you were such a good actor. That's enough. Yifeng, I wanted to save your face, but you are shameless, so don't blame me. Look at what kind of person you are. You can't afford a bag, brand name clothes, or a large apartment. You are really good for nothing except your looks. I was really blind to fall for you. You can't afford my boyfriend's sports car in your lifetime. Don't come to me anymore. Poor guy. After Li Xian finished speaking, she returned to her delicate look and took out a tissue from her bag to wipe Huang Dao's nosebleed. Yi Feng looked at this familiar yet strange person in front of him, with mixed feelings in his heart. People's hearts are fickle, and he never thought that Li Xian, who had pursued him so hard in the past, would have such a side. Baby, let me talk to him later. The blood in Huang Dao's mouth and nose had stopped at this time. He walked a few steps to Yi Feng's side and whispered in Yi Feng's ear. Boy, are you angry? What can a useless thing like you do to me? Ah, by the way, your girlfriend is very smooth. Fuck you. The angry Yi Feng kicked Huang Dao to the ground again. Soon, sirens sounded, and Huang Dao and Li Xian recounted the entire incident with exaggeration. Yi Feng was detained for a day for causing trouble and was not released until nightfall. He returned to the rental house in a daze. It was already night, and the lights of Linhai City were on. Yi Feng sat alone on the rooftop of the rental house. Looking at the dimming lights below and the empty wine bottles beside him, a sense of frustration surged in his heart. Abandoned by his parents when he was young, fortunately he was taken in by the director of an orphanage. After graduating from university, he stayed in Linhai City to work hard and suffered a lot. I thought that with my hard-working and striving spirit, I could carve out a world of my own in Linhai City, but I underestimated the cruelty of reality and the terribleness of human nature. I thought of that girl again, wearing ragged cloth shoes with exposed toes, with a pair of bright big eyes, always saying here, "This is for you, eat it quickly." Unconsciously, Yi Feng's eyes became moist and he murmured, "Where have you been after all these years?" Bite. The most powerful consumption system is binding. Ding. Binding successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the initial spending money of 990 trillion. It has been stored in the card with the last number 7896 and can be spent at any time. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the prize. Congratulations, ding, congratulations. Ding, 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 the system has crashed and is being reorganized. The sudden voice shocked Yi Feng. System? Consumption money? Isn't this something that only the protagonist in the novel has? Could it be that I was hallucinating? SMS notification, dear user, your Huaxia bank card with the last number 7896 has been successfully transferred, and the balance is 990 trillion yuan. Looking at the text message notification on his phone, Yi Feng was stunned for a minute before he realized that this was not an auditory hallucination. This was really a system. At this moment, Yi Feng put down the bottle of wine and wanted to fly happily. He looked at the endless stream of vehicles under the rooftop and suppressed this ridiculous idea. After packing up the empty wine bottles, Yi Feng strode back to the rental house. He picked up his mobile phone again to check the balance. Only after confirming that the balance was still there did he feel relieved. My excitement gradually subsided and I began to think carefully. The system said congratulations on receiving the initial consumption funds and the system crashed and was being reorganized. Why did my system crash? At the same time, in the Linhai Huaxia Bank data center, all staff members and the president and vice president looked at the data on the screen in shock. After a long while, the president Zhang Igua said, Investigate. Investigate overtime. When did such a wealthy man appear in our Linhai City? Carefully check the source of funds and the subsequent use of funds by Mr. Yi Feng. Hey, Lin Zhongyue, you go, you must establish a good relationship with Mr. Yi as quickly as possible. Forget it, I'll go myself. Yi Feng had no idea what was happening in the bank at the time. He tossed and turned in bed until he fell into a deep sleep in the second half of the night. Chapter 2 Buying Villa Number 1 White Jade Plate. The next morning, Yi Feng was awakened by the ringing of a cell phone. Hello. Hello, is this Mr. Yi Fengye? I'm from Huaxia Bank, my name is Lin Zhongyue. Because you transferred a large amount of funds yesterday, I'm calling you to learn about the situation of this fund. When would it be convenient for you? I'll come to see you and we can have a face-to-face meeting? Oh, no problem. Let's meet at the coffee shop on Fonglin Road at 9:30. Okay, Mr. Yi, see you later. After hanging up the phone, Lin Zhongyue took a deep breath. It was the first time for her to deal with such a wealthy man. It would be a lie to say that she was not nervous. Last night, all the colleagues in the bank worked overtime to check the source of this fund, but no matter how they checked, they found no problem at all. Time passed quickly, and Lin Zhongyue arrived at the coffee shop on Fonglin Road early and waited. There were not many people in the shop at this time, and a few couples in twos and threes were chatting and laughing from time to time. After choosing a seat by the window, Lin Zhongyue picked up the information in her hand and looked at it carefully again. The information showed that Yifeng was only 25 years old, 2 years younger than herself. She really couldn't understand how such a young guy could be so rich. When Yifeng arrived at the coffee shop, he saw Lin Zhongyue sitting by the window at a glance, and his eyes lit up. Her black hair was tied up, and her delicate white face was lightly made up, with a slightly tired look. She was wearing a well-fitting black suit that tightly wrapped her chest. Under her hip skirt was a pair of straight white long legs matched with black high heels, a perfect white collar lady style. "Hello, are you Lin Zhongyue?" Lin Zhongyue, who was checking the information carefully, looked up when she heard the words, and saw a handsome man with sharp features standing in front of her. His slightly messy black hair made his face look more resolute. He was wearing a black top and a pair of washed-out jeans. For a moment, Lin Zhongyue was stunned. "Hello? Hello, you are Mr. Yifeng, right? Please take a seat." Lin Zhongyue came back to her senses and hurriedly picked up the documents on the table, a visibly blushing face appearing on her fair cheeks. Yifeng did not notice Lin Zhongyue's embarrassment. He was very nervous at the moment. With such a huge sum of money, what should he say if the relevant department came to check? After all, the collapsed system did not seem to be so reliable. "Hello, Mr. Yi, it's like this. The president of our bank was going to come and visit you in person, but due to some unexpected events, he couldn't come in person. Please forgive me." Lin Zhongyue found it funny when she thought about what happened last night. The bank president Zhang Igua fainted due to being too excited. His colleagues rushed the president to the hospital, leaving his wife and the vice president to accompany him in the hospital. So the arduous task of visiting the rich man fell on herself, the manager. "Mr. Yi, what are your plans for this fund?" "Plans? I haven't thought about it yet. Do you have any good suggestions?" A poor man suddenly becomes rich and is suddenly confused. Yifeng is in this situation now. He used to be in a hurry every day, just to make a few pieces of silver, but suddenly he has more money than he can spend in several lifetimes, and he doesn't know what to do. In that case, Mr. Yi, you can consider the zero-risk investment fund launched by our bank and... Excuse me for interrupting. Manager Lin, I don't really understand what you're talking about, investment or something like that. Besides, no investment can be risk-free. So, since you're here, I'll deposit 100 million in your bank, and I'll give you another 100 million for personal use. You can use this 100 million to make any investment you think is good. In short, you have the final say over this 100 million. If you lose, it's my fault, and if you make a profit, we'll split it in half. Give me the account, and I'll transfer the money to you now." "What, Mr. Lin, are you serious? We've only met once, why do you trust me so much?" "It's okay. You're the manager, right? I believe in your abilities and your character. I also believe you won't let me down. I'm optimistic about you." There is also the most important reason that Yifeng did not say, because he does not care. It is just 200 million. Capable people are priceless. One day in the future, he will definitely make great achievements. If there is no capable person around him, it will be difficult to accomplish great things by himself. 200 million, transfer, payment, all in one go. After Lin Zhongyue left dizzy with the huge sum of 200 million, Yifeng also stood up and left the coffee shop. The willow trees on the roadside are sprouting green buds, full of vitality. Spring is here, and all things are here again, cough cough. Yifeng was in a very good mood. The flowers and plants that he had never looked at carefully before seemed so friendly and natural in his eyes at this moment. He rode his electric scooter leisurely towards Jinyu Huafu. Jinyu Huafu is the largest and most luxurious villa complex in Linhai City. The people who live there are either rich or noble. If you want to buy a villa there, the minimum requirement is to have assets of 1 billion yuan. Arriving at the sales office, the two stone lions in front of the door are majestic and lifelike. On both sides of the red carpet stand 2 rows of sales ladies, their long white legs shining brightly and eye-catching. Welcome to Golden Domain. Golden Domain brings you the warmth of home and the care of love. As soon as he entered the hall, 2 rows of sales ladies bent down and bowed in unison, without any disdain for Yifeng riding an electric scooter. "Hello, sir. Welcome to Golden Domain. I am the sales manager, Jin Yan. Are you buying or selling a house? I'm here to see if there's a suitable house. Price is not an issue. I want the best and most expensive one. the air must be good. Hearing this, Jin Yan's eyes lit up. He was indeed a big customer. Do all these rich people like to play dumb and eat the tiger? He was dressed too ordinary. He didn't look like a rich man at all. Sir, you have come to the right place. In Linhai, everyone knows the reputation of Jinyu Huafu. Whether it is the materials, decoration, style or environment, I dare say that there is no better place than Jinyu Huafu in the whole Linhai city. Sir, look, this is villa number 3, with 8 floors, European style, dignified and majestic, surrounded by mountains at the back and facing the water in front, with a 900 square meter sky garden, which is very suitable for the elderly to grow flowers and take a walk. What do you think? Yi Feng frowned. What is this? The mountain is at the back and the water is at the front. Why does it sound so uncomfortable? Is there anything better? Money is not a problem. Well, this one, there is only number 1 that is better than this one, and this one is not sold alone, but is sold together with the 7 surrounding villas. Hearing this, Yi Feng's eyes lit up and said, Introduce me. This villa is called White Jade Plate. It is shaped like the moon and is built with the most advanced materials in the world. It has a total area of 9,700 square meters, 88 helipads, and 1,300 garages. The other 7 villas are all built with the same material and are distributed in a ring around the perimeter. It means 7 stars accompanying the moon, which means prosperity and 100 responses. Okay. That's it. Pay. Sir, you mean to say that you want to buy villa number 1? The price is very expensive, it will cost nearly 1.5 billion yuan. Well, pay. Even though Jin Yan was used to big scenes, she still couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Since the villa in building number 1 went on sale, it has attracted countless powerful people to come and see, but without exception, they were all discouraged by the horrifying price. Not only was Jin Yan surprised, but all the saleswomen in the sales department were dumbfounded. This was too much. This guy looked like he was wearing clothes worth no more than 200 yuan, and he wanted to buy this villa worth more than 1 billion yuan? Swipe the card, pay, and the transaction is successful. Amid the astonished gazes of the saleswomen, Yi Feng rode his electric donkey with the property certificate and left Jinyu Huafu, preparing to buy some cars and go to the town to pick up the old dean and the children. The old dean had worked hard all his life and devoted all his life's efforts to those poor children. Hello, Mr. Zhang, it's me, Jin Yan. I sold villa number 1. Yes, no, I'm not kidding. His name is Yi Feng. Oh, his contact information, right? Please write it down. 188. Jin Yan came back to her senses and suppressed her frantic heartbeat. She immediately informed the CEO of Jinyu Huafu that the commission alone for a villa worth 1.5 billion yuan would be tens of millions. She immediately raised her arms and called out, Sisters, I'll make arrangements for tonight, one-stop service. A group of female salesmen cheered. Chapter 3 Only children make choices, I want them all. Yi Feng rode his electric donkey all the way to the Linhai Luxury Car 4S store and was immediately attracted by the dazzling array of luxury cars. Hundreds of luxury cars such as the Sylphy Tuatara, Aston Martin 177, Lamborghini Veneno, Bugatti Veyron convertible, etc. attracted car enthusiasts from all over the world to take pictures and discuss. How can you be so shameless? You actually followed me? Just when Yi Feng was watching intently, a shrill sound was heard. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw Li Xin standing behind him with Huang Dao's arm. As he entered the room, he was attracted by the sports cars and didn't pay any attention to these two people at all. Li Xin was speechless. She didn't expect that Yi Feng, who always had a strong sense of self-esteem, would secretly follow her. In order to be with the handsome Yi Feng, she tried her best, but later she found out that Yi Feng was just a poor loser. After much difficulty, she got together with the rich man Huang Dao. After a few nights of service, Huang Dao finally agreed to buy her a luxury car worth millions. Following you? You think too highly of yourself. Yi Feng glanced at Li Xin coldly, feeling indescribable disgust for this woman. Ha, boy, you followed me so you don't even dare to admit it? As long as you beg me, I will allow you to kneel down and kiss her feet. Ha ha ha. Huang Dao smiled maliciously. Dare you hit me? Humph, I, Huang Dao, will make you wish you were dead or alive. Don't you love this woman? Ha, I will let you watch how your beloved woman pleases me in front of you. Baby, my shoes are dirty, you know what to do, right? Hearing this, Li Xin said with difficulty, This is not good. There are people all around here. When you get back, they will serve you well. Okay? Shut up, you're just a pet of mine. If you don't want to, just leave. Humph, don't even think about getting a penny. Okay, fine, I'll do it. I'll do it. After Li Xian finished speaking, ignoring the contemptuous looks from the people around him, he slowly knelt down and carefully cleaned Huang Dao's leather shoes with his tongue. Two idiots. Yi Feng just glanced at the two of them and ignored them. No matter what she did, it was all her own fault. From now on, she would have nothing to do with him, Yi Feng. Hello, sir. I'm Li Gang, the salesperson. What car do you like? I'll recommend it to you. At this time, a male salesman came to Yi Feng and said that he had seen everything that happened before, and he was full of contempt for the woman who had no bottom line. However, this was someone else's private matter, and he, a salesman, couldn't say much. Oh, can he afford a car here? You are so nosy. I will tell your manager to get you out of here. Huang Dao smiled coldly and threatened. Hearing this, the salesperson's eyes flashed with panic, but he still said politely, Sir, it is your right to complain, but serving customers is my job. Please don't interfere with my work, or I will call security. After saying that, he ignored Huang Dao's angry face and walked to the other side with Yi Feng. Yi Feng looked at the salesman approvingly. He was not very old, probably in his early 20s, and asked, He threatened you so much, aren't you afraid? To be honest, I'm not afraid of him. He looks like a domineering rich second generation. In Sister Lu's words, he doesn't cause trouble when there's nothing to do, but he's not afraid of trouble when there's trouble. With Sister Lu here in this store, he can't cause any trouble. By the way, sir, what kind of car do you like? I'll recommend it to you. It doesn't matter whether you buy it or not. Let's get to know each other first. The cafeteria is about to open for dinner. I'll take you there later. Today we have spare ribs and minced meat and eggplant. Li Gang looked at Yi Feng, who was dressed in plain clothes, and felt more sympathy in his heart. He could see that his girlfriend was in love with the rich second generation. He was unwilling or reluctant to let go, so he followed him. He didn't expect that the hateful rich second generation would let the girl do that. Killing is not enough, this rich second generation has gone too far. Buy them. I like all the cars you have here. I'll take them all. What? You want all of them? Li Gang, who was thinking wildly, opened his mouth wide and asked in disbelief. Sir, you want all of them? These are hundreds of top-of-the-line sports cars. Yes, you heard me right. Let's go and pay now, and then you arrange for someone to deliver all the cars to Golden Domain. Let's go. Sir, please wait a moment. I need to inform our boss about this important matter. That's the Sister Lu I mentioned. Okay, go ahead. Not long after, a Koenigsegg sports car stopped in front of the 4S store. A woman wearing a windbreaker, leather pants and sunglasses got out of the car and walked straight towards Yi Feng. Sister Lu, what brings you here? Sister Lu, I'm Zhang Tao from Xinglong Group. I'd like to invite you to dinner. Would you please honor me? Sister Lu. Facing the enthusiasm of the people around her, Lu Qing responded with a smile. At the same time, she was also curious about who dared to boast that he would buy all the cars in one go. Soon, her eyes were fixed on Yi Feng, who was beside Li Gang. Hello, I'm Lu Qing, the manager of this store. What's your name? Lu Qing stretched out her hand and looked at Yi Feng. Yi Feng was also looking at the woman in front of him. He had to say that Lu Qing was really beautiful. Her black hair was wavy and scattered behind her head. Her fair and smooth face had a pair of peach blossom eyes. She was beautiful and charming. She was wearing a white windbreaker and a pair of black over-the-knee high-heeled boots under her tight leather pants. If the full score was 10, Lu Qing could get at least 8.5 points. The only thing that lowered the score was Lu Qing's emerald green nail polish, which Yi Feng didn't like so much. Hello, Manager Lu. Just call me Yi Feng. Yi Feng spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly, without any disrespectful behavior towards the other party just because she was a beauty. Mr. Yi, you're too polite. If you don't mind, just call me Sister Lu. Please follow me. Following Lu Qing all the way to the office, Lu Qing put all the vehicle information and vehicle driving licenses on the desk, a total of 153 books. Mr. Yi, here are all the vehicle information and certificates of our store. After Mr. Yi pays, our store will handle the license plates for all the vehicles, and I will personally bring people to deliver them to Mr. Yi. As for the price, there are a total of 153 top-level luxury cars, and the prices are clearly marked on the information. The total amount is 11.2 billion. I will make the decision and erase 200 million from you. Mr. Yi, you only need to pay 11 billion. After Lu Qing finished speaking, she narrowed her eyes slightly. Although she was being very polite at the moment, once she was sure that Yifeng could not come up with the money, then she, Lu Qing, would make Yifeng pay a heavy price. She, Lu Qing, did not get the position of store manager by being polite in everything. In the top circle were all kinds of people mixed together. If you did not have some solid skills, you would be eaten up by others without leaving a bone. Okay. Swipe the card. Swipe the card, pay. 11 billion arrives quickly. Lu Qing sees the payment slip. Her heart is in turmoil under her calm face. She really wants to ask this boy in front of her, who is dressed so plainly, where did you get the money? 11 billion, not 1.1 million. I'm afraid that even the richest man in Linhai can't take out so much money at once. Even if he can take out so much money, he can't pack it all up like buying vegetables. It seems that Linhai City is really going to change. But her status did not allow her to lose her composure. Although she had 100,000 questions in her mind, she still spoke calmly. Mr. Yi is really generous. I have been in the industry for so many years, but I have never met anyone as generous as Mr. Yi. There is a dance party the day after tomorrow. I wonder if Mr. Yi has time. Okay, since Sister Lu thinks highly of me, I will go with her then. After a little thought, Yifeng agreed. Although he was not short of money at the moment, his foundation in Linhai City was weak. It might be a good thing to get to know some powerful people in the circle. Chapter 4. You are such an ignorant woman, so pathetic. Okay, here's the invitation. I'll pick you up then. Lu Qing smiled and put the dance invitation in Yifeng's hand. Well, Sister Lu, I won't bother you anymore. I'll go back first. Okay, I'll take you there. After the two men left the office, Yifeng randomly picked a convertible Bugatti, put on the temporary license plate brought by the salesperson, got into the car, and started the ignition. Yifeng got his driver's license when he was in college. The roar of the sports car immediately made people excited. Amid the amazed and envious expressions of a group of people, he slowly drove out of the 4S store. How can a poor boy like him afford a luxury car? No, it's impossible. This scene shocked Huang Dao and Li Xin, especially Li Xin. She would never believe that Yifeng could afford a car, let alone a top luxury car. Perhaps Yifeng just made some deal with the 4S store and asked them to put on a show for him so that he would change his mind. Thank you all for visiting and supporting us. It is because of your support that our store has been able to do better and better. But today, I may disappoint you a little, because just now, all the vehicles in our store were purchased by Mr. Yi. Yes, all the vehicles. To express our apology, I have specially prepared good wine and food in the cafeteria. I hope you can enjoy your meal. Lu Qing opened her mouth and these words instantly exploded among the crowd like a depth charge. What? Sold them all? Oh my God. Who is Mr. Yi? How come I have never heard of such a person in Linjiang City? Wow, wow. Sisters, this is a very rich man. If we can get close to him, we will never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of our lives. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Xin screamed hysterically. If Yifeng really bought a car, she would accept it. Maybe it was because Yifeng borrowed a loan to save face and then paid the down payment. But it was absolutely impossible for him to buy all the cars at once. Huang Dao was also dumbfounded, with a vague feeling of uneasiness. Although he was arrogant and domineering, he was not stupid. There was no need for the 4S store to act and deceive customers, let alone her Lu Qing. If it was true, thinking of this, Huang Dao felt his legs and feet go weak. It's over this time. Impossible. How can a poor loser like him afford all these cars? All these cars together must cost hundreds of millions, right? I know, Yifeng must have given you money to unite and cheat me, right? Tell Yifeng to give up on this idea. My boyfriend. Shut the fuck up. Before Li Xin could finish speaking, Huang Dao slapped Li Xin in the face. Honey, why did you hit me? Get lost. You are the woman who caused me all this. Get lost now. Don't let me see you again. Li Xin was stunned. She had never seen Huang Dao lose his temper like this. At this time, Lu Qing, who had been watching the show, came over and said, "Little sister, although I don't know what happened to you, have you ever heard the saying, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't despise the young and poor? You, pathetic." After saying this, he ignored Li Xian, who was in a daze, and turned to go to the office on the second floor. "It's all because of you, damn woman. Get out." Huang Dao kicked Li Xian to the ground and walked out of the 4S store in a hurry. He had to find a way to make up for it. He couldn't bear the anger from the rich man. It was all because of that woman who seduced him openly and secretly. If it weren't for her, how could he have offended such a big boss? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He turned around and went back to the store and kicked Li Xian a few more times before getting in his Ferrari and leaving quickly. I'm dying of laughter. This woman really deserves it. Yes, I licked the shoes of that rich second generation before. So exciting? By the way, have you heard that the owner of the Golden Domain White Jade Plate is also surnamed Yi? Could it be this Mr. Yi? What? The White Jade Plate was actually sold? Li Xian fell to the ground in despair. Facing the sneers and ridicules of the people around him, he felt like a needle piercing his heart. "Yi Feng, is this your punishment for me? Why didn't you tell me that you had money? Why didn't you even give me a bag? Are you testing me?" Thinking of this, Li Xian seemed to suddenly wake up and quickly took out his mobile phone to call Yi Feng. "Sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later." The phone was blocked? Yi Feng, who was driving, heard his cell phone ringing. He pulled the car over to the side of the road, picked up the phone, saw that it was an unfamiliar number, and pressed the answer button. "Hello? Is this Mr. Yi? I'm Lin Zhongyue, this is my personal number. Do you have time? I'd like to meet you to discuss investment matters." Lin Zhongyue's small hands, which were holding the phone at this moment, were covered with sweat. During this period of time, that face always appeared unconsciously in her mind. Every time that face appeared, the corners of her mouth would slightly curl up. "I'm afraid it won't be possible these days. I need to go to town. I'll contact you in a few days. As for the investment, you can decide for yourself. I'll drive first. That's it for now. Beep. You bastard, I'm not done yet." Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Lin Zhongyue pouted, put the phone on the bed, picked up Yifeng's information and looked at Yifeng's photo on it. The reason why Yifeng was in a hurry to hang up the phone was that the scene in front of him made him very angry. A group of teenagers were punching and kicking a little girl of 4 or 5 years old. The little girl was barefoot, wearing tattered clothes, with a chubby face full of dirt, and her little hands tightly grasped half a piece of dough covered with mud. "Stop it! What are you doing, you little bastards?" Yifeng shouted loudly, quickly opened the car door and rushed over, drove away the group of boys, and pulled the little girl up. "Thank you, big brother." The little girl looked at Yifeng and spoke timidly. "You're welcome. What's your name? How old are you?" Yifeng asked gently, looking at the little girl. Yifeng remembered that when he was a child, he also had no food to eat every day. There were many children in the orphanage, and he could only eat pork during the Chinese New Year. "My name is Tuanchuan, Xian Tuanchuan, and I'm 4 years old. Brother asks you, where are your family members?" "In the hospital, my grandmother and I came from the village to see a doctor, but Tuanchuan had no money and my grandmother's illness was not cured." As the little girl was talking, tears started falling. Yifeng picked up the little girl, wiped away her tears, put her in the passenger seat of the car, and considerately fastened her seatbelt. "Don't be afraid, Tuanchuan, do you know which hospital Grandma is in? Let's go see her now." "Yes, it's in front of us, Hongshan Hospital." "Okay, it's ready, let's go." Chapter 5, BMW 5 Series? Very valuable? Smash it. Driving smoothly all the way, other vehicles have to give way. This is the advantage of a luxury car. After parking the car in the hospital parking lot, Yifeng took Tuanchuan to the elevator. After asking, he found Tuanchuan's grandmother's ward. When he opened the door, he saw an old woman with gray hair and a bony figure lying on the bed. There was a bowl of cold white porridge at the bedside. "Tuanchuan, is that you, Tuanchuan? Where have you been? Grandma is worried about you." "Young man, who are you?" Hearing the noise, Tuanchuan's grandmother turned her head with difficulty and looked at the little Tuanchuan in front of her, her weathered face full of doting. "Old man, my name is Yifeng. I met Tuan Tuan on the road. This child is very well behaved and sensible. Yes, my child is very well behaved, but I am a useless old woman. Tuan Chuan's grandmother raised her hand, touched Tuan Chuan's little hand lovingly, and a line of turbid tears flowed out. Don't cry, Grandma. Tuan Chuan can earn money by picking up bottles now. Look, Tuan Chuan will definitely be able to earn 300,000 yuan to cure Grandma's illness. As she spoke, Xiao Tuan Chuan took out a few crumpled $1 bills from her tattered clothes. These were the money she had earned from picking up bottles over the past few days, although she knew that this money was far from enough for the 300,000 yuan that the nurse mentioned. This scene was truly touching. Even though Yifeng had seen the fickleness of human nature since childhood, tears still welled up in his eyes. Tuan Tuan, do you want to cure Grandma's illness? Give your brother the money you earn, and he will help you pass it on to the nurse, so that Grandma's illness can be cured. Yifeng squatted in front of Tuan Tuan, looking like a weird uncle who was trying to trick a little girl into giving him pocket money. Really? Can Grandma's illness really be cured? But Tuan Chuan doesn't make enough money. Xiao Tuan Chuan felt aggrieved. Don't worry, little one. I'll leave the rest to you. You stay here with Grandma. I'll be back soon. Yifeng left the ward with Xiao Tuan Chuan's $4.50 in his hand. He found the nurse and learned through questioning that Tuan Chuan's grandmother had cancer, but fortunately it was benign and there was a high chance of recovery through surgery. He immediately paid 1 million yuan and asked the hospital to arrange the best ward and nurse. After everything was arranged, he returned to the ward. Big brother, you're back. Can Grandma's illness be cured? When Xiao Tuan Chuan saw Yifeng coming back, she excitedly ran over from the hospital bed and asked anxiously with her big round eyes. Don't worry, Tuan Chuan, Grandma will get better soon. Tuan Chuan, go play outside for a while your brother talks to Grandma, okay? Tuan Chuan looked at his grandmother with some concern. Go, kid, don't run too far. When Xiao Tuan Chuan left the room, Tuan Chuan's grandmother said, Thank you, young man, for giving the child hope. Don't worry, old man. I've already asked the doctor. Your disease is benign and you will recover after surgery. I've already arranged everything. Don't worry. Also, I want to ask, why are you so seriously ill and haven't seen Tuan Chuan's parents? Yifeng asked with some curiosity. Oh, poor child. When Tuan Chuan was a little over 1 year old, his parents had an accident at work and both died. He has been with me for the past few years and has suffered a lot. It's all because of me, an old useless woman. Don't be too sad, old man. Take care of yourself. Don't worry about anything. I have arranged all the hospital expenses. You just need to cooperate with the doctor and actively receive treatment. If you trust me during this period, let Tuan Chuan stay with me. Don't worry, I will never let her suffer any grievances. That's not possible. It's fine to let Tuan Chuan follow you. You are a good man, young man. I can see that at a glance. But I can't waste money on my old bones. As long as Tuan Chuan can be safe, I will die with my eyes closed. Grandma Tuan Chuan struggled to get up, and Yifeng rushed forward to comfort her. At this moment, there was a noise outside the door. When the door was opened, a heavily made-up woman was pointing and talking at Tuan Chuan, who was huddled in the corner. Where did you come from, you stinky beggar? Hurry up and give it to me. You are too young to learn how to steal from others. Xiao Tuan Chuan huddled in the corner nervously, looking anxious. I didn't steal it, I really didn't steal it. Hey, you stinky dinner, you really want me to take off your clothes, right? Put your chicken feet down. Yifeng strode forward, slapped away the heavily made-up woman's hand, and picked up Tuan Tuan from the corner. What's going on? Yifeng asked. Hey, you're pretty handsome, right? Who are you to her? This kid stole my BMW keys, get her to hand them over. Zhao Weiwei's eyes lit up. Although the young man in front of her was not dressed well, he was really handsome. She liked him very much. Steal your car keys? You believe that? What's the point of a kid like that stealing car keys? I didn't steal it, brother, believe me, Tuan Chuan really didn't steal that aunt's car keys. Tuan Chuan said nervously in Yifeng's arms. Brother said that from now on, I will never let you suffer any grievances again. Yifeng touched Xiao Tuan Chuan's little head and said lovingly. Old man, we are leaving now. We will come to see you in 2 days. Come, follow me. This is a BMW, right? After Yifeng finished speaking, he carried Xiao Tuanchuan out of the hospital and took the elevator to the underground parking lot. When they arrived at the parking lot, Yifeng asked, "Which one is your BMW?" When Zhao Weiwei heard this, she thought, "Oh man. No matter how handsome you are still my plaything. Hey, that's the BMW 5 Series. Have you ever seen such a nice car? But if you want to get in my car, you can't bring that little beggar with you. It's so dirty. Tuan Tuan, stand further away." Yifeng put Xiao Tuan Tuan down, walked to a corner of the parking lot, picked up an iron rod, came to Zhao Weiwei's BMW 5 Series, and started smashing it with the rod. Bang! Crash! Ah! Ding ding ding! All of a sudden, there was a sound of shattering car windows, screams, and vehicle alarms. You dare to smash my car!" Screaming, Zhao Weiwei quickly took out her cell phone and dialed a number. "Hello, husband, my car was smashed in the hospital parking lot. It's at Hongshan Hospital, come here quickly, he wants to beat me up." Huang Dao, who was extremely depressed at this time, listened to his wife's crying voice on the phone, and suddenly became angry. "Smash the car! You dare to smash my car? Just wait, I'll be there soon. What did you go to the hospital for?" Oh, my stomach is just uncomfortable, please come here quickly." After hanging up the phone, Zhao Weiwei looked at Yifeng, who was still smashing the car, put her hands on her hips and said, "Just wait. My husband will be here soon. Everyone in Linhai knows my husband's name." Yifeng ignored Zhao Weiwei's words, and the iron rod in his hand flew around, smashing a BMW 5 Series beyond recognition. More than 10 minutes later, a sharp brake sound came from the parking lot, and a Porsche sports car stopped not far away. Huang Dao in the car was stunned. "Fuck it. This isn't him, is it? How did this bitch offend him again? No, this guy is not to be trifled with, run. I'll try to ease the relationship another time when I have a chance." Before Huang Dao turned around, Zhao Weiwei found Huang Dao. "Honey, I'm here. Huang Dao, don't come over here." Huang Dao had no choice but to get out of the car and glared at Zhao Weiwei. He was really fed up with this wife. If it weren't for the fact that Zhao Weiwei's father had some status in the business world, he would have married her long ago. Yifeng was also surprised. He didn't expect that Huang Dao actually had a wife. Didn't Li Xin know that he had a wife? Then he shook his head. Why think so much? Whether that woman lived or died in the future had nothing to do with him. Mr. Yi, it's me. We just met not long ago. Please don't hold grudges against us. Just ignore us. It was Li Xin who seduced me. I was wrong. Please don't hold grudges against me." At this time, Huang Dao bowed and slapped himself hard. "Husband, what are you doing? He smashed my car, not me smashed his car." Zhao Weiwei was shocked. Is this still the Huang Dao who usually thinks Tian is the boss and he is second to him? Shut up and apologize to Mr. Yi. Huang Dao wanted to punch this woman to death. How could she have no manners? Yifeng smiled coldly and said, "BMW 5 Series? Very expensive? I'll pay you whatever you want. But what about your wife framing my sister? Well, why don't you apologize to Mr. Yi's sister?" Huang Dao pushed Zhao Weiwei. She absolutely didn't dare to hit Zhao Weiwei, otherwise her father-in-law would definitely not let her see the sun tomorrow. "Okay, I'm sorry." Zhao Weiwei apologized reluctantly and turned to walk to Huang Dao's car. Well, you are such a great man, please forgive me for my mistakes." Yifeng glanced at Huang Dao. At this time, Huang Dao no longer had the arrogance he had on the street. He bent down and lowered his head like a dog trying to please his master. He turned around, picked up Xiao Tuanchuan and placed her on the passenger seat, then drove out of the parking lot. There were more important things to do, and there would be plenty of time to deal with this bully later. Huang Dao bowed and smiled, watching Yifeng drive away with the little girl. His smiling face immediately turned sinister. At this time, Zhao Weiwei also got out of the car with the car key of the BMW 5 Series in her hand. "I originally wanted to extort some money, but I didn't expect this to happen." "Hubby, who is he? Why is he including you?" "I don't know, but what is certain is that we can't afford to offend this person openly. He bought all the cars in Lu Qing's store today. Moreover, according to gossip, the person who bought the Jinyu Huafu Mingyu plate is also named Ji." I suspect it is the same person. Go back and ask Dad to investigate carefully. If he really has no background, then his money. Chapter 6 You Can Do Great Things. After leaving the hospital, Yifeng looked at the well-behaved little Tuanchuan sitting in the passenger seat and felt in a very good mood. Xiao Tuanchuan, I'm going to tell you a joke. If you ignore me today, I'll go to another barber shop tomorrow. Ahaha, how about it, isn't it funny? Yifeng was laughing when he felt something was wrong. He turned around and saw the little guy looking at him with a confused expression. Ahem, that's a little unfunny. Let me tell you another one. When I was 10 years old, my physical education teacher told me, if you exercise for an hour every day for 50 years, you can live to be 60. How about that, isn't it funny? The two chatted all the way to Jingyue Huafu and drove into the villa area under the escort of security guards. I have to say, a villa worth 1.5 billion can't be described as luxurious, it is really luxurious. It looks like a fairy courtyard, like a dream. The white jade plate in the air is like the bright moon in the sky, with water pouring down from the sky garden, raising misty clouds, like a fairyland. Brother, is this your home? It's so big and beautiful. That one looks like the moon in the sky. So big and white. Xiao Tuanchuan's thin body curled up in Yifeng's arms, staring at the big villa in front of him with curiosity with her bright big eyes. It's my home, and it's Tuan's home too. Holding Tuanchuan in his arms, he came to the room and saw a luxurious scene. Standing in front of the French windows on the top floor, he could see most of Linhai City. Seeing little Tuanchuan running around happily in the villa, Yifeng suddenly felt that this was the first time in so many years that he was so happy. Looking at Xiao Tuanchuan, Yifeng knew that Tuanchuan was just a microcosm. There were thousands of Tuanchuans in the world. They were hungry, poor, and even desperate. He had no energy before, but now that he had the system, he would spend his whole life helping them. Let everyone in this world have enough food. The road ahead is long and arduous, so let's take it step by step. Looking at the empty villa, he picked up his cell phone and called Jin Yan, the sales manager of Jingyue Huafu. At this time, Jin Yan was happily watching soap operas in her bed. After selling Villa Number 1, the boss held a celebration party for her and gave her a 200 million yuan reward. From a white-collar worker with a monthly income of 30,000 to 40,000 yuan, she became a person with a net worth of over 100 million yuan. And this was just the reward. The commission for the villa was at least 10 billion yuan. If she worked harder, it would not be impossible for her to be worth over 10 billion yuan in a few years. And all this was because of that handsome young man. Ding-ling-ling. The ringing of a phone call interrupted Jin Yan's thoughts. She picked up the phone and jumped out of bed in an instant, without even having time to put on her silk pajamas, because the note on the phone was Big Boss. Hello, Big Boss, no, hello Mr. Yi, hello. Hello, Manager Jean, this is the case. I have moved to the villa now, but it is very quiet here. I would like to ask if you can recommend some servants, security guards, and chefs? Yifeng was a little surprised after he finished speaking. What Big Boss? On the other side, Jin Yan suppressed her pounding heart and adjusted her tone and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. I was negligent. We do provide such a service. How about this, Mr. Yi? Do you think it's convenient for you now? Can I bring the personnel information and have an interview with you? Okay, come over here. How long will it take you to get here? It will only take an hour, Mr. Yi. After hanging up the phone, Jin Yan breathed a sigh of relief and immediately went to the closet to change clothes. Yifeng took Xiao Tuanchuan out of the villa and went to the nearest shopping mall to buy some beautiful clothes for her. When they arrived at the mall, Xiao Tuanchuan held Yifeng's finger with her little hand and looked around curiously. Many clothes were so beautiful. Yifeng was also observing Xiao Tuanchuan. Whenever she looked at a piece of clothing for more than 3 seconds, he would immediately ask the waiter to pack it up, and then leave her address for the waiter to deliver it to her door. In this way, the two of them, one big and one small, quickly left the mall with their bags, in no more than 40 minutes. There was no way, Yifeng didn't like shopping. Looking at the bags in the car, Yifeng felt a little regretful. This car was good in every way except that the space was too small and could not hold many things. The things he took out were less than 1/20th of the things he bought, but they filled up the entire car. After returning to the villa and checking the time, Jin Yan should be here soon. After filling the bathtub with water for Xiao Tuanchuan, the phone in the living room rang. It was Jin Yan who arrived, and the security guard called and needed confirmation before letting her in. After a while, Jin Yen arrived in a hurry. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Yi. Here is the personnel information for you to take a look at. Yi Feng took the information, poured a glass of water for Jin Yen, glanced at the 2 waves on Jin Yan's chest that were about to burst out, and thought, this person is good, he will achieve great things in the future. Please take a seat. The profiles have very comprehensive information about the personnel, from full body photos to education, height, weight, and even whether they are single. Chefs, maids, bodyguards, security guards, florists, masseurs, etc. are all available. Very good, the information is very comprehensive. I don't want this and this, but keep the others. There were 122 people on the personnel list, and Yi Feng eliminated 2 bodyguards who looked shifty. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll notify them and ask them to come over now. After Jin Yan's notification, Yi Feng said, Manager Jin, could you please help me go to the bathroom to check on my sister? I'm a little worried about her taking a bath alone. Okay, Mr. Yi. Jin Yan smiled and walked into the bathroom. As soon as she entered, she saw a cute little girl blowing bubbles in the bathtub, giggling from time to time. Ah! Who are you? Xiao Tuanchuan said in surprise when she saw a stranger suddenly appear in the bathroom. I'm your brother's friend, just call me Sister Jean, baby, can I help you take a bath? Yi Feng was listening outside, and soon laughter was heard from the bathroom. Ding ling ling. Hello? Mr. Yi, I'm the security guard. There's a big bus outside the villa. They said they're here to apply for a job. Can you let them in? Let them in. After hanging up the phone, Yi Feng suddenly remembered a popular saying on the internet. I am a security guard, protecting the safety of the area. I like the owner Xiaodan. I heard that Xiaodan likes to eat cookies, so I bought some bear cookies. I gave them to Xiaodan in person, but Xiaodan thought I was shabby and knocked over my cookies. Just as she was thinking about it, Jin Yan came out of the bathroom carrying Xiao Tuan, who had changed into new clothes. At this time, the servants and security guards outside the door also arrived. Wow, that's really impressive. Wow, is he the owner of this villa? He's so handsome. No, I'm in love. Everyone was whispering, looking at the villa and the handsome owner in front of them. Everyone, please be quiet. Let me introduce you. This is the owner of the White Jade Plate, Mr. Yi Fengye. This is Mr. Ye's sister. Hello, Mr. Yi. After Jin Yan finished speaking, everyone bowed and greeted each other. Yi Feng stood up and said, Everyone, you will be working here from now on. Don't be shy and just treat this place like your home. There are currently housekeeping, logistics, security, and health departments in the villa. You can elect the heads of each department. The rest of you can go to the Sky Garden and rest for a while. After saying that, Yi Feng sat on the sofa and looked at everyone. Soon, after a discussion, everyone nominated suitable candidates. In addition to the selected few people, others went to the Sky Garden one after another. Hello, Mr. Yi, my name is Wu Mengyao, and I am the head of the housekeeping department. Mr. Yi, my name is Niu Air, and I'm the Minister of Security. Mr. Yi, my name is Jing Xiyin, and I'm the head of logistics. Looking at the ministers in front of him, Yi Feng was very satisfied, especially the Minister of Housekeeping Department, who looked like a person who could accomplish great things. Okay, everyone, assign the personnel later and hand me the personnel information of each department. As for the salary and benefits, all personnel will receive 5 times the salary noted on your list. Get busy, everyone. Soon everyone dispersed. Yi Feng looked at Jin Yan, who was wearing a professional suit, and said, Manager Jin, are you interested in being my housekeeper? As you can see, I can't handle everything by myself, so I really need a smart and capable helper. You can name your salary. Chapter 7 She. Still here. What? Butler? Jin Yan was shocked. This happiness came too suddenly. She was just thinking about how to hold on to this young and handsome man. Is it going to come true so soon? Yes, Manager Jin, please think about it. If you have any conditions, you can propose them. Yi Feng smiled and said that he was too busy to be in 2 places at once, and he really needed a smart and capable person to take care of everything inside and outside the villa for him, and Jin Yan was the first choice. No problem, Mr. Yi. Since Mr. Yi thinks highly of me, Jin Yan will definitely not let Mr. Yi down. Seeing Jin Yan agreed, Yi Feng felt relieved. He was really afraid that Jin Yan would refuse. After all, There was no better candidate than Jean Yen at the moment. Okay, Manager Jean, don't call me Mr. Yi anymore. Just call me Yi Feng. I'll call you Sister Jean. After handing over all matters inside and outside the villa to Jean Yen, he transferred another 50 million to Jean Yen for daily expenses of the villa. Then he took Xiao Tuanchuan out of the villa, and the two of them got into the convertible Bugatti and set off for the orphanage in the town. Xingfu Orphanage is located in Xingfu Town, Linhai City. The old director is 78 years old this year. Since his wife passed away, his health has been getting worse and worse. He often sits alone under an old tree in the orphanage in a daze. The happy orphanage now has more than 60 children, the oldest is 11 or 12 years old, and the youngest is only 2 or 3 years old. It barely survives with the help of kind-hearted people in the society, providing these homeless children with a place to shelter from the wind and rain. After several hours' journey, Yi Feng brought Xiao Tuanchuan to the gate of the orphanage. Looking at the mottled and rusty words on the gate, he felt mixed emotions. If it weren't for the old director taking him in, if it weren't for this orphanage sheltering him from the wind and rain, he would have frozen to death on the street long ago. Brother, why are you crying? Xiao Tuanchuan took Yi Feng's hand and asked in a soft voice. Brother didn't cry, it was the wind that blew. Come on, brother will take you home, this is brother's childhood home. Squeak! The rusty iron gate made a harsh sound, and a group of children were running and jumping around. Teacher Mu, can I really be a scientist when I grow up? Mr. Mu, the candy you brought us is so sweet. Is it expensive? Teacher Mu, I want to be as beautiful as you when I grow up. A young woman in a floral dress was squatting in the middle of the yard, gently wiping the face of a little girl with a painted face. When she heard the voice, she stood up and asked. You? Yi Feng looked at the woman in front of him, and his heart seemed to be hit hard by a heavy hammer. The tears in his eyes could no longer be suppressed and burst out. The woman in front of him was Mu Wanru, who grew up with him. That year, Yi Feng was 16 years old and Mu Wanru was 15 years old. It was also the saddest year for the orphanage. The children had not had any rice soup for several days. Yi Feng took the skinny Mu Wanru out secretly to the construction site to push sand and move bricks. Their hands were covered with blisters and they wore tattered cloth shoes with exposed toes. After work in the evening, they used the money they earned to buy some of the cheapest rice and cook it into rice soup to share with other children. When Yi Feng was in college, he always received some packages without senders. Inside were loose change, clean men's clothes, and unsigned letters. The content of the letters had not changed over the years. Study hard, don't worry, everything is fine. Yi Feng knew that they were all sent by Mu Wanru. Over the years, Mu Wanru seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, and no matter how hard I looked, I couldn't find her. Are you okay? How come you're still crying like a child after all these years? It's so embarrassing. Although Mu Wanru said this, the tears in her eyes, her clenched hands, and her trembling body all proved the excitement and emotions deep in her heart. Wanru, I won't. I won't let you disappear again, absolutely not. Yi Feng smiled, but he couldn't control the tears in his eyes. He took a few steps forward and hugged Mu Wanru tightly in his arms. A group of children also ran away tactfully. Wanru, where have you been all these years? Do you know how much I miss you? Why don't you want to see me? Yi Feng's voice choked with sobs. Looking at Mu Wanru's thin face, his heart was filled with heartache. When she heard that she had been admitted to the university, Mu Wanru gave up the opportunity to go to university and disappeared in the crowd. Except for the packages she often received, there was no news about her. She must have suffered a lot over the years. I went to see you. It snowed heavily that winter. You were standing on the roadside holding a lunchbox. Mu Wanru spoke. That year, she went to Linhai City just to see him. After standing in the wind and snow for a day and a night, she finally saw Yi Feng. She wanted to step forward excitedly, but saw Yi Feng handing the lunchbox in his hand to a fashionable girl. At that moment, she stopped missing him. Looking at the coarse cotton jacket she was wearing and then at the down jacket the girl next to Yi Feng was wearing, Mu Wanru slowly turned around and disappeared into the snowy night. I'm sorry. Give me another chance. I will never let you suffer any injustice again in this life. Mu Wanru raised her eyes and looked at the man in front of her who made her miss him for countless days and nights. Her suppressed emotions finally burst out. You bastard, you son of a bitch. I worked so hard to earn money to pay for your tuition, but you bastard. Ahem, Xiao Feng, you're back. The old dean came over tremblingly with a cane. Yifeng and Mu Wanru hurriedly wiped away their tears and helped the old dean to his seat. It's me, old dean. I'm back to pick you up. Yifeng held the old director's hand tightly, looking at the old director who had worked hard all his life for the children in the orphanage, and he was filled with awe in his heart. It was this old man in his twilight years who raised hundreds of poor children throughout his life and devoted all his life's efforts to the children. After chatting with the old dean for a while, he finally called Lu Qing. Sister Lu, I'm Yifeng. Please send all my cars to the Happy Orphanage, and send a few buses. On the other side, Lu Qing made arrangements immediately after hanging up the phone. Since Yifeng bought all the vehicles in her store, she checked Yifeng's information as soon as possible. When she learned that Yifeng bought the white jade plate of Villa No. 1 for 1.5 billion, she immediately made up her mind that if she could get in touch with such a big boss even a little bit, her status in Linhai City would increase rapidly. After Yifeng and Mu Wanru sent the old dean back to the room, they sat on the stools and Yifeng asked, "Where have you been all these years? I can't find you. Being a kindergarten teacher is for making money, but then you use the money to support an ungrateful person." Mu Wanru rolled her eyes and said unhappily. She pinched Yifeng's leg hard. Seeing Yifeng grimacing in pain, she rubbed Yifeng's leg with heartache. He. Yifeng smiled foolishly and held Mu Wanru's hand, refusing to let go. Who is that child? Your daughter? She's very cute, but doesn't look like you at all. Someone must have framed you, ha ha ha. Mu Wanru laughed out loud. Although she felt a little sad, she felt inexplicably comfortable when she saw Yifeng's frustrated look. No, her name is Tuanchuan. She is also a poor child. Her parents died in an accident and her grandmother is sick, so I brought her with me. After hearing Tuanchuan's pitiful experience, Mu Wanru gently picked up little Tuanchuan, took out a comb and carefully combed the little guy's hair. Brother, is this sister your girlfriend? She's so beautiful. Xiao Tuanchuan asked, blinking her big eyes. No, this is not my brother's girlfriend. Yifeng explained. Hearing this, Mu Wanru's eyes flashed with disappointment, but she quickly concealed it and said, Who wants to be this guy's girlfriend? Hey, it's my wife. Her name is Mu Wanru, and she's my brother's wife. She'll be your sister-in-law from now on. After saying that, Yifeng gave Mu Wanru a big kiss on the face. Ah! Shame on you, brother. Little Tuanchuan covered her face with her chubby little hands and watched secretly through the gaps between her two little fingers. Ding ding ding. A roar of vehicles was heard, and after Yifeng took Xiao Tuanchuan from Mu Wanru's arms, he and Mu Wanru came to the gate of the orphanage together. Not far away, a convoy of luxury sports cars was heading towards the orphanage. It attracted countless attention along the way, and anchors from major short video platforms filmed and reported. More than 100 luxury sports cars. It is impossible to easily see them in the entire Linhai City, let alone this small town of Xingfu. For a time, countless people followed the convoy from a distance, and at this time, a stormy wave also appeared on the internet. It quickly occupied the hot searches on major platforms. Shocked. A convoy of more than 150 top luxury sports cars appeared in Xingfu town. The license plate of the first car was. It is reported that a mysterious figure suddenly appeared in Xingfu town. According to reliable sources, the mysterious figure is a son-in-law of a certain family who concealed his identity. When the time came, the son-in-law gave an order and the patriarchs of the major families rushed to the town. Chapter 8 Return Home. Under the gazes and attention of countless people, the supercar team slowly stopped at the entrance of the Happy Orphanage. Lu Qing got out of the car, walked straight to Yifeng, and said, Mr. Yi, according to your request, the vehicles have already arrived. Is this your girlfriend? Lu Qing took off her sunglasses and smiled politely at Mu Wanru. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Lu. I asked you to come all this way in person. Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend Mu Wanru, and this is Sister Lu Qing. Yifeng started talking, and the two girls quickly became familiar with each other. Old Dean, let's go see how the children are cleaning up. Yifeng supported the old director. He had previously told the children in the orphanage that they didn't need to bring anything, but the children had deep feelings for everything in the orphanage. A total of 63 children packed their bags, large and small, and lined up consciously. The younger children were held by the older children. Looking at Yifeng and those beautiful cars that they had never seen before, each child's eyes were filled with surprise and confusion. Kids, get in line and get on the bus, we're going home. Yifeng supported the old director and felt very uncomfortable when he saw the children in the yard who were wearing dirty and torn clothes. He arranged more than 60 children into various sports cars, took the chain from the old director, and locked the door of the orphanage. The old director was reluctant to get on the bus. Looking at the orphanage that had accompanied him all his life, he burst into tears. In the end, Yifeng and Mu Wanru supported each other and sent the old director to the bus. The old man was too old to ride in a sports car. The bus was more comfortable. Wanru, shall we go too? Mu Wanru looked at Yifeng affectionately. Although she was very curious about where Yifeng found so many vehicles, she did not ask. Just like when they were children, no matter what Yifeng said or did, she would always silently support and accompany him. No matter what the future held, as long as she could be by his side, it was enough. The convoy set off in a mighty procession, and the onlookers only came to their senses when it disappeared at the end of the road. Is this a Lamborghini? Oh my god, this is too rich. He can call more than 100 luxury sports cars with just one phone call. That child seems to be Yifeng. When he was a child, he often caught wild ducks in the outer river. What? Uncle, do you know that person? Tell me. Someone recognized Yifeng and was immediately surrounded by a group of people holding mobile phone cameras. Hey! Hey! What are you doing? Stay away from us. The old man was startled, looked at the crowd warily, then cleared his throat and said, If I'm not mistaken, the child's name is Yifeng. He also grew up in this orphanage. He went to university in Linhai City with the help of kind-hearted people in society. He would always buy some food and snacks to bring back. The girl next to her is called Mu Wanru. She is also an orphan who grew up in this courtyard, but I haven't seen her in the past few years, and I don't know anything else about her. After the old man finished speaking, he took out his pipe, lit it and started smoking. The influencers on various platforms quickly edited their videos and tried to publish them as soon as possible to attract attention. Soon, a host named Karp Jiyu took the lead in publishing them on Douyin. Shocking. A poor kid overcame all difficulties and became a billionaire. He used hundreds of luxury supercars to pick up all the children in the orphanage. The video was very long, including the fleet of luxury sports cars and Yifeng. Once it was released, it quickly grabbed the headlines. In a short period of time, it received over 100 million hits. Yifeng didn't know all this. He drove the convertible Bugatti with Xiao Tuan and Mu Wanru all the way back to the villa. The convoy returned and arrived at Baiyupan. Yifeng had called Jin Yan on the way. At this time, under Jin Yan's arrangement, all the people in the villa lined up and shouted in unison, Welcome home. All the children were stunned for a moment. Their faces were filled with shock, and even the old dean was amazed. Xiaofeng, where is this? Did we go the wrong way? The old dean asked, leaning on his cane. Old dean, we are not in the wrong place. This is our home. You and the children will live here from now on. In addition, I have something else I want to discuss with you. Let's go eat first and talk while we eat. Butler Jean, let's eat. Yifeng picked up Tuan and walked into the villa with Mu Wanru and the children. The food was quickly served. The various delicacies whetted people's appetites. The children ate voraciously. Yifeng helped the old dean to his seat and said, Old dean, I have decided to set up a charity foundation, and you will be the president. Don't rush to refuse. You have taught me since I was a child that being kind to others is being kind to yourself. Now we have the ability to help some poor children, and I am very busy, so this important task can only be undertaken by you. I will let Wanru assist you, and leave all matters, big or small, to Wanru, and you only need to stay in the rear. After Yifeng finished speaking, he held Mu Wanru's soft hand in his. Thank you for your hard work, Wanru. It has always been my wish to help poor children. I don't think it's hard. But please let go of my hand. I want to eat. I won't let you go, not in this lifetime. Yifeng smiled playfully, still holding Mu Wanru's hand tightly. Xiaofeng, I'm glad you have this intention. You two have been sensible since childhood. Don't worry, I can still live for a few more years. I will do my best for the charity. But Xiaofeng, now that you have money and such a big house, you must not go astray, otherwise I will beat you up even if I have to sacrifice my old bones. Don't worry, old dean. If he dares to do anything bad, I will kill him. Mu Wanru's cheeks were full of food, and she spoke incoherently. Yifeng suddenly felt a gust of cold wind sweeping over his body. He shivered involuntarily. What? You're pregnant with Zodiac's child? Guan Feifei looked at Li Xian, who was lying on the bed and crying, and felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. As Li Xian's best friend, their relationship was not as good as Li Xian imagined. The reason why she became best friends with Li Xian was just to get close to Yifeng. Who knew that damn Yifeng had always turned a blind eye to her advances? Every time she saw Yifeng and Li Xian walking together, Guan Feifei would be filled with jealousy. Feifei, tell me, why didn't Yifeng tell me that he had money? Why did he lie to me? And there's that heartless Huang Dao. I was pregnant with his child, but he didn't even ask me. What does he mean by that? Li Xian's voice was choked with sobs, and she complained to her best friend with tears in her eyes. Yifeng blocked her phone number and WeChat, and Huang Dao didn't answer the phone calls or reply to the text messages. Xinxin, actually, Yifeng is pretty good, isn't he? He's handsome, has a good figure, is considerate and motivated. I think you were wrong to break up with him. Guan Feifei took out a small mirror from her bag to touch up her makeup and answered Li Xian's question irrelevantly. What? Feifei, you? Didn't you say that Yifeng was not good in this or that way before? You said that he was just a poor loser who was not worthy of me at all. And you were the one who introduced Huang Dao to me. Why are you saying that now? Ha, stop teasing me. Yifeng is your boyfriend, not mine, don't you know that? As for Huang Dao, of course I introduced him to you, otherwise why would you break up with Yifeng? If you didn't break up, how would I have the chance? Well, we're best friends, so let's just do it. Bye. After Guan Feifei finished speaking, she ignored the stunned Li Xian, picked up her bag and turned to leave the apartment building. Now that Li Xian broke up with Yifeng, she was no longer useful, and she would not pretend to be best friends with that sick girl anymore. Chapter 9: Attending the Dance. No, this is not true. Why would you lie to me? I treat you as my best friend. And you treat me like this? Li Xian cried hysterically and felt that her sky was dark. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly the phone rang. Li Xian was instantly delighted when she saw it was Huang Dao calling. Hey, honey, you finally called me back. Woohoo! As soon as the phone was connected, Li Xian started crying, as if she felt very aggrieved. Cry, cry, cry your mother's head off. Did you call my wife? Where did you get my wife's phone number? You damn woman. What did you say? Ha? Huang Dao's angry roar rang out over the phone. Li Xian immediately knelt down reflexively and said guiltily. I really couldn't contact you. I had no choice but to send a message to my sister-in-law. Yes, it's the number Feifei gave me. Brother Dao, I'm pregnant with your child. I can't find you, so I can only look for my sister-in-law. Although my sister-in-law has a bad temper, this is your flesh and blood after all. Huang Dao sneered in his heart when he heard this. My child? How dare you say that? Didn't you threaten me by complaining to my wife? Just wait and see how I torture you, this damn woman. He immediately came up with a plan and said. All right, I was just angry at the time. So, if you're pregnant, just give birth to the baby. Go ahead. Ha, give birth, and I will carry you on the train in the middle of the night after you give birth. I will not let you get a penny. Damn woman, you dare to threaten me? Hearing this, Li Xian suddenly became happy. She knew that Huang Dao would not abandon her. As for that Yifeng, did you really think that you could make me change my mind by acting like a show? You even blocked my phone number and played hard to get. A loser is a loser. Do you really think that playing these little tricks can make me and you get back together? You are dreaming. After reluctantly hanging up the phone, Li Xian happily washed her face and put on makeup, preparing to go to the mall to buy the Chanel bag she had been coveting for a long time. On the other side, after Yifeng settled the old courtyard and a group of children, he held Mu Wanru's hand and admired the scenery inside the villa. Are you wondering where my money came from? Wanru, don't worry, I have never done anything bad. I saved all the money you sent me when I was in college and bought bitcoins. When the market was at its best, I exchanged all the bitcoins for cash. That's how I earned the money, so most of it is yours. Of course, it's also thanks to my smart mind. Yifeng lied. It's not that he hadn't thought about telling Mu Wanru the truth. I have a system and I have endless money. But who would believe this? Do you think I'm stupid? I know the price of Bitcoin. But no matter how you get your money, no matter what you do, I will be with you from now on. No matter what happens, we will never be separated again. Ro, you're so nice. What more could a husband ask for with a wife like this? Come, let's find a place to make out. Yifeng felt warm in his heart and took Mu Wanru's hand and walked towards the bedroom. Stop it. Tell me, what are your plans for the future? What do you need me to do? Mu Wanru opened her mouth and put up her black hair. Her fair and smooth face was as smooth and tender as a boiled egg. Seeing this, Yifeng couldn't help but give her a kiss. Planning? Spend the money. To be honest, I'm very distressed. I have too much money to spend. Yifeng shook his head in a worried manner, looking helpless. This made Mu Wanru despise him. You can't spend all your money even if you die. I've never heard of anyone having money that can't be spent. I haven't seen you for a few years and you've learned to brag. Yifeng chuckled and said. No kidding, seriously, I plan to make sure that all poor children in the world have enough food to eat, enough clothes to wear, and enough education to go to. I hope our country will develop better and better, but for now we need to have our own company and a stable source of income, so that we can avoid a lot of unnecessary troubles in the future. So let's split up. Honey, you go register a charity, and I'll register a company. When a husband and wife are united, they can accomplish anything. Mu Wanru looked at Yifeng tenderly. This man did not disappoint her, but she still pinched Yifeng's waist hard. Who is your wife? You are so grown up and yet you have no shame. Yifeng transferred 10 billion to Mu Wanru's card. As a charity expenditure, 10 billion sounds like a lot, but charity can be described as burning money. 10 billion is far from enough. But as an initial fund, it is more than enough. After receiving the notification that 10 billion yuan had been deposited, Mu Wanru was shocked for a while. She had never seen or even heard of such a large amount of money. And Yifeng actually took out so much money for charity, which touched her deeply. While Yifeng was not paying attention, she quickly kissed him on the face, and then, at Yifeng's repeated request, she drove a Rolls-Royce with a license plate number of 56s to busy herself with the registration of charity organizations and recruitment of personnel. Watching Mu Wanru driving away, Yifeng felt sweet in his heart. Everyone has gone far away, why are you grinning like an idiot? The dance starts at 8 o'clock tonight, and there is also an auction. Don't forget it then. Lu Qing came to Yifeng and said to him while looking at the silly grinning Yifeng. Time passed quickly and it was almost 8 o'clock. Yifeng changed into an Armani suit and put on a Patek Philippe watch worth more than 15 million. He stood in front of the floor-length mirror, looking extremely handsome. Start the Bugatti and set off with Lu Qing to the Emperor Hotel where the ball is being held. After parking the car, the two showed their invitation and entered the Emperor Hotel. Lu Qing was wearing a bright red evening gown, with her hair tied up, and a pair of peach blossom eyes on her fair face full of charm. As soon as the two entered the hall, they attracted everyone's attention. Look, Miss Lu is here. Who is that man? Why is he walking with Miss Lu? A group of people gathered around and greeted Lu Qing one after another, being very humble. Yifeng couldn't help but be surprised by this scene. It seemed that Lu Qing's identity was not that simple. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Yifeng Ye, who has been very popular these days. He is also the owner of the #1 white jade plate in Jinyu Huafu. Lu Qing opened her red lips and introduced Yifeng to a group of people in the upper circle. It's true that heroes emerge young. Mr. Yi has achieved such success at such a young age. It is a great blessing for Linhai City. A middle-aged man in his 40s who looked quite dignified said in the crowd. This is Mr. Du Fubua, the mayor of Linhai City. Lu Qing whispered in Yifeng's ear. Yifeng was startled and said quickly. Mayor Du, you're overpraising me. At this moment, soothing music slowly sounded in the hall, and people formed pairs and danced ballroom dance on the dance floor. Lu Qing put her bright red lips close to Yifeng's ear and whispered. Mr. Yi, would you please do me a favor and dance with me? Yifeng politely declined. The ambiguous music made him feel a little uncomfortable, not to mention dancing with such a beautiful woman like Lu Qing. Then he sat down, ate snacks and drank tea, watching the people dancing on the dance floor. Chapter 10, Auction slaps Zhaopeng in the face. As the music gradually slowed down, everyone stopped dancing and chatted in twos and threes. Welcome everyone to tonight's dance party. I am Zhang Qianfan, the organizer of this dance party. I am sure many of you know me, so I will not introduce myself in detail. Then please move over and we will go to the next auction together. After Zhang Qianfan finished speaking, he led the group to the banquet hall of the auction. This person is a big shot in Linhai City. He has a close relationship with the mayor and is a well-connected person in Linhai City. Lu Qing followed Yi Feng and said. Yi Feng was not surprised, as those who could come here were basically the big names in Linhai City. Soon everyone took their seats. Yi Feng and Lu Qing sat in the front row, next to Mayor Du Fugua. Who is that kid? How dare he sit next to the mayor? It's probably the gigolo that Lu Qing keeps. Many people did not know Yi Feng. Many people expressed indignation towards such an unknown stranger, while most people were waiting to see the show with a joking look on their faces. Where did this idiot come from? He really doesn't know how to live or die. Zhao Peng, the son of Huafeng Building, gnashed his teeth. As the boss of Huafeng Building, he had seen countless women. When he saw Lu Qing for the first time, he instantly regarded Lu Qing as his woman. Master Pang, I heard that pretty boy is the one who bought the white jade plate. He seems to have some money. The person next to Zhao Pang reminded him in a low voice. Rich? This is the funniest joke I've heard today. No matter how rich he is, can he be as rich as me, Zhao Pang? If he dares to steal my woman, Zhao Peng, he must be dead. Zhao Peng said with a gloomy face, he is worth more than 1 billion, how dare someone show off his wealth in front of him? Feeling the gaze, Yi Feng turned back to glance at Zhao Peng. Seeing him staring at him fiercely, Yi Feng was confused. Is this guy sick? When did I provoke him? Then he turned around and said, who cares? If he dares to provoke me, I have 100 ways to make him kneel down and beg for mercy. Everyone, I will not say any more unnecessary nonsense. Let us welcome Mayor Du Fugua to the stage with warm applause. After Zhang Qianfan finished speaking, the audience burst into warm applause. Mayor Du Fugua stood up from his seat and walked onto the auction stage. He took the microphone from Zhang Qianfan and said, Thank you very much for taking the time to attend this charity auction. On behalf of the children in the mountainous area, I would like to thank you all. I promise here that all the proceeds from this auction will be donated to the mountainous area. Next, I declare that this charity auction officially begins. After Mayor Du Fugua finished speaking, there was another round of warm applause from the audience. After the applause died down, a woman in Cheongsam walked up to the auction stage holding a white jade tray in her hands. Everyone, the first auction item of this evening party is a real estate certificate. To be exact, it is the entire Tianhai building. I believe everyone is familiar with Tianhai Building, which is one of the landmark buildings in Linhai City. The whole building has 188 floors, and the starting price is 15 billion, and each bid increase must not be less than 1 billion. After Zhang Qianfan finished speaking, there was a burst of discussion from the audience. Tianhai Building is actually for sale? Take it, we must take it. You know, if you own Tianhai Building, it is a symbol of status. I must own this building. 16 billion. Soon someone in the audience made a bid. 20 billion. 25 billion. 53 billion. In a short period of time, the price of Tianhai Building increased from 15 billion to 53 billion, and the momentum is not slowing down. 100 billion. Yi Feng spoke up, he was determined to get Tianhai Building. Tianhai Building was very famous in Linhai City, so he didn't have to worry about fame when opening a company in the future. Hiss. This guy is so rich? He asked for 100 billion right away. Forget it, I can't afford it. The crowd gradually quieted down, and after a few rounds, only a few people followed suit. 300 billion. Just when Yi Feng thought that the Tianhai Building was bought for 150 billion, a voice sounded from behind. Yi Feng turned around and found that it was the man who had stared at him fiercely before who was looking at him provocatively. Oh, interesting. Compare your money with mine? Yi Feng smiled faintly. Although he didn't know how he offended the man who wanted to eat him, Yi Feng was not a person who would just accept it. It's just right to use you to make me famous. He immediately said. 1 trillion. What? Are you crazy? Did I hear you wrong? 1 trillion? The crowd was stunned. Even the Mayor Du Fugua looked at Yi Feng in shock. You. Zhao Peng's face turned purple. Is this guy crazy? Should he follow or not? With so many people watching him, it would be so embarrassing if he gave up right at the start. He gritted his teeth and spoke with determination. 1.5 trillion. After saying that, his body couldn't help but tremble, for fear that Yifeng would not follow him. If he spent 1.5 trillion to buy a shabby building with a market value of only 2 or 3 billion, he would really lose a lot of money. If Mr. Zhao really likes this Tianhai building, then I will help him achieve his goal. Right, Sister Lu. Yifeng spoke up and learned about Zhao Peng's character from Lu Qing. Only then did he know why that guy was so hostile to him. But he didn't care at all, everything depended on strength. Look, his face is pale with fear. Lu Qing whispered in Yifeng's ear. This scene made Zhao Peng, who was on the verge of collapse, completely explode. You piece of trash, come and follow me if you have the guts. You are just a piece of trash. You still want to compete with me? Do you deserve it? Do you deserve it? You don't deserve it. Hearing this, the crowd's faces suddenly darkened, and they all moved away from Zhao Peng. They had long heard that this person was not upright and arrogant. Now it seems to be true. But what kind of occasion is this? Those present are all well-known figures in Linhai City. Oh? Mr. Zhao, you mean you still want to compete with Yi? Then how about we make a bet? Just make an offer, I'll match your offer. If one of us can't afford it or can't match it, we lose. Whoever loses will have to pay the other party 10 trillion. How do you think? Yifeng stood up and said, You want to step on me? Do you really think I'm a clay man? Let's bet. If you lose, kneel down and call me Grandpa. Do you dare? I'm offering 1.5 trillion, follow my offer. Zhao Peng said with a sinister look on his face, who dared to show off their wealth in front of him in Linhai City. Zhao Peng had never seen such a person before. 10 trillion. Yifeng spoke nonchalantly. 15 trillion. Zhao Peng opened his mouth, his eyes unable to conceal the panic. 15 trillion is his entire fortune, plus he has to add the luxury cars and mansions. That's it? 100 trillion. Zhao Peng was panicking, completely panicking. With so many people watching him, it was impossible for him to default on his debts. But what could he do? Even if he dismantled himself and sold his parts, he wouldn't be able to get 100 trillion yuan. Plop. Zhao Peng knelt down. He had no choice but to kneel down. Only by kneeling down and begging for mercy could he survive. Boy, no, Mr. Yi, no Grandpa, please be magnanimous. I admit defeat. I didn't recognize the real master. Yifeng looked at Zhao Peng kneeling on the ground with tears in his eyes. He wanted to mock him, but after thinking about it, he decided to give up. There was no need to bother with such a villain. 100 trillion once, 100 trillion twice, 100 trillion 3 times. Deal, congratulations to Mr. Yi for winning the Tianhai building. P.S. On the Lantern Festival, I wish all my readers and friends a happy family, happiness, and health. On this day of family reunion, this book has been signed successfully and officially meets everyone. This is my first attempt at an urban system article, so please give me more criticism and corrections if there are any shortcomings. Chapter 11 Maple Leaf Group is established. Zheng Xianfan smiled and handed the big red book on the white jade tray to Yifeng, and was amazed. The Tianhai building, which originally had a market value of tens of billions, was actually raised to hundreds of trillions by Yifeng. Everyone present here is a person at the top of the pyramid in Linhai City. As long as they leave here today, the reputation of Linhai Tianhai building in Yifeng will reach an unimaginable peak in Linhai City. This is the brilliance of Yifeng. Looking at Yifeng, who was smiling calmly in front of him, Zheng Xianfan was shocked. At such a young age, he had such a meticulous mind. This young man was not simple. The auction continued, and items were sold one by one. Lu Qing also bought quite a few. After the auction ended, Mayor Du Fugua specifically left Yifeng's phone number and then got in the car and left. Let's go back too. Lu Qing followed Yifeng. Because she drank some red wine, her originally fair face had a hint of red, which gave it a unique flavor. Mr. Yi, please stay. As Yifeng and his companion just walked to the door of the hall, they were stopped by a voice. Turning around, they saw that it was Zhao Peng who had made a bet with Yifeng at the auction. Mr. Yi, please be merciful and let me go. I really can't come up with 150 trillion. Zhao Peng felt so miserable. Why did he have to provoke this evil star? Duty is the root of all trouble. Oh? Show mercy? Why didn't you think of showing mercy when you wanted to step on me? If I'm not better than you, do I deserve to be stepped on by you? It's easy to deal with the lack of money, just write an IOU. The interest is 100,000 yuan a day. Yifeng said coldly that the lion would not take the rabbit's provocation seriously, but that does not mean that the lion has no temper. If you provoke him, he will eat your bones. Boy, do you have to be so ruthless? I've already apologized to you. If you push me too far, the worst that can happen is that we both die together. Well, let's see how a small fish like you can escape my huge net. After Yifeng finished speaking, he and Lu Qing got into the car and left. You looked so cool just now. Lu Qing joked. Really? I just feel like there are always people like this no matter what time it is. They always think of belittling others to elevate themselves. But it just so happens that Huafeng building is where I worked before. I still can't forget that female boss. Yifeng smiled, and his mind suddenly thought of the female boss who helped him with the drinking party. When he stood in front of her after acquiring Huafeng building, he wondered what her expression would be. Yifeng found it funny just thinking about it. The two chatted all the way, sent Lu Qing home, and Yifeng returned to the villa alone. It was already past 10 o'clock. Muwanru brought the food in her pajamas with a tired face, sat on the sofa and watched Yifeng eat the food she made. Her heart was filled with happiness. Just let Sister Jin Yan and the others do these things. You've been working hard outside all day, why are you still cooking for yourself? Yifeng said with heartache. It's so late, let them rest. Oh, I have something to tell you. I have already chosen the address of the orphanage. It's in the suburbs, with beautiful scenery and fresh air. What should we name the orphanage? Mu Wanru held her chin with both hands and said with a somewhat excited look. Just keep the previous name, Happy Orphanage. What we do is to let every child in need live a happy life. Once everything is arranged, get ready to start construction and build teaching buildings around the orphanage, from kindergarten to high school. Recruit the best teachers, and don't do everything by yourself, your health is more important. Hurry up and recruit some talents, don't be afraid to spend money. After Yifeng finished speaking, he put the food away, ran to the bathroom to take a shower, then picked up Mu Wanru by the waist and walked towards the bedroom. The two of them lay on the soft big bed, feeling as if they were in a dreamy ocean, extremely comfortable. Yifeng was watching Douyin short videos on his mobile phone, and then he saw a familiar face. Isn't this Lin Zhongyue? Although Lin Zhongyue was wearing a veil in the video, Yifeng still recognized her at a glance. Lin Zhongyue wore a cheongsam, showing off her perfect figure, and with a veil on her face, she sat in front of a guzheng and sang softly. Her charming voice attracted tens of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room. What are you playing? Mu Wanru asked in a daze. Playing Douyin. Is Douyin fun? It's fun. Then go play Douyin. Well, you should get some rest. Good night. Yifeng looked at Mu Wanru's dazed look, turned down the volume on his phone, and continued to watch Lin Zhongyue's live broadcast. It must be said that Lin Zhongyue's singing voice was really beautiful, and soon attracted a large number of viewers. Yifeng, are you not capable? Yifeng was watching intently when he turned around and saw Mu Wanru looking at him with sleepy eyes. He immediately turned off the live broadcast and got on his horse. I can't? You can have another one. 976 words omitted here. The next morning, Yifeng got up early, looked at the dazzling plum blossoms on the bed, and tiptoed out of bed, fearing that he would wake up Mu Wanru, who was sleeping soundly. After washing up, he came to the dining room. The servants had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Yifeng ate some in a hurry, then went to the garage and picked up a key and pressed it. Drop! The sound of a vehicle unlocking was heard, and it turned out to be a Rolls-Royce Phantom. It's you! Yifeng got into the car, started the ignition, and drove towards Tianhai Building. At this time, Hai Lin, the former general manager of Tianhai Building, was already waiting outside the building with all the employees and tenants in the building. From a distance, they saw a Rolls-Royce driving towards the building. Here we go. Everybody get ready. Drummer, get ready. Hai Lin ordered all personnel to quickly divide into 2 rows to welcome the new owner of Haitian Building. The car stopped, Yifeng got out and looked up at the 188-story skyscraper in front of him. Although he had seen it many times, he was still shocked. Welcome Mr. Yi to Tianhai Building. Everyone bowed and saluted Yifeng. You're welcome, everyone. Yi Feng waved his hand. It must be said that this scene was really impressive. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Hylin, the original owner of this building. Mr. Yi is really generous. Please come in, please come in. Hylin walked quickly to Yi Feng and said, when he got the news from Zhang Qianfan, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. I thought it was a great success to get 50 billion, but I didn't expect someone to bid 100 trillion. And it was such a young person. Could he be from a hidden Chaebol family? Following Hylin all the way to the office on the 188th floor, looking at the scenery below through the floor-to-ceiling windows, a feeling of reaching the top of the world came over me. Yi Feng turned around and asked. I wonder why Brother Hylin sold the Haitian building before. This place is second to none in Linhai City in terms of both geographical location and reputation. Wouldn't he be reluctant to sell it like this? Hearing this, Hylin's eyes showed a gloomy look, and he sighed and replied. How could I bear to part with it? I have put most of my life's hard work into this Tianhai building. It is like my child. If I really couldn't get over this, why would I sell it with my own hands? After saying this, tears flashed in Hylin's eyes. Just like a child who lost his favorite toy. Looking at Hylin's appearance, Yi Feng said. Well, from what I understand, Haitian building covers all walks of life, including import and export, pharmaceuticals, and the new film and television industry, right? So, you continue to serve as the president of Haitian building. You will continue to manage everything in the building. I will give you 20% of the shares, and you can decide how to distribute them. In addition, all employees' salaries will be doubled, and those who take advantage of the situation will be kicked out. We will never tolerate evil. All industries will continue to develop, and we are not afraid to spend money, but there is only one requirement: we must become the industry leader. Either don't do it, or make it bigger and stronger. Brother Hylin, do you have confidence? Yi Feng looked at Hylin with a smile. He trusted his employees and did not trust his employees. It was not difficult to see that Hylin had a deep affection for Tianhai building. It was perfect to hand over all the affairs to him. Otherwise, he would not have so much time and energy to deal with all these big and small messes. How free it is to be a hands-off shopkeeper. This, Mr. Yi, Brother Yi. Since you think so highly of me, I swear that I will put all my energy into Tianhai building and will never let you down, Brother Yi. As he said this, he was about to bow to Yi Feng, but Yi Feng quickly helped him up. Do it with confidence. We lack everything except money. Anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. From today on, Tianhai building will be renamed Maple Leaf Group. All industries under the name will be under the Maple Leaf Group. I will transfer 500 billion to the group's account. We must make the Maple Leaf Group famous throughout the country in the shortest possible time. After explaining everything, Yi Feng left Tianhai building with the farewell of all the staff and took the first step. Next, he would start recruiting talents to form his own team. Chapter 12. My system is resurrected? After returning to the villa, he found that Mu Wanru had not returned yet. He called Mu Wanru and found out that she was still busy with the construction of the orphanage. He drove to the construction site again. After arriving at the site, he found that Mu Wanru was busy. Yi Feng walked over and hugged Mu Wanru from behind, whispering in her ear. Are you tired? Mu Wanru's delicate body trembled, and she pushed Yi Feng's hand away in shame and anger. You're going to die. There are so many people watching us. Are you done with your work? When I'm done with my work, I'll come to see you if I miss you. Don't be too tired. Yi Yefeng wiped away the fine beads of sweat on Mu Wanru's forehead, grabbed a strand of Mu Wanru's hair and put it to his nose to sniff. Ding! The most powerful consumption system has been successfully restarted and is being bound. Yi Feng stood there in a daze as if he was struck by lightning. The system is resurrected? Ding, binding successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the initial consumption amount of 990 trillion. Byte. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 rejuvenating pills. Byte. Congratulations to the host for receiving a novice gift pack. It has been saved in the panel and can be retrieved at any time. Ding, the system has issued a task, the people's will. Within 3 days, you must have 10 followers with a loyalty of 90 or above. If you complete the task, you will be rewarded with 500 trillion consumption gold and a bottle of tonic liquid. If you fail the task, you will be awarded the title of the strongest waste god. Yi Feng, again? Why isn't it over yet? Seeing the text message reminding him that 990 trillion yuan had arrived, Yifeng looked miserable. He wanted to yell to the sky, "Can you please stop giving me money? I can't spend it all." "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Mu Wanru looked at Yifeng with a bitter face and asked worriedly, stroking Yifeng's forehead with her white and tender hand, "You don't have a fever?" "Ah. It's okay, it's okay. I just feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach. I'll go home first." "You should go home early too." After saying that, Yifeng drove away and returned to the villa. He locked the bedroom door and sat on the bed. Yifeng asked carefully, System? System? Are you still alive?" "Host, don't worry. This system is immortal." The system's voice sounded in his mind, and Yifeng asked, "Why did you break down before?" "Because this system crashed, it crashed before." "Yifeng? Well, I'll listen to your words as you would listen to my words." Following the instructions of the system, Yifeng took out the rejuvenating pill from the system panel and looked at it in his hand. It was similar in size to a cold pill, golden in color and as heavy as gold. "System, you are not from the world of immortals, are you? How do you have this thing? Can it really keep a young face after eating it?" Yifeng asked in surprise. He would usually read fantasy novels to kill time when he was bored. He was not unfamiliar with the fantasy world of flying and hiding. "Don't worry about the system. The host only needs to know that this system is the strongest system. There is nothing this system can't do, except what you can't think of. The system's products must be top-notch." Yifeng hesitated and put a golden anti-aging pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Soon he felt his face getting hot and itchy. "What is this?" Yifeng hurriedly ran to the floor-length mirror to check his face, only to see that the face in the mirror was as red as a cooked shrimp or crab. "Host, don't worry. This is a normal process. The rejuvenating pill is repairing damaged cells and cleaning up the dullness and garbage in the skin. It will be fine soon." Sure enough, after a few minutes, the redness on Yifeng's face faded. After washing his face, he found that there was not much difference from before, except that there was an inexplicable temperament. Knock, knock, knock. "Yifeng, why did you lock the door? What happened to you?" Mu Wanru's voice was heard outside the door. She hurried back because she was worried about Yifeng. "Don't worry, I just felt a little uncomfortable, but I'm much better now." Yifeng opened the door, took the bag from Mu Wanru and put it aside, then took her hand and walked to the sofa. "Wanru, this is a beauty product that a friend of mine brought back from abroad. It has the effect of delaying aging. Try one." Yifeng handed the rejuvenating pill to Mu Wanru and looked at the data displayed on the panel. Name, Mu Wanru. Age, 24. Height, 172. Loyalty, 100. Yifeng was touched. The loyalty level was actually full. "Okay, I'll try." Mu Wanru took the anti-aging pill without hesitation. After a few minutes, the itchiness on her face faded away and returned to her original appearance. Touching her fair and smooth face, Mu Wanru said in surprise, "It seems to be whiter and the skin is better than before." The two of them were affectionate for a while, and then they got busy again. Yifeng thought about the task issued by the system, which was to find 10 people with a loyalty of more than 90 within 3 days. With Mu Wanru, there were 9 left. He didn't know what the loyalty of Jin Yan and Hai Lin was, so he called Jin Yan over. "Mr. Yi, are you looking for me?" Jin Yan was still wearing a well-fitting suit. After quitting her job in the sales department, she was busy with chores in the villa. "Sister Jean, you can just call me Yifeng or Xiaofeng. Mr. Yi sounds so strange. How are you? Are you used to working here?" Yifeng felt happy when he looked at the data on the panel. Jin Yan's loyalty is as high as 86. Only 4 points are needed. "Very good, Xiaofeng, do you have something to talk to me about?" Jin Yan sat on the sofa, holding the drink handed over by Yifeng in both hands, and asked nervously. "I was thinking, didn't your girlfriend just leave? Did he fall in love with me? Did he want to do something with me while my girlfriend was away?" Although I was willing in my heart, I always felt sorry for Yifeng's girlfriend. "It's like this, Sister Jean. I think you and I are both people with dreams. It's a bit of a waste of your talent to let you be a housekeeper in this villa, so I decided to give you 1 billion yuan in funds so that you can do something on your own. Of course, it will also belong to the Maple Leaf Group. No matter what you want to do with this money, I will support you. Just do it. Don't worry about anything. Yi Feng checked the loyalty data on the panel. At this time, Jin Yan's data had reached 89, just a little bit short. This, Xiao Feng, no. 1 billion. Aren't you afraid of losing money? Jin Yan refused. She never expected that Yi Feng would give her so much money and let her do what she liked. It's the last point. Increase it by 1 more. Yi Feng was a little anxious, so he poured another cup of milk tea for Jin Yan, sat opposite Jin Yan, and said affectionately, "From the day you came into the villa, I've treated you like a family member, so don't have any pressure or worries. To be honest, 1 billion is just a drop in the bucket for me. And this drop in the bucket can help you do something you like, it's worth it. Besides, you haven't done it yet, how do you know you can't do it? Come on, I'm rooting for you. Sister Jean." Finally, when Yi Feng finished saying these words, Jin Yan's loyalty on the panel rose to 94 points. Yi Feng was delighted. 8 left. Although he had no interest in the 500 trillion reward after completing the task, the strengthening liquid sounded like a good thing. He must complete the task. After transferring 1 billion to Jin Yan and seeing Jin Yan off, Yi Feng sat on the sofa and turned on Lin Zhongyue's live broadcast. Chapter 13. If you jump in front of me, I will crush you to death. During the live broadcast, Lin Zhongyue was still wearing a cheongsam and a veil. There were nearly 30,000 viewers in the live broadcast room at this time, and many of them were giving gifts. "Goddess, when will you take off your veil? Wow, the goddess is so ethereal. If she could be my girlfriend, I would be willing to break my ribs and make soup for her." The name of Yi Feng's account is a maple leaf. After sending Lin Zhongyue a few free gifts, he watched the live broadcast quietly, planning to contact her after Lin Zhongyue went off the air to see if he could raise her loyalty to the maximum. "Kid, I'll give you $50,000. Change your crappy name right now. Damn it, I get annoyed when I see the word maple leaf." At the Dihao bar, Zhao Peng angrily threw the bottle of wine in his hand onto the table with a bang, gritting his teeth. "What's wrong, Master Peng? Why are you so angry?" Several people around saw Zhao Peng's fierce look and asked nervously. It's okay. I just saw an annoying little jerk. Come on, let's have a drink. Tell that shitty manager that I, young Master Zhao, will pay for everything tonight." Yi Feng was watching the live broadcast quietly when he suddenly saw a person named Super Emperor on the screen tagging himself. He clicked on the person's profile picture and saw that it was Zhao Peng, the clown at the auction. He smiled coldly and called Hai Lin. "Hello, Mr. Yi. Do you have any instructions?" The call was quickly connected and Hai Lin's voice rang out. "Strike a comprehensive blow to all business dealings of Huafeng Building at all costs. Take down Huafeng Building as quickly as possible." Yi Feng said calmly. He had originally thought about taking over Huafeng Building after finishing the system task, but this Zhao Peng just wanted to jump in front of him. "Then I will just press you to death." Receive. Hai Lin hung up the phone and mourned for Huafeng Building for 3 seconds. Why did he have to provoke this giant Yi Feng? He immediately arranged to deal with a small Huafeng Building. It was easy. "Wow, big boss, give it to me, I will change my name immediately. I can change it too. This person named Maple Leaf is so lucky. He can earn 50,000 yuan just by his name." Many people in the live broadcast room were making noises. Zhao Peng looked at all this with a smile on his face. This is the style of the rich. A mere 50,000 yuan can attract a bunch of poor people like you. Come on, let's speak with strength. Yi Feng didn't waste any words, he directly clicked on the recharge page and recharged 1 billion. The bronze account instantly became the top Emperor account. Click on the gift, choose the most expensive Starry Sky spaceship, and send it directly. A maple leaf sends out a spaceship 99. A maple leaf sends out a spaceship 999. A maple leaf sends out a spaceship 6666. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. What the hell? This guy is so rich. Oh my god. They sent tens of thousands of spaceships that cost 100,000 yuan each. That's nearly 1 billion yuan. Oh my god, he's so rich. No wonder he didn't care about the 50,000 yuan. I felt sorry for him before, but it turns out that the clown is me. The cool Starry Sky spaceship was displayed on the entire Douyin platform, and all the anchors were deeply shocked. They all went to Lin Zhongyue's live broadcast room to find out. Hello, my friend named Maple Leaf, please stop sending me gifts. Thank you so much. Lin Zhongyue panicked when she saw that someone had given her 1 billion yuan worth of gifts all at once. Usually, she likes to play the guzheng and sing on live broadcasts after work. Although she often receives some tips from the audience, she has never heard of a situation like today. Boy, you are so cool. Tell me your name if you have the guts. Zhao Peng pushed the girl in his arms away, extremely angry. I was bullied by Yi Feng in real life, how can I let a little jerk like you bully me on the internet? He immediately opened the recharge page and recharged 2 billion directly. Is it illegal to be so arrogant? You don't want to hear my name. Yi Feng typed a reply. He didn't pay much attention to Zhao Peng, the grasshopper after autumn, and directly sent a text message to Lin Zhongyue, asking her to reply to him after the live broadcast. It's you. Feng Ye, Yefeng. I was saying, who else but a rich man like you would give me so much money at once? I'm going to end the broadcast now. Send me a location and I'll find you. Soon, Lin Zhongyue's message came. Let's go to that coffee shop again. Yi Feng replied that at this moment the live broadcast room was continuously sending out starry sky spaceships, and in a short period of time, there were more than 10,000 of them. Here it comes again. Two great tycoons competing against each other. It's already over 1 billion. This is too rich. Big boss, please give me a hug. Zhao Peng was very happy. You little jerk want to fight me? It feels so good to kill someone with money. He picked up the wine glass and took a sip of 1982 Lafite. It was so good. However, the next moment, he suddenly spurted out the wine in his mouth with a puff sound. A line of dazzling large words appeared on the screen. You owe me money and you don't pay me back, but you go online to buy gifts. Do you really think I, Yi Feng, don't have a temper? What the hell? Zhao Peng was completely confused. Maple Leaf? Maple Leaf? Oh my god. Ding ling ling. The phone rang and Zhao Peng answered it subconsciously. Hey, it's bad, Mr. Zhao, something terrible has happened. All of our Huafeng Buildings clients have terminated their contracts with us, the stock market has plummeted and is about to collapse. In addition, all banks have refused to lend us money, and the relevant departments have seized all our assets and have found all the evidence of our tax evasion in recent years. Hello? Hello, Mr. Zhao, are you listening? The vice president of Huafeng Building reported anxiously with tears in his eyes. It's over. It's all over. Why the hell did I offend this evil star? Alas! Zhao Peng was so distraught that he wanted to slap himself twice, feeling extremely regretful. This time he hit a wall. Yi Feng came to the coffee shop on Fenglin Road at this time, ordered a cup of cappuccino, and soon, Lin Zhongyue appeared in the coffee shop. Sorry for the traffic jam. I guess you must be waiting anxiously. Lin Zhongyue changed out of her cheongsam and put on a sports suit, looking youthful. She secretly glanced at Yi Feng, and a blush quickly rose on her fair face. It's okay, I just got here too. What would you like to drink? Yi Feng asked. He opened the system panel when Lin Zhongyue came into the coffee shop, and was shocked. The panel showed that Lin Zhongyue's loyalty was as high as 95. This made Yi Feng puzzled. Could it be because he gave her 100 million at that time? What Yi Feng didn't know was that since the last time they met, Lin Zhongyue had fallen deeply in love with him. Every day, all she thought about was Yi Feng. Drink cappuccino. When Lin Zhongyue saw that Yi Feng was drinking cappuccino, she also wanted to have a cup for herself. Chapter 14 Earthquake in Lantai City, purchase 100 helicopters to transport supplies. Soon the waiter brought the coffee. Lin Zhongyue took small sips, occasionally looking up and secretly glancing at Yi Feng, and her little heart was pounding. How's your job at the bank going? Do you want to follow me and do something big? Yi Feng asked. He was short of manpower right now, and Lin Zhongyue, whose loyalty was as high as 95, was the perfect person. Following you? What big deal? Lin Zhongyue opened her mouth slightly and asked in surprise. She was also extremely happy in her heart. It was such a happy thing to be able to be with Yi Feng every day. But as a reserved girl, I still have to pretend to be polite. It's all fine. There are 360 professions and every profession has its own top talent. Choose the field you like and are good at. Yi Feng said. Hearing this, Lin Zhongyue's eyes lit up. He said, I prefer singing and playing the piano. but this is not a career. It's okay as a hobby. No problem. The live broadcast industry is very popular right now. You can definitely create a base for internet celebrities. Cultivate all kinds of anchors, such as game, outdoor, adventure, singing, and dancing. I believe it has great prospects. How about it? Are you interested? I'll pay and you'll do the work. The losses are mine, and the profits are still 50-50. After hearing this, Lin Zhongyue could no longer contain her excitement and agreed immediately. Okay, but I have only one request. It must be owned by Maple Leaf Group. You don't have to worry about the funds at all. Yifeng said yes. Lin Zhongyue said hurriedly. There's no need for funds. The 100 million you gave me last time has already made a profit of 2.5%. Adding my own savings, it should be enough. How can that be enough? Either don't do it, or be the best industry leader. I'll give you 1 billion in initial capital. You don't have to rush to recover the funds in the early stage. If you don't have enough money, tell me at any time. Do you have a girlfriend? After Lin Zhongyue asked this question, her entire face turned red to her ears. Yes, her name is Mu Wanru. I'll introduce her to you if I have the chance. Hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed across Lin Zhongyue's eyes, but she quickly returned to normal. After transferring the 1 billion yuan to Lin Zhongyue, Yifeng stood up and said goodbye, parked his car on the side of the road, walked to the nearby vegetable market, and prepared to buy some vegetables to go home and cook a sumptuous meal for Mu Wanru. The vegetable market is very large, with many vendors shouting and people coming and going, making it very lively. How much is this cabbage? Yifeng came to a stall selling cabbage and asked as he looked at the cabbages that looked good. 58.5 yuan a pound. How much do you want? The stall owner was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a melon-shaped hat. What the hell? How much? After hearing the price of cabbage, Yifeng suddenly cursed. More than 58 yuan per pound of cabbage? 58.5. If you want to buy more, I'll charge you 58 per pound. The stall owner repeated the sentence again. Boss, is your cabbage made of gold or silver? Yifeng's face turned cold. Do you really think you are a local tycoon? Slaughter him to death. Young man, did you not watch the news? There was an earthquake in our neighboring city of Lantai last night. Almost all the green leafy vegetables are gone. I had to ask someone to buy this little cabbage for me. Yifeng was shocked. Earthquake? He had been too busy these past 2 days and hadn't paid attention to the news online. He immediately took out his phone and opened the latest news to browse. Sure enough, he saw the news about the earthquake in Lantai City last night. The earthquake came suddenly, affecting more than 5 million people in the entire Lantai City, and the number of casualties is still being counted. So you're here to make money from the national disaster? Yifeng turned off his phone and said coldly to the stall owner. Hey, young man, how can you talk like that? What do you mean by making a fortune from a national disaster? I paid a high price for these cabbages. Yifeng was too lazy to argue with this unscrupulous stall owner and called Mu Wanru. Wanru, have you heard about the earthquake in Lantai City yesterday? On the other side, Mu Wanru was checking the materials for building the orphanage. All of them were the best building materials bought at high prices. I just heard about it too, and was about to call you. It is said that the number of people affected has risen to more than 8 million, and due to the impact of the earthquake, vehicles transporting supplies cannot enter at all. Rescue units have already arrived. Yifeng listened to what Mu Wanru said on the phone, his heart hanging in the air, and he said, Wanru, put down everything you are doing now and rush to Fenglin Road Vegetable Market immediately. We will meet here. After saying that, Yifeng immediately hung up the phone and called Lu Qing. Sister Lu, I'm Yifeng. I need 200 trucks and 100 helicopters. Sister Lu, do you have a way to get them? Xiaofeng, you want to deliver supplies to Lantai City, right? Trucks are no problem. As for helicopters, I think the mayor has connections. I'll contact him now. Wait for my call. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qing immediately called Mayor Du Fugua. In the mayor's office, Du Fugua was checking the latest situation of the earthquake in Lantai City with a frown on his face. The supply vehicles sent from Linhai City could not get in at all due to the severe damage to the roads. Ring, ring, ring. At this moment, the phone on the desk rang, and Du Fugua answered it immediately. I'm Du Fugua, who is this? Mayor Du, my name is Xiaoqing. The disaster in Lantai City is quite severe and vehicles cannot enter the disaster area. Yifeng wants to buy 100 helicopters to transport supplies. Does Mayor Du have a way to buy them? Hearing this, Du Fuguo's eyes lit up. Yes, if vehicles can't get in, we can use airplanes. But helicopters are not cheap. Who is willing to pay for it? Even if they are willing, who can come up with such a large sum of money? Xiaoqing, who are you talking about? Yifeng? The young man who bought the Haitian building at the last auction? Yes, Mayor. Hearing Lu Qing's affirmative answer, Du Fuguo breathed a sigh of relief. It's him. For someone who can spend so much money without blinking an eye, buying 100 or 80 helicopters is naturally not a problem. It's just that, Xiaoqing, did Yifeng make any excessive demands? Why did he do this? It's like this, Mayor Du, although I haven't had much contact with Yifeng, I understand that Yifeng has been doing charity work. His girlfriend Mu Wanru is now spending a huge amount of money to build an orphanage and has set up a charity foundation. The investment is huge. Okay. Great. Heroes emerge from the young. People with such a sense of responsibility and love are exactly what our country needs. Don't worry, 100 helicopters will be no problem. As for the price, I will try to lower it. Xiaoqing, wait for my call, I will reply to you soon. Soon, Yifeng received a call from Lu Qing. Xiaofeng, Mayor Du has already arranged for an AS-332L2 Super Jaguar helicopter, priced at 150 million yuan per unit. Is this okay? If so, I'll give you the airline's account number. After payment, the airline will handle the name change and transfer, and it will arrive in Linhai City in about half an hour. No problem. That's it. Yifeng has some knowledge about the Super Puma AS-332L2 helicopter. The AS-332 Super Puma helicopter is a derivative of the SA-330 Puma helicopter, which has undergone extensive improvements. From 1981 to date, a total of 185 AS-332 Super Puma helicopters have been manufactured. After receiving the airline account number sent by Lu Qing, he transferred the 15 billion yuan to it. Soon he received the information that the helicopter name change was completed. From now on, these 100 helicopters would belong to Yifeng alone. Chapter 15, Rushing to the Disaster Area. Yifeng stood at the entrance of the vegetable market and waited for a while, and Mu Wanru appeared on the street driving a Rolls-Royce. What's the situation now? As soon as Mu Wanru got off the car, she hurried to Yifeng and asked. I bought a helicopter and a truck. I'll send someone to buy supplies later. I'm going to Lantai City for a while. You take care of yourself at home. While answering, Yifeng dialed Hai Lin's number. Boss Yi, I was just about to call you to report that Huafeng building has been completely acquired and is now under the Maple Leaf Group. As soon as the call was connected, Hailin said on the other end of the phone. Thank you for your hard work, brother Hailin. Now let all the people in the group go to purchase supplies and select 500 people to go to Lantai City with me. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll arrange it right away. As soon as Yifeng hung up the phone, another unfamiliar number called. Hello, who is this? Hello, is this Mr. Yifeng? I am Captain Zhang Dafu. Our helicopter fleet is expected to arrive in Linhai City in 10 minutes. Where should we land? A deep voice came from the phone. Go to Golden Domain Huafu number 1 Villa. You can see the parking space in the air. Then just wait for my news. Okay, Mr. Yifeng. Soon, a rumbling sound was heard in the sky above Linhai City, and a group of helicopters were visible flying over Linhai City and landing in Jinhua Huafu. Yifeng, I know you are worried about the people affected by the disaster. I support you. But you must promise me that you must be safe. I will wait for you to come back home. Mu Wanru held Yifeng's hand with tears in her eyes. Yifeng has always been a loving person since he was a child, and now that he is rich, he will spare no effort to help others. Don't worry, everything at home is left to you. You also need to take care of your health, otherwise I will be heartbroken. Yifeng hugged Mu Wanru in his arms and spoke gently. Ding ling ling. Yifeng's cell phone rang again. It was Lu Qing's number. Hey, Sister Lu. Xiaofeng, 200 trucks are already loaded with supplies. Should we set off now or follow your helicopter? At this time, Lu Qing was wearing a leather jacket, tight jeans, black leather boots, and sunglasses. She looked cool and sat in the driver's seat of the first truck. It takes about 3 hours to get from Linhai City to Lantai City. How about this? You guys go first. I'll be able to leave in about an hour. By the time we get there, you'll be almost there too. What's the matter, Sister Lu? From the sound of your voice, are you planning to go to the disaster area yourself? Yifeng asked with some surprise. Yes, when one side is in trouble, all sides will come to its aid. I, your Sister Lu, don't have much money, so I can only do my meager help. Then let's not talk about it for now, Xiaofeng. I'll take the others out first. Okay, Sister Lu, have a safe trip. Yifeng hung up the phone, tucked Mu Wanru's messy hair behind her ears, and said, Wanru, you should go back too. Try to build the orphanage as soon as possible. I will be back as soon as possible. Hearing this, Mu Wanru walked towards the Rolls-Royce reluctantly, and after giving Yifeng some instructions, she got in the car and left. Time passed quickly, and about an hour later, Hylin called. Boss Yi, according to your request, in the name of Maple Leaf Group, we have purchased 30 tons of vegetables, 100 tons of meat, 10 million tents, 10 million sets of clothing and bedding, 5 million boxes of drinking water, and other medicines. Yifeng was very satisfied after listening to Hylin's report. Search all the materials and load them into the containers in Qianhai. Ask the 500 people you selected to wait for me in Qianhai. After hanging up the phone, Yifeng drove to the villa. As soon as he entered the gate of the villa, he saw many people gathered outside the White Jade Plate, talking and discussing enthusiastically about the 100 helicopters on the helipad. You must be Mr. Yifeng. I am Zhang Dafu. Yifeng looked at the helicopter, then looked at Zhang Dafu, who was talking to him and had a beard, and said, You're welcome. I definitely can't drive all these planes by myself. If you're willing, follow me. I'll give you $1 million annual salary. If you work for 5 years, you'll get a supercar and a $30 million mansion as rewards. Hearing this, all the captains smiled happily. When they came here, they were still thinking that if the boss was recruiting, they would apply for the job. After all, non-professionals could not operate so many helicopters. I didn't expect to get such a good treatment. At that moment, everyone was respectful to Yifeng. Okay, boss, you are generous, we will definitely work diligently and conscientiously. Boss, if you tell us to go east, we will never go west. Boss, if you tell us to. Zhang Dafu said with a beaming smile. Alright, Captain Zhang, get everyone on board and go to Qianhai to get supplies. Then we'll set off for Lantai City. We are facing a disaster and there is no time to lose. After Yifeng finished speaking, he was the first to board the helicopter. Set off. At Zhang Dafu's command, all the pilots quickly boarded the helicopter and rumbled into the air amid the cheers of a group of people. It was Yifeng's first time riding in a helicopter. He felt a little nervous as he looked at the buildings below, which were getting smaller and smaller. Fortunately, the helicopter flew smoothly, which made Yifeng feel much more relaxed. Great technique. Yifeng praised. Hearing this, Zhang Dafu immediately laughed. Boss, I won't hide it from you. I wanted to laugh when I saw you were so nervous, but I didn't dare. Don't worry, I have been in the Air Force for more than 10 years. My driving skills are impeccable. Zhang Dafu couldn't stop talking, and Yifeng didn't interrupt him. He just listened to Zhang Dafu talking big to himself. The helicopter quickly arrived at Qianhai. Yifeng divided the 500 people into groups of 5 and asked them to board 100 helicopters respectively. Lift up the containers one by one and set off for Lantai City. Did you see that? That's the CEO of our Maple Leaf Group. Yifeng. He looks so young. I would be so happy if I could marry him. Brother. You are a man. 500 people were whispering in various helicopters. Many of them had never been on a helicopter and were filled with shock and surprise. Old he, I repeat, we must receive him well. Yifeng was able to spend a huge amount of money to buy helicopters and supplies and personally go to the disaster area. We must not let him down. Also, please pay more attention to Chanshan and help me take good care of her. That's all for now, I'm hanging up. After Mayor Du Fugua received the news that Yifeng had purchased a large amount of supplies and was going to the disaster area in person, he immediately called his brother-in-law, the mayor of Lantai City, He Guangbei. Time passed quickly. More than 3 hours later, a group of helicopters arrived over Lantai City. Outside were rescue teams from all over the country, volunteers, and military vehicles. Looking inside, all you could see was ruins. There were collapsed ruins everywhere, and cries and noises filled the air. Chapter 16 by another 1,000 Super Puma EC-255 helicopters. Go ahead and find an open space to land. Yifeng commanded that there was a large area in the open space ahead where the helicopter could be parked. Alas, natural disasters are so cruel. Zhang Dafu sighed and pressed the intercom. All personnel, attention. Land on the grass in the southeast direction according to the sequence. Pay attention to the order. After saying that, Zhang Dafu drove the helicopter to land first, followed by other helicopters landing one after another. As soon as Yifeng jumped off the plane, he saw a group of people rushing towards him. I am Fu Guangbei, the mayor of Lantai City. Who is Mr. Yifeng? A somewhat fat middle-aged man in the crowd asked, panting. It's me. Hello, Mayor Fu. How is the situation now? Yifeng stepped forward and shook hands with Fu Guangbei. TSK, you are so good at pretending. You even fly a helicopter. I hate you hypocritical entrepreneurs the most. You are doing nothing in the name of disaster relief. You are wearing Armani suits while doing disaster relief? A girl of about 17 or 18 years old next to Fu Guangbei spoke first, glanced at Yifeng and said with disdain. Qianqian, shut up. Fu Guangbei scolded Du Qianqian, feeling somewhat helpless. This girl had been spoiled since she was young, and she was always outspoken. However, she was very kind-hearted. When she heard about the earthquake in Lantai City, she rushed to the disaster area to help the victims as soon as possible. Don't mind it, Mr. Yi. This child has been spoiled since she was a child. Don't bother with her. It's okay. Let's continue talking about the disaster, Mayor Fu. Yifeng did not say much on this topic. There was no reason to get angry with a little girl of 17 or 18 years old. Moreover, he came in a hurry and was wearing a suit. In this disaster area, he was in sharp contrast with the rescue workers who collapsed on the ruins due to exhaustion. No one would feel comfortable seeing him. Alas, this earthquake came suddenly. The current statistics show that the number of people affected has reached 15 million. Supplies cannot be transported in, there is a shortage of manpower, and more than 7 million people have not yet been evacuated. There is also the risk of aftershocks at any time. Now the top priority is to evacuate the affected people as soon as possible. Fu Guangbei said with a heavy face. Bite. The system has issued a side mission, good people and good deeds. Host, please relocate the affected people within 10 days. The reward for completing the mission is 900 trillion consumption gold and the Eye of Perspective. There will be no punishment for failing the mission. The system's voice sounded in Yifeng's mind, and he immediately said, leave the task of relocating 7 million people to me. I will purchase another 500 helicopters to transport the disaster victims. The supplies we brought this time are estimated to be enough for 2 or 3 days. Mayor Fu, please notify all the disaster victims to gather together. I will arrange helicopters to transport them to the edge of the disaster area, where there will be vehicles to receive them. Upon hearing this, Fu Guangbei and a group of officials bowed deeply to Yifeng. Said, Mr. Yi, on behalf of the 15 million disaster victims in Lantai City, I want to say thank you. It really is a timely help. But where are you going to accommodate so many people? Du Qianqian, who was standing by, also looked at Yifeng in surprise. Did she misunderstand him? Was he not here just to show off his fame? Yifeng helped Fu Guangbei up and said, first, transfer the disaster-stricken people to Linhai City. It will only take a short time to rebuild the disaster-stricken buildings in Lantai City. I will invest a lot of money in post-disaster reconstruction. During this period of time, I will build a place in Linhai City that can accommodate these disaster-stricken people as quickly as possible. It doesn't matter how good it is, as long as they can shelter from the wind and rain and have hot meals. As long as we can get through this period of time, that's fine. Yifeng called Lu Qing. Sister Lu, are we there yet? I see you. When Yifeng turned around, he saw the cool Lu Qing. This helicopter is so impressive. I want to ride in it on the way back. Lu Qing said with a smile. No problem, Sister Lu, if you like it, I'll give you one after we evacuate the victims. In addition, you need to contact the airline company, as I need to buy another 1,000. Yifeng thought about it and decided to buy 1,000. How rich are you? Lu Qing asked with curiosity. Money is just a number to me. It's valuable when you spend it, but if you don't spend it, it's just a bunch of data. As for how much money I have? I don't know. Yifeng spoke the truth. With a system that does not lack money, money is really just a bunch of data to him. The novice gift pack on the panel has not been received yet. It is estimated that based on the usual style of the system, it is definitely an astronomical figure. Lu Qing quickly dialed the airline's phone number to communicate. How about the Super Puma EC-255 helicopter? It costs 200 million. After getting Yifeng's nod, Lu Qing and the airline company finalized the deal to purchase 1,000 Super Puma EC-255 helicopters. The airline company stated that all the crew members of the 1,000 helicopters would serve Yifeng for free for 1 year. After 1 year, if Yifeng was willing to hire them, the airline company would not ask any questions, otherwise the crew members would still belong to the airline company. After Yifeng paid the money, the airline said that 1,000 helicopters would arrive in Luntai City within 4 hours. Afterwards, Yifeng called Jean Yen again. Sister Jean, I have a difficult task for you. I plan to transfer the disaster victims in Luntai City to Linhai City. I need you to build a place that can accommodate 8 million people as quickly as possible. It doesn't have to be luxurious, as long as it can shelter from the wind and rain. I will transfer another 10 billion to your card later. I will let Lin Zhongyue cooperate with you. She is my friend. With the two of you, I believe you can do it. Yifeng hung up the phone, sent Lin Zhongyue's contact information to Jean Yen, and sent a text message to Lin Zhongyue to inform her. The other party said that there was no problem and she would definitely cooperate. We are not good at rescue operations. If we move around, it will cause secondary damage. Mayor Fu, the most urgent task now is to rescue people. The affected area is too large. We must mobilize manpower as soon as possible. We will distribute the supplies now. It's getting dark. Let's try to get everyone a tent tonight. Yes, the superiors have already sent a large number of rescue workers to the disaster area, and they should arrive soon. Yifeng, after this disaster is over, I will personally hold a commendation meeting for you. Let the people of the whole country know about your good deeds. Yifeng waved his hand and didn't care about these false reputations. Hello everyone, I'm CCTV reporter Li Kerson. Now we are looking at the disaster site in Luntai City. As you can see, volunteers and rescue workers from all over the country are busy with rescue work. Come on, let's move the camera up. CCTV reporter Li Kerson arrived at the disaster area as soon as possible and broadcast the on-site situation in Luntai City live to audiences across the country. As our camera zooms in, we can see collapsed walls and broken cars everywhere. There's a group of helicopters ahead. Let's go take a look. Li Kerson saw hundreds of helicopters parked on the grass and hurried over with her camera. Sir, can I interview you? Li Kerson saw Yifeng constantly moving supplies out of the container and walked up to him and asked. Okay, go ahead. Yifeng put down the supplies in his hands and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Chapter 17 Mu Wanru beats Li Xin. Excuse me, sir, could you please introduce yourself and the helicopters around you? Li Kerson said politely. Okay, I'm Yifeng, the chairman of Linhai Maple Leaf Group. I led my employees to the disaster area this time to do our part for the victims. As descendants of the Chinese nation, when one side is in trouble, all sides should support it. I also call on everyone who sees this program to lend a helping hand. Okay, Mr. Yifeng, thank you for your cooperation. Then may I ask if these helicopters and the supplies in front of us were purchased by Maple Leaf Group? Mr. Yifeng, will such a huge expense cause losses and impacts to Maple Leaf Group? After Li Kerson finished speaking, she passed the microphone to Yifeng, and Yifeng said, Money can be earned again, but every life is priceless. We can use limited money to help priceless lives. This is the original intention of establishing our Maple Leaf Group. Okay, Mr. Yifeng, thank you very much for your kindness. These supplies are really a timely help to the disaster victims who are currently short of water and supplies. I would also like to thank all the kind-hearted people in front of the screen who have extended a helping hand. Thank you. After Li Kerson finished speaking, the camera turned to capture the rescue workers who were sleeping in the ruins due to excessive fatigue, and continued to explain to the camera. Dear audience friends, you can see that the situation in the disaster area is very, very serious. Mr. Yifeng just said it very well. When one side is in trouble, all sides will come to its aid. I call on everyone here to do their part. In front of the television and mobile phone screens, countless viewers watched the TV station's reports with heavy hearts. The disaster site was very serious. Rescue workers raced against time to search for survivors, and many volunteers were so tired that they collapsed on the ruins and ate dusty buns. This scene touched countless people who were watching the show and made everyone know about Maple Leaf Group. Boss, the supplies have almost been distributed. What should we do next? Zheng Dafu came to Yifeng, and more than 500 people quickly distributed the supplies, but it was still a drop in the bucket for the people who were severely affected. Well, Dafu, you lead all the captains to transfer the peripheral supplies into the container before dark, and then transport them in. Yifeng ordered. Yes, sir. Zheng Dafu waved his hand and took 500 people and the captain to their respective helicopters to busy themselves with transferring supplies. Sister Lu, Mayor Fu, let's go check on the victims. Yifeng called the busy Lu Qing over, and went to the area where the disaster-stricken people were located with Fu Guangbei and others. Nothing. Nothing at all. My son. Woo woo woo, mommy, wake up. Cui Lan. Cui Lan, open your eyes and look at me. In the area where the disaster-stricken people were, there was crying, people were in tattered clothes, and their eyes were hollow. Because the earthquake occurred at night, many people's relatives and friends left this world forever in their sleep. My compatriots, listen to me. I am Fu Guangbei, the mayor of Lantai City. I promise you that I will do my best to resettle you. I will also spare no effort to search for and treat the missing persons. Please believe me, believe in the government. Don't do anything stupid. Fu Guangbei shouted hoarsely. After the disaster, many people could not accept such a blow and chose to commit suicide to accompany their loved ones. After drinking a sip of water, Fu Guangbei cleared his throat and continued to shout. Fellow countrymen, this is Mr. Yifeng, the chairman of Linhai Maple Leaf Group. He has purchased a large amount of supplies and 1,100 helicopters to evacuate the affected people. Please tell each other that the current difficulties are only temporary and we will definitely overcome them. After Fu Guangbei finished speaking, the crowd remained silent for a long time. Thank you, country. Thank you, government. Thank you, Mr. Yifeng. After a long time, someone in the crowd shouted loudly. On the other side, at Maple Leaf Group, Li Xian stood at the door with heavy makeup on her face, pointing at the security guard at the door and cursing. You bastard! How many times have I told you that I am Yifeng's wife? You don't want to do this anymore, right? And you still dare to stop me? Believe it or not, I can just call my husband and fire you immediately. The security guard remained unmoved and said. Miss, please stop being unreasonable. Our chairman is indeed called Yifeng, but his wife is not called Li Xian, but Mu Wanru. If you continue to make trouble like this, we will ask you to leave. Upon hearing this, Li Xian immediately got furious. Who do you say is a young lady? You are the young lady. Your whole family is young ladies. Tell me, who is that Mu Wanru? Where is her home? It's on the white jade plate in Jinyu Huafu. Go ahead. After the security guard finished speaking, he returned to the security room and closed the door. He also ignored Li Xian's curses outside. What the hell? Do you think a guard dog is so great? Li Xian was furious. She saw the report about Yifeng on TV and realized that Yifeng was really rich. She immediately became active. Huan Dao had been ignoring her recently. She couldn't just count on him. It was just right that while Yifeng was away, it would be easy for her to obtain some shares of Maple Leaf Group with the identity of Yifeng's wife. Unexpectedly, she was stopped by the security guard and was not allowed to enter no matter what. The white jade plate of the golden domain, right? Humph. It will be mine sooner or later. Taxi. Taxi. Li Xian stopped a taxi, opened the door and got in. Go to the white jade plate in Jinyu Huafu. Hurry up. Hearing this, the driver stepped on the accelerator and rushed out, and Li Xian, who was putting on makeup, immediately got foundation all over her face. Can you drive? Can't you see I'm putting on makeup? Believe it or not, I'll complain to you. No wonder you can only drive a taxi. You stinky loser. You asked me to go faster? Faster or slower? The driver glared at Li Xian in the rearview mirror. Working in this industry, you will meet all kinds of people. There is no need to get acquainted with passengers. People with bad tempers cannot work in this line of work. Soon, the taxi arrived at the Jinhua Huafu Villa area. 45. The driver glanced at the meter and spoke. What? You still want money? Do you believe I will sue you? The driver was speechless. Seeing Li Xian slamming the door and leaving the car, he punched the steering wheel in anger. What a damn bad luck. Someone who can afford to live in a villa doesn't even give me $45 for car fare. Bah! I turned the car around and prepared to leave, but I had to make a few more trips to make up for the gas money. Hello, who are you looking for? The security guard of Jinhua Huafu asked very politely. I am Yifeng's wife. Yifeng knows me, right? I am the owner of the White Jade Plate. Li Xian said with a proud look on his face, feeling very excited. Bai Yupan, here I come. Excuse me, ma'am, please wait a moment, I need to make a phone call to confirm. After the security guard finished speaking, he called the owner of the Baiyu Plate. Mu Wanru, who was posting teacher recruitment information online, heard the call from the security guard and stood up to answer the call. What's wrong? The security guard quickly said. Dear owner, there is a person at the door claiming to be Mr. Yifeng's wife. May I ask if you can let her in? Mu Wanru was stunned when she heard this. Madam Yifeng? Who is she? Why did she come to my house? Let her in. After hanging up the phone, Mu Wanru sat in front of the computer and posted information about recruiting teachers. The construction of the orphanage and the teaching building was proceeding simultaneously, and it was expected that they would be completed soon. Li Xian was led by the servant to the White Jade Plate. As soon as she entered the door, she was deeply shocked. She made up her mind that she must take the White Jade Plate for herself no matter what. Madam, the guests have arrived. Housekeeper Wu Mengyao sent Li Xian to the door and turned to leave. Mu Wanru looked up at Li Xian and had some impression of this heavily made-up girl. When she went to see Yifeng that winter, the girl next to Yifeng should be her. Sit down. What would you like to drink? Mu Wanru spoke. Do you really need to be polite to me when I'm at my own home? Who do you think you are? Please get out of my house right now. Li Xian sat on the sofa with his legs crossed and said in a domineering tone. Mu Wanru looked at Li Xian as if she were an idiot and said. Are you planning to take advantage of Yifeng's absence to rob me? He has told me everything about you and Yifeng. No matter how affectionate you were before, I have no right to interfere. But you know what you did, otherwise you wouldn't have come when Yifeng wasn't around. But now, you see that he's rich and well off, and you shamelessly come up to him, and even dare to act so arrogantly in front of me. Who gave you the courage? As Mu Wanru spoke, she tied up her loose hair, walked a few steps to Li Xian, grabbed Li Xian's hair and dragged her to the ground, then slapped Li Xian twice in the face. Chapter 18 Obtaining Plane Travel Points. You crazy woman, how dare you hit me? Li Xian screamed and struggled. The security guards and servants in the villa heard the noise and rushed to the villa immediately. They saw Mu Wanru beating a strange woman, and then they felt relieved. As long as the mistress is not hurt, it's fine. However, seeing Mu Wanru's tough appearance still shocked them. They didn't expect that the usually gentle and weak mistress would have such a tough side. It is estimated that Yifeng was beaten a lot. Hit you? Who saw me hit you? But you ran into my house and told me to get out. Are you a robber? Mu Wanru spoke as she hit Li Xian, causing blood to appear at the corner of his mouth. Stop. Stop. They're killing people. Help. Li Xian was scared. She never expected that the thin woman in front of her would be so violent. She beat people up for no reason. Can you talk to me calmly now? Mu Wanru threw Li Xian to the ground like a dead dog and wiped her hands with a tissue. You crazy woman. I'm going to call the police to arrest you. Just wait. And all of you, none of you can escape. Li Xian, with disheveled hair, sat slumped on the ground, pointing at Mu Wanru and a group of security guards and servants and spoke harshly. Throw it out. Shameless thing. At Mu Wanru's command, the security guards quickly stepped forward, lifted Li Xian up and dragged him out of the villa. Sister-in-law, who is she? Xiao Duanchuan, wearing cartoon pajamas and with her mouth full of food, asked incoherently. She is your brother's ex-girlfriend. Why are you eating again? I have told you so many times not to eat while running, otherwise you will have a stomachache. Come on, I will give you a bath. Mu Wanru turned off the computer and walked into the bathroom carrying Xiao Tuanchuan. Hey! It's you! What happened? Did you get beaten out? Ha 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 ha. The taxi driver, who was eating bread, was overjoyed when he saw Li Xian thrown out by someone else. What a reward! Cool. Humph. You poor loser. What are you looking at? Go to Pingyao community. Li Xian wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, grabbed her bag, stood up and walked towards the taxi. But she was immediately stopped by the taxi driver. Stop. Rich man. I won't take you in my car. Unless you pay the future fare first. Pay. Pay your mother's head. I'm not even going to sit down yet. Li Xian spat on the driver's face, took out her cell phone and called Huang Dao. Brother Dao. I've. Beep. Hello? Hello? Brother Dao? Lantai City. 1,000 helicopters landed in the disaster area, and Captain Wang Dachuan came to Yifeng and received a salute. Reporting to Mr. Yifeng, I am Captain Wang Dachuan. 1,000 helicopters have arrived at the designated location. Please give instructions. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Tomorrow morning, all helicopters will be responsible for evacuating the disaster victims. When they arrive in Linhai City, someone will be there to pick them up and make arrangements. All you need to do is evacuate all the disaster victims as quickly as possible. Night fell quickly, and the search work on the ruins was still going on. Yifeng returned to the tent and sent a message to Mu Wanru to avoid her worrying. He also learned from Mu Wanru that Li Xian had actually gone to Baiyupan today. How could this woman become so disgusting? After a tiring day, Yifeng lay down on the camp bed tiredly to rest. Yifeng? Are you there? Suddenly, a female voice sounded outside the tent, and then the tent door was lifted, and a woman walked in. Yifeng stood up instantly, and then he saw clearly that the person who came was Du Chanxian, who followed Fu Guangbei during the day. Why are you here? What's up? Yifeng asked. I misunderstood you during the day, and I came here to say sorry. Thank you for helping those affected by the disaster. Du Chanxian pinched the corners of her clothes with both hands, looking a little reserved. It's okay, I'm not such a stingy person. If there's nothing else, go back and rest early. Yifeng ordered them to leave. Although he had a good impression of Du Chanxian, it was already late at night, and it would not look good if the news of a man and a woman alone got out. Well, good night. Du Chanxian walked out of the tent and breathed a sigh of relief. It was all her fault for talking too much during the day. She thought Yifeng was the kind of person who promoted his company in the name of disaster relief but did nothing. This kind of person is really hateful. He enjoys taking advantage of other people's misfortunes. Yifeng sat on the camp bed, opened the system panel, and found that there was an additional data on the task progress. Mission: have followers with a loyalty of 90 or above within 3 days. Mission completion progress 610 Mu Wanru, Jin Yan, Lin Zhongyue, Hai Lin, Zheng Dafu, Qian Tuanchuan. Mission: evacuate the affected people within 10 days. Task progress not completed. There are only 4 left to complete. Yifeng set his sights on the novice gift pack again. System: use the novice gift pack. Yifeng decided to use the gift package. Byte. Congratulations to the host for opening the novice gift package. Get consumption money of 990,100,000,000. Congratulations to the host for opening the novice gift pack. Obtained Overlord Power X1. Congratulations to the host for opening the novice gift pack. Get a personal bodyguard real-life Invincible version X1. Congratulations to the host for opening the novice gift pack. Obtained plane shuttle points 100. Yifeng, who was a little sleepy, jumped up from the bed in an instant as if a spring was installed on his body. Oh shit. Can it increase strength? An invincible bodyguard? Dimensional travel? Yifeng's jaw dropped. This system is too awesome. System? I can understand the invincible bodyguard, but what is the power of the Overlord? What's the use of the plane shuttle points? Yifeng asked excitedly. Answer the host. The invincible bodyguard can be used close to the host to ensure his safety. The power of the Overlord can give the host super strength. When the plane shuttle points reach 1,000, you can travel to any plane once. It takes 3 days to return. the system explained. Upon hearing this, Yifeng was shocked. He asked, "Any plane? Then can I go to any dynasty and any time and space? Is there really a world of immortals?" Yifeng thought of the emperors and empresses in fantasy novels, and his heart was filled with longing. He really wanted to see those flying gods with his own eyes. Answered the host. As long as the host has enough points, the system will satisfy the host at any time and any place. Beef. Beer. Yifeng gave the system a big thumbs up. In his heart, there were only these two words to describe the system. System, use all the items you got in the gift package just now. Bite. The consumption money was used successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the consumption money. Soon, a text message notification came on Yifeng's card. The Overlord's power was used successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Overlord's power. In an instant, Yifeng felt a warm current flowing through his meridians, and his whole body was full of strength. It is estimated that if he uses all his strength, he can kill a cow with one punch. Bite. The personal bodyguard was used successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Invincible bodyguard. With a whoosh, a middle-aged man in black clothes appeared beside Yifeng, giving people a feeling of extreme danger. Bite. The plane shuttle points have been used successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 plane shuttle points. Chapter 19 Aftershocks. Late at night, Yifeng fell asleep with excitement. In his dream, he became an immortal who could fly in the sky and earth, riding on clouds and mist. But he accidentally bumped into a mountain, and the pain woke him up. There's an earthquake. Be careful, everyone. Aru, where are you? It turned out to be an aftershock. Yifeng, still half asleep, got up from the ground, rushed to the next tent, picked up the panicked Lu Qing, carried her on his shoulders, and quickly rushed away. Defu? Defu? Yifeng ran and shouted. Boss, I'm here. Zhang Dafu's feet were crushed by the collapsed rocks, and he couldn't move. Yifeng quickly came to Zhang Dafu's side, lifted up the rock weighing thousands of pounds with one hand, and pulled Zhang Dafu out. How are you? Can you still walk? Yifeng asked anxiously. Zhang Dafu tried to move around, and there was nothing wrong with him. Don't worry, boss. I'm fine. But how can you be so strong? It's good that you're okay. Take everyone else and get all the helicopters airborne. There's no time to rest. Evacuate the people immediately. Yifeng carried Lu Qing on his back and turned on his cell phone, only to find there was no signal at all. Yes, sir. Soon 1,099 helicopters took off, and one pilot unfortunately died in the aftershock. Put me down, I can fly a helicopter. Lu Qing's face turned red with embarrassment. She had never had such close contact with a man in her life. You can drive? Good, be safe. Yifeng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Lu Qing could fly a helicopter. Helicopters came and went in the sky, transferring the affected people to the edge of the disaster area. At the edge, vehicles from the military, government and some volunteers were responsible for transporting the affected people to Linhai City. Everyone, don't panic. Hurry up and get in the car. Linhai Maple Leaf Group has built a place for everyone to live in, which can temporarily accommodate everyone. Mayor Fu Guangbei and a group of government workers sent the evacuated people to various vehicles. Can we only live here for a while? What will we do in the future? Do I still need to pay the mortgage for the new house I just bought? Yes. And my car was smashed. Do I still have to pay the car loan? Someone in the crowd was making a noise. Fu Guangbei was suddenly a little angry. He was still thinking about mortgage and car loans at this time. Don't think about these issues yet. The most urgent task now is to transfer you to the safe Linhai City. You must believe in the country and the government. Now, everyone get in the car. At the mayor's command, the evacuated people quickly boarded various vehicles and headed towards Linhai City. Hey, it's already this late and you're still thinking about these worldly possessions. Fu Guangbei sighed. This is normal. Ordinary people have worked hard for most of their lives to finally buy a house, but this natural disaster has wiped out everything. How can they not feel sad? The deputy mayor said on the side. Thanks to this young man Yifeng. Otherwise, the people would not have been able to evacuate in time, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Fu Guangbei said in a hoarse voice. On the other side, Yifeng took off his suit and searched for trapped people in the ruins in short sleeves. There's someone here. Come quickly. A little girl, covered in mud and dust, was kneeling on the ruins, moving stones with her two little hands, which were rubbed to a bloody mess. Hearing the noise, rescue workers quickly gathered around, cleared away the rubble and saw the trapped people. It was a little boy of 4 or 5 years old who was crushed by a huge beam weighing several thousand kilograms. Brother! Brother, can you hear me? The little boy who was pinned down was exactly the little girl's younger brother. Hurry up, it's too heavy to move. The rescuers tried, but couldn't move the beam at all. At this moment, Yifeng arrived. Everyone move aside, I'm coming. Yifeng wiped the blood from the cut on his hand and prepared to lift up the beam that was pressing down the little boy. You're here? It's already this late and you're still in the mood to brag? Get out of here. Someone said. You think you can lift thousands of pounds by yourself? Yes, young man, this is not the time to show off. Let's call for more help. Xiaoya, after we lift him up, you quickly pull the little boy out. Do you understand? A middle-aged man said to a girl. Okay, stop wasting time and get out of the way. Yifeng ignored them. The boy's breath was already very weak, and there was no time to delay. He came to one end of the beam and used both hands to lift up the beam weighing several thousand pounds. Oh my God! It's really lifted up. This. What a huge amount of strength this takes. Don't just stand there. Save them. The middle-aged man reacted quickly, leaned over and pulled the little boy out of the rubble and held him in his arms. Seeing that the little boy was successfully rescued, Yifeng slowly lowered the beam. Sir, I'm sorry. I'm the one who looked down on you. The young man who had told Yifeng to get out before bowed to Yifeng and apologized. It's okay, saving lives is the most important thing. Yifeng waved his hand, indicating that it didn't matter. The young man looked about 18 or 19 years old, and should still be in college. It was admirable that he could run from the university campus to the disaster area to do his part. He picked up the little boy and the little girl and went to the earthquake-stricken area. He sent the two children to the helicopter driven by Lu Qing, gave them a few words, and then continued to search for survivors in the ruins. In Linhai City, Jin Yan and Lin Zhongyue were extremely worried. There were too many people. In less than 4 hours, more than 1 million people were transferred to Linhai City. Since receiving Yifeng's order, the two of them have been busy with the resettlement of the people in the disaster area. However, no matter how much money they spend, the houses have to be built bit by bit. It is impossible to create a house overnight. Where's the house? Didn't we agree that we'd have a house to live in when we arrived in Linhai City? Are you lying to us? That's right. Where did the house come from except for a large piece of vacant land? Is your Maple Leaf Group really a scam? It's fine if you don't have a house, but you won't give me food either? The crowd was very excited and many people were insulting Maple Leaf Group. At this moment, the mayor's car arrived. Du Fugua heard the crowd shouting and cursing while he was in the car. His face suddenly turned pale. He stepped onto the roof of the car, looked at the huge crowd, picked up the loudspeaker and said, "Swear. Why don't you curse? Aren't you all cursing loudly? You are such heartless people. I know you have suffered a disaster and you feel bad but have no place to vent. But how can you speak ill of your benefactor? Without Maple Leaf Group, can you transfer to Linhai City safely now?" Du Fugua stood on the roof of the car, and the loudspeaker carried the sound far away. Who are you? You said you would have a house to live in when you came to High City. Where is the house? Someone in the crowd retorted, looking annoyed. Who owes you anything? Helping you is a favor, not helping you is my duty. If you don't like it, you can return to Lantai City. No one will stop you. Besides, is the Yefeng Group a god? Can it transform into a house that can accommodate millions of people overnight? Who am I? I am the mayor of Linhai City. Don't be curious why I, as a government official, can say such things. Some of you are really disappointing. Mayor, please watch your words, there are many reporters here. The deputy mayor reminded from under the car. I'm not afraid of anything. Let anyone say whatever they want. I never play those tricks of saying one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. After Du Fugua finished speaking, he jumped down from the roof of the car, very flexibly. Chapter 20 Press Conference. Jin Yen and Lin Zhongyue came to Du Fugua, and Jin Yen said, "Hello, Mayor Du, I'm Jin Yen from Maple Leaf Group, and this is Lin Zhongyue." Du Fugua exhaled, suppressed his anger, and said, "I'm sorry for putting you in such a difficult position. Please understand them. Being displaced, it's inevitable that everyone is in a bad mood. This time, thanks to your Maple Leaf Group for lending a helping hand, a lot of pressure has been relieved for our Linhai City. I've already issued an order to all the towns under Linhai City to work overtime to produce iron houses. It is expected that 1 million houses will be delivered to Linhai City around noon tomorrow." Du Fugua rubbed his swollen temples. The number of affected people was too large. Although they were transferred to several neighboring cities around Lantai City, the number shared by Linhai City was still large. "Okay, Mayor Du, our Maple Leaf Group will also work overtime to build houses for the disaster victims. Within 3 days, we can accommodate 5 million people." Du Fugua nodded when he heard this and looked at Lin Zhongyue and the others with approval. To build a building that could accommodate such a large number of people in a very short time would undoubtedly be a huge expense. Time passed quickly, dawn arrived, and the sky turned a pale white. Yifeng was lying on the ruins, breathing heavily, while his personal bodyguard Ada stood aside like a log. This was the name Yifeng gave it last night. Yifeng rescued more than 30 trapped people in one night. Although he had the power of a king, his body couldn't hold on and he was exhausted. He was more and more coveted for the body-strengthening liquid rewarded by the system task. If he had a bottle at this time, he would be full of energy immediately. "You must be exhausted." When the middle-aged man rescued the little boy in the ruins, he came to Yifeng, handed a bottle of water to Yifeng, handed another bottle to Adi, then sat down next to Yifeng, opened another bottle of water and drank it up. "Thank you." Yifeng was also very thirsty, so he opened the lid and started drinking. "Where are you from? I can see you're very strong. It's not an exaggeration to say you have supernatural powers." "Let me introduce myself, my name is Wu Di. I'm from Linhai City. My name is Yifeng, and his name is Adi, and he's my bodyguard." "Hello, Brother Wu." Yifeng stretched out his hand and shook hands with Wu Di. Upon hearing this, Wu Di looked at Adi and his eyes narrowed instantly. More than 10 years of experience as a mercenary told him that this Adi was extremely dangerous. He was afraid that he would not last more than 3 rounds in his hands. I couldn't help but be curious about Yifeng. He was so young and yet so strong. And he had such a powerful bodyguard around him. "Brother Yi, what do you do? You are a great bodyguard." Wu Di praised. Yifeng smiled and said, "Brother Wu, you have a good eye. I am the chairman of Linhai Maple Leaf Group." "Brother Yi, have you ever been to Linhai City?" Hearing this, Wu Di said in surprise. "Oh? Brother Yi, are you the Yifeng who purchased more than 1,000 helicopters to evacuate the victims?" Wu Di admired him very much. As the leader of the Longya mercenaries, he only admired 2 types of people in his life, those who cared about the people, and those who valued friendship and loyalty. And Yifeng was the one who cared about the people. As his mother was critically ill, Wu Di had to rush back from the border just to see her off. Not long after his mother was buried, such a disaster happened in Lantai City. As a soldier king, how could he not do his part? "I haven't been there. I've been away all these years and haven't been back for a long time." Yifeng and Wu Di fell asleep while chatting. They were so tired. The huge happy orphanage in Linhai City has been completed, with a canteen, dormitory, activity room and everything else available. Mu Wanru sat in the spacious office, looking at the list of applicants sent by her secretary Dong Shoshue, and carefully checking the information of each teacher and orphanage staff member. "Are all the people here? Let them start the interview. Xiaoxue, come with me. I can't handle it alone." Mu Wanru tied her hair up today, dressed like a strong woman. "Okay, Sister Mu, when will your brother-in-law come back? I've been listening to you and I'm really curious about what kind of outstanding man can win you over." Dong Shoshue is Mu Wanru's best friend whom she met when she was a kindergarten teacher at school. She has a very good relationship with Mu Wanru and they even call each other sisters in private. "It's almost time, get busy." Mu Wanru's eyes were filled with tenderness, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. After an afternoon of interviews, they recruited 1,000 orphanage staff and 1,500 teachers, from kindergarten to high school. Because the teaching building is still under construction, it will take some time before it can be officially used. Now all we need to do is set up the happy orphanage so that those displaced and homeless children can have a sheltered home. Sister, we are facing a great difficulty now. Our orphanage can only accommodate 15 million children at present. Once we start to open up to the society, the number of children coming to the orphanage will be unimaginable. Do we have so much funds to support it? Are we taking too big a step? Dong Xiaoxue said worriedly, not to mention the whole country, the population of Linhai City alone is over 300 million. Add to that the neighboring cities, and the number of children coming to the orphanage will be horrible and unimaginable. If your brother-in-law says it's okay, then it must be okay. Believe him. We will hold a press conference tomorrow and start recruiting from Linhai City. We will also have our staff verify and examine the children. All the children who meet the requirements can enter our orphanage. Mu Wanru said in a firm tone that she would obey Yifeng's words absolutely and unconditionally. The next morning, a press conference was held at the orphanage. Mayor Du Fugua, Mu Wanru and Dong Xiaoxue sat in the seats above, and a group of reporters were filming below with cameras. President Mu, how many orphans does the Happy Orphanage plan to accept this time? Is it limited to Linhai City? Isn't this a bit unfair to children from other cities? A reporter asked a question below, and Mu Wanru answered. We have to take one step at a time. We have to eat one bite at a time. Our Happy Orphanage can accommodate 15 million orphans, but this is just the beginning. In the future, our Maple Leaf Charity Foundation will be committed to charity, and will establish orphanages in several nearby cities, and gradually spread across the country. I hope everyone will give me some time, and also give Maple Leaf Group some time. We will prove to everyone that Maple Leaf Group's charity is not just talk. As Mu Wanru finished speaking, thunderous applause broke out from the audience. After the applause, a reporter asked, Mayor Du, what do you think of Maple Leaf Group? Is it just a name-giving business as outsiders say that Maple Leaf Group spends so much on charity? Du Fugua sat on the stage, glanced at the reporter who asked the question, and said, First, let me answer your second question. Outsiders say that Maple Leaf Group is just seeking fame and reputation. Then who are the outsiders you are talking about? Whether it is seeking fame and reputation or it is sincere, Maple Leaf Group has put real money into it. It is enough to let those suffering children have a warm home. As for whether it is as you said, I believe that the eyes of the people of the country are sharp. When it comes to my opinion of Maple Leaf Group, I have only two words: admiration. You know, Mr. Yifeng, chairman of Maple Leaf Group, is currently distributing supplies to the victims in the disaster area with more than 500 employees. And he personally funded the purchase of 1,100 helicopters to transfer the victims, which is a great kindness in the world. Du Fugua was a little excited and admired Yifeng very much in his heart. Chapter 21, Happy Orphanage is established. After the press conference, people all over the country saw the news. Du Fugua stood up and said to Mu Wanru, President Mu, on behalf of Linhai City and all the orphans, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you. You and your wife Yifeng have done a lot for Linhai City and for those who are suffering. I personally admire Yifeng very much. I am also optimistic about you. I am looking forward to drinking your wedding wine. I will leave first, as the resettlement of the disaster victims has not been resolved yet. Du Fugua was ready to get up and leave after he finished speaking. The resettlement of the disaster victims made him sleepless and restless. He tried every possible way to solve the problem as soon as possible. Mayor Du, you are too polite. Please take care. Mu Wanru and Dong Xiaoxue sent Du Fugua to the car. As they watched the car drive away, Dong Xiaoxue said, Still can't get through? Mu Wanru shook her head. She had been unable to get through to Yifeng's phone since last night, which made her feel like an ant on hot pot. I'm going to Linhai City. Mu Wanru made up her mind. No matter what happened, she didn't want to be separated from Yifeng again. So what do we do here? Dong Xiaoxue asked in surprise. Just keep an eye on it. I'll be back as soon as possible. Mu Wanru was about to drive away in a hurry. I won't. I want to go too. Can you take me with you? Don't leave me behind. Dong Xiaoxue rushed to the car, hugged Mu Wanru tightly, and said with a face full of grievance. Then I'll have to trouble the old dean to help watch over it. Mu Wanru said helplessly, pulling her arms out from Dong Xiaoxue's too high and bulging parts. On the other side, Yifeng helplessly put down his mobile phone, which had no signal at all. There is only one day left for the system task. There are still 3 people to be found. Fortunately, after a lot of deception, Wu Di, whose loyalty has reached 91, was recruited. Helicopters are flying day and night to evacuate more than 5 million people affected by the disaster. In another day or two, almost all of them will be evacuated. Boss. Boss. I brought 2 women here. Zhang Dafu's voice rang out. Yifeng turned around and saw Mu Wanru, who looked anxious, and a sweet-looking girl rushing towards him. Yifeng hurried over, bypassed Zhang Dafu, who was talking nonsense, took Mu Wanru's hand and said, "Why are you here?" Mu Wanru looked at Yifeng, whose eyes were bloodshot and covered in mud, and suddenly felt distressed, and her eyes were filled with tears. "I couldn't get through to you on the phone since last night. I was worried that something had happened to you. So Xiaoxue and I came to see you. This is Dong Xiaoxue, my good friend." Mu Wanru introduced, stretching out her fair hands to wipe Yifeng's face. "Hee, hello, brother-in-law. Just call me Xiaoxue." Dong Xiaoxue greeted her and whispered in Mu Wanru's ear. "My brother-in-law is so handsome. Would you like to share him with me? We are good sisters, so let's share together." Hee. Okay. Mu Wanru readily agreed and said, "Yifeng, she wants to sleep with you." "Yifeng, is there such a good thing? This wife is good to deal with. If there is something wrong, she will really do it." "Hey, I was just kidding. How did you tell anyone? I'm so embarrassed." Dong Xiaoxue's face turned red and she stamped her feet in anxiety. Yifeng glanced at the system panel and found that Dong Xiaoxue's loyalty reached 93. He was delighted. Only 2 more left. It seems that Dong Xiaoxue and Mu Wanru have a really good relationship. Otherwise, their loyalty would not be so high the first time they met. It's too dangerous here. It will take another day or 2 to evacuate all the victims. Now that the rescue team has arrived, there's not much point for me to stay here. Let's go back to Linhai together. Dafu? Dafu? Hey! Here comes the boss. What instructions? Zhang Dafu ran up to Yifeng and asked. Set sail, back to Linhai. Yes, sir. After receiving the order, Zhang Dafu immediately jumped onto the helicopter and started it. Are you leaving? Du Chanqian came over and asked. Who is this? Mu Wanru asked. What did she see in the other person's eyes? Was it love? This is Du Chanqian, a volunteer here to help with disaster relief. This is my wife Mu Wanru and her friend Dong Xiaoxue. Yifeng introduced them to the 2 of them. Oh, can I take your plane? Du Chanqian asked expectantly. Yifeng glanced at Mu Wanru and asked for her opinion. Then let's go together. Mu Wanru said indifferently that she would give her man enough face outside and deal with him when she got home. After that, she took Dong Xiaoxue to the helicopter. Du Chanqian followed closely, and Yifeng took Ade and Wu Di to the helicopter, and the group headed to Linhai City. Sitting in the helicopter, Yifeng opened the system panel. Mission: the People's Will, have 10 followers with a loyalty of 90 or above within 3 days. Completion progress: 10 completed. Mu Wanru, Jin Yan, Lin Zhongyue, Hai Lin, Xian Tuanxuan, Zhang Dafu, Lu Qing, Dong Xiaoxue, Du Chanqian, Wu Di. Yifeng was stunned. Is it done already? How could Lu Qing and Du Chanqian be so loyal? I couldn't figure it out after thinking about it for a long time, so I simply stopped worrying about it. System, I want to claim my reward after completing the mission. Yifeng said excitedly. Strengthening fluid, just thinking about it makes people excited. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Get 500 trillion in bonus spending money. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of tonic liquid. Yifeng suppressed his excitement and the urge to drink it right away. After several hours of flying, the helicopter landed on the white jade plate of Jinyue Huafu. Wanru, I'm going to go to sleep first, please help me entertain the guests. Yifeng said that he was already impatient to experience the feeling of the strengthening liquid. No need to bother, I'll go back first. I'll come visit you another day when I have time. Du Chanqian politely declined and left the villa under the escort of the servants. In the bathroom, Yifeng held the tonic in his hand and drank it in one gulp. It tasted slightly sweet with a little sourness. Soon, he felt the tonic flowing through his body meridians, and the fatigue all over his body was instantly swept away, and his 8-pack abs became more obvious. Some black impurities were discharged from his body. He turned on the shower and took a hot bath. After arranging Wu Di's room, Mu Wanru and Dong Xiuxue looked at Ada, who was sitting on the sofa like a wooden stake, with a helpless look on their faces. No matter what they said, Ada remained silent and motionless. Forget it, forget about him. Xiaoxue, let's go see if the food is ready. Yi Feng came out of the bathroom and changed his clothes. Seeing that only Ada was sitting on the sofa, he asked, "Why are you alone? Where are the others?" It was not until he saw Yi Feng that Ada started speaking. The hostess took her companions to see if the food was ready. "Okay, Ada, let's eat." Yi Feng is full of energy. He feels like he can eat a cow. "Master, I don't need to eat." Ada stood up and followed Yi Feng and said, "Don't call me master, call me Xiao Feng or Yi Feng. You have to eat. Have you ever seen a normal person who doesn't eat? In addition, you have to learn how to pick up girls. What man doesn't pick up girls? You have to keep up with the trend." Ada understands. Chapter 22 Moon Bay. Bringing Adi to the villa's dining room, Mu Wanru and a group of servants were busy and soon brought up the food. After everyone sat down, Yi Feng asked, "Wanru, how is the orphanage going?" Mu Wanru served Yi Feng another bowl of rice and said, "The construction of the orphanage has been completed. We can now accept children. It can currently accommodate about 15 million children. In addition, the teaching buildings surrounding the orphanage are also almost completed." After hearing this, Yi Feng felt relieved. The earthquake in Lantai City caused a large number of people to be displaced, among which the number of children exceeded 1 million. "That's good, you've worked hard during this period." Yi Feng held Xiao Tuanxuan in his arms and picked up a big chicken leg for her. "How is the evacuation of disaster victims going?" Mu Wanru asked worriedly. "Don't worry, with Lin Zhongyue and Sister Jin Yan over there, nothing should go wrong. I'll go over and take a look after dinner." Yi Feng finished speaking and patted his belly. The food was very delicious, and Yi Feng ate 3 full bowls of rice. After playing with Xiao Tuanxuan in the living room for a while, Yi Feng said goodbye to Mu Wanru and prepared to go to the site where the disaster-stricken people were being evacuated to check out the situation. "Be careful on the road, drive slowly," Mu Wanru warned. "Rest assured." Yi Feng stepped on the accelerator and the Lamborghini sped away. In Linhai Municipal Government Office, Du Chanqian is pouting. "I don't. What's wrong with liking someone? I just love him. If my mother were still alive, she would definitely support me." Seeing his daughter's stubbornness, Du Fugua raised his palm in mid-air and finally didn't hit her. Du Chanqian's mother died early, and he was busy with work, so he cared very little about Du Chanqian. "Chanqian, there's nothing wrong with liking someone. But he has a girlfriend. You can't do this. Do you understand? You will ruin Yi Feng." Du Fugua said earnestly. Since Du Chanqian came back, she couldn't lead Yi Feng in every 3 sentences. As a person who has experienced it, Du Fugua certainly knows that his daughter is in love with Yi Feng. If Yi Feng was single, he would be very supportive of Du Chanqian being with Yi Feng, but Yi Feng has a girlfriend now, and Du Fugua would never allow his daughter to try to poach someone else's girlfriend. "It's useless if you disagree. I'm not going to live with you. As long as I like it, that's all. Bye." Du Chanqian said this angrily, pushed open the office door and slammed it. "You kid. Are you really going to piss me off to death?" Watching Du Chanqian leave, Du Fugua's heart ached with anger. He sat on a chair and drank a sip of water, and then he felt better. Yi Feng didn't know that Du Chanqian had a big fight with Du Fugua because of him, and he was talking to Lin Zhongyue and Jin Yan at this time. It is expected that the remaining 1 million disaster victims will be relocated by tomorrow afternoon. I have urged Zhang Dawei from Xingye Real Estate, and he promised to complete the construction of Moon Bay within 7 days. It is expected to accommodate up to 20 million people at the same time. Yi Feng sat in a chair, drinking coffee and listening to the work reports of 2 beauties. Very comfortable and enjoyable. "That's great. How about it? I knew you two could accomplish great things." Moon Bay? What a good name. Who came up with it? Yi Feng gave the 2 girls a thumbs up. It was Zhang Yue who proposed it. Because at the beginning, many people were not grateful, and instead spoke ill of us at Maple Leaf Group. Zhang Yue suggested that, since that's the case, why don't we change the model? I can help you, but you have to give something. This way, no one will say anything. They will even be grateful to us from the bottom of their hearts. Jin Yan explained to Yifeng with a smile. Hearing this, Yifeng was stunned and asked, "Scold us? Why did you scold us?" "Zhongyu, tell me." Lin Zhongyue tucked her messy hair behind her ears and explained. "Because we are grateful for a little and resentful for a little. We selflessly give and help them without asking for anything in return, but they will think we are treacherous and taking advantage of them. Even if they don't say it, they will feel disgusted in their hearts. So I asked the men among them to come out and build houses with the construction team, and the women can do the laundry and cooking. Then, they can redeem the points they earn from their daily work for the completed Moon Bay. In this way, they will have a sense of belonging to Moon Bay. The most important thing is to let them know that every brick and tile, every blade of grass and every tree in Moon Bay was created by our Maple Leaf Group, and it is not what they take for granted. To put it bluntly, if you feed a steamed bun to a dog, the dog will still wag its tail. Some people will insult you in return if you help them. So, you won't blame me for making the decision on my own, right?" After Lin Zhongyue finished speaking, she looked at Yifeng with some nervousness on her face. Yifeng sat on the chair in silence, looking a little ugly. Not long ago, Yifeng was a poor man. Although his life was not satisfactory, he just couldn't bear to see the sufferings in the world. Now I have money. I can buy half of the country. I just want to help those who are suffering. Am I wrong? He Yifeng is not a saint. I can give it to you. But you can't ask for it. If you dare to ask for it, I will beat you. You did the right thing. I oversimplified people's minds. You did a great job. To reward you, I decided that after the orphanage has enrolled the children and relocated all the disaster victims, we will go on a trip. Sister Jean and Zhongyue, Wanru and I, Ada and Wu Di, let's go together. Let's see the beautiful mountains and rivers of our motherland. Yifeng smiled again and said with a relaxed look. Sure. I love traveling the most. Jin Yan and Lin Zhongyue are very happy. They have been so busy these past few days that they are dizzy. It's time to relax. Yifeng sat on the chair, looking at the Moon Bay plan in his hand, very satisfied. The entire Moon Bay is semicircular, and it looks like a crescent moon when viewed from the air. The area is equivalent to half of Linhai City. It can accommodate 20 million people. It can be described as a small city. In the central area of Moon Bay, it is planned to build a skyscraper with more than 900 floors as a branch of Maple Leaf Group. Great! Get the designer. Yifeng started talking, and soon, Lin Zhongyue came over with a pretty girl from Jiangnan. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Bai Shui, the designer of Moon Bay. Please, it's really you, Yifeng. Bai Shui was shocked. When designing Moon Bay, she often heard Jin Yan and Lin Zhongyue mention Yifeng, but she never thought of Yifeng at all. She thought it was a homonym, but she didn't expect that he was actually her college classmate. Hearing this, Yifeng was also surprised. He didn't expect to meet an old classmate here. Bai Shui helped him a lot during the 4 years of college. Ha! It's me. Long time no see, old classmate. Yifeng laughed and stood up and gave Bai Shui a big hug. How could you? Maple Leaf Group is yours? Wow. You are too low-key. Bai Shui was so shocked. During the 4 years of college, she rarely saw Yifeng using his meal card to buy meat. He basically ate pickled vegetables, white porridge and steamed buns every day. I heard that you went to study design in Liangguo? Are you back after completing your studies? Yifeng personally poured a cup of coffee for Bai Shui and asked. Yeah, being outside doesn't feel like being at home. I don't really like the local customs and practices there, so I returned home early. By the way, what do you think of Moon Bay? Is there anything that needs to be improved? When Bai Shui talked about the design, she immediately became very excited and asked quickly. She was very confident about the design of Moon Bay. Chapter 23, Making Trouble? Then I'll play with you. You sit down first, Sister Zhongyue Jin, you guys should sit down too, why are you standing? Yifeng sat on the chair and said. You are worthy of being the recognized campus beauty in the university. I am very satisfied with the Moon Bay you designed. The only flaw is that the architecture is not high-end enough. I decided that you can modify it a little. From this point of view, there is not much difference from the architectural style of Linhai City. You can see how to modify it. I don't know much about this. As long as it looks very high-end and classy, it will be fine. After Yifeng finished speaking, Bai Shui took the design drawing, frowned slightly, and said, "But Yifeng, if all the buildings in Moon Bay are replaced with high-end buildings, the amount of money spent will be very, very huge. The shopping malls, amusement parks, scenic spots, and all the projects and venues that can recover funds in Moon Bay will take a long time to recover the investment. It will take at least 3 years to fully recover the investment. If it is really profitable, it will take at least 3.5 years. Do you want to reconsider it?" Bai Shui raised her head and looked at Yifeng's smiling face, her cheeks flushed. She was just an employee, she should just do whatever the boss told her to do. Why should she give him advice? If she made the boss unhappy and fired her, she would be finished. However, she and Yifeng had been classmates for 4 years in college, and she didn't want to see Yifeng suffer a loss, especially with such a large amount of money. "Don't worry. Money is not a problem. By the way, leave me a place in Moon Bay. I want to build a manor and raise some animals." "Okay, Mr. Yi. What are the requirements for this manor?" "Currently, the best private building in Linhai City is the White Jade Plate in Jinyu Huafu. Can we build a manor based on its appearance?" Bai Shui asked a little nervously. "Why are you being so polite to me? Just call me Yifeng. I don't have any special requirements, as long as it's high-end and classy. As for imitating it, there's no need to imitate it. The White Jade Plate you mentioned is also mine. By the way, have you bought a house? If not, go and pick one of the 7 villas around the White Jade Plate. It's empty anyway." Yifeng waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "A drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. When I was in college, Bai Shui bought meat and vegetables for me several times. Giving her a villa is like repaying a favor." "Ah? The White Jade Plate is also yours? Yifeng, what do you do? How come you are so rich?" Bai Shui covered her mouth in surprise, with a look of shock on her face. "Ah, okay, Bai Shui, Moon Bay is now yours. Don't be afraid of spending money. Try to finish it as soon as possible so I can move in. Zhongyu, Sister Jean, you guys go ahead and do your work. I'm going to the orphanage to see about recruiting children." Yifeng stood up and said goodbye, driving the Lamborghini back to the orphanage. "Why won't you let us in? Xiaofeng's parents have been dead for several years, so how can she not be an orphan?" "That's right, you're treating me differently. Get out of the way. You damned guard dog." As soon as Yifeng arrived at the orphanage gate, he saw a group of people blocking the gate and making a lot of noise. Many reporters were filming. Yifeng stood at the back of the crowd and saw a sneaky young man shouting obscene words from time to time to insult the female staff of the orphanage. "You are a bunch of shameless people. You are defrauding people of their money in the name of charity. You are all liars. Don't you agree?" After the young man finished speaking, many people around him followed suit. Seeing this satisfying scene, the young man smiled triumphantly and took out his mobile phone to type quickly. "You want to make trouble? Then I'll play with you." Yifeng raised the corner of his mouth, walked to the young man calmly and glanced at his phone. He saw the message in the dialog box, "Brother Dao, it's all done." The reporters took pictures of it all. But their security guards didn't beat anyone. "What should we do next? Who are you? Stay away from me." The young man was shocked when he saw Yifeng. "Oh, I'm also here to check out the orphanage. What's going on? What are so many people arguing about?" Yifeng asked calmly. Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes lit up immediately. He said, "Hey, buddy, you don't know, Yifeng from Maple Leaf Group is a beast in human form. You've heard of Yifeng, right? He's the CEO of Maple Leaf Group. I heard he's got a lot of money." The young man said with great excitement. "Well, I've heard of Yifeng. What happened to him? Did he do something that angered the heavens and the people? I saw so many of you scolding him." Yifeng narrowed his eyes and asked, "Even a clayman still has some temper. Do you really think that I, Yifeng, am easy to bully? I'm telling you, buddy. It's not what Yifeng did, it's that he offended someone he shouldn't have offended. Does my big brother Huan Dao know? He's the best in Linhai. He offended my big brother. Do you think that guy named Yifeng will have a good ending? My big brother can crush him to death with one hand. Buddy, I think you're a good person, we can get along. Leave your name? Keep in touch in the future. Yifeng. What did you say? I said my name is Yi Feng. Fuck, big brother, stop it. The young man tried to squeeze out of the crowd in a panic, but Yi Feng held him tightly with one hand and he couldn't move. With the other hand, he called Mayor Du Fugua. Hello, this is Du Fugua, Xiao Feng, why did you think of calling me? Did something happen to you? Du Fugua asked with some surprise. Since the two of them left their phone numbers with each other at the auction, Yi Feng had never called him once. Hello, Mayor Du. This is what happened. There is a man named Huang Dao who has a grudge against me. He sent people to the gate of my orphanage to cause trouble and insult our staff. Mayor Du, what do you think of this? There's such a thing? Don't worry, Xiao Feng. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Du Fugua hung up Yi Feng's phone angrily and immediately called the police chief. I'm Du Fugua. Take your men to the Happy Orphanage right now and arrest Huang Dao and all the troublemakers. If you can't figure this out, you don't have to do it anymore. Huang Dao was in great spirits at this moment, having just finished exercising with Zhao Weiwei. He was lying comfortably on the bed reading the messages sent by his subordinates. You little jerk. Are you fighting with me? You think you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is just because you have a few filthy riches? I can make you fall to the bottom in an instant with just one phone call. Open the door. Don't move. Huang Dao, who was feeling very happy, was frightened out of his wits by the police who broke into his house. Why did you arrest me? What are you doing? Before he could even struggle, he was pushed onto the bed and immediately stuffed into a police car and taken away. There was no delay at all during the process. Why did you arrest my husband? Zhao Weiwei cried and called her father. Hey, Dad, Huang Dao was taken away by the police. What? What happened? Weiwei, stop crying first. Zhao Weiwei's father Zhao Dahai listened to his daughter's crying voice on the phone and asked anxiously, although he was very dissatisfied with the son-in-law, he was his daughter's husband after all. I don't know. I heard that someone went to Yi Feng's orphanage to cause trouble, and then he was taken away. Dad, you have to think of a solution. What did you say? Yi Feng? The Yi Feng from Maple Leaf Group? Are you guys fucking tired of living? Why bother provoking him for no reason? I can't do anything about it. I'll be thankful if it doesn't affect me. Come back right now. Divorce him as soon as possible. Not to mention you, even I can't afford to offend the Yi Feng. Zhao Dahai roared. His small trading company was like a grain of sand in the ocean in front of Maple Leaf Group. How could he fight against such a huge company? Dad, is this really that serious? I seem to have offended him before. Zhao Weiwei was frightened by Zhao Dahai's roar. Come back first. Zhao Dahai said this coldly and hung up the phone. At the gate of the orphanage, Director Sun Guangming personally led people to take away all the troublemakers. Mr. Yi, I'm Sun Guangming, the director of the Linhai City Police Department. If you encounter any problems in the future, call me immediately. Thank you for your help, Director Sun. I'll ask you to make the trip in person. Yi Feng shook hands with Sun Guangming politely. Mr. Yi, you're welcome. I know all about your good deeds. To be honest, Mr. Yi, I admire you very much. That's it for now. I'll take my people back first. Sun Guangming waved his hand. All the troublemakers were taken into the car and left the orphanage. Yi Feng looked at Ada, who looked like a wooden man. He felt helpless. If he hadn't been quick to grab Ada at the beginning, those troublemakers would have been smashed to pieces by Ada. Don't act on your own without my order from now on. Yi Feng ordered a day. Ada obeys your command. Taking a look at the remaining crowd, there were many children. Yi Feng brought them to the orphanage. After being reviewed by the staff, they were accepted by the Happy Orphanage after meeting the adoption requirements. Chapter 24 I'm pregnant. The child is not yours. In the orphanage, Mu Wanru and Dong Xiuxue brought the orphanage staff to receive the people brought in by Yi Feng. Leave it to them. Take a break. You look tired. Yi Feng looked at Mu Wanru's tired appearance and said with some heartache. I'm fine. How are the disaster victims being relocated? Have they been resettled? Mu Wanru asked with some concern. After all, with so many people, if they were not properly accommodated, something might happen. Don't worry, it's almost done. It happens to be a building designed by my college classmate, called Moonbay. I looked at the design drawings and it's very beautiful. We will move there when it's completed. Yifeng brought Mu Wanru to the office, pressed Mu Wanru down on a chair, and rubbed her shoulders. That's good. By the way, what happened just now? Is someone seeking revenge? Well, there is a man named Huang Dao who has some grievances with me, and he hired someone to cause trouble, but it has been resolved. Don't worry. Yifeng said indifferently. In the Linhai City police station, Huang Dao sat on the regret bench with a dejected look on his face and said, I am innocent, police comrade. I really didn't send those three-haired guys. They acted on their own initiative. This matter has nothing to do with me. Hearing this, Director Sun Guangming slammed the table and said, Still quibbling? Would we arrest you without evidence? The information in your phone is enough to prove that you were the mastermind. And you also promised to give the other party 100,000 yuan after the deed is done. Is that true? Sun Guangming's voice was so majestic that Huang Dao trembled with fear. Yes, that's true. But I didn't ask them to go. Huang Dao felt a little aggrieved. It was really not him who sent people to cause trouble for Yifeng. He just accidentally mentioned the grudge between him and Yifeng during a drinking party. Who knew that those little followers around him would come up with such an idea in just a few days? Huang Dao was a little worried at first. After all, Yifeng was so famous. He was a little afraid. But after a group of followers repeatedly assured him that there was absolutely no problem, he agreed to let them go to the orphanage to cause trouble, hoping to ruin Yifeng's reputation. Take a look at this transcript and sign it if you have no objection. Sun Guangming placed the notes in his hand in front of Huang Dao. No objection. No. Can I leave now that I've signed it? Huang Dao signed, raised his head and asked nervously. Leave? Where do you want to go? You paid for a murder, provoked trouble, insulted others, slandered others. You are being punished for multiple crimes. Do you think you can leave? Upon hearing this, Huang Dao suddenly panicked. Director Sun, please show some mercy and let me go. I will give you this amount. Huang Dao opens 5 fingers. As long as I can get myself out, I will spend all the money. Behave yourself. We will never let a bad guy go, and we will never wrongly accuse a good guy. What are you doing? You are trampling on the laws of the country. I can now add another charge of bribing public officials. After Sun Guangming finished speaking, he slammed the table and left, leaving Huang Dao alone, slumped on the regret stool. It's over. It's really over this time. Huang Dao muttered to himself in a daze. A few years in prison is inevitable. Now the only hope is on Zhao Weiwei. 7 days later, Zhao Weiwei came to Linhai prison. Huang Dao, someone is visiting the prison. The prison patrol brought Huang Dao out. Zhao Weiwei sat on the other side of the glass and looked at Huang Dao, who was very excited. She was speechless. Weiwei. Weiwei, you're finally here. I knew you wouldn't ignore me. Hurry up, ask Dad to rescue me, I don't want to stay here for even a minute. Huang Dao said excitedly, the past few days have been really tormenting. It was okay during the day, but at night those roommates with green eyes took turns to. I am pregnant. Zhao Weiwei spoke calmly. Okay. Weiwei. I'm going to be a dad. The child is not yours. Didn't you ask me last time why I went to Hongshan Hospital? It was for a prenatal checkup. It's been almost 3 months. I came here today to tell you that we should get a divorce. Zhao Weiwei took out the divorce agreement and placed it under the glass window. You are lying to me, right? Weiwei, you must be lying to me. You love me so much. How could you possibly divorce me? Huang Dao was like a madman. He couldn't accept such a result anyway. Why would I lie to you? Do you think I don't know what you've done in the past few years? Who is Gu Yu? Who is Li Xin? You know better than me, right? As for love? Do you think you are worthy of saying this? If my father had not held some position in the business world, would you have married me? Do you think I really love you? To tell you the truth, the reason I agreed to be with you was to conceal my true feelings. After Zhao Weiwei finished speaking, she picked up her bag and turned to leave. She didn't want to have anything to do with Huang Dao now. You vicious woman. I won't let you go. Let me go, I don't want to go back to that cell. Give me another one. Huang Daosher screamed and was dragged back to the cell by the patrol police. Fei Fei, can you help me again? You are my only best friend. Li Xian stood at the door of Guan Feifei's house and refused to leave. Guan Feifei looked at Li Xian with tears streaming down her face and felt a little bit reluctant. Come in first. After saying that, he turned and walked into the house. Thank you. Fei Fei. Li Xian quickly followed Guan Feifei inside, sat on the sofa and wiped her tears with tissues. Huang Dao has been arrested. I heard that he sent people to cause trouble at the orphanage, which had a very bad impact on the orphanage. I don't know anything else. This is the last time I will help you. I will be leaving the country tomorrow. You should take care of yourself. Guan Feifei poured a glass of water for Li Xian and spoke. What? He was arrested? How could this happen? What about my child? Li Xian panicked when she heard this. She had been unable to contact Huang Dao for the past few days and had no choice but to find Guan Feifei again. She didn't expect that Huang Dao had been arrested. I want to abort this child. What if Yifeng finds out? He will never forgive me. Li Xian stood up and was about to leave. Guan Feifei rolled her eyes and said, Let me give you a piece of advice. Yifeng is no longer the Yifeng who obeys you in everything. You can't afford to offend him now. It's best not to provoke him. No. You don't understand. Yifeng must still love me. I'm going to abort this child. After saying this, Li Xian hurriedly left Guan Feifei's house and rushed to the nearest hospital. Alas! There is no cure. Misfortunes sent by heaven can be forgiven, but misfortunes brought upon oneself cannot be forgiven. I don't care about you anymore. Guan Feifei looked at Li Xian leaving and shook her head helplessly. On the other side, Yifeng was happily bringing Mu Wanru, Lin Zhongyuet and others to the 7-star hotel in Linhai City, ready to have a good meal. In the past few days, all the disaster-stricken people in Linhai City have been transferred here one after another, completing the task issued by the system. Rewarded with 500 trillion consumption funds. Most importantly, Yifeng got the eye of perspective that he had been thinking about. When the fusion was just successful, Yifeng was shocked when he saw Mu Wanru in front of him. Wow, the eye of perspective is just as its name suggests. It has the ability to see through things. It can even see the bones and blood flowing in Mu Wanru's body clearly. Is this also under the Maple Leaf Group? Jin Yan looked at the eye-catching Maple Leaf logo on the hotel and asked in surprise. It should be. Who cares? As long as it tastes good. You've all worked hard during this period. Let's go. Let's go have a big meal. Yifeng said with a smile. He himself didn't know how many industries were under the name of Maple Leaf Group. But what was certain was that anything with the Maple Leaf logo belonged to Maple Leaf Group. Chapter 25, Go to Pumio Fairy Island for a tour. Led by the hotel manager, Yifeng and his group came to the number 1 private room. Dear Mr. Yi. Who would like to order? The waiter asked politely. You know me? Let me do it. Bring 10 bottles of your best wine first. And 1 portion of all your special dishes. We have a lot of people, so we don't have to worry about waste. Yifeng did not take the menu. He said with a smile. Yes, Mr. Yi. We have your portrait in our hotel. Everyone knows you. After the waiter finished speaking, he immediately arranged to serve the dishes. Soon, the delicious dishes were served on the table. Mr. Yi, this is the best wine in our store, Limao wine from 1935. A single bottle costs 10.7 million yuan. Do you think this wine is okay? The boss of the 7-star hotel personally brought wine to the private room, bowed to Yifeng and spoke. Good wine. This is it. Yifeng spoke up. Although Yifeng seldom drinks, he knows a lot about wine. Compared with the softness of Lafite, Yifeng prefers the spiciness of white wine. As long as Mr. Yi is satisfied, I'm glad. Then I won't disturb you while you're having your meal. I wish you a pleasant meal. The hotel manager wiped the sweat from his forehead and slowly left the private room. During the meeting, the front desk suddenly reported that Group Director Yi had come to dine with a lot of people. This made him very nervous. He was afraid that his hotel would not be able to entertain Group Director Yi, who was a legendary big shot. Fortunately, Mr. Yi seemed to be easy to get along with. This made him feel relieved. He was really afraid that if Yifeng said something, his hotel would be closed down. Thank you all for your hard work. Here's a toast to everyone. Yifeng raised his glass. Seeing Xiao Tuanxuan's cheeks bulging from eating, he was in a good mood. This white truffle is really delicious. Sister-in-law, you should try it too. Xiao Tuanxuan swallowed the food in her mouth and picked up a white truffle for Mu Wanru. Little Tuanxuan is so good. Mu Wanru gave Xiao Tuanxuan a kiss on the little face. Yifeng. Drink. Ada was drunk and his eyes were blurry. He put his arm around Yifeng's shoulders and drank a whole bottle of wine. He didn't eat the food or talk. He just lowered his head and drank. Yifeng, this glass of wine is for you. Wu Di stood up, filled Yifeng's glass with wine, raised the glass in his hand and drank it all. Okay. I'll do it too. Yifeng smiled and drank half a pound of liquor in the cup in one gulp. Great. Really good wine. After drinking a glass of white wine, Yifeng's face became much rosier. Yifeng. We sisters toast you with this glass of wine. Thank you for your support and recognition. Lin Zhongyue and Jin Yan stood up and refilled Yifeng's glass with wine. Then the two girls raised their heads and drank the wine in their hands. You're welcome. We're all family from now on. It's too formal to say that. Come on. Do it. Yifeng is very arrogant. He drank another half caddy of liquor. Come on. I'll toast you too. Thank you for the helicopter you gave me. I like it very much. Lu Qing smiled, stood up and filled Yifeng and herself with wine, and drank it in one gulp. She still smiled charmingly. Sister Lu has a good alcohol tolerance. Yifeng praised. He drank the wine that Lu Qing poured. Boss. Stop. Yifeng waved his hand to stop Zhang Dafu, who wanted to stand up. You can't do that. The donkeys in the production team can't drink like that. I accept all your kindness. I said before that after we finish the work of evacuating the disaster victims, we will go traveling and see the beautiful mountains and rivers of our motherland. Now let's discuss where to go. Yifeng changed the subject. After drinking a few kilograms of liquor, he felt a little dizzy. I think it would be more interesting to go to an island. Lin Zhongyue proposed. Yes, yes. Looking at the endless sea, eating barbecue and singing songs. And even sailing on a yacht. What do you think? Jin Yan echoed. I think it's great too. Yifeng, how about we go to the island to play? Mu Wanru was also a little moved. She asked Yifeng. You are the hostess, you decide. Yifeng was a little drunk and spoke. Hearing this, Mu Wanru felt sweet in her heart. Although she didn't care how many women were around Yifeng, she felt happy when Yifeng said that she was the mistress in front of so many women. That's decided then. But are we going to go to the domestic sea or the foreign one? Does anyone have any good suggestions? Mu Wanru spoke, and several women quickly gathered together to start discussing. Yifeng, Wu Di, Zhang Dafu and others were toasting each other and drinking to their heart's content. After our selection, we feel that Piumiao Fairy Island is the most suitable choice. Piumiao Fairy Island has a longed-for love story, fairy-like scenery and abundant seafood. Not only can you enjoy the beautiful scenery, but you can also feast on your food. Mu Wanru came to Yifeng and spoke excitedly. Okay, since everyone has no objection, then let's set it on Piumiao Fairy Island. Yifeng immediately made the decision. Piumiao Fairy Island is located in my country. It is said that a long time ago, there was a very beautiful woman. People on the island called her Piumiao Fairy. Later, Piumiao Fairy fell in love with a very powerful man. After fighting a powerful enemy, the man never came back. Piumiao Fairy stood on the island every day and night, hoping that her husband would return soon. Finally, she moved the heavens and let her husband return safely. It is precisely because of this beautiful love story that countless couples and tourists have come to Piumiao Fairy Island, just to see the beautiful scenery on the island. They also hope that their love can last forever. After the meal, Yifeng insisted on paying and leaving, and took everyone back to the villa to rest. The next morning, Yifeng, who was dazed, felt a little hand pushing his face. He opened his eyes and saw Xiao Tuanxuan giggling. Brother, the sun is shining on our butts. We are going to play in the sea today. Xiao Tuanxuan sat beside Yifeng's bed and said in a soft voice. Okay, go wash your face and change clothes with your sister-in-law first, and get up, brother. After sending Xiao Tuan away, Yi Feng got up, dressed, washed up, and went to the dining room. After drinking the hot porridge brought by the servant, he felt warm in his stomach and felt very comfortable. Wanru, is everyone ready? Mu Wanru put a pretty little skirt on Xiao Tuan and said, "Everything is ready. Once you have your meal, you can set off." Yi Feng put down his bowl and chopsticks, picked up Xiao Tuan and the neatly dressed Mu Wanru and walked out of the villa. "Dafu? Dafu? This is the boss." When Zhang Dafu heard the call, he immediately ran to Yi Feng. "Wow! You're wearing something really fancy." Yi Feng saw Zhang Dafu wearing a flowery outfit and started to joke. "Boss, what do you think of my outfit? I think I'll charm everyone on the island." Zhang Dafu said proudly. All right. Just don't scare everyone. Let's get on the plane. Let's go." Chapter 26, Trading Misty Fairy Island with Taoist Qingshan. The helicopter was flying in the air. Yi Feng was looking at the mountains and rivers below, and his heart was filled with excitement. After flying for several hours, the helicopter finally landed on the edge of Pyumiao Fairy Island. As soon as they got off the plane, Yi Feng and his group were deeply shocked by the scenery before them. The boundless blue ocean washes and caresses the golden beach, and the reflected sky is the same color as the sea and sky, and the towering peaks are covered with misty clouds. In the vast green forest, there are 3 or 5 lively deer running and jumping, raising their heads from time to time, looking at the tourists on the island with their cute big eyes. How beautiful! I really want to live here forever. Several women sighed, and the men were also attracted by the beautiful scenery in front of them, with their mouths curled up unconsciously. There is a tiger in your heart, but you can still smell the roses. Let's go to the island. Yi Feng spoke, and seeing the joy and yearning for Pyumiao Fairy Island in Mu Wanru's eyes, he had an idea in his mind. A group of people came to the island. In the center of the island, there was a mountain range that reached into the clouds. Looking up, the peak was hidden in the clouds, hazy and difficult to see clearly. Below the mountain range was an antique wooden house built along the mountain range, with carved beams and painted buildings, which was quite ancient. How many people are staying at the hotel? How many rooms do you need? The owner of the wooden house was a middle-aged man. He looked at Yi Feng and the others and asked. Every year, a large number of tourists come here, making his wooden house very profitable. 6 rooms, right? How much? Yi Feng said that he and Mu Wanru could stay together, and Adi, Wu Di, and the others would each have a room, and as for Xiao Tuan, she could just follow Jin Yen. Okay, 6 rooms, 6,000 in total. How many days do you want to stay? 1,000 a day. Stay here for 10 days first. Yi Feng paid, and the cabin owner smiled happily. Although there are many tourists coming every year, most people choose to bring their own tents. Okay, please come in. By the way, do you want to go out to sea? I can help you contact a cruise ship. The cabin owner said enthusiastically that if you can attract tourists to the cruise ship, you will get a very high commission. You guys go to the room and rest for a while, I'll talk to the boss. Yi Feng spoke and walked aside with the owner of the wooden house. Don't worry about the cruise. Boss, I heard that this island is private, right? Could it be yours? Yi Feng asked. He was planning to buy this misty fairy island. You think too highly of me, my dear guest. How can I afford to buy the entire island? The owner of this island is called Uncle Wang, and I just contracted a wooden house here. The cabin owner explained. Then can you contact that Wang Bo? My love loves this island very much, I want to buy it for her. What? You want to buy it? My dear customer, I advise you to give up this idea. Uncle Wang will not sell it. Hearing this, Yi Feng thought for a moment and said. How about this, boss? You just need to help me contact that Mr. Wang. Whether the deal is done or not has nothing to do with you. I'll give you 20,000 yuan for your hard work. Okay then, I'll try. The owner of the cabin took out his cell phone and dialed a number. After saying a few words, he looked up at the top of the mountain with an expression of disbelief. How is it? What did Uncle Wang say? Yi Feng asked anxiously. Well, Uncle Wang said that if you really want to buy it, you should go up and talk to him. If you can't go up, there's no need to buy it. Yes, that's what he said. As the cabin owner spoke, he still looked up at the peak obscured by clouds. Where to go? To heaven? Yi Feng asked curiously. It's not going to the sky, it's going to the top of the mountain. Uncle Wang is at the top of the mountain. Hey, how do you think this old man got up there? Even helicopters can't get up there, right? How can he get a signal from such a high place? The cabin owner said to himself. Yifeng looked up and saw the peaks reaching up into the sky. How could an old man climb up there by himself without the help of a helicopter? Either he was making up an excuse not to sell the island, or he was a true hermit. Our country is vast and has many talented people. Could it be that there is really a master living in seclusion here? You want to embarrass me? Dream on. Please deliver my package to the room. I'm going to meet the uncle you mentioned. Yifeng came to the bottom of the peak, rolled up his sleeves, grabbed the protruding rocks with his strong hands and began to climb up. Look, look! There's someone climbing Fairy Peak. Is that the legendary Spider-Man? This guy is really willing to do anything to become famous. He actually climbed the Fairy Peak, which is so high, with his bare hands? The tourists passing by looked at Yifeng, who was climbing up continuously. Some mocked him, some were worried, and some even cursed him loudly. Be careful, Yifeng. Don't be distracted. Mu Wanru and her group stood at the foot of the Fairy Peak, too nervous to even breathe. They couldn't understand how Yifeng could suddenly climb up the Fairy Peak. De narrowed his eyes slightly and stared closely at Yifeng's every move. As long as Yifeng made the slightest mistake, he would instantly appear beside Yifeng and save him. This kid is bold. Wu Di clenched his fists and looked at the Fairy Peak, eager to try. No man doesn't like to conquer. At this time, Yifeng was lying on the Fairy Peak, looking at the smooth and neat peaks above him, which looked like they were chopped by a knife or an axe. He was furious and punched the smooth stone surface fiercely. In an instant, his fist was stained with blood. A small hole was punched out on the stone surface. Then the sound of banging continued, and Yifeng used his fists to punch his way to the top of the mountain. Finally, Yifeng passed through the misty clouds and climbed up along the edge of the peak. He was immediately shocked and dumbfounded. A magnificent palace sits on the top of the peak. Like a golden building, it emits a golden halo in the misty clouds. A lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon is carved on the palace. On both sides of the hall, there were 2 creatures that Yifeng had never seen before. They were as big as elephants, with 3 heads and 4 legs. They had dragon heads, tiger bodies, rock wings, and phoenix tails. They stared at Yifeng with a fierce look, which made Yifeng's scalp tingle. No one has been here for many years. Welcome, young people. A deep voice came from the hall, which startled Yifeng. You? I can kill the man in that hall. Ada appeared behind Yifeng like a ghost. When the 2 unknown creatures saw Ada in black, they immediately became alert. Back off. The voice in the hall rang out again, and the 2 creatures slowly retreated. Ada, don't be rude. Yifeng spoke, pulled Ada behind him, and walked into the hall. Now that we are here, we should make the best of it. Young man Yifeng, nice to meet you, senior. In the main hall, a man with gray hair, dressed as a Taoist priest and holding a Buddhist whisk, was sitting on a cushion. He looked quite like an immortal. A guest is a guest. Please take a seat. My name is Taoist Qingshan. I already know the purpose of Mr. Ye's visit. I wonder what price Mr. Ye can offer. You don't need to mention worldly money or other things. Taoist Qingshan shook the new Apple phone in his hand. Hearing this, Yifeng sighed in his heart. Sure enough, this island cannot be bought with money alone. So what else do I have besides money? That's right. The anti-aging pill. I wonder if the old immortal knows about the anti-aging pill. Upon hearing this, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in Taoist Qingshan's eyes. My friend, do you have the anti-aging pill? Take it out and let me see it. Taoist Qingshan didn't care about the influence of the master. Yifeng was surprised. There is hope. Of course. Senior is a Taoist master, so he naturally doesn't care about the money in the secular world. I specially prepared a youth pill, please have a look, senior. Yifeng took out a rejuvenation pill that he had put in his pocket from the panel in advance and placed it in front of Taoist Qingshan. Good stuff. But, just one won't do. You need at least 3. Taoist Qingfeng pointed 5 fingers and said. Make a deal. Yifeng stepped forward and took out 2 more anti-aging pills and placed them in Taoist Qingshan's hands. If you give me 2 more, I'll give you the 2 monsters at the door too. How about that? Taoist Qingshan held the 3 anti-aging pills happily. Chapter 27, Going Out to Sea to Catch Seafood. Monsters? What on earth are they? Why have I never seen them? Yifeng asked in surprise. He was very curious about the monster that Qingshan Dao mentioned. Don't say you haven't seen it. I, an old Taoist priest, haven't seen it either. I just caught some animals and made them when I was bored. But don't underestimate them. They are good at guarding the house. Taoist Qingshan said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Yifeng was speechless. Such a majestic and domineering creature was actually made by you when you were bored? Oh, you made it from an animal you caught? Sure. What are their names? Will they listen to me? Yifeng took out 2 more anti-aging pills and gave them to Taoist Qingshan. Names? It doesn't matter. If you like, you can call them Little Red, Little Green, Little Flower, Little Grass. As for being obedient, it's very simple. Just let each of them drink a drop of your blood essence. Okay, kid, this island is yours. Here is the elevator key from Fairy Peak. Taoist Qingshan was about to leave happily. With the rejuvenating pill, he would surely be able to win back his junior sister's heart. Wait a moment, please. What do you mean? The elevator? Elevator key? I climbed up Fairy Peak like a fool, and you tell me there's an elevator? Yifeng is a little messy. How do you think I, an old Taoist priest, got up here at my age? Can I fly over rooftops and walk on walls? Don't tease me, kid. Believe in science. After saying this, Taoist Qingshan ignored Yifeng, walked a few steps to the edge of the peak and jumped down. Yifeng? What about believing in science? Check to see if he died from the fall? Yifeng was a little worried. He really didn't believe that a living person would be safe and sound if he jumped from such a high peak. Not dead. He ran to the southeast. Very fast. Ada leaned his head out and looked down, then answered. Well, at least he's not dead. Forget about him, let's go check out those 2 creatures. Yifeng brought Ada to the 2 domineering creatures. He bit his middle finger and squeezed out the blood, then fed it to the 2 creatures. Roar! Roar! The 2 creatures roared and rubbed Yifeng affectionately with their huge heads. From now on, you'll be called Tuanlo and Sherhu. Guard the house for me. Yifeng touched the heads of the 2 giant beasts. Dragon Swallowing and Tiger Eater nodded very humanely. When he came to the main hall again, Yifeng indeed found an elevator. He opened the elevator and entered, and soon arrived at a wooden house at the foot of Fairy Peak. Yifeng? How did you get out from here? Seeing Yifeng's sudden appearance, Mu Wanru and the other women shouted in surprise. Yifeng had been climbing up the Fairy Peak for a long time, which made them very worried. Don't worry. This is a long story. We'll talk about it later. Ada, go find the boss and ask him to arrange a yacht for us tomorrow. Let's have a great time. As it grew darker, Yifeng took Mu Wanru back to the room to rest. Look, you're still so impulsive. What should I do if something happens to you? Mu Wanru took alcohol disinfectant and gauze to bandage Yifeng's wound. Wanru, come with me. I have a gift for you. Yifeng quietly pulled Mu Wanru out of the wooden house and came to a very secluded place. Yifeng, do you want to stay here? Or you can go back to your room. What if someone sees you here? Mu Wanru blushed and spoke in a mosquito-like voice. No, look. Yifeng looked at Mu Wanru, whose face was blushing, and knew that she had some wrong ideas. Open the elevator to the top of the mountain. Is this an elevator? How can there be an elevator here? Don't tell me this elevator goes directly to the top of the mountain? Mu Wanru covered her mouth and asked in shock. Smart. Follow me. Yifeng took Mu Wanru's hand and walked into the elevator, going straight to the hall at the top of the mountain. Where is this? Is this the ancient imperial palace? Look, there's a dragon throne. I brought Mu Wanru to the main hall on the top of Fairy Peak. Seeing Mu Wanru staring with curiosity with her big eyes, I felt very happy. Ah! What is that? It's so scary. Mu Wanru was frightened when she saw the dragon swallowing and tiger eating creatures outside the hall. Don't be afraid, they are called Dragon Swallow and Tiger Eater. They are here to guard the house. Yifeng held the frightened Mu Wanru in his arms and said. There are such creatures in this world? How majestic. Hi. Hello. Mu Wanru patted her frightened heart and greeted the two beasts with a smile. The dragon swallow and the tiger eater came to Mu Wanru and rubbed her head affectionately. Do you like it, Wanru? This is my gift to you. Yifeng pulled Mu Wanru and sat on the steps at the entrance of the hall, looking at the misty clouds below. I like it. Thank you. Yifeng. Mu Wanru leaned on Yifeng's shoulder, feeling sweet in her heart. I bought this island. If you like, we can live here in the future. Look, there are peach trees and fruit trees over there. There is also an open space over there where we can grow some vegetables. This will be our paradise in the future. Yifeng said, pointing to the open space around the hall. I'll do whatever you say. Let's go, it's cold outside, let's go inside the hall and rest. Yifeng picked up Mu Wanru by the waist and walked into the room in the hall. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Mu Wanru took Yifeng to the fence at the edge of the peak to watch the sunrise. A red sun slowly rose into the sky, illuminating everything in the world. It was magnificent. The two of them left in the elevator, and when they came out of the cabin, they saw Adis sitting on a luxury yacht and waving to them. Yifeng, come quickly. Jin Yan, Lin Zhongyue and other women were standing on the yacht in bikinis. When they saw Yifeng and Mu Wanru boarding the yacht, Lu Qing joked. I'd been waiting for you, Boss Yi. Are you so busy with your wife that you forgot about us beautiful ladies? Yifeng laughed when he heard Lu Qing's teasing words and said. How could I forget about the beauty sister Lu? Let's have something fun today. Seafood catching competition. Did you see the wooden house under Fairy Peak? I bought this island. The top 3 in today's seafood catching competition will get the permanent right to live in a wooden house. After Yifeng finished speaking, everyone cheered. The permanent residence right of Pumiao Fairy Island was too attractive. Sisters, I will not show mercy. Jin Yan said with a smile. Little sister. You can't control it. Let your sister take the first place in this competition. After Lu Qing finished speaking, she straightened her chest. Go to sea. Yifeng gave an order and the luxury yacht headed for the deep sea. Several people put on diving equipment and jumped into the sea under the leadership of Yifeng. Yifeng followed Mu Wanru with a net bag to ensure her safety. Look at that. Mu Wanru stretched out her hand and pointed, and a grouper in the sea swam past Yifeng. Bring it here. Yifeng was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He grabbed the leisurely grouper and stuffed it into the net bag. Seeing this, Mu Wanru gave Yifeng a thumbs up. It was great. Chapter 28 Crisis in the Sea, Chaos Pearl. Yifeng and Mu Wanru had a great harvest. They soon caught more than 10 orchid crabs and more than 20 fish of various kinds. After a few hours, several people swam back to the sea and boarded the yacht. Everyone is back. Well, now let's see who will be the champion of this seafood catching competition. Come, I'll reveal it to you right away. Yifeng was in a good mood and opened the net bags of several people one by one. Mu Wanru caught 23 fish and 18 crabs. Jin Yan caught 5 fish, 2 crabs, 1 lobster. Lin Zhongyue caught 9 fish. Wu Di caught 46 fish, 128 crabs, 16 lobsters. Zhang Dafu caught 16 fish and 3 lobsters. Ada caught 785 fish, 1,568 crabs, 885 lobsters, 68 bundles of coral. Yifeng spoke one by one. I declare that in view of the excellent performance of all participants are tied for first place in this competition. Let's applaud. Everyone applauded. It was just entertainment, who would really care about the ranking? Besides, everyone knew Yifeng and knew that he was definitely not a stingy person. Yifeng glared at Adin and thought, fortunately, I asked you to come out early. Otherwise, you would have caught all the seafood in this sea by yourself. Wanru, take everyone to clean up and prepare a seafood feast. I'm going to play in the sea for a while. Yifeng said that due to the huge air pressure in the deep sea, he had only taken Mu Wanru for a walk in the shallow sea before, and now he was going to go to the deep sea alone to take a look. Okay, be careful and don't go into the deep sea. Mu Wanru reminded. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. After saying that, Yifeng didn't even wear a diving suit and jumped into the sea. Swimming towards the deep sea, the lower the visibility becomes, and the pressure in the deep sea becomes greater and greater. After Yifeng dived more than 10,000 meters, he activated his eye of perspective, and suddenly the dark and pitch-black deep sea became extremely clear in Yifeng's eyes. How ugly! Yifeng discovered that the deeper the sea, the uglier the fish looked. Continuing to dive to more than 20,000 meters, the terrifying air pressure in the deep sea squeezed Yifeng's bones and made them crackle. What is that? Not far away, a beam of light attracted Yifeng's attention. In this nearly 30,000-meter deep sea, what could emit such a dazzling light? Yifeng was curious, so he swam over despite the huge pressure of the deep sea, and saw a round, white bead the size of a baby's fist emitting light. Hiss! What the hell is this? Let me go! When Yifeng held the bead and wanted to put it away, a strange scene happened. In an instant, Yifeng was like a prisoner, unable to move. He couldn't even breathe in the water. Even the eyes of perspective lost their effect in an instant. The terrifying pressure around him squeezed Yifeng to the point where his blood and bones flew off. Only the hand holding the bead was still intact. Ada, who was processing seafood on the yacht, seemed to sense something and jumped into the sea in an instant and disappeared. He quickly carried the bloody Yifeng out of the deep sea and returned to the yacht. Yifeng! How could this happen? Quick, let me see. Seeing Yifeng covered in blood and with broken bones, Wu Di didn't care about the women who were crying and quickly came to Yifeng to check on him. How could this happen? All the bones in his body are broken. His internal organs are damaged, and he is only breathing his last breath. This is caused by the pressure of the deep sea of more than 20,000 meters in an instant, but why did Yifeng go to the deep sea? Da Fu! Get on the helicopter. Go to the hospital as quickly as possible. Clear. Zhang Dafu was worthy of his military background. He quickly started the helicopter on the yacht. Several people carefully lifted Yifeng up and placed him on the helicopter, then took off to the nearest hospital. Where am I? Am I dead? At this moment, Yifeng was in a world of white, and chaos was everywhere. Host, don't worry. This system is immortal. As long as this system is not dead, the host will be immortal. After hearing the system's voice, Yifeng's panicked heart calmed down a lot. System, where am I? I remember I picked up a bead, and then I couldn't move. Yifeng asked. Answer the host. This is the system space. The bead that the host picked up is the head of the god who created the world after his death. It is called the Chaos Bead. Any skills and magical powers will lose their effect in front of the Chaos Bead. The head of the god of creation? Isn't that the great god Pangu? Aren't all myths fictional? Did Pangu really create the world? Did Nuwa repair the sky and create humans? That's right. I even have the ability to see through things, so what else can I understand? Then system, where are my beads? How do I get back to my world? Yifeng saw his empty hands. He remembered clearly that he was holding the bead before he fell into coma. Reply to the host, the Chaos Orb has been merged by the host. There is no Chaos Orb in the world anymore, only the Chaos Body. The Chaos Body can be reborn by dropping blood. The host can freely travel between the system space and the real world. Yifeng was stunned after hearing this. Chaos Body? Isn't that something that only exists in the fantasy world? After sensing it carefully, Yifeng walked out of the system space with just a thought and returned to his body in the real world. Instantly, a sharp pain came over me. I also heard some noise and crying. Doctor, please cure him no matter what the cost. Mu Wanru cried and said to the medical staff. Don't worry. We will do our best. The attending doctor at the best hospital in Beijing frowned. The patient's condition was too serious. All his tendons and veins were broken, and his bones were shattered. Even if he could save his life, he would probably never be able to stand up again for the rest of his life. How is Yifeng? Mu Wanru and several women were crying. At this time, the door of the ward was opened, and Linhai Mayor Du Fugua and Lantai Mayor Fu Guangbei walked into the ward with a majestic middle-aged man. Dad! Yifeng, he's seriously injured. Jin Yan stood up and poured water for several mayors. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying. Lu Qing threw herself on the shoulder of the majestic middle-aged man and cried bitterly. It's okay, Xiaoqing. Everything will be fine. Don't hurt yourself by crying. Shanjing Mayor Lu Shilin patted Lu Qing on the back and comforted her softly. It's okay. Don't cry. Yifeng opened his eyes, endured the severe pain all over his body, and said to Mu Wanru, whose eyes were swollen from crying, "You're awake. How are you?" Hearing the voice, Mu Wanru came to Yifeng in surprise and said with distressed eyes. Several women and the mayor also came to Yifeng's bed, looking concerned. "It's nothing, it just hurts a little." As Yifeng spoke, he felt his bones all over his body itching, and his broken bones were repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's a miracle. Please step aside for now. The patient is recovering and needs energy. Please don't disturb him. The attending physician spoke in surprise, asked everyone to leave the ward, and carefully checked the data transmitted by various machines. 3 days later, Yifeng was back to normal. His heart was beating hard. He felt a surge of energy in his meridians, blood, and bones. What Yifeng didn't know was that the white gas flowing in his body was exactly the power of chaos formed after the fusion of the chaos beads. P.S. Thanks to Jizi and Zholong Guiyuan for the gifts. Chapter 29 Maple Leaf Group is all over the country. 7 days later, Yifeng returned to Moon Bay in Linhai City accompanied by Mu Wanru and a group of people. Very good, I am very satisfied. Yifeng and his group stood at the gate of the luxurious manor. Looking at the luxurious manor covering an area of 1,000 acres, Yifeng was very satisfied. This is the newly customized plan for Moon Bay. Yifeng, take a look. Bai Shui, wearing a professional suit, handed the revised and customized plan to Yifeng. I'll leave all the matters concerning Moon Bay to you. I believe in your ability. Yifeng took a quick look at the plan. The architectural style was high-end and grand, covering all facilities including shopping malls, large supermarkets, amusement parks, etc. After leaving Moon Bay, Yifeng brought a few people back to Happy Orphanage. In the office of Happy Orphanage, Yifeng asked, "Jin Yin Zhongyue, have you decided what to do?" Hearing this, Jin Yin and Lin Zhongyue looked at each other, and Lin Zhongyue was the first to speak. "It's like this, I decided to open a film and television company and enter the film and television industry. Cultivate various live streaming influencers, and then make movies and TV series." After listening to this, Yifeng agreed. In today's internet age, many people like to watch short videos and live broadcasts, especially in the film and television industry. It is even more rare to be able to make a good film. I support you. If you have any questions about funding, please raise them immediately. As I said before, either don't do it, or do your best. Anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng turned his gaze to Jin Yin. Here's what I think. The current Maple Leaf Group covers almost all industries. From real estate to supermarkets. If I rely on my own abilities, I don't think I can compete with the Maple Leaf Group. So I can only choose an industry that the Maple Leaf Group doesn't have. Robots. Hearing this, Yifeng's eyes lit up. With the rapid advancement of science and technology today, if we can make another big step forward in certain fields, we will far surpass other countries. Taking a step back, if Jin Yin can develop a household robot, it will greatly improve the quality of life for ordinary people. A good thing that benefits the country and the people. Your idea is great. It's a big deal that benefits the country and the people. I'll let Wu Di go with you. Once we get involved in this field, we'll inevitably have to compete with some people for a piece of cake, so don't be soft-hearted. Once someone dares to touch our bottom line, we'll deal with him even if he's the king of heaven. Wu Di, Sister Jin's safety is in your hands. Yifeng winked at Wu Di. In the past few days, Yifeng found that every time Wu Di looked at Jin Yin, there was a strong love in his eyes. Yifeng was also happy to help them. Don't worry, even if I, Wu Di, am torn to pieces, I will not let Jin Yin get hurt at all. Wu Di patted his chest. Jin Yin looked at Wu Di in surprise. Wanru, the orphanage will be left to you and Xiaoshui. Yifeng said while holding Mu Wanru's hand. Hee, don't worry, brother-in-law. Sister Wanru and I will definitely take good care of the orphanage. Dong Xiaoshui said with a smile. Okay. That's it. Everyone do your job. Come on. After arranging everything, Yifeng came to the headquarters of Maple Leaf Group. Hello, Mr. Yi. In the luxuriously decorated Maple Leaf Group conference room, all the Maple Leaf Group leaders bowed to Yifeng in unison. Sit down. Who can tell me about the current situation of Maple Leaf Group? Yifeng sat in the first seat and asked. Mr. Yi, our Maple Leaf Group currently has businesses in real estate, import and export trade, shopping malls, and... Tell me about your future plans. Yifeng interrupted Hai Lin and spoke. Future plans? Our Maple Leaf Group will develop steadily in Linhai City. Seeing Yifeng's stern face, Hai Lin answered with some fear and trepidation, and the other leaders didn't even dare to breathe. President Hai. We can't rest on our laurels. We need to look further ahead. Linhai City is not the end of our Maple Leaf Group. From today on, we will spread the branches of Maple Leaf Group to every corner of the country. I mean every corner. Do you understand? Yifeng looked at everyone at the conference table and spoke calmly. None of the Maple Leaf Group leaders dared to look Yifeng in the eye. Understood. Don't worry, Mr. Yi. Our Maple Leaf Group will surely be spread all over the country in the shortest possible time. Hai Lin said hurriedly. Okay, everyone get busy. President Hai, please stay for a while. Yifeng asked Hai Lin to stay. Sit down, brother Hai Lin. Don't feel any pressure. I will be very busy in the near future. You have to conquer the whole country with the Maple Leaf Group as quickly as possible. But this will be a huge expense in the early stages of expanding the territory. Hai Lin was a little confused as to why Yifeng was so anxious to expand the Maple Leaf Group across the country. Then use money. Is 100 billion enough? If not, then 1 trillion. If 1 trillion is not enough, then 1 quadrillion. Money is not a problem. In that case, don't worry, Yifeng. Half a year. No. 3 months. Give me 3 months and I will make Maple Leaf Group spread across every corner of the country. Hai Lin said confidently that as long as there is money, everything will be fine. 15 days. I'll give you 15 days and 100 trillion. Can you spread the Maple Leaf Group across the country? Yifeng sat on the chair and spoke lightly, without a trace of emotion. Yes. Don't worry, Yifeng. In 15 days, I will make Maple Leaf Group spread all over the country. If I can't do it in 15 days, I will resign automatically. Hai Lin made up his mind. He wanted to expand a group across the country in half a month. The difficulty was not a matter of size, but it was simply impossible to accomplish. However, with Yifeng, he believed that this miracle, Hai Lin could do it. Then I'll wait for your good news. Yifeng finally laughed, patted Hai Lin on the shoulder and left Maple Leaf Group. Defu, go back to Fairy Peak. Yifeng sat in the helicopter and gave orders. Understood. Boss. Zhang Dafu took off quickly in his helicopter and headed for Pyamiao Fairy Island. After flying for several hours, Yifeng returned to the hall on the top of Fairy Peak again. Half a month. I hope Hai Lin can finish it. Yifeng stroked the swallow dragon and said to himself. The reason why he was so anxious to expand the Maple Leaf Group across the country was because of the task issued by the system the day before yesterday. The system issues a task, become a little famous. The host will spread the Maple Leaf Group across the country within 1 month. The reward for completing the task is 500 trillion redemption gold, a storage ring and 1,000 plane shuttle points. This made Yifeng itch. Storage ring. You can put things in a small ring. It's amazing. The most important thing is that you can get 1,000 plane shuttle points. You can go to any plane once. Any world. As for the exchange gold, Yifeng learned after asking the system that it was a point that could be exchanged for money in any world. In other words, Yifeng would be a super rich god in any plane. How could this not make people excited? Chapter 30, the first time to travel to the fantasy world. Waiting is always painful. Fortunately, he had Dragon Swallowing and Tiger Eater to accompany him. In the past few days, except for visiting Muwanru, Yifeng had been staying on Fairy Peak. I wish I could be like you. I don't have to eat every day. Yifeng held his chin and sat at the fence on the top of the peak, watching the Dragon Swallowing and Tiger Eating swallowing the white mist on the top of the peak. Through the observations of the past few days, Yifeng found that these two beasts had not eaten any food except coming to the edge every morning to swallow the white mist. Yifeng also tried to imitate the two beasts to swallow the white mist, but he didn't feel anything. Time passed quickly, and on the 14th day, Yifeng finally heard the system voice that he had been thinking about day and night. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission Become Famous. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 trillion redemption gold. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a storage ring. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1000 plane travel points. Host has 1100 points of plane travel points. Do you want to travel immediately? Don't shuttle yet. Yi Feng refused. He had not said goodbye to Mu Wanru yet. If he disappeared without a word for several days, Mu Wanru would definitely be worried about him. Besides, he had not used the storage ring yet. Wanru, I'm going to be out of town for a few days, take care of yourself. I love you. Wait for me to come back. After sending a message to Mu Wanru, Yi Feng took out the storage ring on the panel and put it on his hand. The storage space was more than 10 square meters. The surface of the ring was a golden halo with complex patterns on it. It looked very fashionable when worn on his hand. System, I want to travel. Yi Feng was ready and very excited. Byte. Host, please choose the world you will travel to this time. The host will automatically return within 3 days. Yi Feng looked at the data displayed on the panel: fantasy world, fairy world, film and television world, two-dimensional world, and hundreds of other worlds. Yi Feng, dazzled by the choices, finally chose the fantasy world. In countless fantasy novels, there are the emperors who can cover the sky with a flick of their fingers and the empresses who are peerless and charming. All of them are desirable. System, I choose the fantasy world. Yi Feng made up his mind. Ding! The host has chosen the fantasy world. Traveling through it, Yi Feng felt dizzy and then he came to a gorgeous river of light. System, where is this? Is this the fantasy world? Yi Feng looked at the gorgeous river of light beneath his feet. The softness made him feel relaxed and happy. Answered the host. This place is a long river of space. Please be prepared, host. You are about to enter a fantasy world. When the system voice fell, Yi Feng only felt a sudden change in the world, and appeared in a completely unfamiliar world. Ancient trees that blocked out the sun were everywhere, and the roars of wild beasts were deafening. Looking up, there was a fiery red bird thousands of meters long. There were also many huge monsters that could not be named flying in the sky. Congratulations, host. Welcome to the fantasy world. The voice of the system sounded in Yi Feng's mind, bringing the stunned Yi Feng back to his senses. This is the fantasy world. Giant trees and mythical beasts. Yi Feng was extremely excited. He actually traveled to a fantasy world. Everything was so absurd, yet so real. The person in front. Be careful. Get out of the way. Just as Yi Feng was looking at everything around him curiously, a sudden shout startled Yi Feng. Anyone? Yi Feng looked in the direction of the sound and saw several men and women, about 17 or 18 years old, wearing blood-stained green ancient costumes, running towards him in a panic. There seemed to be a huge black shadow chasing them from behind the crowd. Holy crap! What the hell is this? Yi Feng finally saw the shadow behind the men and women in ancient costumes. It was a tiger as big as a house. With a wide mouth and fangs, its sharp claws smashed a stone weighing more than 1,000 pounds into powder. Hey! What are you still standing there for? Run! The scarlet flame tiger is catching up. A pretty woman among the group shouted at Yi Feng. Yeah, run. Yi Feng reacted immediately as if he had an electric motor under his feet, turned around and ran away at an incredible speed. Ever since drinking the tonic liquid, Yi Feng's physical fitness has far exceeded the past. Soon he left the other group far behind. Big sister. You beast, I'm going to fight you. From behind, there came the angry voices of the crowd. Yi Feng looked back and saw that the woman who had reminded him to run was slapped away by the huge tiger. She fell to the ground like a sandbag, slid far away, and then hit a huge tree with a bang and fainted. When Yi Feng saw this scene, he stopped and turned to run towards the woman. Others were kind enough to remind him in extremely dangerous situations, but if he just ran away, he would look down on himself. When the huge red flame tiger saw another person appear, it instantly became furious, and swung its giant claws that could split mountains and rocks, creating a whistling gale and slapping down towards Yi Feng's head. Careful! Someone reminded. Yi Feng did not retreat but advanced. He bent his legs slightly, concentrated all his strength into his right fist, jumped up from the ground, and swung his fist towards the huge tiger claw. Bang! Crack! Yi Feng was knocked to the ground by the red flame tiger's huge force, and the sound of bone fracture came from his arm. The red flame tiger's huge tiger claw was punched through by Yi Feng. Bright red blood spurted out. Roar! The angry red flame tiger roared to the sky and rushed towards Yifeng again. Come on! Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yifeng was furious. The chaotic energy in his body quickly repaired the broken bones. In a few moments, the broken bones were restored to their original state. Good job! The red flame tiger pounced down with its claws. Yifeng exerted force with both hands and instantly bounced his body up. He grabbed a branch as thick as his arm and stabbed it hard into the red flame tiger's neck. Laugh! Under Yifeng's tremendous force, the branch pierced through the entire head of the red flame tiger like piercing tofu. Roar! The red flame tiger fell to the ground, roared weakly, and died unwillingly. Thank you very much for your help, Senior. May I ask your name? Yifeng, panting, looked at a few people and said, My name is Yifeng. You don't look that old. Why did you come to such a dangerous place? Upon hearing this, one of the men replied, Senior, you may not know that in this Xianhuan continent, every cultivator who reaches the body refining realm must hunt a third-level magical beast. Only cultivators who have hunted magical beasts can be favored by the sect. So that's how it is? Then there are so many cultivators on your continent? Why do you have to join a sect? Isn't it good to be free and at ease? Yifeng asked, somewhat confused. To reply to your words, there is no way for independent cultivators to survive. Some sect disciples have nothing to do every day and enjoy hunting independent cultivators everywhere. Independent cultivators without background and support cannot survive at all. Senior, let's leave here first. Let's talk while we walk. While walking and talking along the way, Yifeng learned that the young man was called Qingye and was siblings of the unconscious woman Qingyue. They were all independent cultivators, and were going to gather together the cores of magical beasts and go to the nearest Tianjian sect to become disciples. As night fell, Yifeng and a few others came to a cave. Looking at their slightly immature faces, he felt a little uneasy. In his own world, children of this age were still laughing and talking on the university campus, but they had to do everything they could to survive in this dangerous place. Byte. System release task, establishing a sect. Please establish your own sect within 1 month. The reward for completing the mission is 500 trillion gold. Plane travel points 10,000. 10,000 meters of invincible territory. If the mission fails, you will permanently lose the qualification to travel through the fantasy world. Chapter 31, No One Left Alive. Yifeng was shocked. Founding a sect? Brother, are you kidding me? I only have 3 days. It's already dark today. I still have 2 days left. You want me to establish a sect? I'm afraid that I'll be destroyed the moment I establish it. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? I think you're making things difficult for me. Love will disappear? Right? Yifeng complained in his heart, isn't this making things difficult for people? Byte. Host, don't worry. The time in the fantasy world is different from the time in the real world. 1 day in the real world is 1 month in the fantasy world. The host has 3 months to complete the task. The system explained. Hearing this, Yifeng was delighted. That's right. 3 months is enough time. I have established a new school. In the fantasy world, I am invincible. System, what is the currency used in this world? I want to exchange all the exchange gold. Answer the host. The money used in this world is spirit stones. Could the host please confirm whether to exchange all 500 trillion exchange gold into high-quality spirit stones? Yifeng thought for a while and said, Exchange them all. There's no point in keeping them. You can't spend them when you go back. Ding. Exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 trillion high-quality spirit stones. They are already in the panel and the host can use them at any time. Yifeng was very happy. At this time, Xingyue also woke up. You saved me? Xingyue didn't expect that this man who looked a little weird in his clothes was so powerful. He could kill a third-level monster by himself. Don't worry. I want to ask you something. How are the cultivation levels on your continent divided? What is the name of the most powerful sect? Xingyue and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. These questions are probably known to children of a few years old. Unless, this person came from a higher fairyland? Although he was puzzled, Xingyue still answered politely. In reply to your words, on this Xianhuang continent, the levels of cultivation are divided into foundation building, body refining, entering the Tao, stepping into the sky, demigod, celestial god, immortal king, immortal emperor, half-step celestial emperor and celestial emperor. As for the legendary wilderness above the heavenly emperor. But it is just a legend. Currently, immortal emperors are rarely seen in Xianhuang continent. As for the best sect, it must be the immortal god sect in Zhengzhou. There are several immortal emperors in charge. It is said that there is also an old monster who is half a step away from being a heavenly emperor in the sect. After hearing Chen Ye's words, Yifeng pondered in his heart, immortal emperor? Heavenly emperor? If he punched me, I don't know if I can withstand it. System? What level of people can I defeat now? Answer the host, this system is the strongest system. As long as this system is alive, the host will be invincible. Yifeng, how lonely it is to be invincible. I am planning to establish a sect. Are you willing to join? Yifeng suppressed his excitement and spoke to Qingye, Qingyue and the others. I do. Aoba was the first to agree to join. I'd like to join in, too. Qingyue stood up with all his strength despite his serious injuries and said, Greetings, Sect Master. Several people looked at each other and answered in unison. The next morning, in the east wilderness of Xianhuang continent, a small sect named Pyeongmyo Xianzong stood up. Yifeng and his companions stood in front of the sect, looking at this simple sect, and their faces were not very good. Was it too abrupt to agree last night? This is a sect? I'm afraid that even a cultivator who has established his foundation can be dispersed with a slap. Although we have missed a few things, we have finally taken the first step. The next step is for the 6 of us to gradually build this small Piao Miao Xian sect into the number 1 sect in Xianhuang. Which sect around here has committed so many evil deeds? Yifeng looked at everyone's miserable faces and asked. If we talk about the most evil people, it has to be the Tyrant Sword sect not far away. They commit murder, arson, and all kinds of evil. Xingyue answered, with a hint of hostility appearing on her fair face without any makeup. Let's go. Yifeng spoke calmly and took the lead to walk towards the direction of Tyranny sect. Leave? Where to? Several people were confused. Weren't they asking which sect was guilty of all evil? Why were they leaving all of a sudden? Destroy the clan. No one will be left alive. Yifeng opened his mouth, as if talking about an insignificant matter. What? Destroy the sect. Sect Master, I advise you to think twice. Although the Tyrant Blade sect has done all kinds of evil things, it has the Heavenly Sword sect as its backer, and the leader of the Tyrant sect is even at the Heavenly Stepping realm. And we are only at the body refining realm. This is tantamount to a moth flying into a flame, Sect Master. Xingyue persuaded Yifeng with a nervous look on her face. If you are scared, go back. After Yifeng finished speaking, he continued to stride forward. What are you afraid of? If the Sect Master hadn't saved us, we would have been killed long ago. If you don't go, I will. Qingye was an impatient person. When he saw several people hesitating, he spoke and then quickly followed Yifeng's footsteps. Who said we were scared? These people are definitely not cowards, otherwise they would not fight with the Red Flame Tiger. The Ba Dao sect is located in the southern wilderness. The sect leader Ba Dao is currently hugging a beautiful woman and drinking from large bowls of wine. What did you say? A hairy boy with a few ants in the body refining realm said he wanted to destroy my sect. Ha ha ha. Did you hear that, my beauty? When Ba Dao heard the news from the sect guards, he laughed. A few ants dreamed of defeating an elephant? How ridiculous. Master, don't be angry. They are just a few small ants. Come, let's drink. The beautiful woman opened her red lips, poured a bowl of wine for Ba Dao, and said so. Stop. Either die or get out. The guards of Tyrant Blade sect saw Yifeng and his group and shouted to stop them. How dare a few guys in the body refining realm show up in Tyrant Blade sect? They really don't know how to live or die. Let me use your sword. Yifeng's expression remained calm. He took the sword from Qingyue's hand and lightly slashed it forward. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Are you kidding me, kid? This scene made the guards of Tyrant Blade sect burst into laughter. Even Qingyue and the others were a little embarrassed. The next moment, the laughter of the guards suddenly stopped. It seemed that an invisible sword energy cut them in half. The sword energy continued to move forward, sweeping all the way to the Tyrant Sword sect. Wherever it passed, all the disciples of the Tyrant Sword sect were cut in half. Countless sect buildings collapsed. This. So strong. Shinue and the others were so shocked. The leader was so strong. He could kill thousands of people with one sword. Presumptuous. Ba Dao shouted loudly. Holding a ghost-headed sword, he soared into the sky from the collapsed building and chopped towards Yifeng with terrifying murderous intent. Give me your life. The blade of the tyrant's sword was approaching. It was less than an inch away from Yifeng's head. Ban! Yifeng spoke lightly, and as soon as he uttered a word, the surrounding space changed instantly. The blade that chopped down and the tyrant's sword in the air were firmly fixed by an invisible aura, unable to move. Destroy! Yifeng uttered another word. The blade that was above Yifeng's head broke into pieces. It turned into a cloud of mist and dissipated with the wind. No! No! Let me go! Senior! Let me go! Trapped in space, Ba Dao was completely panicked. Watching his arms slowly dissipate in the world, he was filled with boundless fear. Watching his body being annihilated bit by bit, Ba Dao used up his last bit of strength to murmur. The Heaven Sword sect will not let you go. No matter where you run to. The Heaven Sword sect. Looking at the domineering sword being annihilated into nothingness, the beautiful woman was frightened out of her wits. It's none of my business. I was captured by them. After saying that, he ran towards Yifeng. Leave no one alive. Yifeng returned the sword in his hand to Qingyue and spoke lightly. Chapter 32. You can't do it. Is there anyone more powerful? Kill. Qingyue and the others were full of fighting spirit as if they had been injected with chicken blood. With an invincible sect master sitting in the rear, they had no worries. What's more, they were facing a sect like the Tyrant Blade sect that bullied men and women and was full of evil. They would not show mercy. The one-sided massacre began, with screams and pleas for mercy everywhere. The Tyrant Blade sect had a large number of people, and many of them were masters who had entered the Dao realm, but they were frightened by Yifeng and could only run for their lives. Yifeng stood at the gate of the sect and killed all the escaped fish. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. All I could see was a sea of blood and corpses. Qingyue and the others looked like the gods of death that had walked out of hell. They were covered in blood and looked extremely terrifying. Reporting to the sect master, all the disciples of Tyrant Blade sect have been killed. Only a few elders of the sect escaped. Qingyue wiped the blood off her face and reported to Yifeng respectfully. They didn't run away. How could they run away if I'm standing here? Take away all the resources that can be used. Yes, sir. Hearing the order. Qingyue and the others acted quickly and put all the resources of Badeo sect into the storage ring. Next one. Yifeng put his hands behind his back and took a few people to the Tianjin sect. Linhai City, in the office of Happy Orphanage, Mu Wanru looked at the message sent by Yifeng and felt a little worried. Sister Wanru, this is the information of the children who have been screened and meet the requirements. Take a look. Okay. Mu Wanru looked at the thick materials and read the information of each child carefully. No problem. Let the staff prepare to take all these millions of children to the orphanage. Do we really have a home? When the staff of the Happy Orphanage took all the children to the orphanage, millions of children looked at the magnificent and huge orphanage with amazement in their hearts. On the other side, Yifeng brought a few people to the Tianjin sect. A huge iron sword that reaches into the sky stands in the Tianjin sect. The sect master Wayazi has white hair and beard. Looking at Yifeng, who has no cultivation and has a calm look, he said. Fellow Daoist. Do you think my Tianjin sect is easy to bully? I, the Tianjin sect, have never offended you. Why are you destroying my sect? Wayazi looked at the sect that was shattered by Yifeng's punch, and he was extremely angry. But he couldn't see through Yifeng's cultivation, so he didn't dare to take action easily. It's okay. You are a disciple of Tyrant Sword sect, right? I just don't like you. From today on, there will be no Heaven Sword sect in this world. Yifeng spoke with his hands behind his back. Oh? Are you so sure? Do you really think you can defeat the Heavenly Sword sect? Wayazi narrowed his eyes slightly. His own cultivation in the Heavenly God realm could not see through the other party's cultivation? Please call the ancestors. Summon the ancestors in the Great Formation. Wayazi shouted loudly. As an old monster who has lived for countless years, he would never fight a fight he was not sure of. The young man in front of him gave him a very dangerous feeling. The elders of the sect worked together to cast a great formation. Brilliant light curtains shot straight into the sky, and soon a white figure emerged from the formation. Junior Wayazi respectfully welcomes the ancestor. Wayazi and the elders of the Tianjian sect immediately knelt down and saluted when they saw the man in white in the light curtain. They were extremely respectful. Yifeng stood in front of the sect gate, watching all this with great interest. Not panicking at all. Feeling Yifeng's gaze, the old man in white turned around and looked at Yifeng. After a long while, he said, "Young friend, do you really want to fight to the death with my Tianjian sect?" "Aha!" Yifeng nodded. "If you are not ruthless, you can't stand firm. If you want to gain a foothold in this terrifying Xinhuan continent, there is only one word. Ruthless. Ruthless to the point of frightening people, ruthless to the point of terrifying people. Then let's fight." The white-clothed old man was immediately filled with fighting spirit, holding a heaven-splitting halberd and sweeping towards Yifeng with terrifying pressure. Even the surrounding air was torn apart by this terrifying momentum. Yifeng waved his hand, and an invisible force immediately moved Qingyue and the others who were oppressed to the point of vomiting blood thousands of miles away. Then he threw a punch. The fist tip, with a devastating momentum, smashed towards the halberd of the white-clothed ancestor. Boom! The fists and halberds collided, and a terrifying shock wave erupted. It spread rapidly around, leaving ruins wherever it passed. Crack! The dust dissipated, and the white-clothed ancestor's Kai Tianji broke into pieces. His white clothes were also stained red with blood. Ancestor! Wayazi's eyes were about to burst. He was extremely shocked when he saw the miserable state of the ancestor. The ancestor was defeated. He couldn't imagine how high the ancestor's cultivation was. But he knew that the ancestor they worshipped as a god was defeated by a young man in one move. You can't. Is there anyone more powerful? If not, I'm going to start destroying the sect. Yifeng stood on the ruins. Looking at the bloody old man in white, he spoke. Who are you? The old man in white covered his wound with an expression of disbelief. How could I, a great immortal emperor, not last a single round in his hands? I'm just a passerby. If you don't have anything to say, then goodbye. Yifeng opened his mouth, slowly raised his hand, and gently dropped it. In the sky, a palm print that covered the sky and the sun emerged. It slowly descended with a terrifying aura of destruction. The entire Tianjian sect and countless disciples were annihilated in this palm print. Where do you want to run to? Looking at Wayazi, who was fleeing at a very fast speed, Yifeng stretched out his hand and grasped it. Wayazi, who was tens of thousands of miles away, suddenly felt that he was imprisoned in space, and then he was crushed with a bang and turned into ashes. This scene scared countless sect leaders hiding in the clouds to death. Who on earth is this person? He is so cruel. He won't leave anyone alive. Even the ancestor of the Heavenly Sword sect can defeat him with one move. This person's cultivation is at least half a step to Heavenly Emperor. Yifeng glanced coldly at the crowd hidden in the clouds and said, My name is Yifeng. I am the leader of Piao Miao Xian Zone. If you are willing to make friends, then my Piao Miao Xian Zone welcomes you all. If you don't like my Piao Miao Xian Zone, then you are welcome to fight. From now on, my Piao Miao Xian Zone will recruit disciples. As long as you are determined to reach the peak of martial arts, as long as you are determined, then my Piao Miao Xian Zone will give you this opportunity. Yifeng's voice rumbled and spread throughout the entire southern wilderness continent. Greetings to Master Piao Miao. My name is Hua Qianduo, and I am the master of Baihua sect. In the sky, an extremely beautiful woman walked in front of Yifeng on a road paved with flowers and bowed. Master Piao Miao, you are joking. I have long disliked the Tianjin sect. But we don't have the strength of Master Piao Miao to rid the people of harm. I am the master of the Zhan sect, Zhen Wudao. Meet Brother Yi. A young man standing on the head of the golden beast spoke up. He saluted Yifeng with his fists clasped. Ha ha. Brother Zhan is right. This Tianjian sect pretends to be a righteous and chivalrous sect, but secretly does all kinds of bad things. Now Brother Yi is getting rid of harm for the people, which makes us admire him. Barbarian tribe leader Man Yuan greets Brother Yi. Another voice sounded, and a bearded man came to Yifeng and bowed. Chapter 33 5-Clawed Golden Dragon. Yi Feng looked at the clan leaders, feeling very satisfied. The effect of knocking the mountain to scare the tiger was achieved. You are so polite. If you don't mind, please come and visit my Piao Miao Xian sect. Yi Feng invited them, and upon hearing that, several people immediately agreed. Master Yi, you are too kind. It is our honor to be a guest of your sect. Please. Yi Feng stood in the air and made a gesture of invitation. Master Yi, please. Several people said politely. Xingyue, the rest of you should gather all the useful resources from the Tianjian sect and return to the sect as soon as possible. Yi Feng gave the order. Upon hearing it, all the onlookers around took action to help Xingyue and the others collect supplies for the Tianjian sect, in an attempt to get closer to Xingyue and the others. Everyone, please. Yi Feng brought several sect leaders and clan leaders to Piao Miao Immortal Sect. He looked at the people who were looking at each other in bewilderment and said with a smile. Master Yi, please. Although several people were puzzled, they did not ask any questions, for fear of making Yi Feng unhappy and slapping them to death. Arriving at the simple hall, several sect leaders sat on wooden stools and looked dumbfounded. Piao Miao Xian sect? Xian sect? Just these few broken wooden stools and a leaky sect gate? Is this a test for us? If we surrender to the Piao Miao Immortal Sect, we must pay tribute. If we resist, can we withstand the wrath of the Piao Miao Immortal Sect? After a little thought, the Baihua Sect Master made a choice. He said, Sect Master Yi, our Baihua Sect is weak and has a hard time surviving in this southern wilderness. We hope that you can take care of us in the future. Our Baihua Sect is willing to offer 500 beautiful disciples, a Fairy Emperor level magic weapon, and 5 million high-quality spirit stones. Yi Feng looked at the leader of the Baihua Sect. This beautiful woman was very sensible. No wonder the Baihua Sect had been able to survive in the southern wilderness for so long. This ability to judge the situation was great. Master Baihua is too polite. We are in the southern wilds together, so we should help each other. Upon hearing this, Baihua Sect leader Hua Qian Duo breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Yi Feng, who was like a god of death, would be dissatisfied with something. We, the Zhan clan, are willing to offer a 5-clawed golden dragon, 10 million spirit stones, 5 immortal emperor level magic weapons. Zhan Wudao, the leader of the Zhan sect, also spoke shortly after. Oh? A 5-clawed golden dragon? Sect Master Zhan, can you tell me what this 5-clawed golden dragon is? Yi Feng's eyes lit up immediately. 5-clawed golden dragon, it sounds very domineering. Sect Master Yi, you don't know that this 5-clawed golden dragon was actually obtained by our ancestor before he flew to the upper realm. It is a 5-clawed golden dragon from the ancient dragon clan. However, because it is too powerful, our ancestor did not tame it, but chose to seal it up. Zhan Wudao answered respectfully. Interesting. Everyone, please forgive me for being impatient. As soon as I heard what Brother Zhan said, I became quite curious about this 5-clawed golden dragon. Now that my Piao Miao Xian sect has just been established, it is a bit shabby, so I would like to ask you to help me with some advice on how to build the sect. Brother Zhan, let's go and meet the 5-clawed golden dragon you mentioned. Yi Feng stood up, left 10 billion high-grade spirit stones, and walked out with Zhan Wudao, leaving a few people staring at each other in bewilderment. Don't look at me? You heard it too. Baihua sect leader Hua Qian Duo waved his hand. I think this sect Master Yi is quite straightforward. I like him. The barbarian chieftain Man Yuan smiled naively. In that case, let's unite. This must be a test from sect Master Yi. This many spirit stones are enough to build a first-class sect. Hua Qian Duo spoke, and after taking away half of the spirit stones, he quickly contacted the sect and sent countless disciples to various places to purchase the materials needed to build the sect. Man Yuan put away the other half and quickly arranged it. Yi Feng and Zhan Wudao are now on the giant golden beast, coming to a stretch of rolling mountains. Brother Yi. This place is called Jiuyo Mountain Range. Not far ahead is the place where our ancestors sealed the 5-clawed golden dragon. Zhan Wudao stood on the giant golden beast and pointed forward and said, Well, Brother Zhan, you just wait for me here. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he took a step into the air and instantly arrived at the location where the 5-clawed golden dragon was sealed. Boom! With one punch, Yi Feng blasted a deep pit in the mountain range beneath his feet. A mere human disturbed my sleep. Damn it! Deep in the pit, an angry roar was deafening. Yifeng took a step forward and jumped in from the edge of the deep pit. He saw a 5-clawed golden dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long and looked like it was made of gold, being tightly bound by black iron chains. Shut up! Yifeng jumped onto the head of the giant golden dragon and punched it. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, pieces of golden scales were knocked off by Yifeng's fist. Bright red blood gushed out from the head of the golden dragon. You despicable human! Untie my bonds if you dare. I will devour you. Upon hearing this, Yifeng jumped down from the head of the golden dragon, walked to the black iron chain that bound the dragon and punched it. Crack! The black chain broke. The 5-clawed golden dragon broke free from its restraints and roared to the sky. Its huge dragon eyes stared at Yifeng. Submit. Or die. Yifeng, who was as small as an ant, stood in front of the 5-clawed golden dragon without any fear. You lowly ant. How dare you dare to lay your hands on me? I'll make you talk tough. Yifeng dragged the iron chain and rushed to the top of the 5-clawed golden dragon again. He used the iron chain in his hand as a whip and beat the 5-clawed golden dragon until its skin was torn. Roar! The angry 5-clawed golden dragon roared, soared into the sky and rushed into the sky. I'll make you stubborn. I'll make you unconvinced. Yifeng stood on top of the giant dragon. No matter how the 5-clawed golden dragon flew, it could not throw him off. The iron chain in his hand made a clacking sound, and the blood of the 5-clawed golden dragon fell from the sky like rain. Stop hitting it! Stop hitting it! Brother Yi, if you hit it again you'll kill it. Seeing the shocking scene, Zhang Wudao hurried to stop him. I didn't expect Yifeng to be so violent. I didn't expect Yifeng to be so strong. Even the 5-clawed golden dragon that the ancestor had no way to deal with was like a loach in front of Yifeng. Humph! You're really tough. Yifeng stopped fighting and looked at the dying 5-clawed golden dragon and said, how about this, 100 years? As long as you follow me for 100 years. I will give you freedom. And I will also take you to another world. How do you think? Yifeng sat on the 5-clawed golden dragon's head and said, if he really had to beat a 5-clawed golden dragon to death, Yifeng would definitely not be willing to do it. He could only use coercion and inducement. Hearing this, the 5-clawed golden dragon opened its tightly closed eyes and said, another world? But the world of immortals and gods? When Yifeng heard this, he thought there was hope. My world. Just 100 years and I'll give you freedom. Otherwise, I'll beat you to death. The 5-clawed golden dragon shuddered. This violent young man would really beat himself to death. You didn't lie to me? It's really only 100 years? And you will take me to other worlds? The 5-clawed golden dragon asked hesitantly. It has to be real. More real than real melon seeds. My patience is limited. Have you thought about it? The 5-clawed golden dragon turned its huge dragon eyes and thought, I can't beat him. I can't run away. It's only 100 years. It will pass quickly. All right then. We agreed it would only be 100 years. Under the nagging of the 5-clawed golden dragon, he signed a 100-year contract with Yifeng. He must obey Yifeng for 100 years. Can you be smaller? You're being too loud. Yifeng said, you are so big, and I am just a small black dot when I sit on your head. If I fly to the sky, no one can see me at all. You will steal all the limelight. At Yifeng's request, the 5-clawed golden dragon became 100 meters in size and carried Yifeng away with the wind. P.S. Thank you for your gifts. Today's 10,000-word update. I can't stand the days of playing alone anymore, so I secretly pushed a book today. He. Chapter 34. What about Heaven's Law? Then fight. Standing on the head of the 5-clawed golden dragon, speeding along the way, looking at the green mountains below, Yifeng's heart was full of pride. Ferrari, Bugatti. They were weak in front of the 5-clawed golden dragon. The 5-clawed golden dragon and Zhang Wudao's golden beast stood in the air. They were very pleased to see countless disciples in the sect busy building the sect. Isn't that the sect master? Xingyue saw Yifeng standing on a 5-clawed golden dragon in the air and exclaimed in surprise. Really? Master. That's the 5-clawed golden dragon from the ancient dragon clan? Below, some barbarian disciples and Baihua sect disciples all looked up at the sky. Brother Yi, the Piao Miao Immortal sect is established, and our Zhan sect will definitely do its part. After Zhan Wuda finished speaking, he used his fingers to write in the air, and then it turned into a piece of letter paper and flew towards Zhan Zong at a high speed. In that case, I'll have to trouble Brother Zhan. Yi Feng smiled, jumped off the five-clawed golden dragon, and landed in front of the sect gate. The five-clawed golden dragon turned into a golden pattern that appeared on Yi Feng's arm. Greetings, Sect Master. Xingyue and others came to Yi Feng and bowed. Have all the resources of the Tianjin sect been sorted out? Yi Feng waved his hand and asked. Master, all resources have been sorted out, and many disciples from other sects have come to help us. Xingyue said respectfully. That's good. Once the sect is built, we will start recruiting disciples. Your cultivation is still too low, so hurry up and practice. From today on, the four of you will serve as elders of the sect. Xingyue, you will be the deputy sect leader. Yes. Sect Master. Several people returned to the sect to practice, and Yi Feng asked. System, is there any way to improve their cultivation? Answer the host, you can use the Heavenly Emperor pill. It will be done in one go. No practice is required. What? There is such a medicine? Yi Feng was shocked. This was too unbelievable. After taking a pill, he could instantly attain the level of a Heavenly Emperor. This system is an invincible system. Host, don't be surprised. Hearing this, Yi Feng was immediately delighted. The Emperor of Heaven. He is a legendary figure. Then give me 100 Heavenly Emperor pills. Yi Feng said proudly. Answer the host, not so much. So how many do you have? Yi Feng asked. Answer the host, there are only 6. Yi Feng took out 5 thumb-sized Heavenly Emperor pills from the system panel. Looking at the dark Heavenly Emperor pills in his hand, he doubted their ability. Just a small pill like this could allow a cultivator to have the cultivation of a Heavenly Emperor without any practice? It sounded a bit unreliable. System, isn't there any drawback to this? Yi Feng asked. Answer the host, the system's products must be top-notch. Please do not doubt the ability of this system. Hearing the system's affirmative reply, Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. I hope there are no disadvantages, don't make people sick. Xingyue, the rest of you follow me. Yi Feng called Xingyue and the others out, looked at their curious expressions, and said. Have you ever seen the Emperor of Heaven? When they heard Yi Feng's question, they looked at each other, looking confused. Master, the Emperor of Heaven has not appeared in the world for tens of thousands of years. Xingyue bowed and replied, wondering why the sect leader asked this. You 5 accompanied me to establish this Piao Miao Xian sect, but I will not be here forever. As a reward, I can let the 5 of you become Heavenly Emperors. And pass on the Piao Miao Xian sect. Are you willing? Yi Feng spoke lightly, but several people were shocked beyond words. Master, shall we become the Emperor of Heaven? Xingyue asked in disbelief, this is ridiculous. The Emperor of Heaven. That is the legendary existence who can destroy the sky with a single finger. The leader actually said that he could make himself the Emperor of Heaven. Since you have chosen to follow me, I will definitely give you enough power to protect yourselves. Otherwise, as soon as I leave, this sect will be trampled to the ground. This is the Heavenly Emperor pill. After taking it, you can directly reach the Heavenly Emperor. 1 for each person. Eat it. Yi Feng spoke and distributed the 5 Heavenly Emperor pills in his hand to Xingyue and the others. Thank you, Sect Master. Xingyue was impatient, and after thanking Yi Feng, he put the Heavenly Emperor pill in his mouth and swallowed it. Seeing this, the other people also took the Heavenly Emperor pill. In just a quarter of an hour, a destructive aura was released from the bodies of several people. In an instant, dark clouds rolled in the sky, heavy rain poured down, and thunder roared, as if the world was about to end. The Great Tribulation of the Heavenly Emperor. This is the Great Tribulation of the Heavenly Emperor. Tens of millions of years have passed. Could it be that someone in Xianhuang has defied the will of heaven and become an emperor? With such a terrifying Heavenly Emperor calamity, this person's strength must not be underestimated. In the Xianhuang continent, countless old monsters rose into the sky from Zhengzhou and the 4 wild regions of the southeast, northwest, northeast, and southwest, and came to the edge of Tiandi Street and wandered around. Is this the Heavenly Emperor's Great Tribulation? We really have become Heavenly Emperors. I feel like I can shatter a world with one slap now. Xingyue looked at the great calamity of the Emperor of Heaven in the sky, with some panic in her eyes. Could she survive such a terrifying great calamity of the Emperor of Heaven? It doesn't matter. If you don't like it, then don't go through this calamity. Yifeng spoke lightly, stretched out one hand, and transformed into a giant hand that covered the sky and the sun in the air, holding the entire Heavenly Emperor's great tribulation in his hand, slowly exerting force, and the raging thunder danced wildly in the gap of the giant hand. Like a struggle, like fear. Bang! A huge sound erupted from the giant hand, resounding throughout the world. After the sound, there was silence between heaven and earth. You're going too far. Outsider. An ethereal voice emerged from the sky, without a trace of emotion. Yifeng looked up, his eyes piercing through billions of miles, and met the eyes of an extremely beautiful woman. The woman was wearing a black dress, with a golden phoenix hairpin pinned to her long hair, and her calm eyes seemed to be free of any trace of worldly fireworks. Yifeng was shocked. He felt an unprecedented fear, as if he would disappear from this world in the next second. System? I can't seem to beat her. Yifeng called the system in his heart. Answer the host, this person is the heavenly Tao of this world. Her cultivation has reached the heavenly desolate realm above the desolate realm. But the host does not need to be afraid. She can't kill you. Naturally, you can't kill her either. Because she is the same as this system, immortal and indestructible. Hi. Hello, girl. Yifeng bared his teeth and greeted Tian Dao. He was just as immortal as the system. After all, he was just a passerby, so there was no need to fight to the death with Tian Dao. Outsider, if you do this, you are treating me as a plaything. Do you really think you are invincible? Tian Dao's face was calm, showing no joy or anger at all. Yifeng put away his smile and narrowed his eyes slightly. The girl means that we must decide who is better. Yifeng's voice was a little cold. Can't you just talk to me nicely? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? I am the Lord of all things. The Lord of heaven and earth. Outsider, you are so presumptuous in front of me. Are you really going to? Alright. If talking and negotiating doesn't work, then let's fight. At worst, we'll die. I, Yifeng, have never been afraid. Yifeng was full of fighting spirit. Heavenly Tao. The legendary Supreme Being. Today, I, Yifeng, will meet you, the Supreme Heavenly Tao. Chapter 35, Girl, Stop Fighting. I'm leaving. A battle in the outer world. The voice of heaven is ethereal and without a trace of emotion. Xingyue, this Pyamyo immortal sect is in your hands, don't let me down. Yifeng said with a serious look. Master, rest assured. Xingyue will definitely pass on the Pyamyo immortal sect for eternity. Xingyue said with tears in her eyes and a choked voice. In order to avoid the terrible catastrophe of the Emperor of Heaven, the sect master actually chose to fight against the Heavenly Tao. That is the Heavenly Tao. Don't worry, take care of everything in the sect. Yifeng patted Xingyue's head, handed all the remaining high-quality spirit stones on the panel to Xingyue, then jumped up instantly. A 5-clawed golden dragon appeared on Yifeng's arm, turning into a golden dragon 100,000 meters in size, carrying Yifeng into the sky. The outer world is a world above the Xinhuang world. It is filled with terrifying space black holes and undercurrents. There are also unknown black creatures shuttling through it. Today, I will kill you, the outsider, to prove my truth. Tian Dao was dressed in a black dress, holding a 3-foot-long green sword, standing in the turbulent space and releasing an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. A sword spanned thousands of miles. Even the terrifying undercurrent of space was shattered by this sword energy. Yifeng stood on the head of the golden dragon, his eyes narrowed slightly. This heavenly Tao was very strong. He had to be extremely careful. He shrank the golden dragon into a small golden pattern that appeared on his arm. Then, he threw a punch, and a huge fist shadow emerged, turning into a golden light, shattering countless black holes in space along the way, and rushing towards the sword energy of Tian Dao. Bang! Laugh! With the collision of a punch and a sword, a terrifying wave erupted, shattering a large area of space. Yifeng's fist was instantly pierced. Blood gushed out. So strong. Yifeng was shocked. He didn't expect Tian Dao to be so strong that he could pierce through his indestructible fist with just one sword. Heavenly Sword, Annihilation Technique. Without giving Yifeng time to think, Tian Dao moved again, and his body turned into a series of afterimages, dazzling people. Millions of huge sword shadows emerged in the surrounding space, attacking Yifeng. Shhhhhh. Millions of sword energies penetrated Yifeng's body. In an instant, Yifeng's skin was cut open in millions of cuts. The dazzling blood soaked Yifeng's body, like a bloody man. But Yifeng stood still as a mountain, his pair of penetrating eyes fixed on the true body of Tian Dao in the afterimage. System, can't my chaos body render any technique ineffective? Yifeng asked. Answered the host. Only the chaos orb has such an effect. Once it is fused, it loses this effect. And the host's chaos orb has become an immortal chaos body. Naturally, it no longer has this effect. Hearing this, Yifeng sighed. Then fight to the death. Regardless of the blood all over his body, he took a step forward and punched the real one among the thousands of residual images of Tian Dao. Bang! With one punch, Tian Dao was knocked 10,000 meters away. Time flies. More than 2 months later, in the central plains of Xianhuan continent, the 5 heavenly emperors of Qingyue appeared at the immortal god sect at the same time. Submit. Or die. The 5 heavenly emperors, led by Qingyue, stood in the air. Qingyue's hair was flying, and under the white ghost mask was an extremely beautiful face. Since the day Yifeng left, no one has seen her face again. It's finally here. Hey! Tianyi, the leader of the immortal god sect, sighed deeply. Since 2 months ago, the Piao Miao immortal sect has been expanding rapidly. Under the conquest of the 5 heavenly emperors, it has unified the 4 major wilderness areas in the southeast, northwest, and northeast in just 2 months. Now it seems that this Zhangzhou will also change its master. My immortal god sect is willing to submit. Submit to the Piao Miao immortal sect. After saying this, sect leader Tianyi seemed to have used up all his strength and collapsed to the ground. From then on, Piao Miao immortal sect completely unified the entire Xianhuan continent. In the southern wilderness, a huge fairy island appeared in the air, with mist and clouds floating, and fairy music rolling. This is the location of the Piao Miao immortal sect. Qingyue was wearing a white ghost mask, sitting high on the dragon throne in the hall. Her white fingers stroked the man in the portrait in front of her, and a line of tears fell from under the mask. In the outer world, Yifeng was covered in blood, sitting on the ground and gasping for breath. The other side of the heavenly Dao was not much better. Her black dress was torn to pieces, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. The corners of her mouth were bleeding, and her face was pale. For more than 2 months, the two of them fought non-stop, shattering the space of the outer world. But no one could kill the other. Yifeng's terrifying recovery ability made her crazy. After a lot of effort, she beat Yifeng seriously, but in the blink of an eye, he was alive and kicking again. If it weren't for the source of heaven and earth, she would have exhausted herself to death. Girl. I see. Yifeng pointed at the 2 towering peaks of Tian Dao and said with a grin. Shameless. Tian Dao glared at Yifeng and turned away. Bite. 3 minutes left before the fantasy world shuttle ends. Please be prepared, host. We are about to return to the original world. Yifeng was shocked. Is it time? Have I completed my mission? Reply to the host, the system task has been completed. The task reward has been issued to the panel. Yifeng took a look at the panel. There were 500 trillion exchange golds, 10,000 shuttle points, and a 10,000 meter invincible field. Yifeng thought about it and decided not to say goodbye to Qingyue and the others. He still had 10,000 points in his hand, so he could come back anytime. Girl, I'm leaving and going back to my world. My name is Yifeng. You're welcome to visit my world when you're free. Since I've been fighting with you for so long, I'd like you to help take care of my sect while I'm away. Yifeng stood up, straightened his clothes, and spoke. Hearing this, Tian Dao turned around, looked at Yifeng and wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say it. Bite. Planetary shuttle in progress, host, please be prepared. Rays of light appeared, and Yifeng instantly left his original place and appeared in the long river of time and space. Not long after, he felt a change in the world and appeared in the hall on the top of Fairy Peak. Ha! I'm back. I'm really reluctant to leave. Yifeng took a deep breath. Looking at the familiar plants and trees in front of him, he felt a little uneasy. Although only 3 days had passed, he had actually stayed in the fantasy world for 3 months. He left suddenly, and he always felt empty in his heart. He didn't know how Qingyue and the others were doing. After changing his clothes and washing off the blood, Yifeng took the elevator to the foot of Fairy Peak. Dafu? Let's go to Linhai. Yifeng spoke when he saw Zhang Dafu, who was wearing floral shorts and looking at the beautiful tourists with relish. Understood. Boss. Boss, why do you seem different? Zhang Dafu looked at Yifeng curiously and asked, feeling that there was a terrifying murderous intent in Yifeng, which was frightening. What's the difference? What can I become after not seeing you for a few days? Okay, let's go. The helicopter rumbled into the sky and soon landed in Linhai City. Chapter 36 Mother-in-Law? Throw her out. Yifeng did not go directly to Jin Yue's villa. After sending Zhang Dafu away, he went to the commercial street of Linhai City alone to buy some clothes for Mu Wanru and Xiao Tuanchuan. Is this your world? Why is the spiritual energy so meager? The five-clawed golden dragon on Yifeng's arm asked, as soon as I came to this world, I found that no matter how I absorbed it, I couldn't absorb the thin spiritual energy into my body. This made me very confused. If there is no, then there is no, it won't affect you at all. Yifeng said nonchalantly, in addition to some spiritual fruits from the fantasy world, he actually brought a living five-clawed golden dragon to this world. Very dreamy. Yifeng bought a lot of beautiful clothes with great interest, and came to a bun shop on the street carrying large and small bags. Boss, 2 trays of steamed buns, a bowl of mutton soup, and a stir-fry. Yifeng sat on a plastic stool, and the owner of the bun shop brought 2 hot trays of beef buns to him. The big buns had thin skin and large fillings. One bite made his mouth water immediately. Another bite of mutton soup with chili oil was refreshing. Come on. Give me something to eat. Yifeng was eating happily when a lame beggar came up to him with a broken bowl, lowered his head and begged for food. Oh my god. Zhao Peng? Yifeng was shocked when he saw the beggar. Isn't this the Zhao Peng who was showing off at the auction? I haven't seen you for a few days. Why are you so fashionable? What's going on? Yifeng swallowed the bun in his mouth and said to Zhao Peng. You? Are you Yifeng? Why are you here? Eating buns? Zhao Peng was also shocked. He never expected to meet Yifeng in this snack street. It was this man who made him look like this. In an instant, he was filled with rage and wanted to bite Yifeng to death. But then, his hateful eyes dimmed. He couldn't fight. Now he was just a beggar, how could he fight Yifeng? He turned around and prepared to leave. This big meat bun sizzles with oil when you bite it. It smells so good. Yifeng looked at Zhao Peng who was turning around to leave, and said happily. In an instant, Zhao Peng stopped and turned around with difficulty to stare at the big meat bun in Yifeng's hand. There was even a green light in his eyes. All right. I, Yifeng, am not that narrow-minded. Come and eat, and tell me how you became like this? Boss, 2 more trays of beef buns. 2 bowls of mutton soup. Hearing Yifeng's words, Zhao Peng hesitated. Was he really going to bow to this man? Then he made up his mind, walked quickly to the stool on the other side of Yifeng and sat down, grabbed the meat buns on the table and stuffed them into his mouth frantically. Dignity? It was worthless in front of himself who was almost starving to death. Yifeng looked at Zhao Peng who was eating voraciously. Who could have thought that Zhao Peng, who was a billionaire and a party-goer not long ago, would become a beggar in such a short time? Life is so unpredictable. Are you curious about why I became like this? It's all because of you. Zhao Peng ate the buns in big mouthfuls and spoke incoherently. After making a bet with you at the auction, I couldn't pay back that much money. I sold my villa and luxury car, but it was still not enough. I had to borrow from a loan shark. In the end, I couldn't pay it back and had my legs broken. I originally planned to go abroad directly after returning from the auction. No matter how powerful you, Yifeng, can't go abroad to catch me. But who knew that as soon as I left the auction, Du Fugua blocked all the airports in Linhai City and sent people to guard them 24 hours a day. I couldn't run away at all. Yifeng listened quietly to Zhao Peng's aggrieved story. He tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. After a long while, he said, Have you ever heard the saying? A high platform hides a rat, and a wild animal lies in the countryside. If you, Zhao Peng, had kept a low profile, how could you have ended up like this? Take care of yourself. Yifeng stood up and left, originally thinking whether to help him. As descendants of Yin and Huang, there was no need to kill them all. But when the deep hatred just emerged from Zhao Peng's eyes, Yi Feng completely gave up this idea. To be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to yourself. Ada. Kill him. Yi Feng spoke to the void, and Zhao Peng, who was eating voraciously behind him, instantly disappeared from the stool, as if he had never appeared. Stop a taxi and go all the way back to Baiyupan, Jinhua Huafu. Mr. Yi. You're back. When the security guard at Jinhua Huafu saw Yi Fenglin getting out of the taxi carrying a lot of things, he hurriedly ran up and took the things from Yi Fenglin's hands. When Yi Feng arrived at Baiyupan, he saw Mu Wanru squatting on the steps in front of the door, crying with her face covered. A middle-aged woman who still had charm was saying something to Mu Wanru, and a group of housekeepers and servants around her looked indignant. What's going on? Yi Feng, who was behind the crowd, spoke coldly. Yi Feng, you're back. When Mu Wanru heard Yi Feng's voice, she hurriedly wiped away her tears and stood up from the stairs. Oh, you must be Yi Feng. Look at how handsome you are. I am Ruru's mother, and this is Ruru's brother. We saw Ruru on TV, so we came to see you. Before Yi Feng could speak, the middle-aged woman took the lead and pulled a young man in his 20s to speak. Hearing this, Yi Feng looked at the middle-aged woman in surprise. She was indeed somewhat similar to Mu Wanru. She must be Mu Wanru's mother. She said lightly. Isn't Wanru an orphan? If I remember correctly, the old dean picked her up from the trash can. How come another mother appeared? Yi Feng's tone was cold, and he glanced at the middle-aged woman. The image of Mu Wanru as a child appeared in his mind again. It was a few years after he came to the orphanage. The old director found her in a trash can. At that time, the dying Mu Wanru was snatched back from the hands of death by the old director. In the following years, Mu Wanru grew up little by little. She had 2 pigtails, wore clothes with patches on top of patches, and wore a pair of tattered cloth shoes with exposed toes all year round. She followed Yi Feng like a little tail. Well, Yi Feng, you don't know, my aunt has her own difficulties. Ruru's father died early, so I had no choice but to remarry abroad. This is because I really have no other choice. Mu Wanru's mother said a little guilty. So you threw your own child into the trash? And then you took this son who looked like a second-generation rich kid abroad? And you saw on TV that Wanru was living a good life now, so you wanted to get a piece of the pie? Yi Feng took the bag from the security guard and handed it to Mu Wanru, saying gently. Go in first, I'll take care of it and try it out to see if it fits you well. Mu Wanru returned to the villa with her bags. Yi Feng looked at the second-generation rich man who was staring at the luxury car outside the villa with his eyes shining, and the middle-aged woman who was looking at the villa with greedy eyes, and felt extremely disgusted. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. A woman can throw her own flesh and blood into the trash can like garbage. Is this something a human can do? Throw them out. If these two dare to come within 100 meters of the villa, I will beat them mercilessly. Do you hear me? Yes. Mr. Yi. At Yi Feng's command, the security guards came forward, picked up the 2 men and dragged them out of the villa. Chapter 37, difficult? Then don't do it. Coldly watching the 2 people being dragged away by the security guards, Yi Feng felt refreshed. What the hell? Walking into the villa, Mu Wanru was trying on all kinds of beautiful clothes for Xiao Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan's grandmother was also in the villa. Old man, how are you? Yi Feng smiled and poured a glass of warm water for Grandma Tuanchuan. My dear boy. Thank you so much. I am now fully recovered from all my illnesses. I came here just to take Tuanchuan away. I feel so bad for troubling you for so long. As Grandma Tuanchuan said this, she was about to stand up and bow to Yi Feng, but Mu Wanru quickly held her back. Old man, you can't do this. Accepting such a great gift will shorten your life. Please sit down and listen to me first. Yi Feng smiled and helped Grandma Tuanchuan to the sofa, and continued. Where are you going to take Tuanchuan? How will you and your child live in the future? Just stay with me. Tuanchuan is like a family member to us, we can't bear to let you take her away. Right, honey. Yi Feng said, and Mu Wanru also spoke up. Yes, old man, you see, we have such a big house, but there are only a few of us living here. It's not lively at all, and Tuanchuan has gotten used to it. I'm going to study in the classroom with the children in the next 2 days. If you feel bored, you can grow vegetables and raise chickens and ducks like the old dean did. After repeated persuasion from Yi Feng and the others, Grandma Tuanchuan finally decided to stay, but she kept saying, "I feel bad for being a burden to others." After settling Tuanchuan's grandmother down, Yi Feng led Mu Wanru into the bathroom. "Your tattoo? Did you get one these days?" In the bathroom, Mu Wanru discovered the pattern of a 5-clawed golden dragon on Yi Feng's arm and asked in surprise. "We'll talk about this later. I have a big secret to tell you." "A very big secret." "Oh? How big?" Mu Wanru asked. "It's as big as a 3 or 4-story building," Yi Feng said with a grin. Soon, night fell. The two of them lay on the soft big bed. After an in-depth conversation, Mu Wanru said, "What's the big secret you're talking about?" Yi Feng sat up, looked at Mu Wanru's curious expression, and raised his arm. He woke up the sleeping 5-clawed golden dragon. A magical scene happened. The 5-clawed golden dragon pattern on Yi Feng's arm instantly turned into a golden light and emerged from the air, turning into a 5-clawed golden dragon more than 1 meter long. Floating in the air in the bedroom. "Oh my god! What is this? Is this a dragon?" Mu Wanru screamed in surprise, covering her mouth tightly with her white and tender hands, staring with surprised eyes at the 5-clawed golden dragon that suddenly appeared. "That's right. This is the legendary 5-clawed golden dragon. It was brought from another world." Yi Feng hugged Mu Wanru and explained. "So this is what a dragon really looks like. Mighty and majestic." What? What? Another world?" Mu Wanru suddenly reacted and exclaimed again. "Another world? Yes, what I'm going to say next may subvert your worldview, but you know, I won't lie to you. I, Yi Feng, can go to any plane in any world. And I will probably take you with me in the future. The reason why I disappeared these few days is that I went to the fantasy world." "You heard it right. It's the kind of fantasy world in novels where you can fly and hide in the ground." Yi Feng explained softly. He didn't know if Mu Wanru could digest this absurd thing. "I think it's fun. I want to go too." Mu Wanru looked at Yi Feng and spoke. "Aren't you scared? There are a lot of big monsters. They eat people." Yi Feng said in surprise. He didn't expect Mu Wanru to be so thick-skinned. If it were any other woman, she would never believe that she could travel to another world. "No. As long as I can be with you, I am not afraid of mountains of swords and seas of fire." Mu Wanru lay on Yi Feng's chest and spoke softly. Then she asked. "I didn't expect today's incident to turn out like this. After all, she is my mother. I was going to give them some money so that they would stop disturbing my life. But they insisted on having the house and the car. When I refused, they called me an ungrateful person." Mu Wanru said this aggrievedly. Thinking of what happened during the day, she felt extremely aggrieved. Being a parent is the only thing in this world that doesn't require an exam. Not everyone is human. Wanru, you are just too kind. You will suffer a lot in the future if you keep doing this. You have to toughen up. Look, just like me." After Yi Feng finished speaking, he put the 5-clawed golden dragon into his arms and put it to sleep, then he lifted the quilt to let Mu Wanru take a look. "We are talking about serious matters. You are so unruly." A night passed, and early the next morning, Mu Wanru prepared breakfast by herself. After Yi Feng finished eating, he prepared to go and check the progress of Jin Yan's robot development. Driving to Maple Leaf Research and Development Company, Yi Feng was led by the front desk staff to the top floor office. Before he even entered the door, he heard a fierce quarrel coming from inside. "It can't be done. Either you let Yi Feng talk to me in person, or you stay with me for one night. I can think about it. Minister Zhang, you are going to make things difficult for Maple Leaf Group, right? Our scientific research company has all the formalities and processes, so why are you making things difficult for us?" Yi Feng pushed open the door and saw a bald middle-aged man sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, and Jin Yan was standing on the other side of the desk with her shoulders folded. "Yi Feng, why are you here?" Jin Yan said excitedly when she saw Yi Feng. "You are Yi Feng. I tell you, your scientific research company does not meet the standards, and our resources department cannot help you. It will be useless even if you, Yi Feng, come in person." Before Yi Feng could speak, Zheng Ming, the Minister of Resources, spoke first. "Boy, you are rich? Then feed me. Otherwise, you want to ask my resources department for resources? Dream on. Can't do it? Then don't do it for real. Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly, and a burst of anger suddenly rose in his heart. It is you rotten fish and stinky shrimp that affect the pace of the country's progress. Even worse than the scum in society, you are in your position but do not do your job, and try every means to take bribes. Yifeng took a few steps to Zhang Ming and slapped him to the ground. How dare you assault a public official? I'm calling the police to arrest you. Zhang Ming covered his swollen face and shouted incoherently. Let's go. I'll sue you. Yifeng grabbed Zhang Ming's hair and dragged him out of the office like a dead dog. Wow. Is that Yifeng, the CEO of Maple Leaf Group? He's so handsome. Great fight. I really want to kick that damn Zhang Ming twice. Yifeng dragged Zhang Ming, ignoring the staff of the scientific research company, and dragged Zhang Ming all the way outside the company, opened the trunk of the Rolls-Royce and threw Zhang Ming in. Then he drove to the Linhai Public Security Bureau. Chapter 38: The Second Time Traveling. Doomsday World. After calling the mayor Du Fugua and explaining the situation, Yifeng dragged Zhang Ming out of the car and kicked him down in front of the Public Security Bureau. After the mayor personally ordered a thorough investigation, all the evidence of Zhang Ming's corruption and bribery over the years was handed over to the Public Security Bureau. What awaits Zhang Ming is a life in prison. After leaving the Public Security Bureau, Yifeng came to Lin Zhongyue's Maple Leaf Film and Television Company. Watching the fighting scenes where the extras and actors were hanging in the sky with Vaya flying around, Yifeng felt a little bored. Drink something. After Lin Zhongyue made a cup of coffee and handed it to Yifeng, she stood quietly beside Yifeng. Aren't you going to say anything? Yifeng took a sip of coffee, looked at Lin Zhongyue, who was secretly looking at him with a blushing face, and spoke. Yifeng could feel Lin Zhongyue's feelings for him, but he didn't know how to respond yet. I don't want to say it, it would be great if I could stand by your side forever. Lin Zhongyue and Yifeng stared at each other. In the end, Yifeng was defeated. Avoid Lin Zhongyue's gaze. Steady development is good. Don't be too tired. Take care of yourself. After Yifeng finished speaking, he was ready to leave. Are you concerned about me? Lin Zhongyue looked at Yifeng's departing figure and murmured. Yifeng returned to the villa, curled up on the sofa and ate the fruit brought by the housekeeper Wu Mangyao. Looking at the 10,000 plane travel points on the system panel, his heart became lively again. 10,000 points, which world should I go to? Yifeng looked at the hundreds of worlds on the panel, hesitant. The second dimension world? Not really. Go to the movie world? Go watch General Meng Tian and Princess Yushu in the movie Myth? Yifeng screened them one by one and finally fixed his sights on the supernatural world and the doomsday world. The supernatural world. Demons and ghosts. Ghosts and monsters. It should be very interesting. Doomsday. Zombies are surrounding the city. Shooting with submachine guns. So exciting. In the end, Yifeng decided to travel to the Doomsday world. After making up his mind, Yifeng decided not to bring Mu Wanru with him this time. For the unknown world, it must be full of dangers. What if Mu Wanru had an accident? It would be too late to regret. After leaving a letter for Mu Wanru, Yifeng came to the bedroom and said, System. I want to travel to the Doomsday world. Yifeng, get ready. Bite. Travel to the Doomsday world is starting. Please be prepared. Travel will begin in 3 seconds. 3 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and Yifeng came to the long river of space again. Then the heaven and earth changed, and Yifeng appeared in the Doomsday world. There was silence everywhere. The empty streets were littered with burning vehicles and countless broken limbs. Bite. The Doomsday World shuttle was successful. Congratulations to the host for arriving in the Doomsday World. Yifeng retracted his gaze, straightened his clothes, and walked in one direction. In the Doomsday World, the most important things are food and weapons. So the most urgent thing is to find a handy weapon and a lot of food. Bang! Yifeng kicked open the door of a supermarket. The loud noise startled the zombies standing still in the supermarket. They instantly came to life and pounced towards Yifeng. Roll! Yifeng kicked the zombie that was rushing towards him away, rolled on the ground to avoid several other zombies, picked up the baseball bat on the shelf and killed all the zombies with bang bang. Go to the shelf and transfer all the edible food and drinking water on the shelf into the storage ring in your hand. I found a sharpened Tang Dynasty sword at the back of the supermarket. I tried it in my hand and found that the weight was just right. In the absence of a gun, a handy cold weapon can greatly increase the probability of survival in the doomsday. After leaving the supermarket, hundreds of zombies were attracted by the noise. Fortunately, they were not walking very fast. Yi Feng's knife fell and he killed more than 100 zombies in less than half an hour. If only I had a gun. Yi Feng said to himself, although the Tang Hangdao is sharp, it is far less powerful than the Gatling gun. No matter if you are a group of zombies or the Zombie King, they will all be blown to pieces by my Gatling gun that emits blue flames. Anyone? Yi Feng felt someone was secretly looking at him, and he turned around instantly. Sure enough, he saw a woman hiding behind a car and secretly looking at him. Come out! Yi Feng shouted coldly. In this end times, the most terrifying thing is not only zombies, but also human hearts. Don't kill me. I'm just passing by. The woman behind the car came out with her hands raised, her pretty face full of fear. She walked step by step to Yi Feng's side. Can you help me? Go somewhere. I'm so scared. Oh? How can I help you? Where should I go? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and asked. Go to hell. The young woman's expression changed instantly. The fear she had originally shown disappeared, and was replaced by a fierce look on her face. A dagger appeared in her hand and she stabbed Yi Feng's heart fiercely. I've been on guard against you. Yi Feng blocked with his backhand, and Tang Hangdao slashed across the young woman's arm, causing half of the woman's arm to fly up. Ah! My hand! The young woman howled, the intense pain made sweat instantly pour down her pretty face. If you don't have a good excuse, you know what will happen. I looked at the young woman and spoke coldly. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I am from the city of sin. I thought your clothes were very nice and wanted to present them to the lord of the city. Please spare me. I had no choice. The young woman cried and begged for mercy. Yi Feng was unmoved and said, This is indeed the apocalyptic world. You killed me mercilessly just because you like my clothes. If that's the case, you'll just have to fend for yourself. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he cut off the young woman's leg with a knife and turned to leave. The smell of blood had already attracted hundreds of zombies around. No! No! Please! Help me! Yi Feng turned a deaf ear to the woman's cries. Those who kill will be killed. Moreover, this is the end of the world. After traveling through the city, Yi Feng finally found the police station. This time, there were guns. Chapter 39, Sin City. After getting rid of the zombies in the police station, Yi Feng found the armory inside the police station. After a lot of effort, I finally opened the weapons cabinet. There were 20 54-inch pistols, 25 64-inch pistols, and more than 7,000 rounds of ammunition. That's all? Yi Feng was a little disappointed. There was no Gatling gun with blue flames and no machine gun with rattling sounds. But after thinking about it, I felt relieved. This is just a small police station, how could it have such heavy weapons? Put all the pistols and bullets into the storage ring. Yi Feng took out a 54 pistol, filled it with bullets and turned on the safety. Bang! 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 The metal cabinet a few meters away was pierced by bullets. It's quite powerful. Yi Feng put Tang Hangdao on his back, loaded his pistol with bullets and walked out of the police station. As soon as he left the police station, Yi Feng found himself surrounded by a group of men armed with machine guns. Stop! Hand over your weapons. The bearded man who was in the lead spoke. Yi Feng looked at the more than 20 people in front of him and threw the gun in his hand and the Tang Hangdao behind him to the ground. The 54 pistol only had 12 bullets. If they were all used up, this group of people would not give him any chance to change the magazine. Kick it over here. The bearded man said with some concern. Yi Feng kicked the pistol over. Take him and let's go. After the bearded man finished speaking, he picked up the pistol on the ground and took it in his hand. Someone came over and took Yi Feng to a truck. The truck compartment was loaded with more than a dozen bags of food. The vehicle drove all the way and finally arrived at a city at sunset. The city wall was built of huge stones and was 100 meters high. Open the city gate. Lord Lone Wolf has returned. Someone on the city wall shouted. The huge steel gates slowly opened. The bearded man drove a truck into the city. Yi Feng sat in the carriage, looking at everything in the city. There were about tens of thousands of people here, and there were also many tall buildings and tents. Guards holding heavy weapons stood on the city wall. Boy, get out of the car and follow me. The bearded lone wolf got out of the car and walked towards a tall building with Yifeng. When he entered the high-rise building, Yifeng saw a rough middle-aged man hugging two women and sitting on a chair covered with tiger skin. Lord City Lord, I caught a man. And he has a pistol. The bearded man presented Yifeng's pistol to the city lord like a treasure. Then he stood aside obediently. Well done, lone wolf. It's yours. The city lord laughed and pushed one of the women in his arms to the bearded lone wolf. Thank you, Lord City Lord, for the reward. The bearded lone wolf happily hugged the woman and left. The city lord looked at Yifeng and said, Boy, from today on, you are a slave of this sinful city. If you want to live, then be obedient. Otherwise. Bang! Before the city lord finished speaking, a bloody hole appeared on his forehead. Yifeng stood calmly below and blew away the smoke from the muzzle. The woman's scream of fear that he had imagined did not appear, which made Yifeng a little curious. He saw the woman who was in the arms of the city lord before calmly stand up from the arms of the dead city lord, stand beside the tiger skin chair with her head down. Not saying a word. Aren't you afraid? Yifeng asked in surprise. Hearing this, the woman raised her head and glanced at Yifeng, then quickly lowered her head and said, Be afraid. But being afraid is useless in this apocalypse. Do you want to live like a human being? Of course. The woman answered excitedly. Follow me with a gun. Yifeng took out a pistol from his storage ring and threw it to the woman, then left the building. Looking at the thousands of black gun muzzles pointed at him at the exit of the building, Yifeng smiled contemptuously. I bet. There's no bullet in your gun. On the way here, Yifeng observed carefully and found a large number of zombie corpses near the walls of Sin City, which meant that Sin City had consumed a lot of bullets. Inside the building, the city lord looked at the bullets in the pistol magazine with passion in his eyes, and even gave the woman in his arms to his men. This further illustrates the value of bullets in the city of sin. Most importantly, once the lord of this sinful city dies, the people below will definitely want to take his place. But they just point their guns at themselves without shooting. That means there are no bullets in their guns at all. Boy, you're very smart. There are indeed no bullets in our guns. But with so many of us, even if we each bite you, we can still bite you to death. Yifeng laughed and said, That makes sense. But I believe you won't do that. Because only I can let you survive in this doomsday world with dignity. The woman behind Yifeng came out, pointing a pistol at the bearded lone wolf. She raised her wrist slightly, fired a shot, and the bullet flew over the bearded lone wolf's scalp. What do you think? Surrender, or die? Yifeng looked calm as he looked at the crowd of people with guns in front of him. Can you really let us live? Someone in the crowd asked suspiciously. The zombies attacked the city more and more frequently. If the next zombie army swept in again, then the city of sin really couldn't stand it. As for who would be the lord of the city, they didn't care at all. Don't worry. I, Yifeng, will do what I say. After Yifeng finished speaking, a group of people put down their guns. They looked at each other and said in unison, Meet the new city lord. A group of people bowed and saluted. Yifeng waved his hand and said, Everyone else, please step back and observe the situation on the city wall. Lone wolf, follow me. Yes. Lord City Lord. The lone wolf respectfully followed Yifeng back into the building. After Yifeng threw out the former city lord's body, he sat on the tiger skin chair and said, Tell me about the current situation, and where can we find bullets? Yes, Lord City Lord. Currently, there are more than 35,000 survivors in our Sin City, 15,000 of whom are women. As for bullets, they are only available in the troops 80 kilometers to the northeast. But that place has been occupied by third-level zombies. There is no way we can get them. After Lone Wolf finished his report, he looked at Yifeng nervously, fearing that the new city lord would order them to go to the territory of the third-level zombies to grab bullets. That would be like throwing meat buns at a dog and never coming back. Chapter 40 The Zombie Army Attacks. Go pick out 500 strong men to follow me. After listening to Yifeng's report, Yifeng had an idea in his mind. Yes. Lord City Lord. Lone Wolf sighed in his heart. Sure enough, the new city lord was going to grab bullets. After starting the big truck, he set off with the new city lord in several trucks. More than 80 kilometers, it took a short time to reach the outskirts of the army. City Lord, there are troops ahead, with a large number of guns and ammunition. But there are more than 10,000 level 3 zombies among them, and we only have 500 people. Can we make it? The lone wolf asked worriedly. Stay where you are. Do not move without my order. After Yifeng finished speaking, he walked into the army alone carrying Tang Hengdao. Roar, roar, roar. The third-level zombies who smelled the human scent instantly rioted and rushed towards Yifeng. Bang, bang, bang. Yifeng pulled the trigger, and bullets flew out of the pistol, smashing the skulls of the zombies one by one. In addition to their fast movements, the third-level zombies did not have strong defense. Tang Hengdao in his hand flew around, harvesting the lives of zombies one by one. He cut a bloody path through the zombie swarm. He rushed to the armory, shot off the iron lock on the big iron door with a few shots, opened the iron door and got into the armory. Boxes of neatly arranged bullets of various types were piled up like mountains. There were all kinds of heavy weapons. Type 95 assault rifles, Type 88 sniper rifles, MP5 submachine guns, 460 rocket launchers, and the Gatling guns that Yifeng had been thinking about. There were many types, and on the other side of the weapons, there was also a Type 63 amphibious tank. He put most of the weapons and ammunition into the storage ring, picked up a Gatling gun, walked to the iron door of the armory, and pulled the trigger at the roaring zombies outside. The chain of bullets turned, and flames spurted out of the muzzle. The 7.62mm bullet smashed the zombies into pieces with great impact. Ha ha ha. So cool. Yifeng laughed loudly. Gatling really lived up to its reputation, a veritable meat grinder on the battlefield. In just over 10 minutes, tens of thousands of zombies were killed by the Gatling in Yifeng's hand. Lone Wolf. Bring some men in to carry the ammunition. Yifeng shouted. Upon hearing that, more than 500 people who had been waiting anxiously jumped onto the truck and drove into the armory. Lord City Lord, you were so wise and brave. You killed more than 10,000 level 3 zombies by yourself. The lone wolf jumped off the truck and praised Yifeng. Hurry up and move the ammunition. The gunshots just now will probably attract a lot of zombies. Yifeng urged. More than 500 people moved quickly, loading all the guns and ammunition in the arsenal onto the truck. Return to the city. At Yifeng's command, 8 large trucks quickly left the armory and returned to the city of Sin. It's the city lord. Open the city gate quickly. The guards of the city of Sin saw the large trucks raising a cloud of dust and recognized that they were the ones that Yifeng had taken away. The gate opened and 8 large trucks drove into the city. The city lord brought back weapons. Someone shouted loudly, and soon everyone in the city gathered around the 8 large trucks, looking forward to it. Fellow countrymen, our city lord has brought us weapons and ammunition. We are saved. The lone wolf stood on the roof of the truck and shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, more than 30,000 people around him knelt down in front of Yifeng. Thank you, city lord. Thank you, city lord. Yifeng looked at the sincere faces of more than 30,000 people, waved his hand and said, My compatriots. Everyone, get up. Now that we have weapons and ammunition, I believe we can survive the next zombie siege. I promised you that I would help you survive, and I, Yifeng, will definitely do it. Lone Wolf, distribute the weapons. Yifeng ordered to distribute all the weapons. According to Lone Wolf, the zombie army's siege on the city would not last long this time. Back to the top floor of the city lord's building, Yifeng stood in front of the window and looked at the survivors below who were happy holding their weapons, feeling a little proud in his heart. Lord City Lord, please wash your feet. Behind Yifeng, a dozen beautiful women dressed very sexily were standing in the living room. One of the women brought hot water and a towel, and the other woman moved a chair and placed it behind Yifeng. Then she took off Yifeng's shoes and gently washed his feet in the hot water. I can do it myself. Yifeng took the towel from the woman and wiped his washed feet clean. Lord City Lord, it's getting dark, let us serve you and take a rest. Several women came to Yifeng and helped him to the bed. Yifeng looked at the women and said, Just do what you need to do. It's a different era now and you're still acting like ancient emperors. Hearing this, the women were surprised. Didn't the previous city lord like this tune very much? Why doesn't the new city lord like it? They could only leave in dismay. In the middle of the night, Yifeng felt a little thirsty. When he got up to drink water, he glanced outside the city wall and immediately stopped drinking. Zombie army. Yifeng turned on his eyes of perspective and clearly saw millions of zombies densely packed outside the city wall. Someone come! Yifeng shouted loudly. Several women rushed in through the door. The zombie army is coming. Tell everyone to be prepared. After Yifeng finished speaking, he quickly put on his clothes and went to the window again. Ding ding ding. The big bell in the city rang. One after another, the lights were turned on, and the entire city of Sin was instantly as bright as day. Zombies are coming. Everyone get ready. The lone wolf stood on the city wall and shouted. All the men climbed up the city wall and waited for the battle. Yifeng stood in front of the window on the top floor of the building, took out a Barrett sniper rifle from the storage ring, and aimed at the head of a red zombie among the millions of zombies. It seems that you are the commander. Then I will kill you first. Yifeng slowly pulled the trigger, and the bullet from the Barrett sniper rifle was instantly fired, heading towards the red zombie's head at a high speed. Bang! The Barrett's bullet hit the red zombie's head, and the huge inertia pushed the red zombie more than 30 meters away. The red zombie was knocked out, and after rolling on the ground a few times, he stood up unscathed. He glanced at where Yifeng was. He opened his mouth and roared. In an instant, millions of zombies rushed towards the city of Sin like crazy. Chapter 41 Ninth Order Zombie King. You can't even hit Barrett? How tough are you? Yifeng was surprised and aimed the Barrett sniper rifle in his hand at the red zombie again. The crazy zombie army rushed towards the 100-meter-high city wall. Nearly 20,000 survivors standing on the city wall fired at the zombie army with heavy weapons, killing a large number of zombies, but more zombies climbed towards the city wall by stepping on the corpses of their own kind. Someone's coming from the east. Someone on the city wall shouted, there are too many zombies. We can't defend against them at all. Sisters. Let's go too. The women inside the city wall also took up weapons, climbed up to the 100-meter-high wall, and fought against the zombie army together with the men. Yifeng came to the city wall, holding a Gatling gun and madly shooting at the zombie army. Large groups of zombies fell down, and countless zombies rushed over, forming a zombie wave. City Lord, we can't defend anymore. The lone wolf watched the zombies constantly climbing up the city wall and the survivors falling into the zombies' mouths, feeling extremely anxious. Don't give up. Yifeng shouted. The only human survivors are those in Sin City. Once the zombie army completely breaks through Sin City, humans will be completely extinct. Even if there are some survivors around the world, they will definitely not live long. Because zombies can actually evolve. But humans can't. Lone wolf, cover me, I'm going to catch that red zombie. As long as we catch it, the other zombies will never dare to act rashly. Yifeng spoke up. The numbers were too different. A direct confrontation would not be enough to defend the city of Sin. Then they could only use the Emperor to control the other lords. City Lord, you can't do that. That's a 7th level zombie. It's invulnerable to swords and guns. The lone wolf shouted anxiously, bullets have no effect on the 7th level zombies. This is the only chance. Yifeng handed the Gatling gun to Lone Wolf and said to the system. System, use the 10,000-meter invincible field. Bite. The 10,000-meter invincible field has been used successfully. The half-hour countdown begins. Yifeng was shocked. Half an hour? Not forever? Without thinking too much, he jumped down from the city wall, holding Tang Hengdao and rushed towards the red zombie who was surrounded and protected by layers of zombies. City Lord. City Lord, be careful. City Lord, please come back. Don't be impulsive. The survivors on the city wall saw Yifeng rushing towards the zombies alone, and shouted anxiously on the city wall. This is tantamount to hitting a rock with an egg. Death is inevitable. Concentrate your firepower. Protect the city lord. At the command of the lone wolf, the survivors opened fire and eliminated the zombies that rushed towards Yifeng. Yifeng held the Tang Hengdao and rushed towards the red zombies with the invincible field of 10,000 meters. With the knife in his hand, he chopped the zombies one by one, so fierce. Roar! The red zombie saw Yifeng, grabbed a level 3 zombie next to him and crushed it with a bang. Then he jumped up and pounced on Yifeng and bit him. Seeing the red zombie rushing towards him, Yifeng used all his strength to chop the red zombie's head with the Tang Hengdao in his hand. Crack! Tang Hengdao broke on the red zombie's head, but the red zombie remained unharmed. It's fucking hard. Yifeng rushed forward and engaged the red zombie in close combat. The sound of punches continued, and he knocked the red zombie away again and again. Finally, he found an opportunity, and after knocking the red zombie down again, Yifeng grabbed the red zombie's leg and rushed towards the city of Sin. Get the chains. Yifeng grabbed the red zombie and came to the city wall. He held down the struggling red zombie and tied the red zombie tightly into a dumpling with a big iron chain. Roar! Roar! Seeing their leader being captured, the zombie army became even crazier. They rushed to the city of Sin at all costs. They wanted to save their leader. If you take one step further, I'll kill it. Yifeng raised one hand and pinched the red zombie's neck, then stood on the edge of the city wall and spoke. All the zombies stopped in an instant. This scene made Yifeng frown. He was deeply shocked. Can it understand human language? Can it even think? This is terrifying. Lone Wolf, report the casualties. Yifeng looked at the piles of zombie corpses under the city wall and spoke. Reporting to the city lord, more than 10,000 of our survivors died this time. Nearly 5,000 were scratched and bitten. They also turned into zombies. A total of nearly 15,000 people. Listening to Lone Wolf's report, Yifeng remained silent. This number of casualties was hard for him to accept. There were only more than 35,000 survivors left, and so many people were killed and wounded in just the first attack of the zombie army. What should he do next? Yifeng looked at the red zombie with a frown. Bring it here. Yifeng gave an order, and the Lone Wolf dragged the red zombie to a room in the city. Draw blood. Upon hearing this, the Lone Wolf immediately found the medicine box, took out a syringe and injected it into the red zombie's body. City Lord, it has no blood. The Lone Wolf changed positions many times on the red zombie, but still couldn't draw any blood. You didn't even stab it in, so where did the blood come from? Hold it down for me. Yifeng glanced at the panicked Lone Wolf, took the syringe from the Lone Wolf and stabbed it into the heart of the red zombie. Roar! The red zombie roared and fought back desperately. He was pinned down by the Lone Wolf and couldn't move. Yifeng looked at the large tube of purple blood drawn out of the syringe in his hand and pulled out the syringe. It's purple? The Lone Wolf exclaimed in surprise when he saw the purple blood in Yifeng's hand. Are there any scientists or people with biological talents in the city? Yifeng asked. There were some before, but they are all dead. The Lone Wolf scratched his head and replied. Yifeng felt a little headache watching the struggling red zombie. This 7th level zombie was too tough. Invulnerable to swords and guns. Try burning it with fire. Yifeng ordered the Lone Wolf to bring a gasoline barrel, pour gasoline on the red zombie, and take out a lighter to ignite it. With a whoosh, the fire burned fiercely on the red zombie. After a few minutes, the gasoline burned out, and the red zombie's body was still unharmed. Fuck! Why is this thing so fucking hard? The Lone Wolf took out a big hammer and hammered the red zombie's head hard. Boom! The sledgehammer was bounced away, and the Lone Wolf's arm became numb from the recoil, but the red zombie's head was intact. Lord City Lord! It's bad. The zombies are rioting. Just when the Lone Wolf was at a loss, a panicked voice came from outside the room. Hearing this, Yifeng immediately rushed out of the room. The red zombies were in the city, so the zombie army should not attack the city again. Unless another leader came to the zombie army. Yifeng ran quickly to the city wall, and as expected, the zombie army began to attack the city frantically under intensive firepower. Above the zombie army, a golden zombie with wings on its back was flying in the air, commanding tens of millions of zombies below. What is this? Is this a 9th order zombie? Oh my god. We are done. Many survivors saw the golden zombies in the air and sat on the ground, even forgetting to resist when they were bitten by the zombies. City Lord! It ran away. The Lone Wolf came out of the room and shouted in panic. Yifeng turned around and saw that the red zombie seemed to have seen something that frightened it so much that it quickly climbed out of the wall and ran madly in another direction. The golden zombie in the air looked at the fleeing red zombie, flapped its wings, and instantly appeared behind the red zombie. He placed a big hand on the red zombie's head and crushed the red zombie's head with a bang. Teleport? Flash? Yifeng looked at this scene with his eyes narrowed. This golden zombie should be the king of all zombies. Chapter 42 Rebuilding Home. After crushing the red zombie's head, the golden zombie king flew into the air again, his scarlet eyes fixed on Yifeng on the ground wall. System, how long will the invincible realm last? Answer the host, there is 1 minute and 14 seconds left in the invincible realm. Yifeng looked up and stared at the golden zombie king. It was impossible to take down the golden zombie king in 1 minute. Looking at the survivors around him who kept dying in the mouths of zombies, Yifeng was extremely anxious. Bite. It is detected that the host is facing a powerful enemy in the Doomsday world. The system issues the following options. 1. Kill the powerful enemy and lead the survivors to rebuild their home. Complete the mission and you will be rewarded with 10,000 points for plane travel. The system's infinite mall is open. Mission failed, the host dies. Second, the host can leave the Doomsday world now, but will permanently lose the qualification to enter the Doomsday world. The mission rewards unlimited money. Hearing the system's voice, Yifeng said without further thought. I, Yifeng, have never been a weak person. How could I possibly run away from a battle? I choose 1. Yifeng finished speaking, clenched his fists. His chaotic body exploded, and his bones crackled. He jumped up and took the initiative to attack, rushing towards the golden zombie king in mid-air. Bang! Before Yifeng could rush to the zombie king, the golden zombie king moved and instantly appeared in front of Yifeng, knocking Yifeng flying with 1 punch. Is this guy so damn strong? He's on par with the heavenly Tao in the fantasy world. Yifeng stood up from the dusty ground, spat out a mouthful of blood, and looked at the zombie king in the air with a strong fighting spirit. Come again! Yifeng shouted and rushed into the air again. The zombie king in the air flapped his wings, and Yifeng turned around and punched. He punched the zombie king who suddenly appeared behind Yifeng and sent him flying. Then he rushed forward, pinched the zombie king's neck, and punched the zombie king's head with his right fist again and again. Long live the city lord! The city lord is invincible. Brothers! Kill! The survivors on the city wall were immediately encouraged by this scene. The 9th level zombie king was not invincible. On the city wall, the survivors fought bloody battles, risking their lives. Under the city wall, tens of millions of zombie corpses piled up like a mountain. Tragic and bloody. Roar, roar, roar. The golden zombie king was hit by Yifeng and his head was blown to pieces. With only half of his head left, the zombie king roared and his body changed instantly. The humanoid limbs turned into claws, and the half of his head that was broken began to split and soon turned into 3 huge beast heads. Densely packed scales grew on his body. Evolved? Yifeng looked at the zombie king's changing form and was shocked. This is level 10. The zombie king, whose morphology had been transformed, was as big as a house, covered with black scales, with 4 sharp claws flashing with a faint light, and 3 huge heads with their mouths wide open. The mucus dripping on the ground made a sizzling sound like sulfuric acid. I don't care if you are at level 10 or level 8. Die! Yifeng waved his arm, and a dragon roar sounded. The 5-clawed golden dragon instantly turned into a 10,000-meter-long dragon. Roar! The mutated zombie king saw the 5-clawed golden dragon, roared towards the sky, and rushed towards the 5-clawed golden dragon first. Ugly thing, you dared to attack me. The 5-clawed golden dragon hovered in the air, bringing with it gusts of strong wind, forming a huge tornado that enveloped the 10th-level zombie king. The strong wind continued to tear apart the scales and flesh of the zombie king. Die! Yifeng shouted loudly and rushed into the storm. His chaos body frantically repaired the flesh and blood torn by the strong wind. He grabbed the zombie king in the storm, rode on the zombie king's head, swung his fist and hit the zombie king's head frantically, smashing one of the heads to pieces. Roar, roar, roar. The zombie king was furious, but he couldn't keep his body steady in the raging storm and was eventually torn into pieces by the strong winds in the storm. The storm dissipated, and the 5-clawed golden dragon returned to Yifeng's arm. Yifeng stood on the ground, looking at the zombie king's scattered flesh and blood, and there was no mutation again. The golden zombie king is dead. The city lord wins. Long live the city lord. The survivors were so excited. The invincible city lord brought the golden dragon to kill the zombie king. He saved them. After confirming that the zombie king's flesh had not mutated again, Yifeng took out the Gatling gun from his storage ring. He came to the city wall and fired wildly at the zombie army standing still below. Since the moment the Golden Zombie King died, all the zombies attacking the city were motionless as if they had lost their souls. Bang, bang, bang. The grenade exploded in the zombie swarm, like a gorgeous firework blooming in the night sky, bringing up large pieces of blood and flesh. Da-day-day-day. The Gatling gun emitting blue flames is like the god of death and hell, reaping lives one after another. 3 days later, tens of millions of zombies were completely wiped out. Send them the last journey. Yifeng raised the torch and threw it from the city wall into the zombie group. The torch landed on the pile of zombie debris, and a raging fire suddenly ignited. The remaining 12,000 survivors threw their torches out and landed in the zombie group. More than 2 months later, Yifeng returned to the city of Sin with 500 people. During these 2 months, Yifeng searched everywhere until he was sure there was no more zombies. Sitting on the top of the city Lord's building, Yifeng looked at the city through the glass. The city of Sin is gone. Instead, there are huge words Sky City on the city wall. The city is full of tall buildings and bustling. In the center of the city, there is a statue that is over 500 meters tall. The statue's face is exactly the same as Yifeng's. A lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon is coiled on its arm. In the open space around, some green vegetables are growing vigorously. Lord City Lord. The lone wolf stood in front of Yifeng and saluted respectfully. Yifeng turned around, looked at the lone wolf in front of him, and said, "I'm leaving. You are the last spark of humanity in this world. I will come back to see you soon. I hope you won't let me down. Marry more wives. Have more children. Have more children. Go and have more branches. Do you understand?" Hearing this, tears welled up in Lone Wolf's eyes. Lord City Lord is like a god from heaven, standing up for humanity in times of crisis. Now, is he leaving? Yes. Lord City Lord. We will definitely do it. The lone wolf bowed again. Okay, go down. From tomorrow on, this city in the sky will be handed over to you. After Yifeng looked at the lone wolf that left, he asked the system. System, my mission is complete. Bite. Answer the host. The system selection task has been completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 points for plane travel. Congratulations to the host for opening the Infinite Mall. 3 minutes left before the end of the world. Please be prepared. Yifeng watched as everyone in the city below came out and stood together, kneeling down in front of the city lord's building. He cried out in tears. Farewell, Lord City Lord. Yifeng's eyes were a little moist and he waved to the survivors below. Bite. The host is traveling back to the original world. In an instant, Yifeng appeared in the long river of time and space. As time and space changed, Yifeng appeared again in the villa where he left. P.S. The apocalypse is over for now. I was very tired and careful when writing this one. I didn't dare to write about anything too bloody, too sensual, or too dark about human nature. Please forgive me for any shortcomings. Thanks to Beifeng, Komome from Honu Island, Xiaoye, Wat, and Dongfang Shui for their gifts. Chapter 43 System Infinite Mall opens. The villa was very quiet, and Mu Wanru hadn't come back yet. She must be busy with the orphanage. Yifeng walked into the bathroom, took a shower, sent a message to Mu Wanru, and then went back to bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Mu Wanru made breakfast in her pajamas and woke up Yifeng, who was still sleeping. When did you come back? Yifeng opened his eyes and asked in a daze. I came back last night. Seeing you were sleeping so soundly, I didn't have the heart to wake you up. Come on, get up and eat. Yifeng got dressed, washed up, and came to the dining room. Looking at the delicious food on the table, his appetite was aroused. He had been craving for food in the Doomsday World for the past 3 months. After everything was swept away, Yifeng changed his clothes and left the villa with Mu Wanru. Just leave me here. Arriving at a busy commercial street, Yifeng parked Mu Wanru's Rolls-Royce on the side of the road, wanting to go for a walk. Well, it's good to relax. Mu Wanru looked at Yifeng and felt that Yifeng didn't look very happy. Well, be careful on the road. Drive slowly. Yifeng instructed. Watching Mu Wanru leave, Yifeng walked towards the bustling commercial street, strolling all the way to a small square, where several children were kicking a ball. There were also many fortune tellers sitting on small benches. Yi Feng took a quick look and found a familiar face. Taoist Qing Shan. He was the old man Wang who said he believed in science but jumped off Fairy Peak the next second. Yi Feng came to the Taoist Qing Shan's fortune-telling stall and sat down, saying, "We meet again. Can you tell me the answer?" Taoist Qing Shan, who was dozing with his eyes closed, heard someone talking, opened his eyes and saw Yi Feng. "Oh, I said that today, Hong Yun ascended the high platform, and a noble person must come here. Look, here he comes. What do you want to calculate? Marriage or career?" Taoist Qing Shan spoke happily. The last time he got the anti-aging pill from Yi Feng, he won the heart of his junior sister. Now he is the groom every night. Very beautiful. Let's count our fate then. Hearing this, Taoist Qing Shan took out 3 copper coins and threw them on the table. When the coins fell, he said, "The blue dragon soars into the sea of clouds. Sun, moon, star river, leaping into the clouds. He is the peak of the sky. Tian Waishan Tianqin Yunqing." No more? Yi Feng looked at Taoist Qing Shan and saw him say a few lines of poetry and then stopped talking. He asked curiously, "Yes, but I can't see through it." Taoist Qing Shan waved his hand, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. Ignoring Yi Feng's questioning and concern, he picked up his things and left in a hurry. Invisibly, a terrifying aura was quickly robbing his life. Looking at Taoist Qing Shan, who left in a panic, Yi Feng stood up and scratched his head. He will be at the top of the world one day, and the gods from the outer world will come to him? What does that mean? Is there a big shot planning all this? Yi Feng thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped worrying about it. How much are the pears? $1.05 a pound. Yi Feng bought a few large white pears and ate them while walking. After shopping for most of the day, Yi Feng returned to the villa with little interest. Looking at the dazzling array of goods in the System Mall, he asked, "System, what is the Infinite Mall? Why are all these products gray?" "Bite," answered the host. "Unlocked items in the Infinite Mall can be taken out unlimitedly. Gray represents unlocked items and cannot be taken out." After listening to the system's explanation, Yi Feng understood that all the products in the system required points to unlock, and points could be obtained by completing tasks. "System, how many mall points do I have now?" Yi Feng searched the panel for a long time but couldn't find the mall points. Reply to the host. The host currently has 0 mall points. The host has not completed any system tasks since the System Mall was opened. After closing the system panel, Yi Feng lay on the sofa and pondered. If he wanted to get mall points, he needed to go to other worlds. If he was in the original world, the system would not issue any more tasks for the time being. So which world would be better to go to? After thinking for a long time, Yi Feng was hesitating between the supernatural world and the world of Journey to the West. After much thought, I decided to go to the supernatural world. For 5,000 years, countless mythological characters have been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Among them, the 10 kings of hell, the black and white impermanents, the ox-headed and horse-faced gods, and other characters are deeply rooted in people's hearts. If I could meet them face to face and something would happen, it would be very interesting. System, I want to go to the supernatural world. Yi Feng made up his mind. Bite. Travel to the supernatural world is starting. Please be prepared. The light curtain rose, and Yi Feng disappeared on the sofa in the villa. The sky and the earth changed suddenly, and Yi Feng appeared in a dark forest. People are on the way, young people should stay away. People are on the way, young people should stay away. Just as Yi Feng was looking around the world, a clear bell suddenly rang. Corpse driving technique? Yi Feng was surprised to see a man dressed as a Taoist priest in the forest shaking a bell, followed by a dozen stiff-bodied people. When the Taoist priest's bell rang, the dozen people behind him jumped forward in unison. Oh my god! This is so exciting! Yi Feng didn't feel scared at all. Instead, he followed the team happily and observed carefully. My friend, don't mess around. The Taoist priest saw a man following the team and shouted, "Where did this bold and reckless boy come from? He's not even afraid of corpses?" "It's okay, Taoist priest, just do your thing and I'll just watch." Yi Feng waved to the Taoist priest and said hello. When the Taoist priest saw this, he laughed angrily and stopped shaking the bell in his hand. He came to Yi Feng and said, "You are such a brave boy. Aren't you afraid that I, the god of joy, will turn around and bite you?" the Taoist took out his pipe, lit it, and smoked it. Ha ha! Old Taoist priest. I wonder if you, the god of joy, can withstand the Gatling gun emitting blue flames. Upon hearing this, the Taoist's beard stood up in anger. It's just a joke, Taoist priest, don't be angry. May I ask where is this place? Yi Feng asked. This place is called Soul Burial Hill. Ghosts are rampant here. You'd better leave here. The Taoist knocked on his pipe and started to urge him. Okay, old Taoist priest, let's say goodbye now. Yi Feng clasped his fists towards the Taoist priest, then left the forest and walked towards the village at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 40 for the Supernatural World. After passing through the eerie forest, Yi Feng finally saw a village. Standing on the dirt road at the entrance of the village, he saw large areas of ashes from burnt paper money. The doors and windows of every house were closed, and there was no one in the empty village. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Feng came to a house and knocked on the door. He could clearly hear the rustling sound in the yard, but no one opened the door. After knocking on more than 10 houses, no one opened the door. This made Yi Feng feel a little strange, but then he thought about it and didn't take it seriously. Maybe this village doesn't welcome outsiders. Coming to the big tree at the entrance of the village, Yi Feng looked at the dark night, leaned against the tree and fell asleep in a daze. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, Yi Feng was suddenly awakened by a loud noise. He saw a group of blurry figures rummaging through the ashes at the entrance of the village. Activating the Eye of Perspective, Yi Feng clearly saw a group of people wearing clothes from different eras fighting for scattered money in the ashes. Is this a ghost? Yi Feng looked at the group of people in front of him who were missing arms and legs, and some of them had their tongues sticking out. He was speechless. That's it? It's not scary at all. Too lazy to pay attention to a group of little ghosts fighting for money, Yi Feng closed his eyes and continued to sleep. Dawn arrived, and a red sun slowly rose into the sky. Yi Feng opened his eyes and stretched lazily. He's still alive. When the villagers opened the doors and windows and saw Yi Feng stretching lazily, they were shocked. No one could survive in the dark night of Dashi village. How did this young man do it? You're not dead? A villager bravely walked over and asked. Do I look dead to you? Yi Feng pouted. What a bunch of cowards. Just a few little devils scared you so much that you dared not even leave the house. Yi Feng complained in his heart. But the next moment, he suddenly found that the word death appeared next to the bed where he slept last night. Something appeared next to me last night. Yi Feng was immediately shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. He could appear silently under his nose and write a word. This is very creepy. Fear comes from the unknown. When you face it head-on, it may not be as scary as you imagined. What's going on? Why are you so flustered? Yi Feng looked at the villagers who were filled with fear and asked. Hey, this is a long story. I'm the chief of Dashi village. Come with me, young man. A hunchbacked old man in the crowd brought Yi Feng to a dilapidated hut, took out a stool and motioned Yi Feng to sit down. He said. We in Dashi village have been farming for generations. Not long ago, a villager dug up a jar in his field, which was full of gold. We exchanged a lot of money. After that, everyone knew about it and started digging. Unexpectedly, we actually dug up a lot of gold. After we dug out the jar full of bones, people started dying in our village. They started dying one by one, and now 5 villagers die every night. The village chief was crying as he spoke. Just then, a cry was heard not far away. Another person died. No one can escape. The village chief heard the crying and hung his head helplessly. Yi Feng patted the village chief on the shoulder, stood up and walked towards the place where the crying came from. This was a thatched house that was slightly better than the village chief's. There were 5 middle-aged people lying in the yard, 4 men and 1 woman. A little girl was lying on the woman's body, crying loudly. The other villagers pulled the little girl aside with a blank look on their faces and set the bodies of the 5 people on fire. Dad! Mom! The little girl who was dragged away by the villagers cried until she fainted. After the villagers pulled the little girl's sleeves apart and took a look at her arm, they threw her on the ground and left. Yi Feng walked over and picked up the little girl, and saw a blood-red word death written on her arm. Playing tricks. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. This ghost thing appeared beside him without anyone noticing and left a word of death. Was it a warning to him? I've spoiled you. The little girl slowly woke up in Yifeng's arms, looked at the people who were burned to ashes, and burst into tears again. Okay, dear. Stop crying. Tell your brother, who wrote on your arm? What's going on? Yifeng patted the little girl on the back. Nan doesn't know, but I heard from the village chief that anyone with words on their hands will have their souls taken away and eaten at night. My parents and uncles also have words on their hands. The little girl Nan said while choking up. Don't be afraid, I'm here. No one can hurt you. Just wait here. I want to see what the hell this thing is. Yifeng hugged the little girl and comforted her. He took out some food and drinks from the storage ring for the little girl, and watched the sun gradually setting in the sky. Yifeng sat on a stool and waited for the night to come. The sky was getting darker and darker, and every household had their doors and windows closed. Soon, the moon was high in the sky, and it was early morning. The old door creaked open. Yifeng instantly activated his eyes of perspective, and saw a man in a python robe appear in the yard. His blood-red eyes stared at the sleeping little girl Nan. Oh, you're an official. You're so careless about the lives of officials after their death. Aren't you afraid that the emperor will peel off your skin? Yifeng stood up from the stool and spoke. How dare you, a lowly person, speak disrespectfully to me? Your entire clan should be killed. The man in the python robe was furious, and instantly there was a gust of cold wind, ghosts were crying, and wolves were howling. Hundreds of ghosts were ferocious all around, terrifying. Damn it! Yifeng didn't care about the man in the python robe's methods at all, and slapped the man in the python robe away. Seeing that he was no match for his opponent, the man in the python robe quickly turned into a shadow and drilled into the ground. Run? I wonder where you can run to. When I catch you, I'll scatter your ashes. Yifeng looked at the man in the python robe who had disappeared into the ground, and stomped his feet fiercely. A terrifying force instantly penetrated the ground and headed towards the underworld. Chapter 45 Demon Hunter. The man in the python robe fled all the way into Fengdu. A devastating force was chasing him from behind, making him terrified. Presumptuous. King Fengdu stood in the palace and with a wave of his hand, he dissipated this destructive force. Yifeng on the ground looked at the sleeping little girl Nan, then walked to an empty area and punched down. The ground rumbled and Yifeng punched out a bottomless abyss. Yifeng went down the abyss and entered Fengdu City. No living person allowed. The guards of Fengdu City stopped Yifeng with steel forks in their hands. Roll. Yifeng punched out. The gate of Fengdu City was instantly blown apart. The two guards were also blown away by this terrifying airwave. Hand him over to me. Otherwise I will tear down your Fengdu City. Yifeng opened his mouth, and his voice spread throughout the entire Fengdu City. The 10 kings of hell appeared. Looking at the arrogant Yifeng, King Qin Guang said, Don't worry, my friend. Once we have investigated the matter thoroughly, we will give you a satisfactory answer. Black and White Impermanence, the two of you quickly go and bring Sunzhou here. Yes. The Black and White Impermanence took the order and quickly brought the tied-up man in the python robe to Yifeng. Sunzhou, you are an official appointed by the imperial court, yet you want to harm the villagers of Dashi village. What crime should you be punished for? King Qin Guang was extremely majestic. He shouted loudly, staring the man in the python robe, Sunzhou, so much that he collapsed on the ground and said timidly, Your Majesty, it was those villagers who insulted my corpse first. I was so angry that I taught them a lesson. Hearing this, Yifeng said, How about you recover? I still like your unruly look before. You said that the villagers insulted your body first, so why is your body, a court official, placed in a small jar? I guess you were not a good person when you were alive. Let me ask you, did that little girl insult your body? This? No. The man in the dragon robe shook his head. If not, then she is innocent. If I hadn't been here tonight, would she have become a wandering ghost by now? After Yifeng finished speaking, he looked at the 10 kings of hell. He wanted to see the attitude of the underworld. If officials and bandits protected each other like in the human world, then he, Yifeng, really wouldn't mind demolishing the Fengdu City. Since it is confirmed, the sinner Sunzhou will be thrown into the 18 levels of hell and burned in purgatory forever. I wonder if you are satisfied with this. Yifeng nodded lightly. You made the right choice. Yifeng turned around and was about to leave, but found a man suddenly appeared beside him. Meet the Emperor of Fengdu. The 10 kings of hell bowed to the man one after another, with attitudes extremely respectful. Dao Yu, can we have a chat? Emperor Fengdu spoke to Yifeng. Of course. Yifeng smiled faintly and followed Emperor Fengdu to the palace. Dao Yu has great magical powers. Have you ever heard of the Heavenly Palace? Hearing this, Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly. Heaven? Where the Jade Emperor is? King Fengdu, why don't you just speak frankly? I have certainly heard of this heavenly court. In this case, I will speak frankly. Daoist friend, can you join hands with me to conquer the Heavenly Palace? But then the position of the Lord of Fengdu will be yours. Emperor Fengdu sat on the dragon throne and continued excitedly. Don't worry, fellow Taoist. The Jade Emperor has the same level of cultivation as me, the Fengdu Emperor. Both of us are in the heavenly immortal realm. I will entangle him when the time comes, and you, fellow Taoist, just need to get the heaven and earth red lotus in the shortest possible time. From now on, the whole world will belong to you and me. After the Emperor of Fengdu finished speaking, he had a hopeful look on his face. Yifeng looked at the excited Emperor Fengdu and said, I guess the heaven and earth red lotus you mentioned is some treasure? I am not interested in your conditions. If I want to be the Lord of Fengdu, I can just kill you. Why would I go to so much trouble to fight you to the sky? After Yifeng finished speaking, Fengdu Emperor's expression gradually turned gloomy. He stared at Yifeng and said, So, you've refused? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to leave my Fengdu city? Looking at the distorted face of Emperor Fengdu, Yifeng said contemptuously. Want to kill me? You can try. After saying that, he picked up the tea in front of him and drank it all. Fengdu Emperor looked at Yifeng's fearless appearance and was a little undecided. After a long time, he said, In that case, I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, he ignored Yifeng and disappeared into the palace. Human greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. Yifeng put down the teacup and slowly left, walking out of Fengdu City. You, come here and give it to me. Yifeng pointed at the ghost messenger Nyoto and said, It's easy to come down, but you can't climb up again little by little. Sir, please. The ghost Nyoto brought Yifeng to the ground in an instant. Then he hurried away. He was afraid that Yifeng would slap him to death. Returning to the small courtyard again, looking at the little girl who was still sleeping, Yifeng carried the little girl on his back and left the village. He decided to take the little girl with him. The little girl Nan Nan's family had all died, leaving her alone and helpless. Yifeng couldn't bear to let her go. Taking Nan Nan back to the original world would only cost an extra 1,000 shovel points. The next morning, Yifeng brought the little girl Nan Nan to a hotel in the town and booked 2 rooms. Yifeng lay on the big bed and fell asleep comfortably. Someone's dead. Someone's dead. Yifeng, who was in a daze, suddenly heard a shout. He quickly put on his clothes and went to the next room. He saw Nan Nan sitting on the bed watching TV, and then he felt relieved. He asked the hotel owner, What happened? Who died? Hearing this, the hotel owner replied tremblingly, It's the Heart Eaters. They're coming again. Seeing his boss' mental breakdown, Yifeng looked towards a hotel room. He saw a man lying on a clean white bed with his eyes closed, without a single scratch on his body. He activated his perspective eye and found that the man's heart was missing. Don't be afraid. I'm a demon hunter. With me here, that monster won't come back. Just when Yifeng was wondering where this person's heart went, a gentle voice sounded in Yifeng's ears. A beautiful girl in sportswear and a ponytail appeared beside him. There was a knife behind her. Oh. Don't be afraid. Yifeng nodded very obediently. The Witcher girl walked up to the man, pressed her hand on his heart, and frowned. It's that again. Damn thing. The Witcher girl gritted her teeth and clenched her fists tightly. What is it? Have you seen that monster? Yifeng asked. The demon hunter girl turned her head and looked at Yifeng and said, It's the Heart Eaters. They can transform into human form, and after getting close to their target, they steal the heart and eat it without anyone noticing. After the Witcher girl finished speaking, she took out a small bottle and a small insect flew out of it. The small insect turned in circles in the air and flew in one direction. The Witcher girl immediately followed the flying insect. Yifeng was curious and prepared to follow and take a look. Don't follow me. If we find a heart eater, I won't be able to protect you. The demon hunter girl turned around and said to Yifeng, then quickly followed the direction of the little bug. Elder brother? The little girl Nan Nan walked out of the room, holding Yifeng's finger, with big cute eyes. Come on, brother will take you to eat delicious food. Yifeng looked at Nan Nan and thought of Xiao Tuanchuan, who used to run around like crazy behind a group of kids every day. After taking Nan Nan to a restaurant and having a delicious meal, Yifeng took Nan Nan to another hotel to stay. At night, Yifeng lay on the bedboard. Bang! There was a sound of glass breaking, and a figure fell heavily to the floor in Yifeng's room. What the hell? Yifeng was startled. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the demon hunter girl from the daytime. Go! The Heart Eater is coming. I can't defeat him. The demon hunter girl saw Yifeng on the bed and struggled to get up, but her injuries were too severe. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her face turned pale instantly. Ha ha! What a handsome man! Come here, let me love you well. A charming woman in black with a hot body walked in from the broken window, and walked towards Yifeng step by step with an enchanting smile. Oh my god! What the hell is this? Yifeng, who activated the Eye of Perspective, almost fainted after seeing the true form of the charming woman. This is too unbelievable. Chapter 46 System Mission. Through the Eyes of Perspective, one can clearly see that the charming woman's true form is actually an emerald green frog. Do you know the toad magic skill? Yifeng sat on the bed and looked at the charming woman and spoke, thinking of Ouyang Feng's magical skills in the film and television dramas. Of course I will, little brother. I know all kinds of skills. I guarantee that I can make you feel like you are in heaven. The charming woman took off her thin gauze dress and spoke with her eyes expressively. Be careful, don't be fooled by its appearance. The injured demon hunter girl anxiously reminded Yifeng. All men are the same, they can't control themselves when they see a beautiful woman. But it's a monster. Don't do that. If you were a fox demon, snake demon, or even a tree demon, I could put up with you. But I really can't bring myself to do that to a toad. Yifeng got up, put on his clothes, helped the injured girl to the bed, and said to the charming woman. What did you say? You can see my true form? Hearing this, the charming woman's face suddenly changed. Even the demon hunter girl on the bed looked shocked. This person who seemed to have no cultivation at all could actually see through the monster's true form? It's so big. How can you not see it? Yifeng pointed behind the charming woman and said. He slowly raised his right hand, and an invisible pressure instantly imprisoned the charming woman. Bang! With a muffled sound, the charming woman turned into ashes and disappeared into heaven and earth. You are so strong. The demon hunter girl was shocked. A demon general level demon was crushed by him with just one hand. Ha, keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Yifeng waved his hand, took out gauze and potion from the storage ring and threw them to the demon hunter girl. Would you like to introduce me to him? Hearing this, the demon hunter girl looked up at Yifeng, took the gauze and potion and began to clean the wound, and said. My name is Tang Li. As you can see, this is a world full of goblins and ghosts. The goblins are relatively better, eating one person every few days. But the demons eat people in groups. It's so abominable. That's why there are demon hunters. But the number of our demon hunters is nothing compared to the number of those demons. If you hadn't saved me today, I would have died in the mouth of that demon general. So you can make a reasonable request to me. We demon hunters never owe anyone a favor. The demon hunter Tang Li spoke as he lowered his head and bandaged his wound in pain. How many of you demon hunters are there? Who is the leader? Tang Li raised her head and glanced at Yifeng, then said a little embarrassedly. I'm the leader. There are less than 100 of us. How many people are there in total, including the goblins and the demons? Yifeng asked. The number of demon hunters is too small. The leader is a rookie. Several million, maybe? I haven't counted them exactly. Yifeng was a little speechless after hearing this. How can a rookie like you lead less than 100 people to fight against millions of monsters? You are such a fool. Although our abilities are limited, we have saved many poor villagers from those monsters since our establishment. Tang Li looked at Yifeng with a proud look on her face. Yifeng gave Tang Li a thumbs up. It was great. Bite. The system has issued a task, slay demons and eliminate evil. Please slay all demons and monsters within 3 months. Complete the task and you will be rewarded with 10,000 mall points. If you fail the task, you will lose the qualification to enter this world permanently. Yi Feng was delighted. The system task finally arrived. What do you think of me? What do you think of me leading you to destroy all the demons? When Tang Li heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. Of course. You're so strong. There will definitely be no problem. Well, take me to your headquarters. Yi Feng went to the next room and picked up the sleeping Nan Nan and followed Tang Li to a very secluded courtyard. What's flying in the sky? A nervous voice came from inside the iron gate of the courtyard. The big rooster of Aunt San's house. After Tang Li finished speaking outside the door, the big iron gate suddenly opened. Hundreds of people looked nervously at Tang Li, who was wearing gauze, and Yi Feng, who was holding Nan Nan. Xiao Li. Are you hurt? How are you? Who is he? In the crowd, a sturdy man over 2 meters tall asked anxiously. I've said it many times, call me captain. He is our new captain, and from today on I am the vice captain. His name is, what is your name? Tang Li turned her head and asked, she hadn't asked Yi Feng's name yet. Yi Feng. Yi Feng hugged Nan Nan and spoke. Humph, just a brat who is still wet behind the ears? Why does he deserve to be our captain? I think you, Xiao Li, must have been deceived by him. This guy looks like a demon incarnate. Get out of the way, I'm going to kill him. The burly man in front of Tang Li raised a mountain-splitting knife and was about to chop it towards Yi Feng's head. Man San. What are you doing? If you want to kill someone, kill me. Tang Li pushed the burly man away, stood in front of Yi Feng and opened her arms. You coward. Is all you can do to hide behind a woman? The strong man San was so angry when he saw Tang Li protecting Yi Feng. He had liked Tang Li for so long, but she had never been close to him. Today, she was protecting a foreign boy like this. Noisy. Yi Feng waved his hand casually, and the sturdy man was hit hard by a hammer and was knocked away in an instant. So strong? Is this the legendary martial god realm? Oh my god. The crowd was stunned after seeing this scene. He casually waved his hand and sent Man San, who was at the martial artist level, flying. How strong is this new captain? I don't want to waste my words, nor do I want to play the game of pretending to be awesome. All of you who fight against evil, defend the country and protect our country are worthy of respect. But if you feel superior to me, I will not stop you from being beaten to death. Now that demons and monsters are rampant, we humans must unite and become stronger. From today on, until all demons are eliminated, I don't want any voices opposing me in this team. Do you understand? Yi Feng looked at the more than 100 people in the team and spoke coldly. Understood. Captain. Everyone including Tang Li answered respectfully. And you? Yi Feng asked as he looked at the big fool Man San who was falling to the ground and vomiting blood. Understood. Captain. Man San got up from the ground, stood in the team and answered. Okay then, including me, there are 97 people in total. We will form groups of 10 and each of us will select a team leader. Tang Li, you and Man San will select 4 more people to follow me. The 7 of us will be responsible for hunting. The others will be responsible for searching for the location of the monsters. Yes. Captain. Yi Feng placed Nan Nan in the Demon Hunter headquarters and sent out 5 teams to search for traces of the monster. Soon, the second team came back to report. Captain, we found about 800 demons slaughtering the village 3 kilometers to the northwest. The person who came knelt on the ground and reported respectfully. Let's go. The first battle. Yi Feng stood up and took Tang Li, Man San and the other 6 people and quickly rushed to the village. Chapter 47, Demons and Ghosts Gather. Several people rode on tall horses and moved quickly. From afar, they saw a group of hideous and terrifying demons slaughtering the villagers crazily. Break! Yi Feng rode on the horse, and the sound of a word was like a landslide. The swords in the hands of more than 800 demons shattered instantly. Captain is so strong. Several people were excited. The captain, who was hundreds of meters away, only uttered a word and it had such a terrifying power. Come and kill them. No one will be spared. Yi Feng shouted loudly, jumped off his horse and rushed into the demons, clenched his fists and opened and closed them, crushing them like a demon. He smashed the heads of the demons one by one like a demon god. Kill all these damn demons. Tang Lijiao shouted, holding a dagger, and moved back and forth between the torturers as light as a swift swallow, and the sharp dagger slashed across the necks of each of them. Nan San is extremely powerful. He uses a demon as a weapon, grabs the demon's feet and smashes away the demons that rush towards him one after another. The fierce battle ended quickly. Yi Feng and his 7 companions suffered no casualties, and they killed all the more than 800 demons. Not a single one was left alive. Thank you, living God. Thank you for saving me. Some of the surviving villagers kowtowed to Yi Feng and his group to express their gratitude. If they hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid everyone in the village would have died at the hands of the demon. Clean up the battlefield. Prepare for the next battle. Yi Feng gave the order, and the 6 people packed up all the weapons and resources they could use and took them away. Time passed quickly, and a month passed quickly. The demon hunter team expanded to 3,000 people. Under Yi Feng's leadership, they eliminated nearly 1 million demons. Captain. No trace of demons has been found within a 10-mile radius. Yi Feng sat in a chair and pondered. There were still 2 months left for the system task, but those demons were very cunning. They hid very well. Even though Yi Feng had the eyes of perspective, it was impossible for me to search every inch of land. Expand the search area. If you find any traces of demons, notify the 1st Vanguard team immediately. Yi Feng gave the order and appointed Tang Li as the captain of the 1st Vanguard team a few days ago. Over the past month, the demon hunter's strength has been rapidly improving in battles with demons. Damn it! Demon hunter. Another demon hunter. In a gloomy hall, the demon lord was surrounded by demonic energy, and he slapped the table in front of him to pieces. My demon race has lived and multiplied on this land for thousands of years. Yet we have been suppressed to such an extent by a human. And you, the ghost race, have stood by and watched. If this continues, there is no need to talk about attacking the Heaven Palace anymore. On the seat below, the demon god in a red wedding dress said to another man in black with dissatisfaction. If Yi Feng were here, he would definitely exclaim. The black man was the Emperor of Fengdu. The demon god doesn't need to be angry. I have met Yi Feng before. He is arrogant and unruly. He is not someone who is easy to talk to. In this case, let's unite and start the final battle in 7 days. My ghost clan will send out tens of millions of troops. After destroying the demon hunters, we will directly attack the heaven. By then, this world will be ours. Do you two have any objections? Fengdu Emperor sat on the chair and spoke lightly. The demon lord and the demon god looked at each other and nodded slightly. Can. 7 days later, Yi Feng was combing Nan's hair when suddenly a spy came to report. Captain. We have discovered a large army of demons and ghosts gathering 30 kilometers to the southwest. There are more than 30 million of them. They are heading in the direction of our army and are expected to arrive within half an hour. Yi Feng tied Nan's hair calmly and said. Why are you panicking? Don't panic when something happens. Take out your phone and take a photo for your friends. I've been waiting for this day for more than a month. I couldn't find them anywhere. Now that they're all together, isn't that just what I want? Yi Feng waved his hand nonchalantly and sent the person who came to report away, then saw Tang Li rushing over with a nervous look on his face. Captain, the 3 tribes of demons, ghosts and monsters have united to form an army of more than 30 million. They are heading towards us in a mighty force. What should we do? We are only 3,000 people, and already the morale has destabilized. Many people have already fled. Tang Li spoke in panic. 30 million scared you? Whoever wants to run can run, don't worry about them. They can't survive. Don't worry. In this world, I'm invincible. Come and help me look after the children. I'll take care of the rest. Yi Feng handed Nan to Tang Li, looking at the less than 1,000 people gathered below in the empty venue. A little disappointed. I understand that you want to survive when disaster strikes. Then why didn't you leave the pot and food for me when you ran away? You even took the pot with you? With a wave of his hand, a transparent light curtain was formed, covering the entire demon hunter base. Then he sat on the chair and picked up the big white pear from the fruit bowl and ate it leisurely. There was no tension or fear of the army approaching. As long as the system is not dead, I will be invincible. You can be as wild as you want. Soon, the sky was covered with dark clouds and blood mist rolled up. More than 30 million troops from the three tribes appeared in Yifeng's sight. Hello again, fellow Taoist. I wonder if you have changed your mind. After we seize the heavenly palace, everything in heaven and on earth will belong to you. Isn't that wonderful? The Emperor of Fengdu is now in the rolling dark clouds in the sky, with his hands behind his back, saying, "The Demon Lord and the Demon God stand on the left and right respectively. I don't think you can even get into the South Heaven Gate with your strength. You're still thinking about the throne of the Jade Emperor? And you too. I've been waiting for you for a long time. You're wreaking havoc on the common people, causing great suffering to all. You regard our human race as food. From today on, you will be reduced to ashes." Yifeng threw away the pear core he had eaten and said coldly, "Ha, you are so arrogant. Young people are so arrogant. The Demon Lord speaks. He. Big sister likes big ones. Come into big sister's arms." The Demon God smiled, but his eyes were full of murderous intent. "Come on. Smile. I'll post a circle of friends for you guys." Yifeng took out his cell phone and took a photo of the three demons. But there was no internet. Court death. The Demon Lord was furious. Holding a circular sword, he rushed towards Yifeng with a monstrous demonic energy. 9 heavenly dreams. The Demon God opened his red lips slightly, and his white fingers pinched the magic formula, and the world changed in an instant, pulling Yifeng's soul into his own illusion. Once entering the illusion, Yifeng, who was only a body left, would die. Even if his soul escaped from his own illusion, it could not return to the body that was killed by the Demon Lord. P.S. This book started its debut yesterday, and the data will be released after 3 o'clock today. To be honest, I was quite nervous, always worried that it was not good enough. But there is no way, the ugly daughter-in-law has to meet the parents-in-law. There is no use in being nervous. Thank you all for your urging and gifts. Finally, let me talk about the update time of this book. Because I have to work the night shift at night, I can only update before 12 o'clock in the morning. If I wake up early in the afternoon, I will also update. In short, come on. Chapter 48, The flower on the other shore blooms and the world changes. In an instant, Yifeng felt himself in a trance, and appeared in a peach blossom forest. The sky was clear and blue. The air was filled with a sweet fragrance. Illusion? You can penetrate my protective light curtain and grab my soul out? That's quite a trick. Yifeng's soul stood in the illusion of the Demon God and looked around. The next moment, he instantly left the illusion and returned to his body. What? How is this possible? The half-dragon Demon God was horrified. The illusion that had always been invincible only stopped Yifeng for a moment? How was this possible? Excuse me. In this world, I am invincible. Yifeng returned to his seat, looked at the Demon God in the air with a look of disbelief and spoke. Captain, are you okay? Tang Li walked forward and asked with concern. It's okay. It's just a little trick. Yifeng waved his hand. In this world, as long as you don't want to die, no one can kill you. Bang! The Demon Lord chopped down at the light curtain with a ring-shaped sword in his hand, but was repelled by the transparent light curtain. Captain, what should we do? Tang Li and the remaining demon hunters panicked. Yifeng comforted them. Why are you panicking? Although I really want to destroy them right now, it seems that there is no need for us to do anything now. After Yifeng finished speaking, there was a sudden explosion in the sky. A huge crack appeared in the sky. Millions of heavenly soldiers and generals descended from the crack in the sky. What is this? A general? How could they do this? The Demon Lord looked up, his expression obviously flustered. Don't panic, fellow Taoist. The Emperor of Fengdu spoke lightly. Send the Jade Emperor's order. You are plotting rebellion and bringing disaster to the common people. Follow me back to heaven to face trial. A god holding a pagoda among the millions of heavenly generals spoke up. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Fengdu laughed out loud. Ridiculous. Wants to judge me? Does he have the qualifications? Don't be stubborn. Otherwise, I will make you all disappear into ashes. The god holding the pagoda was extremely majestic, and his voice caused a rumbling sound like thunder. Kill. After we kill these annoying things, the three of us will fight our way to the Heaven Palace. The Emperor of Fengdu was not afraid at all. He spoke to the Demon Lord and the Demon God. Then fight. The sword in the Demon Lord's hand rang loudly. Demonic aura lingered all over his body. You are so stubborn. Die. At the command of the god holding the pagoda, millions of heavenly soldiers and generals rushed to the ground, and the battle broke out. The sound of weapons clashing and roaring suddenly resounded throughout the world. Captain? This? Tang Li's body trembled a little, and she held Yifeng's hand involuntarily. Don't worry. Just sit on the mountain and watch the fight between the tigers. With this light curtain, no one can hurt you. After Yifeng finished speaking, he heard the system's slightly anxious voice. Bite. The presence of the terrifying character Mengpa has been detected. Please be alert, host. He turned his head and looked at a very beautiful woman. His figure disappeared instantly. Fengdu City. Yifeng went straight into Fengdu City and followed a path lined with red spider lilies until he came to a bone bridge built with white bones. On the bridge stood a very beautiful woman in a white dress. Everyone says that Mengpa on the Yellow Springs Road is an old woman. But I didn't expect her to be so beautiful. I am Yifeng, the junior, and I am honored to meet you, senior. Yifeng stood under the bridge and bowed respectfully. He had to be cautious about the existence that the system called terrifying. Since the birth of this universe, I can't remember how long it has been since I last spoke. There is a familiar aura about you. Mengpa said casually while standing on the bridge, but Yifeng was filled with shock. Since the birth of the universe? Doesn't that mean Mengpa existed before the birth of this universe? Don't be surprised. Our meeting is destiny, so I'll give this to you. Mengpa handed a square box to Yifeng, then waved her hand gently, and Yifeng instantly returned to the chair in the Demon Hunter base. What is this? Yifeng was amazed and took the box Mengpa gave him in his hand to examine it. The box was square and no matter how hard Yifeng tried, he couldn't open it, which made him feel very uneasy. It seemed that there was a big hand controlling everything. It made him quite irritated. Looking at the corpse of the demon hunter who had escaped outside the light curtain, as well as the broken limbs of countless demons and heavenly generals, Yifeng instantly slapped out with his big hand. All of you, die. The palm of his hand covered the sky and the sun. It covered the entire sky, turning all the heavenly generals and demons into ashes. Finally, the world was silent. Even the breeze seemed to have stopped blowing. System, return to the original world immediately. Yifeng's feeling of uneasiness became stronger and stronger. Bite. The original world is undergoing drastic changes. It is temporarily impossible to return. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task slay demons and eliminate evils. Reward, 10,000 mall points. What did you say? The original world is undergoing drastic changes? How could this happen? How are Wanru and the others? Aren't you invincible? How come you can't go back? Yifeng suddenly became irritable. He felt as if something important was leaving him. His heart ached. Chapter 49 Wanru's Sorrow. Time passed quickly, and 7 days later, Yifeng finally heard the voice of the system. Bite. Returning to the original world is starting, countdown is 3 seconds. Host, please be prepared. Yifeng was shocked. These past few days have been like a year for him. The feeling of uneasiness in his heart is getting stronger and stronger. The world changed, and Yifeng appeared in the ruins with Nan Nan. Where is my villa? Yifeng looked at the villa he was supposed to return to, which had been replaced by a towering tree. Under the towering tree were large tracts of ruins of collapsed high-rise buildings. How could this happen? How could it turn out like this in just a few days? Yifeng led Nan Nan to look at everything around them. It was unbelievable. A look of bewilderment on his face. I just went to the supernatural world to play for a few days, and when I came back, my home was gone? System? What's wrong? What happened? Yifeng asked the system anxiously. Bite. Reply host, the resurgence of spiritual energy in this world has been detected due to the invasion of an unknown force. Resurrection of spiritual energy? Drastic changes in the world? Yifeng took out his cell phone. Fortunately, the network was still connected. He quickly called Mu Wanru. No one answered for a long time. Hello? Is that Yifeng? Whoa. Where are you? Wanru is dying. The call was finally connected, but the person who answered the phone was not Mu Wanru. It was Jin Yen. Hearing this, Yi Feng froze in place. His heart seemed to be hit hard by a sledgehammer. What did you say? What happened to Wanru? Where are you? Yi Feng's eyes instantly turned red and he asked anxiously. We are under a very big tree. This is the original location of the Maple Leaf Group. Wait for me. Yi Feng quickly hung up the phone, picked up Nan Nan and rushed towards the location of Maple Leaf Group. Wanru, please be alright. Maple Leaf Group was now in ruins. In its place were towering ancient trees and all kinds of hideous and terrifying mutant beasts. No! Wanru, don't scare me. When Yi Feng saw Mu Wanru covered in blood and lifeless, he could no longer control the tears in his eyes. Wanru, we agreed that we would never separate again. Wake up and look at me. Yi Feng cried loudly while holding Mu Wanru's already cold body. He could not accept such an outcome anyway. I don't know what happened. Overnight, a lot of big trees and mountains suddenly grew on the earth. It was as if they appeared out of thin air. Wanru was hit by a collapsed rock while trying to save a child from an orphanage. Ada was also captured by a man in black. Lin Zhongyue hugged Xia Tuanxuan and spoke with Jin Yan, Lu Qing, and other women in choked voices. System. You are invincible. You have a way, right? You can definitely save Wanru, right? Tell me now. Yi Feng communicated with the system through his soul like a madman. Bite. Replying to the host, I have detected that the 3 souls of the host's wife Mu Wanru have been completely destroyed. The system is powerless. Please accept my condolences. No. How could this happen? Yi Feng seemed to have his soul sucked out in an instant. With empty eyes, he hugged Mu Wanru's body tightly. Roar! A group of mutant beasts bared their fangs and surrounded Yi Feng and his group. A terrifying aura burst out from Yi Feng's body, instantly turning the group of mutant beasts into ashes. Bite. It is said that there is a magical herb called soul grass in the desolate realm, which can bring the dead back to life if eaten. The host can go and find it by himself. The system's voice suddenly sounded. Yi Feng was immediately delighted. Soul grass? Where is it? Take me there. Yi Feng asked. Answer the host, use the fantasy world as the entrance. You can go to the wilderness. Due to system restrictions, the host can go there on his own. A fantasy world? Wanru, don't be afraid, I will definitely find the soul grass. Yi Feng placed Mu Wanru's body in the storage ring, looked at the dumbstruck women and said. I don't have time to explain too much to you now. Now follow me. Don't ask anything, don't say anything. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he said to the system. System, travel through the fantasy world. Bite. The fantasy world shuttle is activated, please be prepared. The light curtain rose up, covering the women, and they disappeared in an instant. Then the world changed and appeared in the fantasy world again. Take to the air. Yi Feng awakened the sleeping 5-clawed golden dragon, which turned into a 10,000-meter-long dragon. It soared into the sky with Yi Feng and several women. Yi Feng. Is this a dragon? We are flying in the sky. Lin Zhongyue's face turned pale. Looking at the mountains below, she huddled tightly around the dragon. Don't be afraid. Yi Feng patted Lin Zhongyue on the shoulder and comforted her. In the southern wilderness continent, Yi Feng brought a few women to the Piaomiao Immortal sect in the sky. Metropolitan. It's the sect master. Countless inner and outer disciples in the sect have seen Yi Feng's portrait and statue. Master, you are really back. Xingyue appeared in front of Yi Feng in an instant, her beautiful eyes filled with tears under the white ghost mask. Xingyue. I'll leave these people to you for now. You must protect their safety. Yi Feng planned to leave Jin Yan and the other women who were looking around curiously in Piaomiao Xian Zone. With Qing Yu and the other 5 emperors here, it would be safe. Master, are you leaving again? Xingyue looked at Yi Feng reluctantly and said. Yes. There is something important to do. We must keep them safe. Yi Feng explained again. Then he stood on the 5-clawed golden dragon head and flew into the sky. Where are you going? In the sky, an indifferent voice sounded. The heavenly Tao still looked cold and aloof from the mundane world. You've come just in time. Do you know where the desolate realm is? Yifeng saw Tiandao in the sky and asked. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across Tiandao's calm eyes. Break through this layer of heaven, and the world beyond heaven is the desolate world you are looking for. Tiandao put his pale hands behind his back and said calmly. Okay. Thank you very much. Then I will shatter this day. Yifeng's voice was hoarse, and he stood on the giant dragon and soared into the sky. Like a human-shaped cannonball, he rushed towards the outer barrier of the sky. Boom! Crack! A huge roar sounded, and Yifeng actually punched a big hole in the sky barrier with one punch. He rushed into the rapidly healing sky barrier without hesitation. After passing through endless darkness, he finally saw a ray of light. After a long time, Yifeng finally appeared in the wilderness. A huge stone tablet appeared in Yifeng's sight. On it were 4 ancient characters: Forbidden Land of Desolation. Byte. Detecting suppression from this world, the system is automatically upgrading. Byte. System upgrade completed. Enable the All Things Exchange function. The host can exchange all things for skills, weapons, and cultivation. Byte. It is detected that the suppression in this world is strong. The host will not be invincible in the world. Can't be invincible anymore? Yifeng was a little worried, then he took a deep breath and murmured. Wanru, don't worry. Even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, I will definitely find the soul grass and revive you. Then he fixed his eyes on the huge stone tablet. Since it can be exchanged for everything, this ancient stone tablet looks like a good thing. I wonder what I can get in exchange. Coming under the stone tablet, Yifeng grasped one side of the stone tablet tightly with both hands and tried to pull it up with all his strength. Boom, boom, boom. A roar sounded, and the earth trembled. Yifeng actually pulled up the huge stone tablet bit by bit. Get up for me. Yifeng gritted his teeth, blood all over his body, and pulled the huge stone tablet out from the ground. System. Reclaim this stone tablet. Yifeng circulated the chaotic energy in his body to repair his damaged muscles and bones. Byte. Recovery successful. Congratulations to the host for achieving 800 years of cultivation. In an instant, Yifeng felt a warm current flowing into his body. It seemed that some barrier was broken. A huge force suddenly appeared in his body. This must be a breakthrough in cultivation, right? I just don't know what my current cultivation level is. Old Huan, that guy actually pulled out the soul-calming stone tablet at the door of our house? In the forbidden area, beside a rippling lake, there sat an old man fishing. A woman in green beside him spoke. Let him be. Grandpa, I have been unhappy with that stone tablet for a long time. If it wasn't for the person who erected it, I would have thrown that broken stone tablet away long ago. The old man who was fishing said calmly, raised the fishing rod in his hand, and hooked a half-dragon, half-fish creature. Ha! You finally took the bait. Xin girl, you are in luck today. Grandpa will make you your favorite steamed fish dragon. Hearing this, the woman in green was immediately delighted. Chapter 50, Cultivation increases rapidly. The Earth. Its area has expanded nearly 100 times. Giant trees that tower into the sky are all over the mountains and rivers. The air is filled with atomized spiritual energy, which has changed countless people. The originally weak bodies have become extremely powerful, able to lift boulders weighing thousands of pounds. Some are even as light as a swallow and can fly in the air. Linhai City Prison, bang. With a loud bang, a huge rock weighing several thousand pounds was smashed into pieces by a man as hard as steel. Hundreds of people knelt on the ground behind him. Xiao Weiwei. You damned woman, you actually got pregnant with someone else's child behind my back. I will make you live a life worse than death. And you, Yifeng, you'd better be able to survive this great change in the world. Because I will crush you to death with my own hands. The Iron Man said with a sinister expression, this person is Huang Dao. In the great changes of heaven and earth, Huang Dao, who was originally frightened, found that his body had become as hard as iron. This surprised and delighted him. For Yifeng, who locked himself in the prison, he wanted to eat him alive. Yifeng didn't know what was happening on earth. He had been in the wasteland for a month. But he still hadn't found the soul grass that could bring Mu Wanru back to life. System, there is still no trace of Ada? Arriving at a town, Yifeng bought 2 beast meat buns, sat in the tavern and asked. Answer the host, a day is in an unknown area and has cut off all connections with the system. Hearing this, Yi Feng's eyes flashed with disappointment. One person was too busy to handle everything, and he didn't know what happened to the old director of the orphanage and the children. Hurry, hurry, the Star Moon Ferry is coming to our northern border. Ah! The ferry is mine. Don't snatch it away. What? It's the Star Moon Ferry? Why would she come to our barren northern border? Yi Feng was eating a bun when he saw the crowd on the street rushing towards one direction. In this desolate world, the geographical division is similar to that of the lower world, divided into 4 major realms: east, south, west, and north. However, the vastness of the territory is much larger than that of the lower world. Many people cannot complete a realm in their entire life. Yi Feng continued to eat his buns, with no intention of watching the fun at all. In the sky, a phoenix chariot was suspended in the air. A woman in a bright red phoenix costume stepped down from the chariot and stood in the air. Her beautiful eyes swept over the group of excited monks below, and a hint of contempt appeared in her eyes. She opened her red lips and said, "Brothers, the savage ruins will be opened soon. Who is willing to go with Xing Yue?" After Fairy Xing Yue finished speaking, the monks below were immediately excited. If they could go to the ruins with Fairy Xing Yue, and if they fell in love with each other over time, something would happen. Just thinking about it was exciting. Especially the identity of Fairy Xing Yue. She was the youngest daughter of the master of the Tiange Pavilion, who was spread all over the wilderness. Incomparably noble. Fairy Xing Yue, I am Wang Zhe, an inner disciple of Xiaoyao sect. I am willing to go with you. My name is Yi Fifan, and I am willing to go with the fairy. I am. Yi Feng ate a bun and looked at the group of excited monks in silence. I despise those who lick you the most. Are you people in the world of immortal cultivation so brainless? They clearly want to use you as cannon fodder, but you still rush forward without hesitation. Those who lick you are destined to have nothing in the end. I don't even think there will be a corpse left. Bite. The savage ruins were left behind by the old man Tianhuang millions of years ago. There is a high chance that there are soul herbs there. The host can go and look for them on his own. In a flash, Yi Feng quickly stuffed the bun in his hand into his mouth, immediately stood up and shouted, "Hey, whoever! I want to go with you, too." Well, no one can escape the law of true fragrance. TSK. Ha ha ha. Just you? A mere beginner? A group of cultivators looked at Yi Feng's cultivation and sneered. The realms in the wilderness are different from those in the lower realms. They are the realm of entering the Tao, the realm of the spirit, the realm of the heaven, the realm of transformation, the realm of reincarnation, the realm of transcendence, and the realm of nothingness that only exists in legends. Yi Feng used the stone tablet in the forbidden area to exchange for 800 years of cultivation before he could enter the lowest level of the 5th level of the Tao realm. That's right, you are overestimating yourself. If you want to attract attention, you should also consider who you are. Yi Feng turned a deaf ear to the sarcasm and ridicule of the group of people. They were just a bunch of brainless cannon fodder. Since you are also interested in the savage ruins, let's go together. Fairy Xing Yue glanced at Yi Feng calmly and spoke. Back in the phoenix chariot, the red phoenix bird chirped and flapped its wings to soar into the sky. A group of monks also quickly took off into the air and flew behind the phoenix chariot. The savage ruins are located at the top of the North Sea in the northern boundary. When Yi Feng arrived, the entire savage ruins were already surrounded by cultivators. An ant in the Tao realm also wants to get a piece of the pie? It's really overestimating one's own abilities. Someone in the air saw Yi Feng and started to mock him. Yi Feng took a glance and saw a young man in brocade clothes and a jade belt, standing on a flying sword with a defiant look on his face. Once we enter the ruins, I'll kill you first. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. His cultivation was too low now, and countless pairs of eyes were staring at him. System, I want to exchange for the wild weapon Heaven-Slaying Sword. Yi Feng said that 10,000 points in the system mall could be exchanged for a piece of wild weapon. Bite. Exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the wild weapon, the Heaven-Slaying Sword. You can withdraw unlimited amounts. Crack. The sound of a light curtain shattering rang out. The entrance to the ruins began. A huge golden gate emerged, glowing with golden light. It looked solemn and mysterious. Wisps of golden mist poured out from the huge gate. Something's wrong. There's something in that golden mist. Yifeng discovered through his eyes of perspective that the golden mist coming out of the door was actually filled with dense golden flying insects. Seeing this, Yifeng retreated behind everyone without making a sound. The savage ruins are open. Go! A group of people rushed towards the huge golden gate, vying for the first place. The golden door opened. A thick golden mist rolled up. The crowd that rushed into the door was like a stone sinking into the sea. Yifeng clearly discovered that as more people entered, the golden mist slowly decreased until it dissipated. So this is the purpose of the Xingyue fairy calling people here. After taking a look at the phoenix chariot in the sky, Yifeng took a step and entered the ruins. Interesting. A person with only the cultivation level of the Dao entry realm can see through the danger of this relic. Entering the huge golden gate, Yifeng was instantly enveloped by a force. Then the space changed and Yifeng found himself in a mountain range. Is this the savage relic? Yifeng looked at everything around him in amazement and began to search for traces of the soul grass. Bite. The host exchanges for a baling fruit and gains 30 years of cultivation. Bite. The host exchanges for a mountain shaking fruit tree sapling and gains 150 years of cultivation. Bite. Host exchanges for a magical medicine. Gain 1,500 years of cultivation. Yifeng successfully exchanged the spiritual herbs and fruits he had found along the way, and his cultivation level skyrocketed. P.S. After reading all the comments on this book, I found that many readers have raised many illogical points. I really appreciate everyone's comments and suggestions. Because it is currently in the debut stage, the content cannot be changed within 10 days. All the questions raised have been marked and will be changed as soon as possible after the end. Thank you again for your support. Many readers also asked if it is going to end. No. Absolutely not. There are still many characters and plots that have not been shown, and Yifeng still has so much money that he has not spent. Chapter 51, Soulgrass is in hand, returning to Earth to become the boss. Boy. If you don't want to die, hand over the Netherworld flower. Yifeng was lucky. He searched for many precious spiritual herbs and medicines along the way. His cultivation also broke through to the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual realm. When he was about to exchange a red flower in his hand, a voice sounded. Yifeng looked up and saw, wow. What a guy. What a narrow road for enemies. This person was the pretty boy Yushu who had mocked him outside the ruins before. However, he was only at the 5th level of the spiritual Dao realm. There were also several women at the 3rd level of the spiritual Dao realm around him. Are you deaf, kid? Master Yushu was holding a folding fan with the words "the most handsome man in the world" written on it in a very showy way. 5 big characters. You remind me of that Mr. Kongshu who was beaten up by the monkey. I wonder what your relationship is with that Mr. Kongshu. Yifeng smiled crookedly. You dare to talk nonsense when you are about to die. Be smart and hand over the nether flower. I will let you die quickly. Master Yushu was waving a folding fan in his hand. Oh wow! Master Yushu is so handsome. You are worthy of being the best gentleman in the world. I love you so much. The flattery of the women around Master Yushu made him feel very happy. He suddenly felt like he was floating in the air. He coughed lightly and said, Don't be so superficial. Why do you always care about someone's appearance? Now I'll give you 3 a chance to perform meritorious deeds. Capture that boy who has entered the Dao realm for me. Master Yushu waved his folding fan lightly, disdainful of attacking an ant in the Dao realm. Even though his cultivation was only a little higher than that ant. The 3 women around him heard this, and one of them spoke up. Sir, I, Honglian, will be enough to leave this man to you. After saying that, she rushed towards Yifeng holding a long sword. While Yifeng was watching the funny guys with interest, he exchanged the red flower in his hand for 10 years of cultivation. He was only 1 step away from breaking through to the heavenly Dao realm. Looking at the woman rushing towards him, Yifeng smiled contemptuously again. Laugh. The heaven-slaying sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed with it. The terrifying sword energy instantly split the woman in 2. You are not in the Dao entry stage? Run away. This scene frightened Master Yushu and the remaining 2 women to death. The woman glared at Master Yushu who was running away. Is this just a mere entry-level cultivator? He chopped down a red lotus in the spiritual realm with 1 sword? Want to run? Can you outrun my sword? Yifeng swung the heaven-slaying sword in his hand again, and a cold sword energy instantly killed the 3 fleeing people. System, exchange the 3 bodies. Ding. Exchange successful, gain 0.5 days of cultivation. Byte. The system has detected the location of the soul grass 1 kilometer southwest. Please go and find it yourself. When Yifeng heard the system's words, he instantly rushed towards the southwest like a cheetah. This is a huge pit about 100 meters deep. From above, it looks like it was punched out by a giant. At the bottom of the pit, a small green grass grows on the ground in an ordinary way. A giant snake over 1,000 meters long is coiled around the grass. That's it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a spiritual creature guarding it. Yifeng looked excited. Wanru was saved. Awakening the 5-clawed golden dragon on his arm, Yifeng said. Ajin, you attack head-on and attract his attention. I'll go get the soul grass. When we get back to Earth, I'll find you a little female dragon. A man and a dragon were lying in the grass outside the deep pit, discussing with their heads touching. Upon hearing this, the 5-clawed golden dragon's eyes lit up. Not the ones with wings. I prefer the sturdy ones. Okay. No problem. Yifeng was talking. The 5-clawed golden dragon instantly rose up against the wind, and soon reached a huge height of 10,000 meters. With a roar, it soared into the sky. You little bastard. Why don't you kneel down and worship me now? The 5-clawed golden dragon flew in the air and challenged the giant snake in the deep pit. Hiss. The giant snake in the deep pit raised its huge head, spitting out its scarlet tongue, and its cold eyes stared vigilantly at the provocative 5-clawed golden dragon in the air. Coward. Kneel down now. Seeing that the giant snake had no intention of attacking, the 5-clawed golden dragon provoked it again. Brush. This sentence completely made the giant snake in the deep pit go berserk. The snake coiled its body and raised its head high, and the snake's tail shot up from the deep pit. The dragon and the snake started fighting instantly. Now. Seeing that the giant snake had indeed been fooled, Yifeng quickly slid down from the edge of the deep pit to the ground. He pulled up the soul grass by the roots and put it in the storage ring. Run. Yifeng climbed to the top of the pit and ran in one direction at high speed. The big snake's cultivation was at least in the Dao transformation realm. He couldn't even beat it, let alone the 5-clawed golden dragon. At this time, the 5-clawed golden dragon was already covered in blood. Hearing Yifeng's words, it quickly shrank and whoosh returned to Yifeng's arm. System, get out of here. Quick. Yifeng said to the system while running at full speed, not caring about the treasures in the ruins. The furious snake behind him was chasing him madly. If he was caught up, he would surely die. Ding. The journey to the mysterious world is starting. The countdown is 3 seconds. Host, please be ready. Yifeng looked back at the big snake that was so close, and he was extremely anxious. Fortunately, the last 3 seconds for the big snake to attack him were up, and Yifeng traveled to the Xianhuang continent unscathed. Hiss. The sudden disappearance of Yifeng made the snake furious. Its huge tail swept the thick trees into dust. In the fantasy continent, Yifeng appeared in a mountain range in an extremely embarrassed manner. Phew. Fortunately, there was no danger. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaolonglong. Yifeng galloped all the way to the Piaomian immortal sect in the southern wilderness. Xingyue, prepare a secret room for me. Don't let anyone disturb me. Yifeng spoke to Xingyue. Yes. Master, please follow me. Xingyue saw Yifeng's anxious look and hurriedly led Yifeng to a secret room. In the secret room, Yifeng placed Mu Wanru's body on the bed, took out the soul grass, and asked. System, how do I use this soul grass? Answer the host, crush the soul grass into juice and drink it. Yifeng picked up a wooden bowl, crushed the soul grass according to the system's instructions, and carefully gave the juice to Mu Wanru. Wanru, you must get better. We agreed to stay together forever. Yifeng's eyes were moist. Time passed quickly, and half a month passed in a flash. One day, Mu Wanru, who was lying on the bed, fluttered her eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes. It seemed that she had a very long dream, in which she was in a dark and cold world, which made her terrified and tormented. Finally, a light appeared, guiding her out of the darkness and back to the light again. I opened my eyes and looked at the furnishings in the room. They were simple and elegant, and seemed to be made of materials I had never seen before. I turned my head slightly and saw Yifeng sleeping on the bed, holding my hand tightly. I smiled slightly. It's great to have you. Feeling the movement, Yifeng opened his bloodshot eyes and saw Mu Wanru looking at him tenderly. Wanru. Yifeng's voice was choked with sobs, and tears were welling up in his eyes. You are so grown up, but you still cry like a baby. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Mu Wanru raised her hand and gently stroked Yifeng's face. That day, the world changed drastically. In order to save the child, she was hit by a stone. At that moment, she thought she would never see Yifeng again in this life. 3 days later, the main hall of Piao Miao Xian Zone was filled with all kinds of delicacies. These days, Yifeng has been introducing everything about this world to Mu Wanru. Yifeng, we have made up our minds and want to continue living in this world. Lin Zhongyue, Jin Yan, and Lu Qing said that during this period of time, Xingyue taught them to practice, and they made rapid progress. Lin Zhongyue has reached the 7th level of the body refining realm. Even Xiao Chuanchuan and Nan Nan are cultivators at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. That's good. This world is safer than ours and more suitable for you. Then practice well. I will come back often. Yifeng thought for a moment and spoke. The earth has undergone tremendous changes, and now we don't know what it has become. It's better to let them stay here. With Qingyue and several other emperors here, it's safe. Wanru, what about you? Yifeng asked. Wherever you go, I'll go. Qingyue looked at the two of them, feeling a little bitter in her heart. Then she smiled with relief. As long as she could follow the clan leader, even if she could only look at him from a distance, it would be enough. System, return to Earth. Yifeng said while holding Mu Wanru's hand. Ding. Return to the original world is starting. Countdown is 3 seconds. Host, please be ready. A light curtain rose up, and with the farewell of a group of people, Yifeng and his companions left Xianhuan continent and appeared on Earth where spiritual energy had revived. Chapter 52, Everything Mall. The Earth was completely turned upside down in the baptism of the great changes in heaven and earth. The original tall buildings disappeared, replaced by towering mountains and countless roaring beasts. Humans gradually split into 2 factions. One was the beast-taming faction, which could communicate with mutated giant beasts, and the other was the immortal cultivation faction, which focused on cultivating immortals. Yifeng, where are we going? Mu Wanru held Yifeng's hand tightly and followed Yifeng obediently. Open a shop. You can be the boss lady. Yifeng smiled. Now that the world has changed drastically, many useful things can be exchanged with the system for cultivation or skills. Opening a store to gather useful resources is the best choice. Follow me. Yifeng awakened the sleeping 5-clawed golden dragon, and flew towards Fairy Peak with Mu Wanru sitting on the dragon's head. Oh my god. Is that a dragon? Someone riding a dragon? Below, the people of the beast-taming sect looked at the flying white pig under their feet and suddenly felt unhappy. Isn't this bullying the honest people? Why do they ride dragons? Why do you ride a pig? Yifeng and the other person sat on the dragon and flew towards the Fairy Peak according to their memory before the sudden change. Half a day later, they finally saw the majestic Fairy Peak. Roar! Fairy Peak, the swallowing dragon and the tiger-eating beast actually grew to 100 meters in size. Like a small mountain, it was even more majestic and domineering. Seeing Yifeng on the dragon's body, the 2 giant beasts suddenly soared into the sky, flew into the air, and circled around Yifeng excitedly. It seems you still remember me. Yifeng touched the heads of the 2 giant beasts and was very satisfied. Landing on the top of the Fairy Peak, looking at the majestic and magnificent golden palace, Yifeng decided to open the store in this palace. System, extract unlimited wild weapons from the infinite mall and exchange them for cultivation. System? Are you stuck in this bug? Reply to the host. If you operate this way, the system is likely to crash again. Then I don't care, either you give me some mall points. Yifeng said in a rather rogue manner. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 million points in the infinite mall. Nice. Yifeng was immediately overjoyed. 100 million. Wouldn't all the things in the infinite mall be mine? Just thinking about it makes people excited. I'll call you the Mall of Everything. Yifeng stood on the Fairy Peak and used his finger as a pen to write the 4 big words Wanwu Mall on the plaque in the hall. Everything Mall. Everything in the world is here. Anyone interested can come to Fairy Peak to trade. Yifeng stood on the fairy peak and spoke, his voice rumbling and spreading throughout the earth. Mall of everything? Never heard of it. You're so arrogant. You actually called it the Everything Mall. Let's go. Let's take a look. I wonder if I can buy the breakthrough pill in this Wanwu Mall. At one time, countless people from all over the world came to Fairy Peak, full of curiosity about this Mall of Everything. Mall of Everything? What a great name. Go buy a mount. Never ride a pig again. I shower sat on the big white pig and leisurely headed towards Fairy Peak. Yifeng sat on the dragon chair in the main hall, closed his eyes and waited for the guests to arrive. Mu Wanru was very fond of the flowers and plants on the Fairy Peak. She wove the flowers into a wreath and wore it on her head, as holy and noble as a fairy. Finally, the first customer arrived. He was an old man from the Immortal Cultivation sect. He landed on Fairy Peak on a flying sword. What a terrifying beast! The old man was a little panicked when he saw the dragon-eating and tiger-eating beasts in front of the hall. The eyes of the giant beast seemed to be able to take away people's souls, making people afraid. Please come into the palace. What do you need? Yifeng sat on the dragon throne and spoke. Hello, shopkeeper. I am about to die. Do you have anything that can prolong my life? The old man came to the hall and asked with a somewhat embarrassed look. The great changes in the world made his terminally ill body completely healed. He even became an immortal who could fly and hide. However, his lifespan was limited, and he still had infinite yearnings. He didn't want to die so quickly. Of course. The All Things Mall. I have everything you need. But this life-extending item is not simple. I wonder what price you can offer. Hearing this, the old man hurriedly spoke. Of course I know this. Shopkeeper, please look. This knife was found in a stone. It's extremely sharp. And this stone, although I don't know what it is, as long as I carry it with me, I will feel very comfortable. The old man hurriedly took out a knife and a brightly colored stone from his cloth bag. System, how much cultivation can these two things exchange for? Yifeng asked. Answer the host, the sword can be exchanged for 10 years of cultivation, and the soul-nourishing stone can be exchanged for 900 years of cultivation. Hearing this, Yifeng said. Since you are our first customer, even though the items are a little limited, I won't let you come here in vain. Deal. This is a longevity pill that can increase your lifespan by 20 years. Yifeng spent 130 points to unlock the grid for the longevity pill, took out a longevity pill and gave it to the old man. It actually happened. And it's been 20 years. The old man looked at the longevity pill in his hand with great excitement. He thought he would be thankful if he could extend his life by 1 or 2 years. Please accept my greeting. The old man suppressed his excitement and bowed respectfully to Yifeng. Soon, after the old man left, the second guest came in. It was a very beautiful woman in white. Excuse me, shopkeeper, do you have any weapons for sale? The woman in white was in the hall now. She looked around and found that there were no products. This puzzled her. Was the Wanwu Mall just a gimmick? Of course there is. What grade do you want? Yifeng asked. I don't know about the grade, but the stronger the better. A sword is best. After listening to this, Yifeng took a look at the Infinite Mall. The highest level required 30,000 points, while the wild weapon only required 10,000 points. Yes, it's a wild weapon. It's one of the most advanced weapons in the world. What's your price? Hearing this, the white-clothed woman's beautiful eyes lit up. She said, How much do you want? 50 million or 100 million? Yifeng waved his hand. Money is of no use to me. I have no interest in money. Do you have any treasures or anything like that? Baby? It seems that there is nothing else except this body of mine. The woman in white was searching her body in disappointment. Suddenly, Yifeng was startled. Soul grass? What's that in your hand? Yifeng asked excitedly when he saw the emerald green grass in the white-clothed woman's hand. Because the appearance of the grass was exactly the same as the soul grass. This? I found this on my way here. There were dozens of lush green trees. I thought it looked pretty, so I just plucked one. The woman in white was a little surprised and said, Isn't this just a nice-looking grass? Why are you so excited? System, is the grass in her hand soul grass? Answer the host, it is the soul grass without a doubt. It can be exchanged for 100,000 years of cultivation. Hearing this, Yi Feng's heart started pounding. One soul grass could be exchanged for 100,000 years of cultivation. The soul grass that he had to survive a lot to find one actually has dozens of them on Earth? Take me there quickly. After you find it, I'll give you 10 weapons. No. 100. As many as you want. Yi Feng was extremely excited and left at a very fast speed with the woman in white. Chapter 53 9 Dragons pulling the chariot into the Star River. Galloping all the way, following the guidance of the woman in white, we arrived at a rushing river. All he could see was a patch of green soul grass. There were at least 40 or 50 of them. This made Yi Feng very excited. One soul grass can be exchanged for 100,000 years of cultivation. Then these 40 or 50 soul grasses can be exchanged for 4 or 5 million years of cultivation. He suppressed his excitement and walked forward to pull out the soul herbs one by one to exchange them. Ding! Soul grass exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 years of cultivation. Ding! Soul grass exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 years of cultivation. Yi Feng's cultivation level skyrocketed wildly. He broke through from the peak of the spiritual Tao realm to the peak of the Samsara realm. He had crossed 3 major realms. Here. This is the weapon you asked for. Yi Feng exchanged a storage ring in the Infinite Mall, then took out 1,000 wild weapons, put them into the storage ring and handed them to the woman in white. So much. Following Yi Feng's instructions, the woman in white dropped a drop of blood on the storage ring. After seeing the mountains of waste tools inside, she thanked him repeatedly and left excitedly. Yi Feng felt the terrifying power in his body alone. He felt that he could easily destroy a planet with just a flick of his finger. I don't know if this earth can be recycled. Yi Feng said unintentionally while looking at the surging river in front of him. Crack. Boom. Ding. The earth is being exchanged. It is expected to be successfully exchanged within 24 hours. When Yi Feng saw the sky collapsing, he was suddenly shocked. Fuck. I was just saying it casually. Are you serious? Stop it now. Yi Feng hurriedly stopped the system's crazy and deadly behavior. Bite. Earth exchange cancelled successfully. Yi Feng let out a long breath. It is indeed an invincible system. Even the earth can be exchanged. Suddenly, Yi Feng's eyes lit up. Earth? Since the earth cannot be exchanged, then he can go to the starry sky to find those lifeless and desolate planets to exchange. Thinking of this, Yi Feng hurriedly asked. System? Can I go to the starry sky and find those desolate planets without life to exchange for them? Answer the host and you can exchange it. Then what are you waiting for? Go, go, go. Yi Feng was so excited standing on the 5-clawed golden dragon's head. After returning to Fairy Peak, he said to Mu Wanru. Wanru, follow me. After bringing Mu Wanru into the room, Yi Feng stretched out his palm and placed it against Mu Wanru's, and the cultivation in his body was continuously transmitted to Mu Wanru. Pop. 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 The sound of breaking through the cultivation barrier continued to ring out. Mu Wanru's cultivation quickly broke through to the peak of the Tao transformation realm before stopping. This. Yi Feng. I feel so powerful now. It seems like I can blow you up with just one punch. Mu Wanru said in surprise. Don't rush to blow me up. I want to tell you something. I'm going to go to the starry sky. I can devour those barren planets without life and turn them into cultivation. I don't feel comfortable leaving you alone. Come with me. Yi Feng caressed Mu Wanru's hair lovingly. Although Mu Wanru had reached the peak of the Tao transformation realm, who could guarantee that there were no old monsters beyond the Tao transformation realm on this earth? He didn't want Mu Wanru to be hurt in the slightest. So what do we do here? Hearing this, Mu Wanru looked at the hall with some concern. Excuse me, is the owner here? At this time, a young man riding a big white pig came to Fairy Peak. He bowed to Yi Feng and asked. Puff. Mu Wanru couldn't help laughing when she saw the man riding the big white pig. Even Yi Feng was surprised. He had seen people riding donkeys, wolves, tigers, and humans, but this was the first time he had seen someone riding a pig. I am the owner. What does this customer need? Yi Feng asked. May I ask if you have any obedient mounts? Anything will do. As long as it's not a pig. Bai Shower smiled awkwardly and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Yi Feng glanced at the infinite mall, which had everything from the Kowloon carriage to the magic mouse. Of course. Whatever you want, you can have it. As long as you can afford the price. Hearing this, Bai Shower immediately smiled. Finally, he didn't have to ride a pig anymore. He said, I want a majestic and domineering one. The kind that scares people to death at first sight. To be honest, on the way here, I met a man riding a dragon. It was the legendary 5-clawed golden dragon. Very cool. Yi Feng looked at them all, used 1,000 points to unlock the grid of the heaven-swallowing Taotai, and took out a heaven-swallowing Taotai beast as big as a hill. How about this one? It's called the heaven-devouring Taotai beast. It can devour everything. It's so cool and domineering. Its fighting power is also very strong. Yi Feng started to introduce. Bai Shower was shocked by the sudden appearance of the huge monster. Then he looked at the heaven-swallowing Taotai in front of him with shining eyes. Okay. That's it. What conditions does the store require? Just trade me your big white pig. Yi Feng said calmly, and glanced at the big white pig that was grunting. It was this silly-looking big white pig, but the system said it couldn't be exchanged? This made Yi Feng very confused. The system that could even exchange the earth couldn't exchange a pig? Could it be that this big white pig had some great origin? Okay. Thank you, store owner. Bai Shower happily rode on the Tian-swallowing Taotai, spat on his hand, then smoothed his hair that was messed up by the wind, and sat on the back of the Tian-swallowing Taotai and left the fairy peak. There is nothing different. Yi Feng held his chin with one hand and looked around the big white pig carefully. Apart from being a little bigger and able to fly, he didn't find any difference from ordinary pigs. Yi Feng couldn't see through it, so he stopped thinking about it. His eyes were fixed on the 9-dragon chariot in the infinite mall, and he felt a little tempted. The cold and lonely Milky Way must be very boring. And there will be all kinds of unknown dangers. It's okay if you are alone. This time, take Mu Wanru with you, and let's focus on safety. He gritted his teeth and used 10 million points to activate the grid of the 9 dragons chariot. He took out the 9 dragons chariot from it. In an instant, 9 golden dragons soared into the sky, pulling a chariot as magnificent as a palace. Cool. Yi Feng and Mu Wanru looked at the majestic 9 dragons chariot in the air and were extremely satisfied. Shall we fly into the starry sky in this palace? Mu Wanru stared blankly at the dragon chariot in the air with her eyes wide open. It was really too dreamy. 3 days later, the 10 storage rings that Yi Feng exchanged were filled with all kinds of things. Pots, pans, firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and tea were all available. Wanru, let's go. Let's start our dream journey across the galaxy. Yi Feng casually set up an extremely solid barrier on Fairy Peak and took Mu Wanru on the dragon chariot. With a command, 9 golden dragons soared into the sky, rushed out of the earth, and headed towards the starry sky. Chapter 50 for the powerful red-haired monster. The starry sky is cold and lonely. 9 golden dragons pulled the palace chariot across the endless galaxy, searching for a desolate planet. Yi Feng, look. On this day, Mu Wanru stood on the palace carriage and saw a gray planet in front of her. After more than 3 months of hard work day and night, we finally found one. Yi Feng was a little excited. In the 3 months in the starry sky, he had seen many planets. But there were creatures living on them, and Yi Feng couldn't bear to swallow them up and exchange them. Now he finally found a planet without any living creatures. How could he not be excited? Go and have a look. Yi Feng came outside the palace and spoke. 9 golden dragons flew towards the gray planet at high speed. Soon they landed on the ground. System, check if there are any living beings on this planet. Ding. Testing. Ding. Answer the host, no living creatures have been found on this planet. Yi Feng was overjoyed. He said. Then exchange it. Ding. Gray planet exchange in progress. Estimated completion time, 20 hours. Wanru, let's leave here first. Yi Feng returned to the palace chariot and took off again, away from the gray planet. Yi Feng, have you noticed? It seems like something is watching us? Mu Wanru said as she sat in the palace carriage, feeling like she was being watched secretly. Upon hearing this, Yifeng activated his eyes of perspective and looked around carefully, but found nothing. Yifeng. Behind. Mu Wanru seemed to sense something. She pointed in a direction and spoke hurriedly. Yifeng looked behind him again, and sure enough, there was a humanoid creature covered with red hair standing not far away. It seemed to merge with the surrounding space. Orangutan? It doesn't look like an orangutan. Wanru, do you see what kind of creature it is? Yifeng asked. I can't see it, but I can feel it's always watching us. It gives me a creepy feeling. After Mu Wanru finished speaking, she leaned closer behind Yifeng with some fear. Here comes with ill intentions. Yifeng stared at the red-haired creature. He could not feel it moving, but suddenly he found that the red-haired monster was getting closer and closer to him. He quickly opened the infinite maul and exchanged for a storage bag that could store creatures. He put Mu Wanru and the 9 dragons' chariot in it. Go in and wait for me. Yifeng put away the storage bag and looked vigilantly at the red-haired monster that was getting closer and closer. He. When the red-haired monster was a few meters away from him, Yifeng finally saw the true face of the red-haired monster. It was not an orangutan at all. It was a human. Who are you? Yifeng asked vigilantly, ready to take action at any time. Bang! The red-haired monster did not answer. Instead, he moved his body and punched Yifeng, sending him flying 10,000 meters away. Holy crap! So awesome! Yifeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This punch made his blood boil. Let's fight! Yifeng clenched his fists and confronted the red-haired creature with his fists, hitting the flesh with his fists. Soon, he was beaten to a bloody mess. How the hell is he so strong? I can fight even in the Void Realm. How could I be beaten so badly by a red-haired monster? Yifeng looked miserable, with blood gushing out of his mouth and nose. One of his arms was also broken. He was beaten over and over by the red-haired monster like a sandbag. Ding! Exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Void-level weapon 9 Dragons Heaven Shaking Tower. Yifeng was beaten like a ragdoll by the red-haired monster. The system's voice suddenly sounded. Use. Yifeng shouted anxiously. You came just in time. If this continues, I will probably be beaten to death by the red-haired monster. The 9 Dragons Heaven Shaking Tower has 9 floors, all white. It looks like it is made of bones, 10,000 meters high, and exudes a terrifying wild aura. 9 Dragons Heaven Shaking Tower, suppress it. Yifeng shouted loudly and controlled the 9 Dragons Heaven Shaking Tower to suppress the red-haired monster. Ha 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 ha. The tower body released an endless and terrifying wild aura, suppressing the red-haired monster from above. Boom. Crack. The red-haired monster didn't even look at the 9 Dragons Heaven Shaking Tower that was suppressing it, and punched it casually. The top layer of the 9 Dragons Heaven Shaking Tower was shattered. Go! Yifeng took out the storage bag and threw it towards the earth. This red-haired monster is too strong. So strong that it makes people despair. If he dies, Mu Wanru's fate is unimaginable. Bang! After throwing the storage bag containing Mu Wanru and the 9 Dragons' chariot towards the earth, Yifeng was once again knocked away by a punch from the red-haired monster. This is too much. Yifeng spat out a mouthful of blood. The chaotic energy in his body was running wildly. He completely ignored the pain on his body and entangled with the red-haired monster again. Bang, bang, bang. The red-haired monster treated Yifeng like a sandbag and swung his fists at Yifeng wildly. He. Just when Yifeng was trying his best to resist, the red-haired monster suddenly stood up and looked at Yifeng, who was beaten horribly. He laughed strangely and nodded from time to time, as if he was appreciating a perfect work. After a long time, he turned around and disappeared, as if he had never appeared. Ahem. Yifeng struggled to get up, looking at the 9 Dragons Heaven Shaking Tower next to him, which had one floor destroyed, and felt helpless. Even a void-level weapon could be shattered with one punch. How strong is this red-haired monster? Sitting cross-legged in meditation, the chaotic energy in his body surged, quickly repairing his injured and damaged body. No! Doesn't that red-haired monster want to kill me? Is he helping me lay a solid foundation? Suddenly, Yifeng felt that the foundation of his cultivation was extremely solid. If it was described as 4 bamboo poles supporting a bamboo building before, then now it is a reinforced concrete foundation supporting a bamboo building. This change can be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. System. What kind of creature is he? Why is he helping me consolidate my foundation? Yifeng asked excitedly. Answer the host, this person should not exist in this world. This system does not know why. In the long river of time and space, dotted with shining stars, the red-haired monster is walking in the space-time channel formed by countless space-time fragments. A man with flowing red hair swaying in the wind, stretched out his hand and scooped up a handful of things in the long river of time and space. Pieces of time and space fragments formed a picture. It was a man with only his back walking forward, giving people a feeling of loneliness and desolateness. It seemed that it was difficult to walk, but every step took him across an era. He. The red-haired monster threw down the fragment of time and space in his hand and headed in one direction. After a long time, the strange laughter was still left in the long river of time and space behind him. Chapter 55. Ada's wife. Inside the storage bag heading towards the earth, Mu Wanru was extremely anxious. The red-haired monster was so powerful that Yifeng didn't know if he could escape. Boom! The cultivation level of the Dao transformation realm burst out, blasting the storage bag into pieces. Take me back now. Mu Wanru gave the order anxiously while sitting in the nine-dragon chariot. What a great place! What a great place! Tens of millions of black-robed men filled with demonic energy surrounded the earth, looking at the earth with extremely rich spiritual energy with great excitement. Occupy this place. At a command from the leader Mo Kuang, millions of people in black robes rushed towards the earth with swords and knives in hand. This is the land of China. Stop now. Those who violate the rules will be killed without mercy. A terrifying wave of vibrations trembled. A huge hand that covered the sky and the sun stretched out from the earth. With one slap, hundreds of thousands of black-robed people were knocked away. Yifeng recovered from his injuries and stood on the head of the five-clawed golden dragon to continue traveling in the cold and lonely galaxy. Ding! It has been detected that there are no living creatures on this planet. Exchange is starting. Estimated time, 46 hours. Time passed quickly. 3 years later, the system swallowed up 6 gray planets in succession, exchanging for 30 million years of cultivation. He also got a weapon beyond the realm of nothingness, the desolate sky halberd. Yifeng's cultivation also reached a bottleneck, reaching the peak of the realm of nothingness. Go and have a look. Yifeng opened his mouth, and the five-clawed golden dragon carried Yifeng towards a gray planet in front. This is a desert world. Yellow sand is flying all over the sky. Ding! 2 unknown creatures are detected on this planet. Do you want to exchange? Hearing the system's voice, Yifeng was stunned. Living beings? There are still living beings living in this world full of yellow sand? Don't exchange it for now. Yifeng released his spiritual consciousness, covering the entire gray planet. This is Ada? Yifeng's spiritual sense swept across the entire planet, and suddenly he discovered that in a wooden house covered with yellow sand in a mountain stream, Ada was doing unspeakable things with a woman. System. This is the personal bodyguard you mentioned? You told him to protect Wanru, but why did you run off here to mess around with a woman? Yifeng was furious. If it wasn't for Ada's negligence, how could Mu Wanru die? There's someone. Very strong, get up quickly. In the wooden house, the woman put on her clothes instantly, picked up Ada, rushed out of the wooden house, and fled into the distance. Yifeng. Save me. When Ada, who was like a little chicken being held in the woman's hands, saw Yifeng suddenly appear, he immediately danced and shouted. Court death. Just a glance from Yifeng, who was in the void realm, was enough to make the woman in the transcendent realm kneel down instantly and spit out blood. Yifeng. Your Majesty. Please don't kill her. Just when the woman's body was about to collapse, Ada actually hugged the woman and protected her in his arms. Are you serious? Yifeng put away his pressure and looked at Ada with some surprise. Wasn't he captured by a man in black? How could he appear on a planet so far away from the Earth? And he was still protecting this woman. Give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise you both will die together. Yifeng said coldly. Hearing this, Ada wiped the blood from the corner of the woman's mouth and said, It was indeed Yuer who captured me at the beginning, but as we spent so much time together, I found that I fell in love with Yuer. I am willing to die to atone for my sin. Please don't make things difficult for Yuer, Your Majesty. Yi Feng held his chin and looked at Ada. I didn't expect that this wooden lump would actually fall in love with someone else. Okay, come back with me. How can we live in this yellow sandy place? After Yi Feng finished speaking, he stood on the head of the five-clawed golden dragon and flew towards the starry sky. Come on, why did she arrest you? Don't tell her it's because you're handsome. Yi Feng stood on the five-clawed golden dragon's head, looked back at the somewhat flustered woman behind him and asked. We knew each other before. Many years ago, I was an outer disciple of the sect, and Yuera was the heavenly emperor and the sect's leader. Later, I died in a battle, and it was a powerful person who saved my remaining soul and asked me to obey you. Later, Yuera found me and thought I was coerced, so... Your Majesty, please don't blame her. Ada pulled the woman's hand and came to the five-clawed golden dragon and said nervously. Amazing. An outer sect disciple actually managed to marry the sect master, the empress. Yi Feng gave Ada a thumbs up. Hello, senior. Xiao Lang Yue glanced at Yi Feng and said respectfully. I didn't expect that this person's cultivation had reached the legendary realm of nothingness. Someone who has truly reached the end of the martial arts. Just call me Yi Feng like Adi, it's fine. Senior or something like that doesn't sound good. Yi Feng waved his hand, and the three of them flew towards the earth. 3 years later, Yi Feng and his two companions appeared above the earth. Not here? His spiritual sense swept across the entire earth, but did not find any trace of Mu Wanru. You guys go back to Fairy Peak first. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he turned around and entered the starry sky again to look for Mu Wanru. In the chaos of the starry sky, Mu Wanru was covered in blood, and the nine-dragon sedan was broken into pieces. A group of demons regarded Mu Wanru as a piece of meat on a chopping board, wanting to eat her. Little beauty. Where do you want to run to? A group of demons approached Mu Wanru step by step with evil smiles. You are a bunch of ugly and despicable things. My husband will grind you to dust. Mu Wanru looked desperate. She was anxiously looking for Yi Feng's whereabouts in the starry sky, but she was surrounded by a group of ugly and terrifying reincarnation demons. After a fight, she was forced to the edge of the chaos in this space, and there was an endless black hole behind her. Once you enter, you will die. You are a bunch of despicable people. I will never help you even if I die. Mu Wanru gritted her teeth and jumped towards the black hole behind her with a determined look on her face. Goodbye, Yi Feng. My love. A line of tears slid down his face. He closed his eyes in despair. The next moment, it seemed as if space had stopped. My body stopped in front of the black hole and stopped moving forward. She opened her eyes and saw a huge five-clawed golden dragon across the starry sky. The man she had been thinking about day and night was standing on the dragon's head. How can you be so stupid? With tears in the corners of Yi Feng's eyes, he pressed down with one finger, and a group of demons in the samsara mirror instantly turned into ashes. If you dare to touch my woman, go. I'll take you to destroy their lair. Yi Feng held Mu Wanru in his arms and gave her a super-level recovery pill. Mu Wanru looked up at Yi Feng. This was her man, gentle and domineering. Go back in time. Yi Feng spoke, and time instantly went back, and a group of demons who had turned into ashes reunited little by little. Yi Feng reached out and grabbed one, and with another finger, he turned the rest of the demons into ashes. Senior, please forgive me. The demon caught by Yi Feng begged for mercy frantically. What kind of magical trick is this? Can it revive the dead again? Kill them again. Take me to your lair. I won't say it again. Yi Feng threw the demon in his hand away and spoke. Yes. Senior, please follow me. I'll lead the way. The demon nodded and bowed, quickly leading the way. Heading towards the demon's lair. Chapter 56, De and Yuer's Wedding. Crossing countless starry skies, the demon led Yi Feng and the others to the chaos at the edge of the starry sky. My lord. This is the chaos realm. My people live here. The demon bowed and spoke. Then he suddenly turned around and shouted. Someone come quickly. Someone is knocking on the door. While calling out to his tribesmen, he rushed madly into the chaos. Yi Feng stood on the five-clawed golden dragon head and watched all this calmly, without any intention of taking action. Run? Where in the universe can you run to? Who is so rampant? Hearing the noise, the chaos churned, and soon thousands of demons emerged from the entrance of the chaos realm. The demon madman who led it held the axe of creation in his hand, and his arrogance was overwhelming. Are these all your people? Yifeng narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Dare to hurt Mu Wanru? I will destroy your entire family. Who are you? How dare you be so arrogant? How dare you run in front of my army of demons and act so recklessly? The devil pointed the axe of creation towards Yifeng, and tens of millions of demons behind him roared madly. Noisy! Before Yifeng finished speaking, the tens of millions of demons behind the demon madman were all turned into ashes. You are in the realm of nothingness. This scene made the arrogant demon madman suddenly stunned. That man was actually the legendary Void Realm. How is this possible? A realm that only existed in legends actually appeared before him alive. It's over. The outer demon clan is completely finished. The only thought of the demon madman is to escape from this place as soon as possible. The sky and earth are boundless. The universe is endless. Go! The devil made a hand gesture, a talisman in his hand burned, and his figure quickly disappeared from here, and in the blink of an eye he appeared 1,000,000 miles away. Phew! I was so scared. Fortunately I have the transmigration talisman. The demon madman stood 1,000,000 miles away and was smug. This instant was obtained from a secret realm, and it can appear 1,000,000 miles away in an instant. It is a treasure of the transcendent realm level. However, the next moment, the demon suddenly found that his body was turning into ashes bit by bit. No! No! Don't! Yifeng glanced coldly at the demon madman who turned into ashes, took a step forward and appeared in the chaotic world. All you see is chaos. With the naked eye, you can see that the pure white chaos contains wisps of black demonic energy, which is particularly eye-catching. Destroy! Yifeng opened his mouth, and the black demonic energy instantly disappeared. But as the chaotic energy lingered, a trace of demonic energy reappeared soon after. Ha! What the hell is this? Yifeng was shocked. Even his cultivation at the peak of the Void Realm was unable to completely eliminate the evil spirit? With a wave of his hand, all the chaotic energy of the entire chaotic world was absorbed into Yifeng's body. Eradicate! The pure white chaotic energy with a hint of demonic energy was absorbed into Yifeng's body and was quickly wiped out. Let's go! Let's go home! Yifeng spoke softly, took out the 9-dragon chariot again, and took Mu Wanru towards the earth. In the empty chaotic world, a wisp of pure white chaotic energy emerged from the ground, and then a wisp of black demonic energy followed closely behind and entangled with it. Earth, after several years of restoration and construction, skyscrapers as tall as giant trees once again appeared on the vast land of China. In the sky, people riding on various beasts and riding on flying swords can be seen flying from time to time. On the ground, everything is new, and various businesses and constructions are developing rapidly like mushrooms after rain. People have emerged from the great changes in the world and have completely accepted this fantastic new world. Human lifespan is extended and physical fitness is stronger. A little rooster can speak human language, and even a pig can carry humans into the sky. At Fairy Peak, when Yifeng brought Mu Wanru back, a D and his wife Yuer were watering various vegetables and fruit trees around the empty hall. The thriving vegetables are all green and growing well. The fruit trees are full of red fruits, so mouth-watering. Well done! Yifeng praised. I really like the lively Fairy Peak now. Hee hee. Your Majesty, I want to live in seclusion with Yuer. Yuer is pregnant. I want to live a peaceful life with Yuer in the future. I hope your Majesty can agree. A D came to Yifeng and said respectfully. Oh wow. It's been so fast. How many months has it been? It's so windy outside, don't catch a cold. Before Yifeng could speak, Mu Wanru said in surprise, and hurriedly grabbed Yuer's hand and walked into the hall. Yifeng looked at the two people who walked into the hall, patted Ada's shoulder and said with a smile. Good job, kid. You're fast enough. How about this, we'll hold your wedding here at Fairy Peak. Everything will be in accordance with our Chinese customs. In addition, this Fairy Peak will be my wedding gift to you. After Yifeng finished speaking, Ada hurriedly said. Your Majesty, this is absolutely not possible. This. Alright. I've told you so many times, just call me Yifeng. No need to refuse. This is also Wanru's intention. 3 days later, the entire Fairy Peak was dressed in red. Big red silk fluttered down from the top of the peak. Big red lanterns were hung all over the fairy peak, and the whole place was filled with joy. Please invite the bride and groom to enter. Yifeng spoke up and presided over the wedding for a day. Xiao Lung Yue was wearing a phoenix crown and a red robe, holding Ada's arm. Ada was now beside Yue, smiling foolishly, with happiness written all over his face. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to your parents. Husband and wife bow to each other. The leader of the Beast King sect of the beast taming faction has come to send congratulations. I wish the two newlyweds to be together forever today and to be married today. May you live together in a magnificent house and grow old together forever. In midair, a group of men and women riding on various wild beasts came to the fairy sect, and an old man in the lead spoke. The leader of the Qinglan sect, a Xiuxian sect, is here to congratulate you. I wish the two newlyweds a long and happy marriage, many children and grandchildren, and everlasting wealth and prosperity. The Qinglan sect presents you with a pair of 10,000-year-old ginseng as a gift. The visitor had white hair and beard, and looked like an immortal. He bowed respectfully to Yifeng and took a seat. P.S. Sorry for the late update today, thank you all for your gift support, there will be another chapter later. Chapter 57, Paradise. Soon, all the prominent figures in China appeared at Fairy Peak, bringing with them gifts piled up like a mountain. Yifeng returned the gifts one by one, as guests are welcome. Yifeng signaled everyone to take a seat and continued to host the wedding. After all the procedures were completed, Yifeng came to a corner and sat down next to an old man who was drinking alone. The old man looked haggard, as if he was about to die, but Yifeng didn't think so, because this unremarkable old man was the strongest person in the world besides himself. His true form was a million-year-old black tortoise. Pour the wine, my lord. I am deeply terrified. The old man saw Yifeng pick up the wine jug on the table and pour himself some wine, and hurriedly picked up the wineglass with both hands. You and I are both in this land of China. There is no need to do this. Please. Yifeng smiled faintly and filled the old man's glass with wine. Please. The old man Xuanwu raised his cup and drank it all in one gulp. Injured? Yifeng drank the wine in his hand, looked at the old man and asked. Sure enough, I can't hide it from you, sir. Not long ago, a group of demons from outer space found this place and intended to occupy it. Unfortunately, I was incompetent and couldn't kill them, so they escaped. After the old man Xuanwu finished speaking, he stood up and filled Yifeng's glass with wine. You must be talking about those ugly creatures in the starry sky. I have killed them all. Come on, give me your hand. Yifeng pulled the old man's hand, and let the chaotic energy in his body flow out to repair the injuries on the old man Xuanwu's body. Thank you, sir. I have no way to repay you, but... Yifeng waved his hand to interrupt the old man and said. This is what you deserve. When danger strikes, you are able to protect China with your own strength. You deserve our admiration. Yifeng withdrew his hand, and all the injuries in the old man Xuanwu's body were healed. Thank you for your help, sir. The old man Xuanwu bowed and saluted. As night fell, Yifeng took Mu Wanru and left Fairy Peak. Yifeng, I also want to live in a beautiful place, grow vegetables and flowers. And give birth to 2 big fat sons. He. What do you think? In the aerial palace chariot, Mu Wanru leaned on Yifeng's shoulder, looked at the bright stars in the sky, and spoke. Okay. 1 city, 1 life, 1 person. Then let's find a good place. Live an ordinary life. The next day, the red sun rose into the sky. Yifeng brought Mu Wanru to a hotel. Please come in, my dear guests. What would you like to eat? The hotel waiter asked politely. Please bring us the best food from your hotel. I haven't had hometown food in a long time. Yifeng said with a smile. Since we have to live an ordinary life, we must eat. Since we have to eat, only hometown food is the best. Okay. Wait a moment, both of you. The beautiful waitress politely took the menu and left, and soon the delicious dishes were served on the table. Tasty. Mu Wanru ate the delicious food, her cherry lips were full. She kept picking up food for Yifeng. After eating and drinking, the two walked hand in hand on the street. The scenery along the way was beautiful with flowers and green willows. A small fishing village, nestled in the mountains and beside the water. There are hundreds of families living in the village, and they have been fishing for generations before the great changes in the world. When Yifeng and Mu Wanru arrived at the small fishing village, they were attracted by the scenery at first sight. Yi Feng, can we just live here from now on? I like it here very much. Mu Wanru pulled Yi Feng and said coquettishly. Okay. We'll live here from now on. Yi Feng touched Mu Wanru's hair lovingly, took her hand and walked towards the small fishing village. Who are you looking for, young man? The chief of the small fishing village, Zhang Fugue, who was carrying a hoe, saw Yi Feng and the other two walking from outside the village and asked. This small fishing village has made a living by fishing for generations, and even after the great changes in the world, few outsiders come here. Hello, old man. My husband and I are from outside. We like the scenery here and want to live here. Yi Feng spoke with a smile. Oh my. That's great. All the young people in our village have gone out to practice Taoism. I am Zhang Fugue, the head of the small fishing village. Come with me, I will register you. Zhang Fugue said happily while carrying a hoe. After the great changes in the world, all the young people in the village ran out to follow the trend of cultivating immortals. Only some old people and children were left in the village. Bringing Yi Feng and the other two to the village office, Zhang Fugue shouted into the loudspeaker. Hey, villagers, pay attention, 2 young people have come to our village. When you hear the news, hurry to the brigade headquarters to welcome the new friends. After the village chief shouted, the villagers quickly gathered at the brigade headquarters. Some of them were holding fruits and vegetables. Let me introduce them to you. This young man is Yi Feng. This girl is Wan Ro. They will live in our village from now on. Please welcome them with applause. After the village chief finished speaking, everyone applauded. The folk customs are very simple. Xiao Feng, where are you planning to build the house? I have some top quality wood at home. I'll go get it for you. Girl Ro, you two should try my food. It's very fresh. 7 days later, Yi Feng and Mu Wanru, with the help of a group of enthusiastic villagers, built a very beautiful small wooden building. The wooden building has 3 floors, antique style, and very beautiful. Xiao Feng and Ro, if you have anything to say, please don't hesitate to ask. Just let me know if you have anything to say. Adli from next door stuffed a basket of eggs into Yi Feng's hands and spoke, then took her daughter Xinxin and left Yi Feng's home. As the sun sets, Yi Feng sits in the yard, watching the smoke rising from the chimney and Mu Wanru busying herself in front of the stove in an apron. He feels extremely comfortable. It's time to eat. Guess what delicious food I made today? Mu Wanru smiled gently and brought a plate of seasonal stir-fried dishes to the table. He served Yi Feng a bowl of rice, and the two of them sat on the chairs, eating and chatting. It was peaceful and comfortable. Yi Feng, let's go visit Tuanchuan and the others in a few days. We miss them so much. Mu Wanru picked up some food for Yi Feng and spoke. Okay, after I bring back the old dean and Tuanchuan's grandmother, we will go together. 1 day on Earth is 1 month on Xianhuan continent. I haven't been to Xianhuan continent for more than 7 years. I don't know how Zio Chuanchuan and the others have been doing over the years. My divine sense searched the entire Earth, but I couldn't find their souls. Mu Wanru put down her bowl and chopsticks, and said with a sad look. After returning from the starry sky, Mu Wanru searched for the whereabouts of the old dean, Grandma Tuanchuan, and the children more than once. But their souls seemed to have evaporated on the earth, without any trace. They're all down there. Yi Feng finished the food in the bowl, put down his chopsticks and said. Yi Feng, is the old dean really already? Hearing this, Mu Wanru burst into tears instantly. The old dean worked hard all his life, but he just passed away like this? Don't cry, I will bring their souls back. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he stepped on the ground and shouted. King of Hell, listen up. Send these people's souls back immediately. Otherwise, I will flatten your entire hell. After saying that, he waved his hand, and a list recording the names of the old dean, Grandma Tuanchuan, and the dead children quickly flew to hell. Here. Bring these people here quickly. Quick. The King of Hell gave the order immediately. A group of ghost officials acted quickly. In hell, at the cliff of Rebirth, souls in different clothes lined up in a long queue and walked sluggishly to the cliff of Rebirth, and then jumped down woodenly, entering the cycle of reincarnation. In the line, the old dean and Tuanchuan's grandmother stood in front and behind. Soon, it would be their turn. You two, follow me quickly. A ghost finds the 2 people who are about to reincarnate and takes them away. 3 days later, the King of Hell personally sent the souls of the old dean and 2 others, as well as more than 1 million children who died in the great changes in heaven and earth, to Yi Feng. Xiao Feng. Xiao Rou. It's really you. The old dean, who had regained his sanity, burst into tears. Chapter 58, Wandering Through the Heavens and Worlds. Mu Wanru gently wiped away the old dean's tears and said, Yi Feng, what if we only have the soul? Yi Feng smiled faintly. No problem. Then he stretched out his hand, releasing endless light that covered more than 1 million people, and soon, a body visible to the naked eye slowly condensed. This. Xiao Feng. Am I resurrected from the dead? The old dean looked at his slowly solidifying body and said in surprise, What kind of means does it take to allow a dead person to return to the world again? After settling all the children, Yi Feng said to Grandma Tuanchuan, Old man. Don't worry about anything. I'll take you to see Tuan Tuan. Yi Feng looked at Grandma Tuanchuan, who had a worried look on her face, and said, I guess the old lady is most worried about her precious granddaughter Tuanchuan. System, go to Xianhuang continent. Ding. Reply to the host. The host has reached the pinnacle of cultivation and can go anywhere in the heavens and all realms. There is no need to use the system's plane traveling function. Yi Feng was stunned. Is he so strong? Wanru, let's go. Yi Feng, Mu Wanru, and Grandma Tuanchuan disappeared from the spot in an instant, and then the world changed and they appeared in the Xianhuang continent. Crack. As soon as he stepped into the Xianhuang continent, the whole world showed signs of collapse. Yi Feng quickly put away his whole body's momentum, which prevented the Xianhuang world on the verge of collapse from continuing to shatter. Hey! Being too strong is not a good thing. You have to hide it everywhere. Yi Feng scratched his hair helplessly. His cultivation level is too strong. This world can't bear it. You have reached the legendary realm of nothingness? Tian Dao, who was wearing a black dress, had a beautiful face full of shock. Hey! Take it easy, girl. Yi Feng waved his hand and said with a grin. Metropolitan. Brother. Sister-in-law. Grandma. A woman in a white dress came over and hugged Grandma Tuanchuan tightly with tears in her eyes. What is this? Little Tuanchuan? Mu Wanru looked at the extremely beautiful woman in front of her with some surprise, and looked at Yi Feng with a questioning look. That should be the case. He's grown so big. Yi Feng smiled awkwardly. 1 day on Earth is 1 month in Xianhuang. He hadn't been here for more than 7 years. That means more than 210 years have passed in Xianhuang. Brother. Sister-in-law. I miss you so much. Xiao Chuanchuan, you can't be called Xiao Chuanchuan anymore. Did Tuanchuan hugged Mu Wanru and then hugged Yi Feng's arm tightly. Greetings, Sect Master. Emperor Qingyue and his men saluted Yi Feng respectfully. Under the white mask was an extremely beautiful face. No need to be so polite. Yi Feng stretched out his hand, and a gentle force lifted everyone up. It's been more than 200 years. You're finally here. Jin Yan, Lu Qing, and Lin Zhengyue came to Yi Feng with tears in their eyes and spoke. Wow. Good guys. You guys are all in the God realm. Awesome. Yi Feng was a little surprised when he looked at the people who had reached the heavenly God realm. We are nothing. Nan Nan is the real amazing one. She is ready to break through to the half-step heavenly emperor realm. Lu Qing spoke up. Yi Feng was relieved. No wonder he didn't see Nan Nan coming. It turned out that she was in seclusion preparing to break through to the half-step heavenly emperor. This little girl who was brought out from the spiritual world actually came to this step. It's gratifying. The group returned to Pyongyang Xianzong. Listening to Qingyue talking about every detail of what happened in Xianhuang over the past 200 years, Yi Feng felt very satisfied. Since Yi Feng promoted Qingyue and the other 5 to heavenly emperors, there has been no war in this Xianhuang world for 200 years. The people live and work in peace. The monks coexist peacefully. Countless geniuses and prodigies have sprung up like mushrooms after rain, growing rapidly and joining the Pyongyang immortal sects in all walks of life in Xianhuang. You did a great job. This is 1 million wild weapons. You can distribute them as you wish and help our Pyongyang Xianzong to become even stronger. If it's not enough, tell me again. Yes. Sect Master. Xingyue and others picked up the storage ring that Yi Feng placed on the table, which contained 1 million wild weapons. Wild weapons. Weapons that surpassed the heavenly emperor's weapons. Not to mention that Xingyue and the others don't have any, even the entire Xianhuang world won't have one. And the sect master actually took out 1 million of them. 3 months later, Yifeng appeared in the desolate realm alone. Dao Yu. Please. In a thatched cottage, Tian Dao of the desolate realm filled a glass of wine and brought it to Yifeng. May I ask, fellow Taoist, why have you come to this desolate world? I am willing to share some of your thoughts with you. Yifeng took a sip of wine, looked at Tian Dao of the desolate realm, who was a little uneasy, and said, Don't be so nervous. I have no ill intentions in coming here. I just want to take a walk and have a look, and gain some knowledge. Hearing this, the heavenly Dao of the desolate realm heaved a sigh of relief. The boss of the void realm. With just a breath or a strand of hair, this desolate realm can be easily destroyed. Have you ever heard of the man who has been arbitrary for eternity? Yifeng drank the wine in one gulp and asked calmly. Tian Dao of the desolate realm filled his glass again and replied. That man? It was countless epochs ago. According to legend, he passed through this world. For countless epochs, too many people have followed in his footsteps, but no one has been able to do it. After Tian Dao finished speaking, he looked at Yifeng, wondering why Yifeng mentioned this person. That's the direction I'm pursuing. Yifeng smiled faintly, left the desolate realm, and appeared in the long river of time and space. Yifeng's figure appeared in the demon realm, the god realm, the free and easy realm, and the supreme war god realm, one after another. 8 million years later, Yifeng returned to the long river of time and space again, went upstream and returned to the Xianhuang continent. Let us go back. After such a long time, Yifeng felt as if he was in another world when he returned to the Xianhuang world again. After traveling through 8 million years along the long river of time and space, returning to the starting point again, the scenery along the way will be forever engraved in my mind. I thought Grandma Tuanchuan would stay here, but unexpectedly the old lady proposed to follow Yifeng back to Earth, as she was worried about the old dean being alone. Twilight love, this is it. Yifeng smiled and opened the passage between Xianhuang and the Earth. He used the power of heaven and earth to form a stone bridge, connecting the Earth and Xianhuang. If you get bored of staying in this Xianhuang, come back anytime. Earth is your home. After saying goodbye to everyone, Yifeng took Mu Wanru and Grandma Tuanchuan and stepped onto the stone bridge leading to the Earth. Chapter 59 Live Broadcast, The Chicken Raised as the Nine Sky Mysterious Phoenix? The three returned to the small fishing village, where the old dean was sitting by the lake fishing. Seeing Yifeng suddenly appear, the other two hurriedly said, Hush! There's a big guy about to take the bait. After a while, the float sank. It seemed that something big had taken the bait. Ha ha! Finally took the bait. Seeing the old dean's excited expression, Grandma Tuanchuan took out a piece of clothing and put it on the old dean. It's cold, put on something. Yifeng and Mu Wanru looked at each other and left the lakeside tacitly. Yifeng, I want to raise some small animals or something. What do you think would be good? Mu Wanru held her chin, blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Yifeng and asked. You can raise pigs, dogs, chickens, or anything else, but the most important thing is to raise me. Yifeng grinned and placed a flower pot with flowers in front of the door. You are so frivolous. Go buy some chicks. When they grow up, give one to the village chief and each household in the village. You all helped a lot when we built this small wooden building. Mu Wanru started to busy herself in the small vegetable garden in the yard again. Okay. I'll go see where I can buy it. Yifeng agreed, opened the wireless mall and started screening. Blue and white chicken? It's not tasty. Flying blackbird? This doesn't look like chicken, no. After choosing and choosing, Yifeng, who was feeling a headache, randomly unlocked the grid of the 9 Sky Black Phoenix, took out 509 Sky Black Phoenix cubs, put them in a basket and returned to the small wooden building. Wanru, look at the chicks I bought. Aren't they pretty? Yifeng handed the basket in his hand to Mu Wanru with a proud look on his face. Okay. You're the best. Mu Wanru looked at Yifeng's funny look and said with a smile. She was very satisfied looking at the 500 chicks with gorgeous feathers in the basket. Look what I caught. At this time, the old dean and his partner came to the small wooden building with a smile on their faces, put the more than 1 meter long carp in their hands into a wooden basin and filled it with water. Oh wow! Such a big fish. Yifeng, quickly heat up the oil in the pan. 10 years later. Yifeng and the old dean sat in the yard and set up a barbecue grill. They cleaned a 9 Sky Mysterious Phoenix and grilled it. Yi Feng was in charge of grilling, while the old dean was in charge of brushing the sizzling 9 Sky Mysterious Phoenix with barbecue seasoning and chili powder. On the other side, Mu Wanru was live streaming with her mobile phone while pregnant. Hello, fellow immortal friends. Today I'd like to introduce to you the chickens we raise at home. You can clearly see that these chickens are big and fat. They also have very beautiful feathers. If you like them, please place your order now. The quantity is limited. There are only 300 of them. 10 years ago, the Earth's internet was restored. When she was bored, Mu Wanru would use her mobile phone to live broadcast and film the daily life of some small fishing villages. The fairyland-like beauty and simple folk customs attracted hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room. Shit. Am I seeing things? That's a phoenix? Oh my god. Look at that handsome man. He roasted the phoenix. Wow. That old man is even sprinkling chili powder? I'll place an order right away. Keep them all for me. Master. Leave one for me. The live broadcast room instantly attracted millions of viewers. The people in front of the screen were stunned. What did they see? That is Huaxia, and the legendary phoenix looks exactly the same. After the great changes in heaven and earth, maybe a phoenix really appeared. But now it was roasted by someone? React quickly and place an order. Soon, all 309 Sky Mysterious Phoenixes were sold out. Mu Wanru turned off the live broadcast. She came to sit in front of the grill. Yi Feng cut off a small piece of roasted golden and fragrant 9 Heavens Mysterious Phoenix meat and fed it to Mu Wanru. Not bad. Very delicious. The old dean took out a bottle of good wine and drank with Yi Feng. All the major sects on earth were already in a state of excitement. A phoenix had appeared. The legendary beast. Ha ha ha. God bless our divine king sect. I caught a picture of one. Xin Wang, the leader of the Xin Wang sect, laughed out loud. I usually like to watch live broadcasts and surf the internet, but I didn't expect to see someone selling phoenixes while watching live broadcasts today. I was so quick that I bought one right away. I have received the product now. Looking at the mythical phoenix in the hall, Shen Yang confirmed again and again that it was exactly the same as the phoenix in the records. With the phoenix as the guardian beast, who dares to invade our divine king sect? I took a photo right away. I edited the text and posted it on WeChat Moments. Well, I was bored and bought a plain little chicken. I don't know how to cook it to make it delicious. Can you give me some advice? Click to publish and sit happily in the sect hall. From time to time, pick up the phone to check the replies and likes in the circle of friends. Fairy Kaiwe, wow. It's the legendary phoenix. So beautiful. Lan Tianba, you are so Versailles. I advise you to learn your lesson. Taoist of heaven and earth, can you give up your love? Any conditions are suggested. The loving monk said, Umatba. Donors should not kill animals at will, as this will only create karma. It is better to let me save them. Yi Feng. You are not dead after all. Deep in a mountain. Huang Dao crushed the phone in his hand with a snap. Then he turned and walked out of the cave. Huang Dao, please let me go. Let me go. In the cave, Zhao Weiwei was beaten to pieces by Huang Dao with an iron whip. After the great changes in the world, Huang Dao captured her and tortured her until today. She can neither live nor die. Humph. Once I crush that damn Yi Feng to death, I will send you off. After Huang Dao finished speaking, he took a group of his younger brothers riding on huge wild wolves and rushed towards the small fishing village in the live broadcast room. After 10 months of pregnancy, Mu Wanru was about to give birth. Hot water. Towels. Listening to the busy sounds of the midwives and maids in the wooden building, Yi Feng was scratching his ears and cheeks anxiously in front of the wooden building. Don't worry. Don't worry. The old dean pulled Yi Feng, who was walking back and forth, aside and spoke comfortingly. Wow, wow, wow. Finally, the sound of a baby crying was heard in the wooden building. Sir. The wife gave birth. It's a big fat son. The maid came out of the wooden building and spoke to Yi Feng. Yi Feng rushed into the wooden building in 2 steps, saw Mu Wanru, who was pale on the bed, and hurried over to circulate the chaotic energy in his body to repair Mu Wanru's weak body. I'm fine, go see our son. Mu Wanru sat up and picked up the baby beside her and handed it to Yi Feng. The little guy was chubby, and he stared at Yifeng curiously with his two black eyes. Wanru, look. He can open his eyes right after he was born. How magical. Yifeng stretched out a finger to tease the baby and said happily. I wouldn't be surprised if you said your son could fly when he was born. His father is in the void realm. It would be strange if he couldn't open his eyes. Mu Wanru took the baby from Yifeng's hand and fed the little guy. But the baby refused to eat. Yifeng, why doesn't this little guy eat milk? Mu Wanru looked at Yifeng with some surprise. I don't know. It doesn't matter if he doesn't want to eat it. I'll eat it. Yifeng made a joke. Go away, you are so frivolous. Give the child a name. Mu Wanru teased the little guy, making him giggle. It's called Invincible. People will encounter all kinds of enemies in their lives. I hope he can defeat his enemies and himself. Walk a path to true invincibility. Yifeng spoke. Woody, do you think this name is good? Little Woody. Yi Woody chuckled. His small eyes were like black gemstones. That's it. Huang Dao brought many of his younger brothers to the small fishing village, and sure enough, he saw Yifeng looking at him calmly. Eat it all. Yifeng spoke lightly, as if talking about an insignificant matter. Before he finished speaking, a big white pig rushed towards Huang Dao and his group of people. Its body instantly grew 100 times larger, and in a few breaths, it ate Huang Dao and his group of people into its stomach. Then its body returned to its normal size and it grunted back to its nest. Chapter 60, Divine Realm Lord. The Earth's spiritual energy is revived, and during this period countless legendary mythological figures appear. Pangu, Hongjun, Nuwa, Fushi. It turns out that mythical figures really exist. It turns out that there really are gods above our heads. The Earth is developing rapidly. From the initial ruins after the great changes in the world, to the current combination of cultivation and technology, the land of China is respected by all the world. Time passed, and 300 years later, Yifeng was sitting by the lake fishing, listening to the report from the Lord of the Heavens and myriad worlds behind him. 100 years ago, Yifeng broke through the limit and created his own cultivation to the unified realm. He became the master respected by all the heavens and worlds. Go back. I want some quiet time. Yifeng spoke, and all the lords of the heavens and myriad worlds left respectfully. In front of the wooden building, Mu Wanru quietly leaned on the recliner, looking at the illusion mirror in her hand that reflected a man from another dimension. The corners of her mouth lifted up, revealing a hint of an auntie's smile. This child. Yifeng walked over and sat down aside, looking at the man in the mirror. It was his son Yi Wudi. 300 years ago, shortly after Yi Wudi was born, Yifeng teleported Yi Wudi to another dimension. If you want to be invincible, then how can you be strong if you rely on your parents for everything? After Yifeng and Mu Wanru discussed for a long time, they finally reluctantly sent Yi Wudi out. Brother. Sister-in-law. Tuan Tuan and his group returned to Earth, and at this time they had reached the peak of the Void Realm. Except for Yifeng and Mu Wanru, it can be said that they are truly invincible. Heat up the oil in a pan. Yifeng laughed loudly, and called Jin Yan, Lu Qing, Lin Zhongyue, the old dean and others to sit down. He put the cleaned Yinglong meat into the pot and cooked it. Soon the fragrance filled the air. Soon, the Yinglong meat was cooked by Yifeng. Sprinkle with coriander. Perfect. Come on, come on. Everyone come and try it. Yifeng brought a full plate to the table. A group of people ate and laughed. The atmosphere was very harmonious. The realm of the God King. The Lord of the Underworld, God King, sits high above the palace. Lord of all worlds? I don't think he is worthy. What do you think? Below the main hall, the leaders of various realms looked at each other. As the master of a world, who would be willing to be inferior to others? What should we do? Yifeng's cultivation is so terrifying. Even if we join forces, we can't defeat him. The Lord of the Boundary has spoken. It doesn't matter. Although he is strong, he is still a person after all. As long as we unite, it is not impossible to kill him. His wife Mu Wanru is in the realm of nothingness, just like you. As long as we capture Mu Wanru. The Lord of the Divine Realm laughed, as if he was sure of victory. This? Is it feasible? The realm masters below were talking to each other. They had seen Yifeng's terror before. If they provoked Yifeng to take revenge, then even these realm masters together would not be able to stop him. A real man shouldn't be timid when doing things. It's settled. I will personally lead Yifeng away, and you guys will control Mu Wanru together. Yifeng will definitely be afraid to act rashly and let us do whatever we want. In that case, then let's do it. We all prosper together and we all suffer together. The masters of all realms reached a consensus. A few days later, the Lord of the Divine Realm came to Earth again and said respectfully to Yifeng, "Your Excellency, I have discovered a wonder in my world. It is very beautiful. Please come and have a look." Even though the Lord of the Divine King Realm was very humble, Yifeng still saw a hint of viciousness in the other's eyes. He didn't expose it. He smiled faintly and said, "Okay. Lead the way." "Sir, please." Chapter 61 Changa's Friend Request. Yifeng followed the Lord of the God King Realm leisurely all the way to the God King Realm, not caring about the Lord of the God King Realm's conspiracy at all. On the other side, Mu Wanru was trimming flowers and plants in the yard outside the wooden building, and she ignored the words of the masters of the various realms. "Madam, please come with us." "That's right. If we really fight and you get hurt, don't blame us. The masters of all realms are ready to make a move. Once Mu Wanru is captured, Yifeng will obey their orders. Stop talking nonsense. Get started. Otherwise, there will be more trouble." At the command of the Lord of the Tsongtian realm, the lords of all the other realms moved together instantly and tried to capture Mu Wanru in order to threaten Yifeng. Isn't it good to live a good life? Why do you have to seek death? At this moment, a voice sounded slowly. Yifeng stretched lazily and walked out of the wooden building. You're not? No. This is impossible. Run. This scene made all the realm masters tremble with fear. They clearly saw that Yifeng had been called away by the Divine King Realm Master, so how could he suddenly appear in the wooden building? "My lord. We were all instigated by that Divine Realm Lord. Please forgive us, my lord." When the Lord of the Tsongtian realm saw that there was no hope of escape, he immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. "Are you guys curious? I could have killed you with just one slap, but why did I have to play this trick on you? Because it's fun." Yifeng laughed, and the masters of various realms turned into ashes in despair amid his laughter. Invincible. So lonely. I am already invincible in the world. If I don't fight the heavens, who else can I fight? It's just a pity that I'm afraid no heaven can withstand the power of my punch. Yifeng muttered to himself. So helpless. So boring. Stop whining. Go change the soil in the flower pot. Mu Wanru handed a pot of flowers to Yifeng. The Lord of the Divine King Realm was sweating profusely at this moment. Gone? Yifeng was gone all of a sudden. He had been following him all along, but he disappeared in an instant. All that was left was his body, which was turning into ashes bit by bit. Ha ha ha. I have fought for millions of years in my life. I have killed all the geniuses and slaughtered all the powerful enemies. I never thought that I, the Lord of the Divine King Realm, would end up like this. How sad. How lamentable. You said you would find me a little female dragon. You liar. You even lied to dragons. You can't be like this. You hurt my feelings and laughed it off. You have no morals. On this day, the awakened five-clawed golden dragon burst into tears and lay on the ground, feeling wrong like a child. Yifeng curled his lips and glanced at the five-clawed golden dragon that was crying bitterly. How old are you? According to human age, you are only 11 or 12, right? How about that big white pig in the backyard? It's very white. Most importantly, it has a big butt. It will definitely give birth to a son. Yifeng sat on a rattan chair, crossed his legs and ate a big white pear. He said casually. If there is really no suitable one, that's fine too. He. Upon hearing this, the five-clawed golden dragon immediately flipped up from the ground. Ah. You really are not picky about food. All right then. Then the white lady in the backyard will be your wife from now on. The five-clawed golden dragon got up happily, ran to the lake to wash the faucet. He tidied up his messy hair in a very showy way, and happily went to find his big white wife. Beep beep. Fairy Changa requests to add you as a friend. Yi Feng took out his mobile phone and found a friend request on it. Since the Earth's network communications were resumed, Yi Feng has connected the entire universe to the internet and established a chat group for all worlds. Therefore, people living on Earth often see all kinds of weird live broadcasts on their mobile phones. For example, Sun Wukong stewed in an iron pot. Emperor Taizong of Tang dances Latin dance live. Ma Chao killed Chow Chow live. Click to pass. Then he looked at Mu Wanru with a guilty conscience. He found that Mu Wanru was busy trimming flowers. He immediately ran to the side and clicked to pass the verification. Little Sister Chang'e. Hello? He. Epsilon. Yi Feng squatted by the lake, typed and clicked send. A weird smile appeared on his face. Hello, Lord Immortal. Could you help me repair my house? My house is a bit old, and the wind at night makes me toss and turn in bed. Yi Feng was looking at his phone happily, when suddenly, a murderous aura appeared behind him. He glanced at her from the corner of his eye. Oh no, it was over. Mu Wanru was standing behind him with her hands on her hips, looking at the chat history on her phone with great interest. Chapter 62 The Man in the White Box. Chat. Why don't you chat anymore? Mu Wanru said with her hands on her waist. Hey. Yi Feng smiled foolishly. At this moment, the sky exploded. A terrifying force rushed towards the earth. What's going on? Mu Wanru raised her white fingers and pressed out, defeating the terrifying force. Someone is fighting far away. Very strong. This is just the aftermath. Yi Feng spoke and looked at Mu Wanru. Don't even think about leaving me behind. Seeing Yi Feng about to speak, Mu Wanru summoned the 9 dragons' chariot and took the lead to soar into the sky, heading towards the source of power. Okay. Xiaolonglong, take care of the house. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he took a step forward and his figure appeared in the 9 dragon chariot. Little white sister. How about we go enjoy the snow? Look. In the backyard of the wooden building, a 5-clawed golden dragon roared towards the sky, and in an instant, heavy snow fell from the sky. You're so annoying. How many times have I told you not to bother me? The big white pig speaks human language. He is really annoyed by this guy who keeps chattering around him. Little sister, bye. From the first moment I saw you, I fell deeply in love with you. I've even thought of a name for our child. Yi Feng and Mu Wanru sat in the 9 dragons' chariot, passed through countless planets and regions, and finally arrived at the scene of the battle. What the hell is that? On the battlefield, a giant crocodile holding a mace stood up, and the terrifying pressure crushed hundreds of planets around it. Opposite the crocodile, a huge paper boat lies across the starry sky. What is this? The paper boat of the Ruthless Emperor? Yi Feng and the other person were sitting in the 9 dragon chariot and saw it clearly. The giant crocodile wanted to snatch the paper boat, but it was unable to do anything to it at all. Boy! Hurry and bring me the paper boat. When the crocodile who was confronting the paper boat saw Yi Feng and the other two appear, he pointed his huge mace and gave an order. Who the hell do you think you are? Yi Feng spoke lightly, raised his hand, and the 9 dragons' heaven-shaking tower instantly became 10,000 meters in size. The 8-story tower released golden light, suppressing the giant crocodile. You? What the hell is this? Let me go. No matter how the crocodile resisted, it could not shake the 9 dragons' heaven-shaking tower in the slightest. In an instant, it was sucked into the tower and suppressed. Come. Mu Wanru stretched out her hand, and the paper boat in the air turned into a palm-sized boat and flew into Mu Wanru's hand. Wanru, run. At the edge of the void, a creature with red hair appeared again. With one slap, it smashed the 9 dragons' chariot into pieces. Yi Feng didn't care about the broken 9 dragon chariot, and quickly disappeared from the spot with Mu Wanru, breaking the limit, creating his own technique to return to the realm of unity. Yi Feng believed that he was invincible. But in front of that unknown red-haired monster, he always felt like he was going to die. How strong is that guy? Has he surpassed the unity realm? Yi Feng was puzzled. He felt as if his heart was collapsing. I admit that I can't beat you in the void realm. I have already broken the limit of martial arts and entered the state of unity, but I still can't win. It makes me very uncomfortable. Bite. Host, don't worry too much. This person will become stronger when facing a stronger opponent. He will not appear in this world again soon. Hearing the system's voice, Yi Feng's heart calmed down a lot. Since entering the Unity realm, the system rarely issues tasks. He. Behind him, a red-haired monster appeared. Wan Ru. Don't make me worry. Go first. Yi Feng pushed Mu Wanru away. He was ready to fight the red-haired monster again. But he suddenly felt the storage ring tremble. Then it exploded with a bang. A white box slowly flew into the air. What is this? Mengpo's white box? Yi Feng was a little surprised when he looked at the white box in the air. This was the white box that Mengpo gave him in the supernatural world. I tried so hard to open it but failed. I didn't expect it to appear today. The white box in the air made a creaking sound, and the mechanisms unlocked themselves, and a woman's figure appeared. The woman was dressed in white, like a fairy from heaven, with a ghost mask on her face. She seemed to be crying and laughing. Chapter 63, Invincible Journey. This is? The Ruthless Emperor? Looking at the slowly solidifying figure, Yi Feng was shocked beyond words. That person whose influence was no less than that of Emperor Huang Tian. It actually appeared. Not to become an immortal, but just to wait for your return in this mortal world. These words rang in Yi Feng's ears again. You shouldn't be here. The Ruthless Emperor spoke, his voice was vague and uncertain. It seemed to ring in the sky and explode in the ears. He. The red-haired monster was still laughing. It seemed that he didn't know what fear was. Who is he? Yi Feng couldn't help but ask. Strange creatures that steal people's lifespans. That year, the world above the world opened. A group of strange creatures descended. Immortal. Indestructible. Yet their strength is so strong that it is hard to understand. Even that man can't destroy it? Yi Feng asked again. He has a more powerful enemy. I am just an incarnation, left here when I passed by. I will dissipate after one closure. But one closure is enough to kill it. After this, there will still be thousands of strange creatures in the heavens in myriad worlds. It's up to you to deal with it. As the Ruthless Emperor finished speaking, a strand of hair flew out and instantly turned into a shackle that spanned the universe, tightly binding the red-haired monster. In a few breaths, it was wiped out. The figure of the Ruthless Emperor also slowly dissipated. Looking at the universe returning to nothingness, Yi Feng raised his head somewhat weakly, looking into the depths of the chaotic starry sky. After all, you are just a frog in a well. Yi Feng laughed at himself. He broke through his own limits and entered the state of unity, believing himself to be invincible in the universe. But facing the Ruthless Emperor, he could only look up to him. The immortal red-haired monster can be killed with just a strand of hair. Its strength is so strong that it makes people despair. Not to mention the Emperor Huang Tian, who has been fighting all his life. I'm afraid they can no longer use realm to measure combat power. Become stronger when facing a strong opponent? Yi Feng remembered what the system said. The red-haired monster that he had no solution to was easily killed by a strand of hair. After all, he was not strong enough. Yi Feng sat upright in the void. With a wave of his hand, he held the avenues of the heavens and myriad worlds in his hand. Space Avenue. Avenue of Time. The Invincible Avenue. Thousands of great ways are united into one, using oneself as a carrier, integrating the way of unity into oneself. Boom, crack, crack. The endless space of the galaxy collapsed in an instant. It was simply unable to support the myriad ways of fusion. Even Yi Feng's body was like the dry earth, with countless cracks. Chaos body. Destroy. Yi Feng gritted his teeth and released all the chaotic energy in his body to repair the collapsing galaxy around him. With my mortal body, I have gathered the power of heaven and earth. Break it for me. Yi Feng's eyes were about to burst, and his blood was surging. He had withstood the power of thousands of great ways with his mortal body. Give me a breakthrough. The realm without boundaries. Yi Feng shouted loudly. The unified power of all the elements in the body sinks into the body and returns to peace. And Yi Feng, all his cultivation disappeared in an instant. His hair turned white in an instant, just like an ordinary person. Is this the true end of martial arts? Without any cultivation, he can destroy the heavens and the worlds with just a wave of his finger. In the void, Yi Feng stood up. His white hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes opened and closed, and the universe trembled. At this moment, you are truly on the road to invincibility. He he he. 300 years have passed, and the Earth has completely entered the era of immortal heroes. In the Kunlun Mountains, a pagoda rises into the sky, releasing endless golden light. Chapter 64, Pagoda emerges, war begins. Since the great changes in heaven and earth, after hundreds of years of development, the three major factions, led by the Immortal Sect, the Beast Taming Sect and the Demon King Clan, have formed a tripod. The various ethnic groups have been fighting for years to gain territory, with millions of people from each ethnic group participating in the wars, resulting in heavy casualties and devastating losses. In the main hall of the Immortal Sect, the immortal King Badian sat high on the dragon throne, with a dignified look and awe-inspiring presence without even being angry. Below, Wuya, the leader of the Beast Taming Sect, was dressed in black, sipping tea, not saying a word. The ancestor of the Demon King Clan, Lu Tu, was filled with anger. He blew a horn and crushed the teacup in his hand. Damn it! My people risked their lives to conquer Kunlun Mountain. Now that a treasure has been revealed, you two tribes actually want to have a piece of the pie. Do you really think my demon tribe is easy to bully? After the great changes in the world, various kinds of treasures appeared in countless mountains. It could be a flower or a plant, which could produce various magical abilities after being eaten. This also became the fuse of the war between the major races. This time it's even more incredible, a tower-shaped treasure actually appeared in Kunlun Mountain, the Sun and Moon Haotian Tower. As long as you enter the tower to practice, 1 year inside the tower is equivalent to only 1 day in the outside world. How could such a treasure not make people excited? The three hostile forces were equally powerful, so how could they be willing to watch one of them dominate? You can't say that. You and I are in the same world. Now that we have precious treasures, it's still up to the capable to take them. The leader of the Beast Taming Sect spoke, his voice was calm. Master of the Beast Taming Sect is right. Everyone wants treasures. It all depends on who has the harder fist. When the Immortal Sect leader spoke, the hall suddenly fell silent. After a long while, the Demon King Lu Tu narrowed his eyes and said, "Does this mean that we are going to fight? Why not? In this world, only one chair is enough." The Beast Taming Sect's leader Wuya smiled, then turned and left. Humph. Then let's fight. We'll decide the winner in 7 days. Fight to the death. Lu Tu snorted coldly and left the Immortal King Palace. Inside the small wooden building, Yifeng was catching chickens. He picked out a red rock phoenix with very bright fur. After cleaning it, he lit the grill and soon grilled it until it turned golden and sizzled with oil. It smells so good. Mu Wanru touched her slightly bulging belly, came and sat down next to Yifeng, and skillfully sprinkled various seasonings on the roasted golden phoenix. Hey! Try it. Yifeng tore off a big chicken leg and handed it to Mu Wanru, saying that she needed to supplement her nutrition more when she was pregnant. Don't you take care of them? Aren't they tired of fighting each other every day? Mu Wanru's hands were all greasy as she ate, not caring about her image at all. If outsiders saw Mu Wanru, whom they revered as the Holy Mother of Heaven, chewing on a big chicken leg like a little girl, I wonder how frightened they would be. Survival of the fittest. This is the way of heaven and the rule. How can I control it? Unless I turn all living beings into mindless puppets, the war will continue endlessly. Yifeng opened his mouth and glanced at the Sun and Moon Haotian Tower thousands of miles away without any interest at all. You can have as many treasures like that as you want in the infinite mall. If you don't care, I will. I am the Holy Mother of Heaven. How can I bear to watch them kill each other? Mu Wanru put down the chicken leg in her hand and swept her eyes across the heavens and the worlds. Don't mess around, this world can't stand your moves. Yifeng waved his hands and smiled helplessly. These pregnant women seemed to be particularly loving, even to the point of overflowing with love. Got it. Come on. Mu Wanru reached out with her bare hands and grabbed a woman in her 20s from several star regions away. The woman is very beautiful, giving people the feeling of an icy beauty, which repels people from 1,000 miles away. Of course I won't take action, but I can let my apprentice stop the war. From today on, you are my apprentice, are you willing? Mu Wanru looked at the confused woman in front of her and said with some pride. Chapter 65, Senior Disciple Long Xinyue. Disciple Long Xinyue greets Master. After being shocked, Long Xinyue immediately paid homage to Mu Wanru as her apprentice. His cultivation as a great emperor was so weak in front of this master. What kind of horrible means could bring him here across millions of planets? Could it be the legendary realm of nothingness? Good. Not bad. Mu Wanru smiled and was very satisfied with this new disciple. War is about to break out. Please go and fight on behalf of your master. When a war breaks out, only the people will suffer. Mu Wanru said this, took out a crude weapon and gave it to Long Xin Yue. What is this? A wild weapon? Thank you, master. Long Xin Yue was shocked. She took the weapon in her hand and felt the terrifying fluctuations on it. This is a wild weapon. It is beyond the existence of the Emperor of Heaven's weapon. With the wild weapon in hand, even the Emperor of Heaven can be defeated. I was originally an orphan, and I had to survive many deaths to enter the realm of Half-Step Heavenly Emperor. Now that I have such a powerful master, the road ahead will definitely be broader. Disciple obeys the order. I will not disgrace the master's order. Yi Feng watched with interest and continued to eat the chicken leg. He seemed to be not concerned about the upcoming battle at all. The Kunlun Mountains, covered in snow, towering into the clouds, stretch for thousands of miles. At the top, the palm-sized sun and moon Haotian Tower floats in the air, emitting endless golden light. Around the mountains, more than 30 million people from the three major races gathered here. A war was about to break out. If the two of you lead your men back now, I can pretend that nothing happened. The demon clan's ancestor, Lu Tu, spoke coldly, saying that once a war breaks out, his people will suffer heavy casualties. Ah, brother Tu, stop joking. Now that things have come to this, my beast-taming sect will not retreat. I am determined to take this sun-moon-clear sky tower. Wuya, the leader of the beast-taming sect, looked up at the sun-moon-clear sky tower in the sky and slowly raised his arm. Behind him, tens of millions of beast-taming sect disciples were ready to go. War. Immortal Sect's leader, Badian, gave an order and took the lead in attacking, launching a fatal blow at the demon clan's ancestor, Lu Tu, with a spear in hand. The people from the three major ethnic groups below rushed together in an instant. For a moment, the sounds of clashing swords and shouting of killing shook the sky. I've been on guard against you. Greedy wolf kills the moon. Facing the attacking spear, the ancestor of the demon clan instantly leaped up and transformed into a 10,000-meter tall wolf king, swinging his giant claws that could split gold and stone and slapping down at tyrant. Boom! In an instant, the mountains collapsed and the earth broke apart, countless rocks flew everywhere, and the earth was cracked by this claw. Now! Wuya of the Beast Tamer sect stood on the golden Dapang and flew towards the Sun Moon Haotian Tower in the sky at a very fast speed. He grabbed the Sun Moon Haotian Tower, which had shrunk to the size of a palm, in his hand and disappeared into the horizon in an instant. Stop! How dare you! The two people who were fighting fiercely below were furious when they saw Wuya was so despicable. All of you, die! An angry Lu Tu saw Wuya disappear without a trace, and all the rage in his heart was vented towards the disciples of the beast-taming sect. No! Save me! The leader of the sect actually abandoned us and ran away alone. I hate it! Millions of disciples of the beast-taming sect looked on as the gigantic wolf claws struck down with all their might, feeling extremely desperate. They never expected that the sect leader, whom they always revered as a god, would do such a thing. In endless despair and resentment, the disciples of the beast-taming sect looked up at the giant claws of destruction approaching little by little, waiting for the impending destruction. Stop fighting immediately and do not kill innocent people. Anyone who violates this will be killed without mercy. Just as millions of beast-taming sect disciples closed their eyes and waited for death, a red sword fell from the sky. With endless murderous intent, it knocked the demon clan ancestor Lu Tu away. In the air, a woman in a black long dress stood in the air. Just like the Queen Mother of the West, who is detached from worldly affairs, her cold and beautiful face does not contain a trace of emotion, and she is like an iceberg that keeps people away from her. Chapter 66 Finale. In the sky, Wuya fled quickly with the Sun and Moon Haotian Tower in his hand. Ha ha! A bunch of idiots. Kill them. Fight them. After I enter the Sun Moon Clear Sky Tower and cultivate for 100 or 80 years, who in this world will be able to be my enemy? Extremely excited, Wuya came to a hidden cave and dripped a drop of blood into the tower, intending to refine it. Boom! Bang! The blood merged into the tower body, and with a loud bang, the Sun and Moon Haotian Tower broke into pieces, forming a huge red vortex. Countless humanoid creatures covered with red hair emerged from the vortex. This scene scared Wuya so much that his soul left him. The pressure from the red-haired monster was so strong that it was useless even though he resisted with all his strength. He was squeezed into flesh and blood in just a few breaths. He. Outside the small wooden building, Yifeng, who was weeding, suddenly looked up and looked in the direction where the vortex appeared. Are they gathered together? Dabai, Xiaolong, go and kill them all, leaving no one alive. In the backyard, the big white pig instantly turned into a shadow and disappeared. Oh! My dear! Wait for me! Behind, the five-clawed golden dragon shouted at the big white pig in a frivolous manner, but was kicked away by Yifeng. Again? Mu Wanru said with some worry while holding her big belly. Over the past few hundred years, she and Yifeng have traveled through countless worlds and killed no less than 1,000,000 red-haired monsters. But they still couldn't kill them all. Don't worry. Yifeng comforted her, gently stroking Mu Wanru's belly. I don't know how my little Year is doing lately, and you always prevent me from going to see her. Mu Wanru said with some resentment that her son Yi Wudi had been sent away from this world a long time ago. Every time she wanted to see her son, Yifeng would always stop her. He insisted that her son take some invincible path. She couldn't bear to let him go. How much suffering would that require? Year has his own path to follow. The strong are always lonely. Bite. The system has issued the task showdown. Please go to the mysterious realm and defeat the weird ancestor within 3,000 years. The reward for completing the task is unknown. If the task fails, the system will automatically collapse. The countdown is starting. It's over.